What does he look like now? After I conquer the Martial Alliance and the Heavenly Demon Sect, the demonic cult, I will sweep everything away. Just thinking about it is really exciting. Jinmu walked alone in the dark night, lost in all sorts of thoughts, and then suddenly came to his senses. When did I get to the gate of this residence? He said to himself. If someone had been targeting me while I was lost in thought, I would have been dead. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Taoist Master Jinmu. A beautiful girl with a graceful figure, Zhuge Shanshan, stood glowing, causing Jinmu to freeze. Is she a fairy? The girl smiled brightly. You're still awake? Jinmu, trembling, barely maintained his composure and asked. This voice, could it be you, Zhuge Son? Zhuge Shanshan immediately noticed and adjusted her voice, then smiled gently and explained. I had to disguise my voice to match a man's appearance, so I rarely speak in my original voice. Are you a little better now? She added. And from now on I am not Zhuge Son but Shanshan. Zhuge Shanshan? At this moment Jinmu was so surprised he couldn't believe his eyes. No way, her true form is this beautiful and she never told anyone. Zhuge Shan looked at him intently. You don't have to avoid me with such a disgusted expression. I know that Taoists stay away from women. Hearing that, Jinmu was flustered and shook his head in denial. He suddenly became confused. This face is too beautiful. I think I'll probably be numb to beauties from now on. Did I really praise and get flustered in front of a young girl? Please act your age self. Suddenly a thought flashed through Jinmu's mind. Wait, I'm in the body of a guy named Jinmu right now. So does that mean I'm just now realizing that this guy's type is a beauty with deer-like eyes like Zhuge Shan? So that's why I became like this. The owner of this body is someone else. Jinmu's mind achieved a splendid victory. Jinmu immediately regained his composure. Why are you still here at this hour? Zhuge Shan answered quietly. I just came back from the Martial Alliance with Great Hero Yukback. Great Hero Yukback will stay for a while due to the Dragon and Phoenix Hall Master issue and then return. Zhuge Son stopped by the Martial Alliance for a moment and went straight back to the main family. Everyone thinks so, so please pretend you don't know Taoist Master, she also sincerely informed him. From now on I will be active as my true self, Zhuge Shanshan. I will also participate in the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly as Zhuge Shan. Hearing that, Jinmu nodded and accepted. I'll keep my mouth shut, so don't worry. A moment later his gaze toward Zhuge Shan changed to one of sympathy. I roughly understand what happened. This child has also lived a very hard life. Suddenly Zhuge Shan furrowed her brow. She said in a serious voice, I've investigated the last attack. I heard it's a very secret technique that is not passed down to anyone, especially regarding that little girl. But at that moment Jinmu was captivated by her beauty. How can even a frowning face be so pretty? She continued to suggest. Will you go with me tomorrow? Jinmu accepted unconsciously without much thought. Sure. Zhuge Shan was very happy to hear that. Let's go see the Alliance leader together tomorrow. I will also tell the Grand Strategist so. It was precisely these words that brought Jinmu to his senses. Grand Strategist, Alliance leader? He was suddenly flustered. I didn't hear anything because I was dazed. Did she mean we should go to the Martial Alliance together? I don't want to see their faces. But she didn't seem to hear and ran off happily. Then I'll be on my way. Taoist Master, you should go back and rest too. Jinmu felt a wave of despair welling up in his heart at this moment. I missed the timing. Everything felt like it was collapsing. I was bewitched by that face and shot myself in the foot. I'm doomed. The next day, two people rushed into Jinmu's room, calling for their martial uncle. Chung Chung came in and looked at Jinmu with an uncomprehending expression. Where are you going? He answered while getting ready. I'm going to the Martial Alliance for a bit, Chung Chung said with great excitement. After today's training I was thinking of taking a tour of Wuhan City. Seeing them he smiled quietly and thought, look at these excited brats soon. Jinmu smiled, patted the two on the shoulder and quietly urged them, all right, it won't take long. I'll be back soon, so don't be lazy and train hard. Finally, before leaving he curled the corners of his mouth very hideously and thought, I have to go too. Following his thoughts, an extremely magnificent mountain villa appeared in the enemy's stronghold, the heart of the Martial Alliance. Laughter echoed from within the splendid room. It is an honor to meet the world-renowned Sword of Wudang. Zhuge Zijin nodded lightly at Jinmu and introduced himself. I am the Grand Strategist of the Martial Alliance, Zhuge Zijin. Jinmu sat opposite him, forcing a smile. It's been a long time since I've seen this bastard. Of course I know you. How could I not know you? He began to recall the past when he was the leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, Helian Wuzhang. I was defeated several times by falling for this damn strategist's schemes. He is the one who inflicted enormous damage on the Heavenly Demon Sect. I poured all my strength into it several times, but in the end I lost to the Martial Alliance. I'm so jealous that the Martial Alliance has a strategist like Zhuge Zijin. Zhuge Zijin, not noticing his strange expression, smiled brightly. Originally you were supposed to meet the Alliance leader as well, but he has an appointment, so it seems you'll have to wait a little. Jinmu sat there, sighing inwardly amidst Zhuge Zijin's greetings. To fall for a honey trap and set foot in the enemy's stronghold. When is that damn strategist coming? I'm dying to leave. Suddenly he interrupted Jinmu's thoughts and said, Is this your first time at the Martial Alliance? How is it? Hearing that, Jinmu turned his head, looked around and answered perfunctorily, It's big. He asked back, bewildered, and Jinmu seemed annoyed by his appearance. What? I said it's big. Immediately after, Zhuge Zijin smiled again. My apologies. As expected of a Taoist from Wudang, it was a wise answer to a useless question. I asked something unnecessary. At this point, Jinmu began to evaluate the entire place internally. Just looking at it, it's much bigger than the Heavenly Demon Sect. The pavilions are also beautiful and magnificent. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuge Zijin. I heard this bastard has a lot of money. At this point, Zhuge Zijin wiped away his smile and revealed a gloomy expression. That's right, this place is very big, ostentatiously big. He closed his eyes and was lost in thought. Tian Hua or Bu Shi. There's no point in just being big. Hearing those words, Jinmu began to think about their meaning. Tian Hua or Bu Shi, it means the flowers are magnificent but bear no fruit. A metaphor for something that is only flashy on the outside. But the current martial alliance is at its strongest in history, and the alliance leader, Zhu Jiliang, is not only outstanding in martial arts but also possesses excellent leadership skills. He is firmly supported by the brilliant strategist Zhuge Zijin, and has united the 9 great sects, the 5 great families and various large and small factions. 10 years after he became the leader, the martial world defeated the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Sun-Moon demonic cult in succession, becoming a colossal force that dominates the Central Plains. Hearing his words, Jinmu looked at him with a bitter smile. Isn't all your hard work enough? It's difficult to witness such humility. You're far too modest. Zhuge Zijin suddenly burst into laughter. But our goal is to guide all the villains who wield their power indiscriminately onto the right path. And it wouldn't be such a waste. Jinmu turned his head, feeling displeasure at those words. He must be talking about the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Sun-Moon demonic cult. Guide them onto the right path, my ass. In the end, it's about driving us out and becoming the hegemon of the Central Plains, you righteous faction bastards. Such flowery words. Zhuge Zijin looked at his expression, puzzled. Why is he smiling? Jinmu glanced at him and said frankly, It's nothing. I thought you were speaking humbly, my lord, but it turns out you have great ambition. He couldn't help but be surprised by those words. Did he understand the hidden meaning in my words? Just as Shanshan said, he is indeed quick-witted. Jinmu's patience was now wearing thin, and he asked, So why did you call for me? There are still 4 days until the Dragon and Phoenix assembly begins. If you have something to say, please say it directly. Don't play unnecessary games. I have to leave in a hurry. The moment Zhuge Zijin hesitated, a hearty laugh suddenly echoed. Look at this. It's the first time I've seen the grand strategist lose ground in a conversation. As Zhu Jiliang appeared at the door with a bright smile, Jinmu was startled. Don't push the strategist too hard. Jinmu watched him, slightly wary, this overwhelming presence. The air became heavy and sank just from him entering. He gripped his hand on the desk tightly, judging that he was very different from the past. Zhu Jiliang has become so strong that even I can't compare to him now. Lost in complex thoughts, Jinmu rose with the others to greet him. Am I still far from catching up to him in this body? Zhu Jiliang too continued to appraise him. Even though we're meeting for the first time, this fellow isn't flustered at all. Most people get up to greet me with excited expressions, as if it's an honor to meet me. But those eyes are provocative, as if looking at a long-time nemesis. As Zhu Jiliang stood and laughed with Yuckback for a long time, Jinmu grew angry and glared at them. This is more interesting than listening to the story. What they said at the Dragon and Phoenix Hall was true. Don't just call people over and stand there laughing. Only after a long while did he come inside and open his mouth. All right, everyone, sit. Soon everyone was seated. At this moment, Jinmu's mind was still in turmoil. To think a day would come when I would sit with Zhu Jiliang. It feels like I'm sitting on a cushion of thorns, not a regular one. He closed his eyes and sighed at his energetic invitation. But as the Sword of Wudang, I have no other choice right now. I'll just offer my greetings and leave immediately. Zhu Jiliang looked at him with excitement. Good, Jinmu. Do you know why I personally requested Wudang to send you? Upon hearing that, his face turned into a mask of complete bewilderment. A request? He stroked his beard and continued. At first I intended to teach you through Wu Xing's recommendation, but for you to become the Sword of Wudang, it's truly a shame. Jinmu's face turned pale as he recalled past events. Wait, so one of the choices the sect leader gave me back then was because of this? The more Jinmu thought, the angrier he became. How dare these bastards try to teach me? Jinmu couldn't understand it at all. If these righteous faction bastards hadn't made a request to the sect leader, he would have given me 2 choices, the Sword of Wudang or a great disciple. If so, I would have respected him at least half as much, or even a little. He screamed in his mind with rage. I shouldn't have trusted that dying old man. It's all because of you bastards. While Jinmu was lost in a daze, Zhu Jiliang offered a word of praise. But having met you, your abilities seem quite suitable for me to teach. Zhu Jiliang and Yuckbak focused on a heated discussion. That's a matter of course. This child isn't just the Sword of Wudang, is he? He will soon reach the same level as myself. In that case, his skills are far too outstanding for a mere student. So we cannot place him in an official post soon. Zhu Jiliang added excitedly. How about the position of martial instructor at the Martial Alliance's Dragon and Phoenix Hall? Zhuge Zijin and Zhuge Shan smiled brightly and looked at him. It seemed like the most reasonable decision. This young lady also agrees. Yuckbak, paying no heed to Jinmu trembling in bewilderment, excitedly agreed with Zhu Jiliang's words. That's the perfect position. There's no other place but the martial instructor's seat. At this point, Jinmu, filled with rage, crushed the teacup in his hand and glared with a fierce face. These bastards, do they think I'm a puppet? Are they talking about teaching the snot-nosed brats of the Central Plains? Finally, Zhu Jiliang excitedly tried to announce the result. All right, then it's decided. But Jinmu suddenly cut him off. I refuse, at his words. They were all greatly surprised. Jinmu placed his hand on the table and answered once more in a low voice. I said I refuse. He stared intently at Zhu Jiliang and politely declined. I have not the slightest interest in the position you mentioned, my lord. Soon after, he made a request that surprised everyone again. If you are finished speaking, may I be excused? I have some urgent business to attend to. Seeing this, Yukbak hurriedly called out to him, Hey Taoist Master Jinmu, you may not know well as you have no interest in worldly affairs, but just being mentioned for this position is, he cut him off as if uninterested. I only came to convey the sect leader's greetings. Zhu Jiliang glanced at Jinmu and advised, think carefully, if the sword of Wudang becomes the martial instructor of the Dragon and Phoenix Hall, Wudang's prestige will also rise. Suddenly he clenched his fists and said loudly in anger, I only came to offer my greetings. Seeing Yukbek's flustered look, he thought to himself, what's with that surprised expression? Did you think you could drag me here and somehow force me to work for the Martial Alliance? I won't let you have your way. Absolutely not. Do you think I'm crazy? He glared at them with a strange smile. Zhu Jiliang laughed lightly. Was that so, a greeting? Then I have no other choice. In that case I must receive this greeting properly. Jinmu suddenly became curious. This bastard, why is he suddenly being so compliant? Zhu Jiliang suddenly called to him, then raised the corner of his mouth and asked, You know what a greeting between martial artists means, don't you? A moment later, everyone gathered in the training hall, a place filled with a dazzling golden light. Jinmu looked at the training hall in the basement of the Martial Alliance with surprised eyes. He introduced it happily. This is my personal training ground. At the word personal, he stammered, thinking to himself in utter disbelief. How could he build a place like this underground? How much money did this cost? Beside him, Zhuge Zijin lightly tapped the floor with a sullen look and said, The Alliance leader is truly frugal. To think the floor of the training hall is paved with such stone. Zhu Jiliang replied, My good man, I must naturally consider our alliance's finances. Zhu Shan added, looking ashamed, The weapons here are all made of 100 refined steel as well. The young lady is truly shamed by the alliance leader's modesty. Hearing that, he laughed loudly. Are you saying the Zhuge family is not humble? On the other hand, Jinmu was extremely shocked. These crazy bastards, do they even know how expensive 100 refined steel is? You can just use wooden swords for sparring. The corridors are full of luminous pearls and the personal training hall is large enough for hundreds of people. When I was the lord of the heavenly demon sect, even my private training chamber wasn't this grand. Zhu Jiliang is regarded as a very humble figure in the martial world. Jinmu sneered inwardly. Humble my ass, but the problem is that these bastards are from factions that have held everything in their hands since birth. It's natural for them to possess things that others don't even have a chance to see. Some Wudang Taoists are grateful to even have food, subsisting on grain abstinence pills 3 times a day because food is scarce, and they step into the martial world with only a rusty sword lacking a proper weapon. And these wasteful bastards call this simple. All the people of the martial world should rightly know the true nature of this evil old man of the righteous path. Jinmu asked angrily, If you're done boasting, I'll take my leave first. Zhu Jiliang said triumphantly, Where do you think you're going? Didn't you say you wanted to offer a greeting? You know that it's not uncommon to get injured during a greeting between martial artists, right? He drew his sword and said, Will you really be all right? Jinmu glared at the sword, thinking to himself that Zhu Jiliang was truly a madman. At this moment, Jinmu suddenly shouted, How can you say such a thing? Since when did a greeting between martial artists become like this? Beside him, Zhuge Zijin suddenly burst out laughing. As long as the Taoist master is still breathing in the Martial Alliance, we have the divine doctor who will take responsibility for your treatment. Taoist master, please don't worry too much. You'll be fine after recuperating for a month or 2 before you can contact Wudang again. Hearing that, Jinmu felt a little scared. These guys, are they really people of the righteous faction? Jinmu somberly observed Zhu Jiliang. A greeting between martial artists, my ass. In any case, these guys intend to suppress Wudang with force and then leave me here to work at the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Since Jinmu had fought Zhu Jiliang in the past, he knew his sword techniques all too well, and he was also very curious. How different is his level from the past, and what level has my martial arts reached? In any case, Zhu Jiliang is an opponent I must fight someday if I want to command the righteous path. He quickly drew his sword, pointed it straight at him, and complied. Very well, I shall offer my greetings to you, my lord. Jinmu immediately poured all his internal energy into the sword, and Zhu Jiliang laughed with great interest. Using sword aura from the very beginning, shouldn't we go a little easy to appreciate each other's skills? Jinmu thought he talked too much and asked, Are you planning to stand there and watch from start to finish? Zhu Jiliang evaluated Jinmu, the sword of Wudang, internally. He is the future of Wudang, a rising star who will pave the way for the righteous path, a martial artist growing day by day. But growing too fast can be harmful to oneself. I'll check your skills and suppress you appropriately. Zhu Jiliang shouted seriously. All right, let's begin. Everything in the training hall became extremely quiet. Suddenly the floor beneath where Jinmu was standing began to crack due to his ready stance. Jinmu quickly rushed at him. Zhu Jiliang, who had been slowly drawing his sword, hastily threw away the scabbard and immediately blocked Jinmu's strike. The attack created a tremendous wind pressure around them. Jinmu quickly retreated, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "Damn it, the difference in power is too great." Jinmu warily glared at the cloud of dust. Suddenly, Zhu Jiliang emerged from within and swung a powerful sword strike, scattering all the dust. Faced with a continuous series of slashes, he could only retreat rapidly. Jinmu moved quickly, changing directions left and right to dodge Zhu Jiliang's attacks. After a moment, everything stopped and small puffs of smoke rose from every spot where he had executed his moves, with stones about to fall. But before Jinmu could catch his breath, a barrage of attacks several times more numerous than before rained down. Stones were continuously knocked out of the training hall, and Zhuge Shan and Yukbak were extremely worried for him. On the other hand, Zhu Jiliang was very excited and laughed heartily. "I got too excited. You're still breathing, I see." The sword of Wudang, Zhuge Shan and Zhuge Zijin were quietly watching from outside. Zhuge Shan wore a worried expression. "Taoist Master Jinmu, will he be all right?" Zhuge Zijin replied with an awkward smile. "He'll probably have to lie down and recuperate for a while, no, for quite a long time." Zhu Jiliang slowly approached and opened his mouth. "I only used half of my internal energy, so you shouldn't be too hurt. Shall I call the royal physician?" To contact Wudang, but before he could finish his words, Jinmu shot out from the dust, preparing to launch a kick straight at him. Zhu Jiliang seemed to sense something, turned, and quickly dodged his kick. Jinmu did not give up, immediately swinging several slashes at Zhu Jiliang, putting him on the defensive as he desperately blocked the slashes. His gaze was extremely determined as he looked at Zhu Jiliang. He shouted as he blocked the attacks with all his might, then immediately swung his sword in a counterattack, forcing Jinmu back. He resolutely lowered his hand. "Over here." Jinmu looked at him triumphantly. Zhu Jiliang was very surprised. How did you?" Dozens of sword auras shot out, pouring down like a meteor shower, sealing the enemy's movements. That was Meteor Fall. A move that exploded like flames, covering the sky. That was wildfire burns the heavens. He was surprised and thought to himself, "This is the move that blew off the right arm of the demon lord of the waning moon, the leader of the Sun Moon demonic cult. To this day, only one person has ever dodged this combination." Zhu Jiliang's memory suddenly resurfaced. A monster that grows stronger with every fight, the lord of the heavenly demon sect, Helian Wuzhong. Zhu Jiliang looked at Jinmu and asked, "Do you know my evil warding sword art?" Jinmu replied calmly, "How could I?" Zhu Jiliang couldn't believe it and kept asking, "Then how did you dodge it? If you had been off by a hair's breadth you would have been injured." Jinmu replied, feigning innocence, "Did I really do something so difficult?" But inwardly he was very triumphant. "Of course I can dodge it, you bastard. How much research do you think I did to defeat you?" Jinmu observed and evaluated him. Zhu Jiliang certainly reduces his killing intent and doesn't go all out when fighting people. He's a righteous faction man after all. But as long as I properly understand how to break the evil warding sword art, it's more than enough to win this fight. His heart was filled with joy and triumph. "You'll never figure it out, you bastard. Even if you died and came back to life, you would never imagine that I am Helian Wuzhong." His face grew darker and darker. Seeing that, Jinmu became even more excited. "Having fought Zhu Jiliang to this extent, my reputation should rise a bit, right?" He smiled cheerfully. "Since the greeting is over, I'll be on my way." Suddenly, he burst into loud laughter, leaving Jinmu bewildered. Zhu Jiliang admitted, "I really misjudged you." He rubbed his eyes, laughing. "If this hadn't been a secret sparring session, I would have lost a great deal of face." The more Jinmu heard, the less he understood. "What secret? Then what about my reputation?" Zhu Jiliang gripped the sword in his hand tightly. "But even if this is a secret sparring session, for the sake of my pride as the Sword Saint and the leader of the Martial Alliance, I cannot lose to you." Jinmu tensed, following Zhu Jiliang's every move. The sword, which had been balanced vertically on Zhu Jiliang's palm, suddenly began to glow. Zhu Jiliang praised him. "Impressive. I will no longer underestimate you and will show you my full power." Jinmu couldn't believe his ears and immediately froze, thinking to himself, "Wait, this is too tiring." The difference in their levels remained. A sudden gust of wind blew Zhu Jiliang's hair back. His sword was now floating in the air. Jinmu widened his eyes in surprise. Zhu Jiliang announced loudly, "This is the highest realm of swordsmanship I have attained," he boasted. "I don't know if you've heard of sword control by Qi. What I hold in my hand is called Qi sword art." Jinmu looked at the scene before him and thought to himself that Zhu Jiliang was a true madman. He gaped, unable to believe it. Is this the time to be laughing? In a situation where an innocent Taoist is facing a 70-year-old master, what's the point of suddenly pulling out such an incredible sword technique? On the other side, Zhu Jiliang suddenly laughed heartily with excitement. "You're very surprised, aren't you? Seeing your achievements, you might reach my level before you turn 30. Don't worry, just think of it as an early experience." Seeing this, Jinmu became even angrier. "You just don't want to lose, you petty bastard." He immediately took a ready stance. "If this goes on, I might really end up recuperating in the Martial Alliance." Zhu Jiliang shouted loudly, "Take this!" The sword immediately shot straight towards Jinmu. He hurriedly blocked a few strikes and ran to another spot, continuously dodging the numerous attacks pouring from his sword. But Zhu Jiliang kept up with his movements, pressing Jinmu. He had no time to rest and was worried internally. Zhu Jiliang's spirits rose and he laughed joyfully, shouting, "Take this too." This is the fearsome aspect of qi-controlled sword art. Because the sword strikes fly chaotically in the air, one cannot know where they will come from. All sword paths unfold according to the caster's imagination, and the one doing the imagining is none other than the sword saint, Zhu Jiliang. He grew more and more excited as time went on. Incredible, truly outstanding. Jinmu focused on observing the great sword dancing in the air, reminding himself to stay sharp. By this time he was already out of stamina, panting heavily. Even though my strength is depleted, I must end this situation no matter what. Do I look like someone who would just recuperate in the martial alliance? Inside the vast estate, Jinmu panted as he watched the sword spinning chaotically in the air. Suddenly the sword's tip changed direction and pointed straight at where he stood. In the next moment it shot forward like an arrow, but Jinmu quickly dodged to the side. The sword did not stop and immediately changed direction. He gritted his teeth and dodged, cursing internally. Zhu Jiliang watched the scene before him with satisfaction, praising him while controlling the sword with his hand. On the other side, Jinmu continued to dodge the sword's chaotic slashes, screaming internally for him to stop. Even without going all out, that fellow is enduring my sword control by qi. He is combining all of Wudang's martial arts, including movement techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, and kicking techniques. It's as if he's using a new form of martial art. Interesting, truly talented. Zhu Jiliang smiled broadly with interest. It had been a long time since a martial artist had made his heart pound like this. Zhu Jiliang could no longer hold back and rushed at Jinmu, startling him. In the moment he lost focus, a sword strike suddenly flew in. Jinmu hurriedly dodged to the side. At the same time, Zhu Jiliang's fist shot out like an arrow. The fist struck him squarely in the abdomen. Jinmu gasped, his mouth agape in shock from the sudden blow. He glanced at Jinmu, who was bent over and trembling, and praised him. Just coming this far is impressive. But suddenly Jinmu, who had been bowing his head, opened his mouth. Who said it would end like this? He glared at him with eyes full of killing intent. Jinmu threw a punch toward Zhu Jiliang's face, but he easily dodged it. In the next moment, Zhu Jiliang struck him squarely on the nape of his neck. Jinmu glanced at him. He knew it was over and could only curse inwardly. In Jinmu's eyes, Zhu Jiliang's figure grew increasingly blurry. As he fell, he wondered, haven't they caught up yet? Before completely losing consciousness, Jinmu was still cursing Zhu Jiliang in his mind. I will kill you one day for sure. And then he collapsed at his feet. Zhu Jiliang looked at him, flustered. He had recognized that Jinmu's final attack was the very technique of those bastards that young Zhaofeng had mentioned. Zhu Jiliang recalled the scene from just now. His elbow had stopped right in front of his Danjiang acupoint. If Zhu Jiliang's knife hand strike had been even a little late, he would have suffered a fatal blow. Zhu Jiliang hadn't expected Jinmu to think of such a move while being attacked. A tactic of cutting the flesh to break the bone, aiming for the enemy's vital point despite being injured. He was certain it was not a martial art but an instinctive action. Zhu Jiliang finally burst into laughter and waved his hand. A mere brat in his early 20s is already like this. He's not like a Taoist from Wudang but like a single beast roaming freely in the forest. After speaking, he glanced again at Jinmu, who was lying prone on the ground, and felt that he too needed to work harder. Perhaps in 5 years the name of Wudang would resound throughout the Central Plains thanks to Jinmu. Thinking so, he opened his mouth to call out. Zhuge Zhijian immediately answered. Zhu Jiliang turned his head and said, "It seems we won't be able to hold on to Taoist Master Jinmu." Upon hearing that, he was immediately shocked. Zhuge Zhijian anxiously stepped forward to dissuade him. Taoist Master Jinmu's martial arts are far superior to what I had thought. He is surely an essential talent for the path of the martial alliance. Before he could finish, Zhu Jiliang cut him off. Grand strategist, a wild beast is all the more impossible to cage. Zhuge Zhijian still wouldn't give up and tried to argue. But if we keep the Taoist Master in the martial alliance, it would be even more. Beside him, Zhu Jiliang also crossed his arms and twisted his body, putting on a sad expression as he said that he too was dying to keep Jinmu by his side, but this fellow was the type who had to be allowed to run wild. Looking down at the person lying on the ground, he couldn't dare to imagine how strong Jinmu would become if he were allowed to learn and experience things freely. At that thought, Zhu Jiliang laughed heartily again, patting Zhuge Zhijian's shoulder to console him. In any case, he is the sword of Wudang. We cannot force him to stay in the martial alliance. After speaking, he called for Shanshan again, and she answered immediately. Zhu Jiliang smiled brightly and ordered, "Take Jinmu to the Wuhan branch family to rest, and when he wakes up, tell him that I was very pleased with his greeting." Twilight enveloped the vast estate. A moment later, the lights in a small room slowly came on. Zhuge Shan, smiling awkwardly, relayed Zhu Jiliang's words to the just awakened Jinmu. Hearing them, he twisted the corners of his mouth and cursed furiously in his mind. Beside him, the two disciples, Chengcheng and Chengwu, couldn't hide their admiration upon hearing that Jinmu had not only fought the sword saint but had also competed on equal footing. He looked away uncomfortably. Equal footing, my ass. Jinmu looked at his own hands and began to sink into thought. This was the first time he had fought with all his might since entering this body. Although his opponent had not used his full strength, Jinmu had been miserably defeated. He bit his lip and clenched his fists. People are naturally more skilled at what they are accustomed to. When he was Helian Wuzheng, he primarily used fists and palms. Jinmu was not at all suited for Wudang's sword techniques, so it was natural that he couldn't defeat Zhu Jiliang with a sword. He clenched his fists, vowing that he must obtain the yin-yang heart art. The more he recalled that old man's triumphant look, the more Jinmu's anger flared, and he swore to defeat him next time. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he turned to his two disciples and asked, "I returned too late and couldn't keep my promise to you." Chang Chong and Cheng Wu said it was fine and told Jinmu to rest assured, as they could tour Wuhan tomorrow. Hearing that, he calmly said that tomorrow wouldn't be possible as he planned to leave this place as soon as the sun rose. Upon hearing that, they were immediately bewildered and didn't understand. A second later, Cheng Wu and Cheng Chong immediately started shouting for Jinmu to stay. Cheng Chong immediately lowered his voice and pleaded, "If Martial Uncle leaves this place, we don't know when we will be able to see you again." "This is too sudden," they exclaimed. Jinmu paused, then fell silent, lost in thought. The original purpose of his journey was to get away from Wudang, but thinking about it now, he really didn't know when he would meet these two again. He glanced at them at that moment. Cheng Wu and Cheng Chong were quietly sniffling. They were both his young martial nephews who had followed him from the very beginning. Jinmu finally sighed and raised the corners of his mouth to tease them. "Are you that sad? I've never been in a situation like this before. Well, anyway, you two are my first and second subordinates." He laughed cheerfully and said, "I'm leaving tomorrow, so I'll give you a little present." Hearing this, Cheng Chong and Cheng Wu looked up at him with curiosity. The next morning, Shanshan, Cheng Chong and Cheng Wu were walking side by side in the courtyard. Cheng Wu, recalling what Jinmu had said the day before, asked Cheng Chong with swollen eyes if he knew what the gift was. Cheng Chong on the other side also looked blank and said he didn't know. He pouted with a tired face and said, "I'd rather Martial Uncle not leave than receive a gift. I still can't believe I have to go on for a while without Martial Uncle." Cheng Chong didn't answer, just bowed his head sullenly. Suddenly, Jinmu's voice came, startling them. "You're up early too?" He furrowed his brows and scolded, "I told you to come as soon as it was light." Cheng Chong and Cheng Wu came running in a hurry. Seeing their swollen eyes, Jinmu nagged them again. "Do you think I'm going to die? Why are you crying so much?" Cheng Chong bit his lip and didn't answer, and Cheng Wu immediately started to sob. Jinmu hurriedly shouted to shut him up, saying he'd say his piece quickly and leave. After speaking, Jinmu pointed his finger at Cheng Chong. "You are more talented in swordsmanship than anyone else." Hearing his martial uncle praise him, he happily raised his head. Jinmu continued to admonish him. "Although your qigong continues to grow stronger as you practice sword aura, it is still limited by distance. Don't worry about consuming your qigong and don't try to forcibly conserve it. Qigong and swords are just tools for harming people. What's important is the cohesiveness to maintain form and power," he analyzed with emphasis. Beside them, Zhuge Shan suddenly realized that the gift Jinmu spoke of was this very teaching. Jinmu solemnly pointed at him and said, "You may not understand my words now, but later when you encounter an obstacle in your training, it will surely be of great help in achieving enlightenment." Cheng Chong immediately understood and hurried to thank him. Shanshan stared at them blankly. Even though they weren't master and disciple, Jinmu taught the two of them as comfortably as if they were having a normal conversation. This was something she had never experienced before. Zhuge Shan clenched the fist she held to her chest. Not even her father had taught her so comfortably. A martial artist's enlightenment is gained through experiencing long periods of pain and patience, so it is difficult to pass on to others. They only try to hide it. Even if it is their own disciple, they will not impart it unless the person is properly prepared. It is even more impossible for an outsider. So Shanshan was very surprised. Was this the normal atmosphere among the rising generation of Wudang? If she remembered Jinmu's teachings, it would surely be helpful to her later when she was at the same level as Cheng Chong, after realizing why he had called her over as well. She looked at Jinmu, who was turning his head to call for Cheng Wu with a very grateful gaze. Seeing him raise his hand excitedly, he hesitated slightly. Seeing Cheng Wu's expectant expression, Jinmu chose his words for a moment and said that he was very simple-minded. Cheng Wu was puzzled and didn't understand. He pointed to his head and said, "Don't stop because of what others say, just keep moving forward. You don't suit other things, so just develop in one direction. If you continue like that, someday your name will be famous for your fist and kicking techniques." Cheng Wu happily accepted Jinmu's teachings. In this lifetime he would never know that these were the words he had said to Qian Yu Miang, the leader of the Qiaxajiomden, who possessed the strongest combat power in Chonsapa and was his most loyal subordinate in the past. Jinmu believed that Cheng Wu would one day become like him. After speaking, he waved his hand and turned around, urging them to train hard. Lastly, Jinmu didn't forget to remind Cheng Chong to take good care of Cheng Wu. Knowing that his path was different from his, he couldn't hold on to his martial uncle, so he just looked at Jinmu with teary eyes and called out, "Martial uncle." After speaking, Cheng Chong slowly knelt down. He respectfully kowtowed to him. Cheng Chong said with tears in his eyes, "You must stay healthy until we meet again." Jinmu looked at them and felt a strange emotion blooming in his heart. When he was a member of the evil faction, his only connection was with Qian Yu Miang. Others made Jinmu always wary of being stabbed in the back or losing his life. Such a life made him feel like he was walking on thin silk every day. "Why on earth do these guys admire me so much?" Jinmu couldn't understand and snorted, then angrily shouted at the two disciples kneeling in front of him to get up. "If you don't satisfy me by the time we meet again, I'll wring your necks." So get up and go train. Chungwoo and Chungchung heard his words, looked up at Jinmu and smiled. He blushed, turned around and warned them not to follow. Chungwoo and Chungchung immediately replied obediently that they understood and told him to go carefully. But suddenly Shanshan came running after Jinmu. As she ran and called out, he stopped and asked what was wrong. Shanshan respectfully thanked Jinmu loudly. Your words, Taoist master, were a great help to me as well. He raised the corner of his mouth and said to consider it a request to take care of those two martial nephews of his. Shanshan then smiled brightly and asked Jinmu where he was going, but he didn't pay attention and walked away waving goodbye. Do you think I'd tell you? Shanshan clasped her hands, smiled at Jinmu's back and finally bowed respectfully and shouted loudly. May your steps toward the mission of a hero always lead you in the right direction. Jinmu heard the two words hero and raised the corner of his mouth as if it were funny. Then he immediately got into position and leapt up. Jinmu ran like an arrow through the forest. He had never thought of such a thing. He ran without rest, and the 2 rows of trees above his head moved like lightning. Finally, Jinmu stopped. He stood on a rock and admired the magnificent mountain scenery. Since I've left, I might as well let them walk the path of a villain. That path is much more interesting, and it suits my personality better. Jinmu lowered his hands and shouted in his heart, just you wait for me to become. In a large garden, Shangwan Ping picked up a stone that had fallen on the ground. Suddenly he noticed something. Seeing a wilted cabbage, Shangwan Ping sighed. The ones next to you sucked up all your nutrients, didn't they? Suddenly, a woman came running in a hurry. You're here again? He recognized her as Zizen's daughter-in-law. She anxiously urged Shangwan Ping to get up before anyone saw him. As he smiled, patted his back and stood up, he asked, what does it matter if someone sees? Zizen's daughter-in-law pointed to her own face and said aggrievedly, people don't say anything in front of you, my lord, but behind your back they curse us servants. Shangwan Ping immediately looked displeased. What does it matter what I do in my own house? From a distance, the servants who were watching them talk happily praised him for being simple. One of them brought up the story that Shangwan Ping had been a grand scholar. That person recounted the rumor that the castle lord had asked for his teachings but was refused. Another person, despite hearing that, praised Shangwan Ping for having a very high status but being willing to help whenever there was a major flood. Thanks to him, no one among the people within a 300-li radius went hungry. Not only that, but Shangwan Ping also divided his land among the peasants and even solved the famine beyond the 300-li radius. So the people's respect for him was sky high. Over there, Shangwan Ping was pointing at the wilted cabbage to Zizen's daughter-in-law. The vicious ones next to it sucked up all the water. They could have shared it. Truly greedy, she sighed and said she understood why so many people revered him. Where there are good people, there are also bad people. Isn't survival of the fittest the law of this world? Shangwan Ping replied in a low voice. Isn't this world truly sad? I'm pulling out the wilted tree, but in fact I should be pulling out the healthy tree that takes all the nutrients. Zizen's daughter-in-law sighed again and said that if he did that they would starve to death. He immediately burst into laughter. Suddenly a voice was heard calling for someone. She hurriedly answered and then urged Shangwan Ping not to do any more farm work. Is it because there's no one to nag you since your wife passed away that you're being so willful? After speaking, Zizen's daughter-in-law quickly ran off, not forgetting to tell him to take off his dirt-stained robe and have it washed. Shangwan Ping squinted and smiled at her back, then turned his head again and muttered, the weak tree is destined to die anyway, but if I pull out the tree next to it and give it to the people, everyone can eat their fill and the weak tree can also live. After speaking, Shangwan Ping quietly looked at the green cabbage for a long time. Suddenly a voice called for the third palace master. He answered briefly but still didn't turn around and heard the report that the mission in Jingzhou had failed. Shangwan Ping furrowed his brows and fell into thought. He asked if there had been a tail, but the person immediately denied it. Since Wu Qing is dead, there's no way we could have been tailed. When Shangwan Ping asked about the child again, the reply immediately came that the Martial Alliance was investigating. Hearing the words Martial Alliance, he thought that the one who interfered with their work was Yang Xiaofeng. But the subordinate apologized, saying they had not yet identified who it was. Shangwan Ping said they could just replace him with another child. The subordinate asked again what to do about the child in the Martial Alliance. At his question he was silent for a moment. Soon, Shangwan Ping's somber voice followed. Kill him. This is a sacrifice for the new world. No matter how pitiful, blood must be shed. The subordinate heard his words and didn't say anything more, just replied that he understood. Suddenly he asked how the search for Ruyi was going. The subordinate replied that the trail was still faint, but they had found a clue at Wayul first. So if they could just obtain that, the secrets of the Qingcheng sect would be revealed. Shangwan Ping knelt down and looked at the wilted cabbage, saying that they needed Delang's help. The subordinate asked again if Chungrung would move. After receiving his confirmation, he tried his best to dissuade him. If we move on a large scale, there is a high possibility that the Tang clan will find out. Shangwan Ping stretched out his hand and cut off the subordinate's words. We must obtain it, no matter what it takes, even if we have to forge a blood alliance with the Tang clan and Qingcheng. As he spoke, he grabbed a good green cabbage. The new world is not far away now. As he spoke, Shangwan Ping gave a strange smile. After speaking, the good green cabbage was uprooted by his hand. He looked at the two cabbages in his hand and said, this one or that one, you are all useless pests to society. Finally, he growled with a twisted smile, just you wait, I will eliminate the cancers of society. On a sunny day at Dongjing Lake, the cows in the pen mooed a few times in a row. In the cattle market outside Dongjing Lake, people were still living their lives as usual. A blade resolutely struck a chunk of beef. Bai Xiao was sweating profusely, busy cutting the meat, and raised the knife again. Bai Xiao stared intently, and his hand quickly divided the chunk of beef. A man exclaimed in admiration. He squatted down and couldn't help but marvel at the pieces of beef being thrown. Brother's skill is the best among the butchers of Dongjing Lake. Not only is it very fast, but the large chunks of meat filled the basket in an instant. And with that kind of body, how can you dismantle a whole cow so easily? Bai Xiao panted, stuck the knife into the table and cut him off, telling him to take the meat. After speaking, he picked up the wine bottle again and gulped it down. Seeing that, the guy sighed. He threw a money pouch to Bai Xiao and advised him not to drink too much. He glared and growled, "If you're done with your business, get lost." At that, the guy who came to buy meat was immediately frightened and couldn't say half a word. He hurriedly hugged the bag of meat and left, muttering, "Look at that glare." Bai Xiao looked down at the money pouch. In the middle of a pile of gold coins was a small note. He lightly picked up the note with 2 fingers. Bai Xiao silently read the note, and his expression grew darker the more he read. In the dead of a quiet night, Bai Xiao staggered through the empty market. He walked slowly with his hands hanging down and his head bowed. Finally, Bai Xiao stopped in front of a house. After a while, it was completely quiet outside, and a few willow trees swayed in the wind. Bai Xiao came out again with a rather disheveled appearance, turned and walked away. A meat-cutting knife was tightly gripped in his hand. Bai Xiao's back gradually disappeared, and a human shadow suddenly appeared at the cow's feet. Bai Xiao still walked past the cows in the pen in that posture. He continued to walk like that, and after a while he finally stopped and stood in front of a pen. Inside the pen, a rather large cow was looking at him. The cow was trembling as if it sensed what was about to happen. In its eyes was reflected the ferocious figure of Bai Xiao reaching out. He suddenly grabbed the cow's neck tightly and it let out a fierce cry. Bai Xiao immediately gave a strange smile. The cow struggled desperately but couldn't move his hand at all. The muscles in Bai Xiao's forearm bulged strangely. After a while, the cow finally stared wide-eyed and collapsed. At this moment he withdrew his hand, and it was already collapsing into a gaunt figure with only bones left. Bai Xiao looked at the cow on the ground and raised the corner of his mouth, rubbing his 2 fingers and thinking if this would be enough. It's good to take other people's things, but I can't leave any traces, so I have no choice. Finally, Bai Xiao sighed, turned, and left. Dongjing Lake is a large lake located at the end of Hunan Province, and it is the center of the waterways through which the ships of all the merchant guilds and escort agencies in the Central Plains pass. At the same time, it is also the place where the most recluses of the martial world reside, and many sects have established branches there. Regardless of the orthodox or unorthodox factions, all the martial forces revealed their ambitions, but no one managed to occupy it. This was also like their tacit agreement. Jinmu muttered, regretting that he couldn't swallow this place in the past, and then patted his own shoulder to comfort himself. Anyway, the entire Central Plains will be mine later. The first place Jinmu would visit among the 5 great Taoist sects was Qingcheng in Sichuan and then Gulin-Gongtong and Huashan. That was the fastest route. He was thinking of stopping by a money exchange to get some money when his eyes were suddenly drawn to a noisy crowd in front. Several people in front were discussing a serial dismemberment case that had been repeated several times. If it's Inspector Zhang, he's a well-known master in the government office. So how did he end up like that? Jinmu glanced from the side at the corpse being discussed. This is Dongjing Lake. A place without a master will be full of uncontrolled martial artists from the pugilistic world, therefore conflicts will continue to arise. After a while, he smelled a strong odor from there and hurriedly turned and left. At this time, in the cattle market, several residents were angrily cursing under an old tree. A cow died like this again. Suddenly, the question, "Did your cow die again?" was heard, attracting Jinmu's attention. Hearing that the cow had its blood sucked dry, he was immediately surprised. As the 2 men were discussing this strange phenomenon, Jinmu suddenly rushed over. The cow owner who saw him immediately shouted unpleasantly. As soon as he asked, Jinmu choked him. He grabbed the man's neck, lifted him high, and asked roughly, "What happened?" Jinmu observed the dry cow corpse in the pen and then somberly ordered the owner to tell him everything he knew. Jinmu looked at the person struggling in his grip and told him to tell him everything he knew. The guy painstakingly spat out each word. This humble one knows nothing. After speaking, he swung his hand and threw him to the ground. Jinmu crossed his arms and asked the owner, "Do you really know nothing?" He hurriedly recounted everything, emphasizing that this had happened more than once or twice. Hearing that, he immediately thought of the only technique that could turn a healthy body into a dried corpse overnight. Jinmu was sure it was the chi absorption technique Kai Chi Fa. He suspected inwardly, is this the work of the demonic cult bastards? But the traces left on the corpse were different from the imitations of the past. It was the original form of the chi absorption technique, its primordial form. Jinmu slowly clenched his fists. There was no way anyone in the martial world now knew this, because the last person to inherit this technique was himself in his previous life. The benefactor who taught him the chi absorption technique emphasized one taboo: never kill the target from which you absorb chi and blood. The moment a martial artist uses the chi absorption technique to kill an opponent, evil energy accumulates in the body. The more it accumulates, the more severe the side effects become. Gradually, the martial artist will be unable to suppress the urge to kill, and because they cannot live a normal life with a dazed mind, they can only endure by drinking a lot of alcohol until their reason becomes clouded. The body continues to weaken, the internal energy forcibly obtained through the chi absorption technique scatters, and eventually, the body of the one who absorbed it withers and perishes. Therefore, if this technique is used incorrectly, one becomes a demon. But he firmly adhered to the taboo, polished its foundation, and successfully cultivated the Black Dragon primordial art, allowing him to reign at the peak of the martial world as a peerless master. But this damn bastard completely ignored that taboo. Jinmu was sure this guy was suffering from the side effects. Then he will become an indiscriminate killer, he guessed inwardly. By now he's probably holed up somewhere, drinking like a madman. The guy who knows the chi absorption technique must be related to Jinmu or his benefactor. He didn't know who he was, but he had to find him. On a quiet night, the bright moonlight illuminated the ground and someone gritted their teeth, trembled, and blocked a sword in front of him. Looking at the person standing in front, "So you're the guy who's been causing a stir lately. You were the one who killed Inspector John yesterday too." The owner of the blood-stained meat-cutting knife suddenly replied, "I've been getting a lot of requests lately, so I came all this way. That's even better for me." The man trembled and said he could give more, but Bai Xiao immediately waved his hand and refused. After speaking, he immediately launched himself forward. The guy glimpsed Bai Xiao's shadow brushing past him. A second later, he realized there was a bleeding wound on his neck. Bai Xiao suddenly gave a strange smile and watched the man he had just cut spit blood and cry out in pain. He even turned his head and added, "Because killing you is better than your money." Suddenly realizing the guy was dead, Bai Xiao looked surprised. "He died without even hearing my answer." After speaking, he sighed, took out a piece of paper and looked for the next name to kill. Suddenly, someone shouted, and Bai Xiao immediately glanced over. He looked at the person standing on the roof and asked who he was. Jinmu pressed his lips together firmly and didn't answer, just stared intently. Bai Xiao saw it and raised the corner of his mouth as if he understood. "On guard?" After speaking, his smile deepened. "Then I'll have to kill you." In just a second, Bai Xiao jumped from where he was standing and landed lightly in front of Jinmu. Bai Xiao didn't say much and immediately executed a move. He flew towards him like an arrow. Jinmu still stood motionless with his arms crossed, and Bai Xiao brushed past him in an instant. But right after that, he was surprised to see that Jinmu hadn't even drawn his sword. Bai Xiao immediately turned his head to check on the person standing behind him. Before his eyes was Jinmu, who turned his head and smiled at him. Bai Xiao was incredibly shocked at this moment. He blocked it with just his hand. He stopped, hesitated, and asked who he was. On this side, Jinmu slowly withdrew his hand. "That's what I want to ask." He turned and growled at Bai Xiao, asking, "You bastard, who are you? How do you know the chi absorption technique?" Bai Xiao heard his words and muttered the three words, slightly uncomprehending. "Chi absorption technique." Thinking so, he again pointed the tip of his knife at Jinmu and said with a faint smile, "I don't know such a thing, and you blocked it with just your hand. You're quite an interesting guy. I think you were just lucky to dodge my attack just now." Right after that, he licked his lips and revealed his madness. "But now I'll really kill you," Jinmu calmly assessed. He was so consumed by madness that he couldn't gauge his opponent's skill. It must be because of the side effects of overusing the chi absorption technique. Seeing him glare and swing his knife, he concluded, "He's turning into a demon now." Gradually, Bai Xiao would become crazed with murder, unable to distinguish reason, and would become a monster thirsting for blood day and night. Jinmu lightly jumped back to dodge his slash. Bai Xiao unleashed several slashes in succession, but they were all nimbly dodged by him. He seemed completely unaware that he was slowly dying. Bai Xiao swung his knife like a madman, but Jinmu still dodged easily. He observed his saber technique at this time and praised it, but this guy, his saber technique is very outstanding. Seeing his blade move in the air, his skill is truly a waste. If he was active as an assassin, he must have cultivated deep martial arts. But who on earth is he? If you only look at the ability to use weapons excluding internal energy, even in a state of madness, Jinmu silently concluded while dodging, he is much more outstanding than Chung Chong. Bai Xiao was very puzzled at this time. "Why do you keep dodging and not counterattacking? What a strange guy." After speaking, he got into position again, jumped up and shouted loudly as he swung his knife with all his might, "I'll finish you now." The slash brushed past his head and he was immediately excited. Thinking Jinmu had been hit, suddenly Bai Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. He saw that he was holding his blade. Jinmu raised his eyebrows and explained, "I wasn't just dodging, I was observing. You should be glad my curiosity saved your life." After speaking, the blade in his hand trembled, several cracks appeared, and it was immediately shattered forcefully by Jinmu's hand. He clenched his fist, squinted his eyes, smiled, and added, "I have a lot to find out, so I won't kill Bai Xiao." After speaking, Jinmu, without giving him time to prepare, immediately kicked Bai Xiao once in the stomach. Then he swung his fist and rushed at him. The fist landed squarely on his face and Bai Xiao's face immediately contorted. He immediately rolled his eyes and spit blood. Not long after, Bai Xiao was lying face down on the roof at Jinmu's feet. He nudged his face with his foot, thinking about where to start getting information. The night was still deep. In a quiet large house, Bai Xiao groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar space and decorations, he immediately came to his senses. Bai Xiao wanted to rub his head, get up and ask where he was. Suddenly a voice was heard, startling him. Seeing the person sitting in the chair and smiling at him, Bai Xiao was immediately too surprised to speak. He hurriedly cursed angrily and swung his fist to rush at him. But right after that, Bai Xiao realized his body had become weightlessly light. Jinmu saw him about to fall on him and looked disgusted. He angrily called Bai Xiao dirty and slammed him against the wall, breaking a piece of it. After the crash, Jinmu suddenly didn't understand. He was flustered and went to where Bai Xiao was lying and asked if he was that tired. The life force he stole doesn't seem to last that long. But all he saw was Bai Xiao gritting his teeth, trembling, and turning his head to groan that he would kill Jinmu. He calmly listened to Bai Xiao's weak curse. He knew the side effects of the qi absorption technique were serious, but seeing his body so gaunt from the side was really unpleasant. First, I need to bring him to his senses. Once he made up his mind, Jinmu immediately bent down and grabbed his hair to make him look at him. Bai Xiao stared blankly at him, raising his finger. What are you doing now? After speaking, Jinmu immediately injected something glowing into his head. It turned out to be the Taoist sect Wudang's immortal qi, which could repel evil and demonic energy. He himself had been injected with immortal qi when he first came to this body, so if he did the same to Bai Xiao, he would be able to come to his senses for a while. After finishing the injection, Jinmu slowly withdrew his hand, stood up straight, and asked Bai Xiao if he was sober. He bent over and panted for a moment, then looked up and carefully looked at Jinmu with fearful eyes, asking, "Who are you?" He then added, asking where this was. Jinmu was a little surprised that he didn't remember anything. He furrowed his brows and told Bai Xiao there was no need for that. "If you're sober, tell me. I know why you know the qi absorption technique." He muttered the 3 words qi absorption technique, not understanding. Jinmu immediately confirmed it. "The technique of sucking other people's qi and blood," he explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiao was immediately surprised and exclaimed, "How do you know that?" He started asking him detailed questions. "When you returned from your work as an assassin every night, you must have suffered from extreme pain the next morning, right?" Bai Xiao trembled in astonishment and said yes. "We call that Sangong qi dissipation," Jinmu slowly explained. "The life force of a cow can only sustain you for 2 shichen 4 hours, after which excruciating pain will overwhelm you. The only thing you could do was rely on alcohol to forget the pain for a while, but judging by your current state, that doesn't seem to have helped much. Your body wasn't originally like this, was it? Absorbing life force with the qi absorption technique doesn't cause this kind of problem." Hearing that, he lowered his head to look at his hands and confirmed it with a mumble. Then he added, "But at some point my body started to wither and the urge to kill began to arise." Bai Xiao held out his emaciated hands, trembling. "It ended up like this." Jinmu pointed his sword and said that was the side effect of the qi absorption technique. Bai Xiao was startled by the word side effect and looked up to ask again. He gritted his teeth and listened to Jinmu's question. "If you answer my question, I can cure you of that side effect." Bai Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief at his words that he could cure a disease that couldn't be cured no matter what method he tried. He wondered who this person was to be able to clearly see through his condition without him even saying anything and even say he could cure it. Bai Xiao hesitated with suspicion and guessed. "Could it be you're a shaman?" Suddenly being called a shaman, he was displeased and spat out a few curses. Seeing that, he was flustered again and said, "Then how can I trust someone I've seen for the first time?" Jinmu smiled calmly and said, "Bai Xiao, you don't have to believe me. It doesn't matter if I kill you here. I'm just giving you a chance to choose." After speaking, he repeated the question once more. "How did you learn that technique?" Bai Xiao gently clenched his fist on the floor. He thought to himself, "My life is already ruined and I'm going to die soon anyway. It wouldn't be bad to spill my guts to someone else while I have my last strength. And who knows, maybe this person can really cure my illness." Bai Xiao pondered for a long time before finally swallowing his saliva and mustering his courage. He began to speak to Jinmu. "I'll start with my story." Then, as if he had gone back to the past, Bai Xiao said that he was the small head of the Baizhang clan in Guilin. According to Bai Xiao's story, the Baizhang clan was a fairly prestigious orthodox sect in Guangxi. It had existed for many generations despite being within the sphere of influence of the evil faction. He ran the Baizhang clan with his capable parents and younger sister. It was a time when Bai Xiao was happy and had nothing more to ask for. But 10 years ago a man came, and a bloody battle broke out at Baizhang. He was Qian Yumiang from the Chon Sapa. Hearing the name Qian Yumiang, Jinmu was immediately startled. He said he was looking for a certain medicinal herb and wanted to enter the Sacred Heart Valley, where the Baizhang clan had kept many mysterious spirit herbs and elixirs for a long time. Of course, an orthodox sect like the Baizhang clan could not let Qian Yumiang set foot in a sacred place that the family had protected for generations. He was very strong. Bai Xiao painstakingly spat out each word in pain. "In the end, my father lost his life at his hands and my mother was so heartbroken that she took her own life. He also forcibly taught me this technique. He said that because I resisted until the end, he would give me the most painful death possible. After that, I couldn't suppress the crazed urge to kill. So I left my sister behind and left my hometown." Bai Xiao trembled and cried, then smiled and raised his hand. "I became an assassin just to survive." Jinmu realized that 10 years ago was when Qian Yumiang was searching for the longevity herb. Finally, he remembered that there was one more person who had learned the chi absorption technique. Jinmu had taught him the chi absorption technique because he was his most cherished subordinate. I'm sure I told him not to teach this technique to anyone else at that time. How dare he ruin someone's family with this technique? Jinmu looked at Bai Xiao, who was covering his eyes and sobbing, and understood everything. There was no way Qian Yumiang had properly taught Bai Xiao the taboos of the chi absorption technique. Having learned the wrong method of use, he would not have been able to avoid the ever-increasing urge to kill. He suddenly felt a huge sense of guilt. When you think about it, everything happened because of me. In the end, that damn bastard went to find the longevity herb to save me. He didn't know if practicing Taoist techniques changed one's personality, but now his heart was extremely heavy with guilt. Although he didn't know who he was, Bai Xiao was still grateful to Jinmu for bringing him to his senses. Bai Xiao recalled all the faces he had killed while he was out of his mind. A guy like me should die early and atone for my sins to those people. After speaking, he immediately rushed over and grabbed Jinmu's sleeve, begging him to end his sinful life. Bai Xiao shed tears and pleaded painfully. He had become an assassin and killed innocent people. But if it weren't for Qian Yumiang, Bai Xiao would not have ended up like this. Jinmu couldn't bear to look at him, he thought to himself. And thanks to Qian Yumiang, I'm now living as Jinmu. At this time, Bai Xiao closed his eyes and prepared to meet the end of his life. Jinmu immediately made several slashes on his body. A small wound appeared on Bai Xiao's forearm. His thigh was also the same. He finished slashing, sheathed his sword, and quietly looked at Bai Xiao. As he stared blankly at the wounds on his body, Jinmu explained, "Those acupoints are where the death energy gathers." Bai Xiao was dissatisfied and immediately shouted crazily, "Why don't you kill me?" But Jinmu gently placed his hand on Bai Xiao's head to calm him down. "You haven't forgotten the basic method of circulating qi, have you?" Immediately after, he ordered him to circulate his qi to drive all the death energy out of Bai Xiao's body. The house was quiet all night, and only when it was completely light did Bai Xiao bow his head and shout two words loudly, "Benefactor." "I don't know how I can ever repay this debt." Jinmu, looking tired, leaned back in his chair and said there was no need to repay the favor. Bai Xiao immediately raised his tear-stained face and sobbed, "I'm not in pain anymore and my body feels light. I don't know how to express it." After speaking, he thanked him once again. Jinmu shouted in annoyance as Bai Xiao continued to whine, "All right, just stop crying." After speaking, Bai Xiao immediately shut his mouth, lowered his head, and wiped his tears. A moment later, he suddenly raised his face and gave an incredibly eerie smile. "I understand, benefactor." Jinmu hurriedly looked away and muttered, "Yeah." Suddenly, Jinmu remembered something and reminded him of one thing. "But I haven't completely cured your illness yet. Since you've already mastered the chi absorption technique, you can't learn any other kind of internal art." Jinmu thought to himself. Maybe with the Yang heart art. Bai Xiao heard that and was about to say something, but Jinmu cut him off. "You can only practice the chi absorption technique." For a moment, the atmosphere froze for a few seconds. A moment later, Bai Xiao wailed again, cursing that he would kill Qian Yumiang, and Jinmu immediately had to calm him down. The chi absorption technique is not a bad technique. If you know how to use it well, it can be useful. Just absorb a little at a time. Bai Xiao heard that and raised his head blankly. Jinmu emphasized again, "As long as you don't kill the other person, death energy won't accumulate, so there are no side effects." After speaking, he immediately realized and clapped his hands in excitement. "So it's like a high-volume, low-profit business." Seeing this scene, Jinmu seriously wondered if Bai Xiao had developed multiple personalities due to the after-effects of his illness. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and asked, "How do you know so much, Jinmu?" Jinmu was immediately startled, stammered, and told Bai Xiao he didn't need to know. He immediately changed the subject and asked what he would do next. Bai Xiao replied, "I have to go back to my hometown Guilin," and he asked again what he would do when he returned. Bai Xiao unconsciously clenched the fist on his thigh. "I have a younger sister. I'll help her rebuild the Baizhong clan." He smiled bitterly and confessed his inner thoughts. "After that's done, I plan to take my own life." Jinmu was slightly surprised to hear that. Bai Xiao lowered his head and said sadly, "Although you forgave me and showed me mercy, the sin of killing still remains." He mentioned Bai Xiao's work as an assassin at this time. "In that case, you must have belonged to a group that takes on assassination requests. Will they let you go?" He hurriedly smiled brightly and said, "If I ask them to let me go, won't they?" Jinmu immediately frowned, pointed at Bai Xiao and asked, "Do you really think they'll let you go?" He knew that the characteristic of an assassin organization was that if their identity was revealed, they could be wiped out, so once you got involved in this line of work, you could never get out. He slowly stood up and asserted calmly, "Even so, now that I've come to my senses, I won't kill any more people, no matter what happens." After speaking, Bai Xiao lowered his head to say goodbye. Jinmu didn't hold him back either and waved his hand for him to go quickly. He quietly watched Bai Xiao walk away, trembling. "What's the point of repaying a favor when you don't even know my name?" After a while, Bai Xiao still hadn't moved. After a long time, he was still standing there trembling, and Jinmu was at a loss for words watching him. Jinmu narrowed his eyes and assessed Bai Xiao's condition. If the assassins came now, this guy would be beaten to death. After thinking for a long time, he finally gave in to his guilt. Jinmu accepted his fate and shouted loudly. He hesitated slightly and suggested, "I'll help you quit your job as an assassin." Hearing this, he was immediately so surprised he couldn't believe it. The next moment Bai Xiao's expression was tearful with emotion. Hearing him wail miserably again, Jinmu immediately shouted in annoyance, "Stop crying!" The two people's voices echoed throughout the alley. Outside, in the vagrant village outside Danjing Lake, a person was walking in the middle of a desolate land. The man approached the door of a house. Inside was a restaurant, and a customer was already sitting there. He went to the table behind the customer, sat down and ordered a bowl of noodles. After that, the man was silent for a while. A moment later he suddenly muttered a report. There's still no word from Bai Xiao. The killer on the other side was still eating his noodles deliciously. It was only after a long time that he opened his mouth, lifted a chopstickful of noodles and asked, "Did he fail?" The subordinate replied in the same posture. "One of the assassination targets is still alive. Bai Xiao also didn't show up at the hideout or the butcher shop." The killer heard that and nodded. "That's strange. He usually stumbles when he walks, but he succeeded every time he killed, so I thought he was a pretty interesting guy." He suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table. "What a pity." The killer glanced slightly behind him and ordered him to find Bai Xiao and take care of it himself. The subordinate was silent for a moment before accepting the order. The evening glow covered the crowded streets. Inside the inn, people were chatting noisily, and a chopstick poked a hot Xiaolong bao. The sound of someone calling benefactor was heard. Bai Xiao asked suspiciously, "Do we really just have to sit here?" Jinmu confirmed it by putting a dumpling in his mouth. Bai Xiao was anxious and suggested they hide, but he immediately cut him off. "Who's hiding?" Jinmu waved his chopsticks and replied playfully, "We're waiting for them in such a conspicuous place. You said you belonged to the Three Kills Hall or something, right?" Bai Xiao immediately confirmed it. Jinmu chugged his drink, frowned and asked, "Do you know where those bastards' den is?" Bai Xiao said, "I only know it's in the vagrant village." After speaking, he slammed the cup on the table and said, "So we can't go there. Why would we crawl into their den and take unnecessary risks when we don't know the scale or the exact location? The basis of all fights starts with securing a favorable position for yourself." Bai Xiao listened to those words and just stared blankly. Finally he concluded, "Since we don't know where they are, we have to lure them to a place that's advantageous for us." The sun gradually set, and as night fell, the streets became even more crowded. Bai Xiao looked around and wondered how long they had to wander around like this. Jinmu stretched out his arms and yawned at length. "Until they start to move. If you're tired of waiting like that, you can absorb some internal energy with the qi absorption technique and recklessly storm their den." He narrowed his eyes and suggested with a smile. After speaking, he immediately cried out in fear. Bai Xiao hurriedly followed Jinmu, repeating that he would never use the qi absorption technique without reason again. He immediately sneered and asked when he had become a member of the orthodox faction. Suddenly, Jinmu stopped walking and opened his mouth with a serious expression. He quietly surveyed the quiet surroundings for a while. Jinmu asked Bai Xiao if he didn't feel anything strange. He asked blankly what it was. "We have guests." He turned his head and smiled. Jinmu turned and approached him. He only now realized that Bai Xiao had almost no internal energy. "So you can't sense it." After speaking, Jinmu immediately turned and leapt forward. He landed not far away. The next moment, Jinmu dragged out the person who was hiding in the dark. He swung his hand and slammed him hard on the ground. The guy stared in surprise at Jinmu, who was stepping on his back. He pressed him down with his foot and looked up carefully. On a nearby roof was another guy, and he was also watching them carefully. Suddenly, that watcher disappeared without a trace in a second. Jinmu raised the corner of his mouth and cursed. At this time, Bai Xiao rushed over and asked about the person lying at his feet. Jinmu said he was a member of the Three Kills Hall who had come to find his stray dog. He sighed and said helplessly, "How can you not know someone from the same organization?" He glanced away and said that he only knew the killer and the person under him. After speaking, Bai Xiao returned to the main topic. "Are we going to interrogate this person now to find out about the Three Kills Hall?" Jinmu was surprised and didn't understand why he had to do that. He said he wanted to eliminate their combat power now. "I'm going to take out the guys who come here one by one and weaken their strength, until they go crazy." After speaking, Jinmu smiled brightly again and said he needed his help. Bai Xiao immediately asked what he could do. He narrowed his eyes, pointed at the killer on the ground and told him to suck. Bai Xiao was immediately struck by lightning. Jinmu shouted that if it was to build up strength he had to do whatever it took. Bai Xiao firmly refused. He immediately approached him, patted his shoulder and smiled slyly. "That guy is a bad assassin who kills people for money, so you don't have to feel guilty," Jinmu said temptingly. Bai Xiao nervously swallowed his saliva and agreed. He carefully instructed him, "Just suck a little, enough so that he doesn't die." Bai Xiao nervously bit his lip and grabbed his hand. The place he grabbed was the pulsating location where the qi was most abundant. Bai Xiao was very curious about how vigorous this person's qi and blood would be. Thinking so, he immediately clenched his fist and he groaned in pain. With the echoing scream, blood splattered everywhere. Jinmu praised him with satisfaction. "Which one should I make your prey next?" he said as he moved forward. A flash of light flickered in the dark, and something came flying straight at Jinmu. The next moment, he immediately swung his sword to block it. The needle was deflected and fell to the ground. The killer stared in horror. Jinmu didn't give him time to prepare, rushed at him and hit him squarely in the face. The killer's eyes rolled back and he fell, but in an instant Bai Xiao rushed over and grabbed his face. He gave a wicked smile. On the other side, Jinmu caught another one. He flew like the wind, continuously punching the assassins. Finally, Jinmu charged at full speed and slammed the fifth one hard against the wall, breaking the bricks. After finishing, he turned his head excitedly and asked Bai Xiao, "Is this enough to fight with?" He was busy lifting one of them high. After throwing him to the ground, Bai Xiao slowly approached. "It's more than enough, benefactor." He gave a satisfied smile. Elsewhere, the killer asked in surprise if all the dozens of low-level assassins were dead. The subordinate lowered his head and denied it. "Their bones are broken and they are unable to fight. The martial arts of the guy with Bai Xiao don't seem to be ordinary." He carefully looked up at him. The killer asked who he was. "What is his relationship with Bai Xiao?" The subordinate replied that he had not yet confirmed it. He frowned and concluded grimly that the opponent was not an easy one. After speaking, the killer stood up and decided to take action himself. He put his hands behind his back and declared that he would give 1 tael of gold to whoever brought Bai Xiao's head. On a peaceful morning in the village, Bai Xiao wandered around recalling how he had harmed others with the qi absorption technique. Jinmu was disturbed by him and scolded him irritably. "Just accept the fact that you lose your mind whenever you smell blood last night." Hearing that, Bai Xiao immediately shouted. He couldn't understand and argued why it was so when he didn't even kill them. Jinmu recalled the scene yesterday when Bai Xiao had the eyes of a beast crazed for slaughter, but he couldn't understand why as soon as his life force was depleted he had turned into the kindest orthodox member in the world. He picked up his wine glass and decided to take this guy to Baizhang and kick him out. In the meantime, 2 people entered the door without Jinmu noticing at all. The killer and his subordinate came in calmly. At this time Bai Xiao suddenly glanced over. As soon as he saw who had come he was frightened and his eyes widened. Bai Xiao blankly muttered the name Salju, and Jinmu was startled and turned his gaze in that direction. Only then did he notice that the people sitting on the second floor were secretly peeking at them. Among the customers in the restaurant there were also a few assassins mixed in, peeking this way. Jinmu was surprised and burst out laughing. He hadn't expected them all to have already infiltrated this place in the short time he was arguing with Bai Xiao. Jinmu contemptuously raised the corner of his mouth. To come brazenly in such a miserable state in broad daylight. The killer approached, smiled, and suggested they join them. He crossed his arms and said with a bored expression, "What else was there to ask?" The killer smiled and thanked him. Bai Xiao looked at him nervously. Jinmu crossed his arms and sized up the person in front of him. "Seeing that old man acting so politely, even though I'm much younger than him, he probably wants to negotiate first, right?" The killer thanked him with a humble attitude. "I heard that you have forgiven our mistakes," he sneered without hesitation. "If I had been angry yesterday I would have killed all of them." He frowned in anger at those words. The killer stroked his beard and revealed that the 3 kills Hall did not want to be hostile to Jinmu. "I don't know what relationship you have with Bai Xiao, but if you leave Bai Xiao and quietly leave this place, we will let this matter go quietly," he warned grimly. He burst out laughing at the few words that he didn't want to be hostile. "Weren't you the ones who attacked first? What are you talking about after dragging all your subordinates here?" Jinmu raised the corner of his mouth after speaking. That subordinate couldn't stand it and rushed over, grabbing his shoulder and cursing. Jinmu looked at his actions indifferently. He glared with cold eyes. "Do you want to fight?" Immediately, a powerful killing intent suddenly erupted, covering the entire house. Even the killer couldn't help but be surprised by this killing intent. The subordinate who was holding Jinmu's shoulder broke out in a cold sweat. "What is this terrifying killing intent?" Suddenly, he was slammed hard on the floor. The killer frowned and calculated. "I heard reports that he was a master, but I didn't expect Jinmu to be this strong. There's no other way. I have to kill him." Thinking so, he immediately raised his hand high. Suddenly a voice rang out, and his hand stopped in midair. "If you lower that hand, all of you will meet your end here immediately," he declared darkly. The surrounding assassins suddenly collapsed with painful expressions. The other guys screamed, one after another, and even the killer trembled, unable to withstand the terrifying aura that seemed to crush his whole body. Jinmu propped his chin on his hand and sneered. "Now I don't look like I'm joking, do I? Who should I send to hell first?" The killer hugged his arms and trembled, arguing with his subordinate. "You never told me he was this strong." He immediately gritted his teeth and stammered. He looked at the confident young man in front of him. The killer knew very well that if he fought him, all these assassins in Danjing Lake would be wiped out. He immediately called Jinmu great hero and shouted. He raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the killer who was kneeling and begging for his life. Jinmu touched his chin and pondered. "It's commendable that you grasp the situation well, but what should I do since you disturbed my meal and ruined my mood?" Hearing that, he immediately became anxious and nudged his subordinate with his elbow, urging him to take something out. A moment later, a few silver ingots were offered along with the killer's pleas. Jinmu smiled strangely and he saw it and immediately waited nervously. A moment later, he immediately changed his face, smiled brightly, and said, "If you meet just 2 demands, I'll let it go. First, you will never touch Bai Xiao again," he said in a low voice. "And the second is a very trivial matter. You just have to think that you were bitten by a mosquito." The killer, who was kneeling on the ground, was puzzled when he heard that. A long time later outside, Jinmu took a comfortable deep breath. He asked Bai Xiao how he felt after safely escaping from the assassin organization. He clenched his fists and praised Jinmu unstintingly. Bai Xiao felt that if he hadn't run into him that night, he would still be living like a soulless corpse now. I don't know why Benefactor is helping me so much. Hearing this, Jinmu was immediately startled and paused, but I will definitely repay this debt, he smiled happily and promised. Seeing that, Jinmu also raised the corner of his mouth in satisfaction. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and told Bai Xiao to sit down, and he tilted his head in confusion. I have something to tell you before we leave. It's very troublesome to travel with a guy who stumbles around. Of the internal energy obtained through the chi absorption technique, a martial artist absorbs only the pure chi and discards the rest. It is a technique superior to any other. As long as you purify the source of the absorbed internal energy, you can break through to a specific martial arts realm the fastest. Only after hearing everything did Bai Xiao realize this was the method of gathering the true chi absorbed by the chi absorption technique into the Dantian. Jinmu earnestly instructed, that is the basis of the Black Dragon primordial art. He decided to clean up the mess that Qian Yumiang had made and clean him up as well. Bai Xiao will kill himself anyway. The primordial is the original form and source of all true chi. It is the darkness before everything is refined, he explained meticulously. The beginning is the end, and the end is also the beginning. Everything returns to one, not two. He gently closed his eyes and fell into thought. The order created in the depths of chaos is called the primordial art. In the forest where only the sound of rustling leaves could be heard, Jinmu's voice echoed. At the same time, Cheng Chang told the other two that he missed him. Cheng Wu immediately chimed in and said that he had also dreamed of Jinmu last night. Shan Shan happily intervened. Anyway, the Dragon and Phoenix tournament starts today, so we'll have to be more careful. Let's do our best. Cheng Chang smiled confidently. So that we don't tarnish our martial uncle's reputation. After speaking, they turned and walked towards the door. The opening day of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament had officially begun. In the spacious courtyard, Zhuge Shanshan's voice echoed. The ranks of the martial artists participating in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament will be divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D through a test. Only 8 people will be selected for the highest class of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, Class A. And today's test is a test of internal strength and basic knowledge. Cheng Wu immediately noted the incredibly high competition rate. They're only picking 8 people out of so many? He knew beforehand that this test would be very harsh, but he said he was still worried. Hearing that, Cheng Chang immediately called Cheng Wu's name. Since Martial Uncle is on a journey, only the 2 of us now represent the honor of Wudang here. He emphasized each word and reminded him not to be afraid. We must work hard so as not to tarnish the faces of Wudang, our martial uncle, and the 5 dragons. Cheng Chang looked at Cheng Wu with expectation, and he was immediately delighted. Seeing that, Shanshan was also infected by the positive energy and smiled. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard, attracting her attention. Who do we have here? Akpiang narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly, opening his arms and approaching them to greet them. Young lady, aren't you the daughter of the Zhuge clan? Shanshan recognized this person. He was the 3rd son of the Ak family in Shandong, Akpiang. Akpiang propped his chin on his hand, rolled his eyes, and looked disappointed. It seems Brother Zhuge Tian has already returned to his clan. I thought I might get to have a drink with Brother Zhuge Tian this time. She looked unpleasantly at him as he acted friendly. Is he trying to pull me over to his side? Suddenly, Akpiang turned his attention to the 2 people who came with her. When Shanshan introduced them, Cheng Wu and Cheng Chang immediately bowed their heads politely in greeting. Upon hearing they were disciples of Wudang, Akpiang showed an overt expression of contempt, calling them disciples of a sect on the verge of collapse in his mind. Thinking so, Akpiang pretended to ask casually again, why is a young lady like you with disciples of a Taoist sect that's about to be wiped out? Hearing that, she immediately became angry and rebuked him for being too harsh. Akpiang laughed loudly, saying he hadn't said anything wrong and that Shanshan was overreacting, then invited her to go with him to the other side. Everyone is waiting to see our beautiful young lady. Over there, his friends were looking at Shanshan with meaningful smiles. Wouldn't the young lady also need friends to rely on here? At these words from Akpiang, she clenched her fists at her waist in anger. Shanshan could guess that this damn guy's intention was to take her over there and make a spectacle of her. But when Akpiang once again spoke ill of Cheng Wu and Cheng Chang, Shanshan finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She growled in anger. You really? Suddenly, a hand was placed on the shoulder of Shanshan, who was grinding her teeth in anger. Cheng Chang calmed her down, saying that a few words of evaluation meant nothing to them. We just have to do our best as disciples of Wudang. She was immediately moved and called his name. At Cheng Chang's words, Shanshan realized there was no need to get angry at worthless people. Seeing the 2 of them smiling and talking, Akpiang became jealous and cursed inwardly. Suddenly, someone came and gathered the Wudang disciples, and Cheng Wu immediately called Cheng Chang to go with him. The 2 joyfully waved to Shanshan and she smiled and waved back in response. The young Master Ak over there saw that and pouted, thinking that the disciples of the defeated Wudang were acting all high and mighty. The first test was to measure the depth of one's internal energy by leaving a handprint on a large iron plate. Although the thickness of this iron plate was only 1 fun approximately, 3 millimeters. Many people could only leave a faint handprint, and there were even many who couldn't leave a handprint at all. Akbyung and his friends sneered, convinced that those guys would surely be greatly humiliated and would never set foot near the Dragon and Phoenix Pavilion again. A loud sound erupted throughout the courtyard, and the 3 guys who had just been sneering were now staring with wide eyes and open mouths in surprise. Even the person recording the scores was flabbergasted, unable to believe it. Chungwoo had pierced through the iron plate with one palm strike. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked if he had passed. The scorekeeper dazedly replied that he had passed. Chungchong approached and chided Chungwoo for being too rough. He said in embarrassment, "You told me to use my internal energy and hit it hard, brother, so I thought I just had to punch through it. Just because others can't do it, does that mean you won't either?" If Marshal Uncle saw this, he would be angry that you didn't control your internal energy properly. Hearing their words, Akbyung was stunned in disbelief. Those unlucky bastards. Down in the courtyard, Chungchong asked how deep the handprint needed to be. The recorder hesitated and replied that more than half a fun would be enough. Hearing that, he said he understood and lightly placed his hand on the iron plate. Chungchong furrowed his brow and concentrated as much as possible, slowly pressing his hand into the iron plate in front of him. Akbyung immediately shouted loudly in disbelief. "To just press with your hand when it's not enough to even strike with all your might." At this time, Hai Wonsan, the second-generation disciple of the Wudang Sect, also looked down and fell into thought. Pressing is less focused in terms of power than striking. The iron plate under Chungcheng's hand slowly began to dent, and in the very next moment the recorder's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the iron plate dented in the shape of his hand. Soon after, Chungchong immediately removed his hand and asked him if it was enough. The recorder immediately stammered and announced, "You have passed." Hai Wonsan rested his chin on his hand and asked the 2 people, "Are those the second-generation disciples of Wudang?" Another disciple next to him stepped forward and confirmed it. "Aren't they too outstanding? Not only did they pass the test in a way no one else has, but they also drew everyone's attention in an instant." Hearing that, Hai Wonsan just smiled. As expected, even in decline, Wudang is still formidable. He thought he should remember these 2 names. Over there, Akbyung muttered in disbelief as he watched them leave. "How can they pass a test so leisurely?" Shanshan passed by and pushed him aside. "Could you please move?" She ran over happily, praising them continuously. "If Master Jinmu had seen the 2 of you like this, he would have been delighted." Chungchong humbly said that Shanshan was exaggerating. He blushed and lightly retorted, "If Marshal Uncle had seen us, he would surely have scolded us for a long time. In his eyes we are always lacking." She smiled and didn't answer. Chungchong is always thinking of Jinmu. It shows how well he has taught his martial nephews. Master Chungchong is a genius among geniuses who realized the state of Hyangyi profound key in his 20s. He will surely cause a great stir at this Dragon and Phoenix tournament along with Master Chungwu. Thinking so, Shanshan said she would also finish the test and go with the 2 of them. Chungwu was excited and wanted to boast about his achievement to Jinmu, but Chungchong immediately threw cold water on him. "We've only just passed one basic internal energy evaluation test and you're acting as if you've already entered Class A." After speaking, he once again worried if Jinmu was eating his meat well. She immediately reassured him that he would always be eating and living well and would surely be helping people in difficult situations. In a forest under a tall and large old tree, Jinmu opened his mouth to receive a piece of meat and let out a satisfied, happy sigh. "To think the taste can change so much depending on how you slice the meat," Bai Xiao, who was next to him, sighed. "To think there would be someone who asked me to slice meat with my family's swordsmanship." Seeing Jinmu munching deliciously, Bai Xiao suddenly felt a little pride. Suddenly someone approached, and at the sound of their voice the 2 of them stopped and turned around. A group of bandits stood there with swords smiling at them, and the leader opened his mouth. "How dare you roast meat in our backyard without permission?" He smiled perversely, licked the sharp blade and demanded payment for the meat they were eating. Seeing that they were bandits, Jinmu was excited and turned to Bai Xiao saying, "Those guys, they're bad guys, right?" As he immediately agreed, he, having heard a satisfactory answer, immediately lifted his chin and told Bai Xiao to go and suck them. At Jinmu's words he replied as if he already knew. Then he continued to sit peacefully, roasting and eating meat. Over there the bandits were terrified by Bai Xiao's frightening speed and were backing away. While he was dealing with the bandits, Jinmu tasted the meat and thought of Chungwu and Chungchong. He stuffed meat into his mouth and guessed whether those 2 good kids were worrying about him. "Your martial uncle is eating the best meat, cursing those wicked bandits and living a very happy life. So you don't need to worry." A month later, at the Baizhang clan in Guilin, inside a tall and large building, someone's shout suddenly erupted. "You unforgivable bastards!" In the hall, indignant voices continued to echo. "Those evil faction bastards are clearly looking down on us, clan leader." An elder clenched his fists and trembled, grinding his teeth and tearing up. "The leader of the Paoryokdong, No Youngchan, that damn bastard is over 50 this year. How dare he send a marriage proposal to the clan leader?" He growled in anger. Over there, the Baizhang clan leader, Baekyo Ryan, rested her chin on her hand, furrowed her brow and read the marriage proposal in her hand. The others once again clamored to attack the Paoryokdong. Baekyo Ryan furrowed her brow and muttered, "It seems they are provoking us." After speaking, she looked at the Grand Elder next to her and asked for his thoughts. The Grand Elder replied that he had the same thought as the clan leader. We cannot stand by and watch them send such a provocative marriage proposal, but our current power is weak. Fighting them would result in more losses than gains. If we start the fight first, we will be at a disadvantage, he analyzed calmly. Baekyo Ryan immediately threw the marriage proposal aside and shouted solemnly, "Our Baijang clan is the only orthodox faction protected by Guilin. Even if the Baijang clan's power has weakened now, the evil faction bastards cannot do anything to us. But if we can't endure this level of provocation and take action, we will be the ones who started the fight. Then we cannot ask for help from those around us." Hearing that, several elders nodded their heads dejectedly. "This marriage proposal is just a provocation to make us start a fight. No one should be shaken." Baekyo Ryan shouted loudly with a furrowed brow. She said with a frown, "It has been 10 years since my brother disappeared, and I have run around day and night enduring countless insults far worse than this. The Baijang clan had been protected in that way. I am not someone who will be swayed by such a childish provocation." Several elders immediately sniffled and felt heartbroken. After speaking, she stood up and ordered a letter to be sent, promising a meeting with the Poweryokdang's leader, No Young Chan. Baekyo Ryan asserted grimly that there would be no fight. Elsewhere, not too far away, Jinmu marveled at the beautiful scenery and at the same time was surprised by the size of the town. Bai Xiao proudly introduced. Guilin is a large central city that governs 14 counties. He didn't forget to boast that the Baijang clan used to rule all these places. Jinmu immediately cut him off. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard and the two turned around in surprise. Over there, a rogue was demanding protection money. His curses and the shop owner's crying and pleading were mixed. The streets were full of ruffians and evil faction martial artists. Bai Xiao had expected it, but this place had really changed too much. It also meant that the prestige of the Baijang clan had weakened. Thinking so, he immediately became grim, lifted his sword and was about to run over to cut down that rogue, but Jinmu hastily pulled him back. He reminded Bai Xiao that they had a place to go urgently, and then mentioned his long-missed younger sister again. Bai Xiao immediately blushed and hesitated. "When did I say I missed my sister?" Hearing that, Jinmu rolled his eyes and said, "Stop being so shy." After speaking, he once again urged Bai Xiao to eat and go their separate ways quickly. A moment later, the shop owner bowed and apologized that there were no seats in the shop. Jinmu immediately shouted when he heard that. He tilted his head and looked inside, revealing, "It looks to me like there are still plenty of seats." The shop owner was embarrassed and explained, "Actually, a fight is about to break out inside." He carefully peeked inside and said, "I'm worried, so I can't take any more customers." The atmosphere inside the shop was indeed tense. But why do martial artists both now and then always have to fight in taverns? As the owner sobbed unfairly, Jinmu also felt a little soft-hearted. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard, drawing his attention. "I will make it clear in this place. This clan leader respectfully declines the Poweryokdang leader's marriage proposal." The sound came from the second floor. Young Chan wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled vilely. "I just made the proposal because it's a pity that someone as beautiful and talented as clan leader Beck is still single." Baekyo Ryan furrowed her brow and cleverly refused. He didn't give up and uttered a few dirty words. "Clan leader Beck is over 30 and still doesn't know the pleasure of the union of yin and yang. I just feel sorry for clan leader Beck." As he spoke, Young Chan's expression revealed a blatant lecherous look. Baekyo Ryan looked at him grimly, and several elders behind her couldn't stand it anymore and were about to make a move. Seeing that, Young Chan again shouted crazily, "You said you came to talk, so what's with drawing your swords in the end?" She really wanted to kill that guy, but Young Chan was waiting for them to draw their swords, so Baekyo Ryan had to endure for now. Thinking so, she immediately adopted a gentle and soft attitude and said he had misunderstood. "Our Baijang clan does not want a fight to break out due to a useless misunderstanding. Since I have refused your marriage proposal, will you please leave first?" Young Chan was a little impatient to see her still enduring and sneered. "Since the famous clan leader is wagging her tail like a dog, I have no choice." Still, clan leader Beck think again about the marriage proposal. He led his subordinates and walked past her. What's not to like about this? Young Chan thought of something, blushed and smiled vilely. Suddenly, an unidentified energy surged up from downstairs and several people sitting on the second floor struggled to block it. Baekyo Ryan thought a fight had broken out and immediately shouted in anger, "Who is it? I expected Guilin would not be the same as before, but I didn't think it would be this chaotic." Bai Xiao slowly walked out in front of them. Yo Ryan was surprised and was about to ask who the person was. In the very next moment she clearly saw that familiar face. Baekyo Ryan dazedly uttered 2 words, "Brother." How could she not recognize the face of the person who had disappeared 10 years ago without a word of farewell? Young Chan heard these 2 words, "brother," and stepped forward laughing loudly. The clan leader said she didn't come to fight, but she was gathering a gang like this behind her back. Baekyo Ryan ground her teeth in anger and cursed. "To think a guy who's been out of touch all this time would suddenly appear and interfere with my business." He immediately laughed loudly, declared that the Baijang clan had started the fight and ordered his subordinates to charge. But after a long time no one appeared. Young Chan dazedly looked for his subordinates only to find them all collapsed on the floor. While he was still surprised, not understanding what had happened, Jinmu approached with a bright smile. "How about that? It's my work." Young Chan was flabbergasted and stared at him. Jinmu also stared at him. A moment later Young Chan came to his senses and shouted, asking who he was. Jinmu just narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying that he didn't need to know, and turned away. He slowly walked over to Bai Xiao's side, and then Jinmu hit him hard on the head and Bai Xiao almost slammed his head on the ground. "You damn Bai Xiao," he cried out in pain and confusion, asking unjustly, "Why did you hit me?" Jinmu also shouted in anger. "I told you to come in here to eat. When did I tell you to start a useless fight and cause a ruckus?" While Bai Xiao was trying to explain, one of Young Chan's subordinates spoke up. He cracked his knuckles and confidently said to leave it to him. "How dare these bastards suddenly interfere in our business?" After speaking, the subordinate swung his fist at Jinmu and shouted, "Don't block the way here, you damn brat." He just lightly dodged, and his fist cut through the air. In the very next moment, Jinmu grabbed the subordinate's wrist. He twisted it lightly, and he screamed in pain, "I'm in a good mood today, because it's the day I'm getting rid of that troublesome guy." Jinmu smiled brightly and let go of the man's hand. "So I'll forgive you." Young Chan trembled in fear, seeing him handle an elite martial artist of the Wudang with one hand, and asked who Jinmu was. He trembled and said, "I don't know what relationship you have with the Baizhang clan, Your Excellency, but they started this fight first." He grinned upon hearing that. "Where righteousness and evil cannot stand together, since we're already gathered in one place, this must be a fight between the orthodox and evil factions, right?" After speaking, Jinmu glared at him again, and asked in a low voice, "Are you going to keep fighting? If you want to challenge me to the end, I have no reason to refuse, but I have a place to go urgently, so choose quickly." Young Chan trembled and glared at him. Jinmu gently grabbed his neck and threatened, "Either get lost on your own or have your neck twisted by my hand right now." Suddenly he looked up and saw Ma Genjiam, who was also smiling at Jinmu. "To think there's such a young master in the evil faction, that's a good thing." Thinking so, he immediately said politely that he would withdraw, and he readily agreed. After speaking, Young Chan and his subordinates disappeared immediately without a moment's delay. "Thank you, great sir." Baekyo Ryan bowed politely, thanking Jinmu for his help. He rolled his eyes and said he had no intention of helping them. "If you want to thank someone, thank that guy. I just brought this runaway home." Jinmu raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at Bai Xiao next to him, and she coldly raised her head and looked at him. Bai Xiao tried to force an awkward smile, but Baekyo Ryan's complexion was dark. "He suddenly ran away from home and made me suffer for 10 years, and now he comes back with a master so skilled that he can subdue the leaders of the Wudang by himself." Baekyo Ryan wanted to hit her brother right now, but if she could form a connection with a master of this level, the Baizhang clan could become the hegemon of Guilin again. Baekyo Ryan couldn't just let this person go. After making a decision, she immediately and clearly asked to repay the favor. He forced the corners of his mouth up and said, "No need." Finding the young heart art had already been delayed by a month, so Jinmu could no longer be tied down here. Thinking so, he immediately turned and left, waving his hand for Bai Xiao to live well. He glanced at Jinmu's back and then looked back at his sister's sad expression. Bai Xiao bit his lip and pondered for a moment, then suddenly ran and pulled his arm. Jinmu immediately shouted unpleasantly, but Bai Xiao quickly covered his mouth. "Benefactor, please have a meal before you go." Hearing him offer to grill meat for him, Jinmu was slightly swayed. Bai Xiao earnestly swore that he would personally slice the meat deliciously for him. Jinmu was immediately torn. He couldn't help but think of the meat that Bai Xiao personally sliced and grilled. A moment later, Jinmu also eventually couldn't resist the temptation of grilled meat. Baekyo Ryan muttered, unable to understand the scene before her. Personally slicing meat, she grimly ground her teeth inwardly. "What on earth has that damn guy been doing outside for 10 years? Bai Xiao calmly closed his eyes, holding the meat in his hand and concentrated intensely. He immediately opened his eyes wide, and Bai Xiao threw the chunk of meat into the air. He quickly swung his sword and the small sliced pieces of meat fell directly onto the red-hot charcoal. Jinmu immediately praised him. "Your swordsmanship should be called an art." Bai Xiao proudly puffed out his chest while Baekyo Ryan and the Grand Elder brought him over. She thought dazedly to herself. To use the Nanpapungdo, which is only passed down to the direct line of the Baizhang clan just to slice meat. He immediately picked up a piece of meat and placed it on his plate. "Benefactor, please eat. The meat will get tough if it's overcooked." Bai Xiao handed another plate to Baekyo Ryan. "You eat too, sister." She immediately got angry and threw it far away. "Take it away, who said I would eat this?" Baekyo Ryan was contemptuous. "You piece of trash, you left the huge burden of the Baizhang clan to me and disappeared, and now you've come back to show me this miserable state," she shouted in anger. "To use the family's swordsmanship which our father protected for generations, to slice meat, a man who is the great clan leader of the Beck family acting like a butcher in a slaughterhouse." Bai Xiao listened sadly. "I don't need you, so disappear from my sight." The Grand Elder tried to comfort Baekyo Ryan. "Clan leader, please stop," she said angrily. "Forget it. I was the biggest fool in the world to be happy that he came back." Jinmu opened his mouth as he watched her back. "That woman has quite a personality." He grilled another piece of meat and said, "As expected of the pride of the Orthodox faction guys. A martial artist fights with martial arts, but besides that it's also used to enrich life. You just use it when you need it." He answered with a light laugh. "Yes, that's right. To rebuild the Baizhang clan, the main family must change." Bai Xiao stared at the sword he was holding. "There are times when you slice meat with a sword and times when you gut a fish. If necessary, you have to do whatever it takes." but my sister doesn't seem to understand that yet. He bit his own hand and teared up. Although I have committed a great sin, my sister's personality wasn't originally like that. Jinmu looked on helplessly. He lifted the wine bottle and opened his mouth. You have to change to rebuild? Why is this damn bastard suddenly making so much sense? Suddenly, he thought to himself. Why am I suddenly thinking of Wudang at the end of a long pilgrimage? Jinmu was so startled that he poured wine until it overflowed from the cup. Why am I missing those stinking Taoist bastards? He quickly emptied the cup and asked Bai Xiao. Well, would you like a drink? As he smiled at Jinmu, Bai Xiao replied, yes I would, on a quiet moonlit night at the Poweryokdong. Young Chan knelt and said, then what should we do now? Ma Genjiam looked at him and answered calmly, what do you mean what should we do? We should attack the Baizhang clan tonight. Young Chan was puzzled. What, so suddenly? But we have no justification to attack. He opened his eyes wide. That's for you to think about. How far do I have to help you? Young Chan ground his teeth. Damn it, how many factions are under the Baizhang clan? To attack so suddenly? It's obvious that the Poweryokdang's forces are no match. He looked up and anger welled up inside him. That unidentified person suddenly came and offered to help the Poweryokdang win, suggesting we engage the Baizhang clan. Young Chan was anxious. If our Poweryokdang hadn't been threatened by that guy, we wouldn't have been manipulated to this extent. Ma Genjiam pointed his finger and said, to add, we will take care of the master we met in the morning, so you don't need to worry about it. Your Poweryokdang just needs to focus on attacking the Baizhang clan. His eyes widened. As I said from the beginning, what I want is only one thing, the small sword owned by the Baizhang clan leader. Ma Genjiam came down. All rights, power, status, and honor except for that sword will all be yours. He came down close to Young Chan and tempted him slyly. Baekyo Ryan will also be yours. Young Chan smiled with pleasure upon hearing that. Ma Genjiam continued, I will prepare reinforcements, so attack the Baizhang clan tonight. Young Chan was surprised at the word reinforcements. He bit his lip and suspected. That person is helping our Poweryokdang to this extent? Is the small sword owned by the Baizhang clan leader worth that much? He soon smiled slyly. That's none of my business. I just need to gain the power of the Baizhang clan and take that arrogant Baekyo Ryan as my concubine. Thinking so, he replied, I will immediately gather all the martial artists of the Poweryokdang. After speaking, he ran out like an arrow. Ma Genjiam watched Young Chan leave and said with a smile, as expected, those blinded by greed are easy to manipulate. There are no reinforcements. Then he ordered the group hiding on the roof. The night has come. Everyone get ready. The promised time with daring the boss is approaching. We can't delay any longer. He smiled slyly. Our target is the Muyel acupoint-less sword owned by the Baizhang clan leader. We must seize it while the Poweryokdang is attacking, Ma Genjiam ordered. Failure is not an option. Let's go. A moment later, voices continued to echo. Everyone arm yourselves and prepare for battle. Meanwhile, the meat on the grill was making a sizzling sound. The two who were in the middle of drinking with Bai Xiao stopped at the loud noise. Jinmu was puzzled. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so noisy? Bai Xiao had the same question. Suddenly the Grand Elder ran up and called him. He reported, there are reports that evil faction martial artists are swarming to the Poweryokdang. Bai Xiao was puzzled. You mean those guys we met in the morning? Why are they? The Grand Elder shouted. Of course, to attack our Baizhang clan, he hastily continued. The Baizhang clan is in danger. At these words, Jinmu and Bai Xiao both froze. He was worried about his sister and asked where Yo Ryan was now. He replied, the clan leader has started an emergency elder meeting. He looked at Bai Xiao and wondered, those guys weren't a big deal, so why are you trembling so much? He lowered his head and replied sadly, you have high martial arts skills, benefactor, so you wouldn't know, but the Baizhang clan's power is very weak now. They started a fight with the Baizhang clan at the tavern. If something like this happens again like before, it's really unimaginable. Bai Xiao was afraid. If the Baizhang clan is attacked by them in this situation without being prepared, Jinmu tilted his head. Come to think of it, there was a pretty decent guy at the tavern. The memory in his head brought up Ma Genjiam. Jinmu was curious. He was the only one who endured my pressure back then, so I've been bothered by him. No matter how I think about it, there's something about him that piques my curiosity. He soon felt interested. I don't have anything to do tonight anyway, so should I go and check it out? If I'm lucky, I might be able to get some useful information. Jinmu stood up from his seat and Bai Xiao saw that and asked in wonder, benefactor, where are you going? He was told that he was going to the Poweryokdang. He asked worriedly, why are you suddenly going there? Bai Xiao suddenly realized something. He blushed and thought, is he trying to help our Baizhang clan? I knew it. It was also you who helped the Baizhang clan at the tavern earlier. Bai Xiao looked at Jinmu happily. You're trying to buy time for the Baizhang clan to ask for help from the surrounding factions, he exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, benefactor. I will prepare the martial artists immediately. He shattered Bai Xiao's rosy mood. What? I'm going alone, he shouted hastily. No, you can't. The Poweryokdang has many masters. They are the largest evil faction force in Guilin. Jinmu vaulted over the wall and answered. So what? Bai Xiao shouted at a loss. He turned to the Grand Elder and said, I can't let my benefactor go into the enemy's den alone to help the Baizhang clan. I will go with him, so please tell Yo Ryan to prepare the defenses firmly. He worriedly stopped Bai Xiao. Just the two of you are going to the Wudang? You can't. He also went over the wall, leaving the shouting Grand Elder behind. Just a moment ago, Jinmu and he were there, but in an instant the two left, leaving him alone in the wind. A moment later, Baekgyo Ryan learned that Jinmu and the other had gone to the Wudang and shouted at a loss. Do they think they are masters of the Sword Key realm? The Grand Elder asked her what they should do now. Baekgyo Ryan rebuked. What a fool. There's not even enough time to come up with a plan and he goes there to cause a commotion, she seriously ordered the Grand Elder. No matter how much I hate him, I can't let him die in the middle of the enemy's den. Gather the martial artists immediately and prepare to depart for the Wudang. Baekgyo Ryan prepared to leave, and did not forget to tell the Grand Elder to stay and strengthen the defenses, and he tried to stop her and persuade her. The Grand Elder seriously said he would lead the troops to the Wudang. Baekgyo Ryan glared at him and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" The Grand Elder mentioned the grudge from 10 years ago, and she held him back after hearing what the Grand Elder said about the deceased clan leader. Baekgyo Ryan bowed her head and listened to his confession. The Grand Elder smiled and said, "As the leader of the Baijang clan, please stay here and protect the main clan." And he advised her, "And please don't resent the young master too much. The reason the young master became like that is all because of that evil Qianmu League. From what I saw earlier, the young master's heart for the Baijang clan is still as steadfast as ever." He bowed his head to say goodbye and left. Tears welled up in Baekgyo Ryan's eyes. She gritted her teeth, wiped her tears, and cursed inwardly in anger. In the bright moonlight, the lights of a magnificent mansion were brightly lit. In the forest not far from there, Bai Xiao was hiding behind a tree. He told Jinmu, "That is the Wudang's household." He followed with a curious gaze and evaluated. "I can see right away that there is no aesthetic sense. It's a building that really suits those damn bastards. First, I will look for a place with weak security." Bai Xiao immediately turned around. Just a moment ago, Jinmu was standing there, but when he turned around he was already gone. When he turned back, Jinmu was walking out calmly. Bai Xiao was horrified. "That crazy bastard," he turned back and shouted. "What are you dawdling for? If you want to come with me, hurry up," he thought helplessly. "I really don't know how to stop that crazy bastard." Bai Xiao ran over and whispered worriedly, "There are only 2 of us and we don't even know how many Wudang guys there are, and you're trying to break through from the front?" Jinmu laughed loudly and teased him. "This damn guy, what are you afraid of?" He called the gatekeeper nearby. Jinmu said, "Open the gate behind you." That guy immediately questioned, "Who is this damn guy?" He immediately replied, "I'm here to see that guy No Young Chan, so hurry up and open the gate." The gatekeeper got angry, pointed the tip of his spear and shouted, "This damn brat dares to call our leader like a friend." Meanwhile, he was still peacefully counting numbers. In the very next moment, Jinmu calmly swung his fist. He punched the gatekeeper in the face, distorting his face. The force of the punch was so strong that the gatekeeper flew backwards and broke the gate in front of his comrades. Jinmu said triumphantly, "As expected, talking doesn't work." Bai Xiao was shocked and dumbfounded that he had used his hands without even counting to 3. The Wudang's lackeys swarmed out and shouted, "What's the commotion? Why is the gate broken?" A powerful footstep approached. Jinmu smiled happily. "A lot of you have gathered." The Wudang group was bewildered, not knowing who he was. Jinmu looked at them and calmly ordered, "Tell No Young Chan I want to see him for a moment. If you want to resolve this amicably, you'd better cooperate." Those subordinates were very angry and gritted their teeth. "This kid who hasn't even wiped his snot." A subordinate got angry and suddenly rushed forward, swinging his sword at Jinmu. Bai Xiao quickly jumped forward, powerfully counterattacking and shouting loudly, "Who are you trying to hit?" That guy's sword flew far away and killing intent continuously emanated from his body. Bai Xiao's eyes were filled only with killing intent, and he smiled with an excited, frenzied smile. "All the true qi accumulated through the rebirth technique is boiling in my dantian, and the evil true qi is spreading through my limbs." Suddenly he said in a low voice, "Since things have come to this, I will do my part, benefactor." Bai Xiao slashed and killed like a madman because his inner strength was overflowing more than ever before. The subordinates were terrified by his madness. Bai Xiao was drunk on slaughter, and with one strike of Nanpapungdo he wiped out the entire group. The remaining ones were extremely terrified by this terrifying sight. They turned around and fled, screaming, "He's crazy, that guy is crazy, over here." Jinmu sighed and complained, "Suppressing selfish thoughts, my ass, this damn guy." Bai Xiao laughed loudly like a madman. He slowly stepped forward and opened his mouth with a smiling face. "Now I think you have some idea of the situation. Bring No Young Chan," Jinmu cheerfully suggested again. When they still gave him a hateful look, he laughed heartily. Jinmu asked with that smiling face, "Are you still not going to listen to me? Then I have no choice but to go and call him myself." He stepped forward, pressing step by step, and as he clenched his 2 hands and operated his internal energy, he could feel a huge force emanating from his whole body. Jinmu's eyes lit up and determination was contained within them. He put his power into it and threw a punch forward. Jinmu powerfully performed a move of the 7-star fist, accompanied by a fierce destructive force as if a giant dragon was about to swallow that group. They were helplessly attacked in succession by the 7-star fist, and Jinmu did not stop and continued to perform. The blue dragon emerges from the sea move to attack again. Bai Xiao, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. "I knew the benefactor was strong, but I didn't know he was this incredibly strong." He couldn't help but be amazed by Jinmu's extraordinary strength. Seeing the devastated landscape, the scattered corpses and the part of the mansion that was burnt down in an instant, Bai Xiao felt genuine awe. Young Chan was cowering and trembling in a corner with another group. "What are you doing now?" Young Chan pointed his finger and questioned. Jinmu smiled brightly, waved his hand to greet and quickly explained, "I told them to call you but they didn't listen and drew their swords first, so things ended up like this. Please understand about breaking the building." The Poweryokdong group was furious to hear that. Young Chan got angry and shouted loudly, "Damn it, I respected you by calling you great sir, this crazy bastard, what are you guys doing? Surround them." Immediately another group came out with swords and pointed them at Jinmu. He smiled contemptuously. "This is troublesome. If you guys rush at me like this, it will be very troublesome for me." Jinmu slowly drew his sword as he spoke. Young Chan sneered unrestrainedly and shouted, "You knew it would be troublesome and yet you came on your own accord. You are truly foolish to do such a thing even if you are a master of Gangi. Call Ma Ganjiam. He said he would deal with this guy." A subordinate approached and carefully whispered in his ear, "Actually, I've been looking for him since earlier but he's nowhere to be seen. I think he ran away." Young Chan couldn't help but be surprised to hear the two words, "ran away." He had led the army to engage in battle according to Ma Ganjiam's orders, but now only Young Chan and his soldiers were here. Under the moonlight, Jinmu's majestic and fierce sword strike cut the flesh of the surrounding group, and a powerful slaughter took place, making it impossible to see the situation inside due to the thick dust. He and his subordinates stared blankly in fear as the dismembered corpses were swept away by the gale. When Jinmu stopped and the movement of the sword ceased, corpses fell to the ground and a long stream of blood flowed from the tip of the sword to the hilt. He smiled, "I have a relatively good personality, so I don't kill people from the evil faction, but I have no intention of showing mercy to those who rush at me with swords. You are from the evil faction, so you should know how to surrender when there is no hope." Jinmu complained in front of him, dissatisfied and reluctant. "I've never been this kind of person in my life, but after learning the Seondo's secret art I've become a little gentler than before." Young Chan was flabbergasted, unable to believe it upon hearing the words gentler. Jinmu pointed the sharp bloody tip of his sword directly at him and suggested, "So if you answer well I won't kill you." Young Chan trembled slightly, facing the pressure. He glared and questioned loudly, "Where is that damn Ma Ganjiam?" Young Chan trembled at the sight of the sword tip pointed at him, and he stammered, struggling to open his mouth. Young Chan knelt and cried, begging. He said Ma Ganjiam had run away, sweating coldly. Jinmu frowned unpleasantly upon hearing that. "Ran away? What nonsense are you talking about?" Young Chan hastily explained. "It's true, please believe me. We really have no relationship with that damn guy, great sir." He couldn't help but be puzzled upon hearing that. "Then why was that damn guy in your Poweryokdong?" He hesitated as he gently raised his head. "Well, actually it's like this," and Young Chan slowly told him everything in the deep night. Jinmu asked in the same posture. "A silver ornamental sword?" He quickly replied. "Yes," he said that if we just handed over the silver ornamental sword that the Baizhang clan leader has, everything else would belong to the Poweryokdong. He turned his head and asked Bai Xiao, "Do you have such a valuable sword in your family?" He thought for a moment and then suddenly remembered. If it's the silver ornamental sword, it is indeed the sacred object passed down to the successive leaders of the Baizhang clan. Just then Bai Xiao realized something and guessed inwardly. In that case that guy must have gone to the Baizhang clan to snatch that sword. Yo Ryan is in danger. He hurriedly rushed away and shouted, "Benefactor, I'll go first." Jinmu followed Bai Xiao and thought, unable to understand. Why is that damn guy's personality so impatient? Young Chan also turned his gaze in that direction, and the two faced each other again. He suddenly got angry, punched him in the jaw and openly cursed, "What are you looking at? Do you want to die? Just thinking about a guy from the evil faction like you being manipulated by others and causing a commotion makes me want to break your bones. Disband all your forces and don't make any rash moves until I call you, you got it?" Jinmu turned around angrily. Young Chan lay there, sighing inwardly. "You killed all the forces, so what is there to disband?" He gently raised the corner of his mouth and set his next destination as the Baizhang clan. On a night where the moonlight illuminated every corner, another commotion broke out at the Baizhang clan. A person cloaked in black from head to toe was sweeping everything away with a sword. He and Baekyo Ryan faced each other directly, and she couldn't hold on and vomited blood. Yo Ryan struggled to open her mouth. "Who are you? Are you an assassin sent by the Poweryokdong?" Ma Ganjiam glared and threatened. "You seem to have a lot of questions. Hand over the muyel." "Then I'll spare your life," she frowned, puzzled about the muyel he was talking about. Ma Ganjiam sheathed his sword, pointed his finger, and explained, "I'm talking about the sacred object that proves the identity of the Baizhang clan leader." What he was talking about was exactly what was hidden inside her clothes. Baekyo Ryan frowned slightly and wondered. "This sword is just a sacred object that proves the identity of the Baizhang clan leader, but he's after this useless accessory." Ma Ganjiam's face became more greedy than ever before. Baekyo Ryan frowned and stared at him, thinking to herself, "It doesn't matter what that guy's intentions are, anyway he's after this thing with unjust intentions." She exuded killing intent and shouted in a low voice, "I will not let you take anything from the Baizhang clan." Ma Ganjiam raised the corner of his mouth when Yo Ryan didn't hand it over obediently. "Then I have no choice, I'll have to take your head." As soon as he finished speaking he rushed forward like a flash. Baekyo Ryan was not one to be taken down easily, so she desperately countered his every move. Baekyo Ryan felt that the situation was unfavorable because Ma Genjeom's speed was too fast, and was horrified when he suddenly disappeared into thin air. Immediately, Yo Ryan sensed that he was about to attack from the side but was immediately counterattacked. He once again dodged lightly without effort, and Ma Genjeom leaned back and sneered, "Are you trying to buy time until the master we met earlier comes back? It's useless." Ma Genjeom quickly retreated and smiled cunningly. He approached and attacked as fast as the wind, and Baekyo Ryan couldn't dodge the blow. She painfully endured the force from his move, and her eyes widened. Ma Genjeom coldly looked down at Yo Ryan, who was struggling over there. He was pleased, pointed the sharp tip of his sword at her, and had a triumphant expression on his face. "It's a pity about your beautiful face, so I will take it carefully." Ma Genjeom smiled creepily, and matching his hands he swung his sword strongly, preparing to cut. Baekyo Ryan had exhausted all her strength and could only sit and helplessly wait for death. Bai Xiao was still flying quickly over the rooftops with all his might, and when he had just arrived he called her name loudly. Currently Baekyo Ryan was on the verge of death. Bai Xiao struck down strongly with his knife, blocking Ma Genjeom's sword path. He was momentarily surprised to see the bloody knife. "What is this, a throwing knife?" She was startled by his sudden appearance. Baekyo Ryan unconsciously called out the two words "brother" at his majestic back figure who was blocking her. He didn't say anything to her and slowly took off his own clothes. Then Bai Xiao threw it to Baekyo Ryan and said, "Wear it." She felt somehow sad in a corner of her heart even as she put on the clothes. Yo Ryan felt sorry for him inwardly as she looked at his back full of scars. He has been wandering for 10 years after leaving the family. The scars on his back tell how much my brother has suffered during that time. She recalled the words of comfort the Grand Elder had said to her before. "Please don't resent the young master too much. As I see it, he still has the same unchanging heart for the Baizhang clan as before." Baekyo Ryan looked at him with sad eyes and thought to herself, "I know that my brother's heart for the Baizhang clan is greater than anyone else's, because my brother is a one-of-a-kind brother in this world and the most reliable successor of the Baizhang clan." Ma Genjeom saw Bai Xiao and said in a sarcastic tone, "Is the older brother here to protect his younger sister? It's truly commendable, but nothing changes. At most, the number of corpses will just increase to 2. He glared and smiled bizarrely at him. Bai Xiao frowned and faced him without hesitation. "I don't know what you're so confident about. Come at me." Baekyo Ryan, who was behind him, suddenly called out loudly and threw a sword to him. Bai Xiao caught the sword in a daze and glanced at it, flustered. "This is your sword." She frowned and reminded Bai Xiao. "That kitchen knife is too short to fight with." He looked at the sword in his hand and thought to himself. The wind slash of the Baizhang clan leader. To hold this sword means to represent the Baizhang clan. Do I, a person who left home and wandered for a long time, have the right to hold this sword? Bai Xiao gripped the sword tightly, but in his heart he was still hesitating. Suddenly, Jinmu's voice echoed in his subconscious. "Take it. Your sister gave it to you with all her heart, so get rid of all the rings on the sword. It will be more helpful to the saber technique you use." Bai Xiao was startled to hear that advice and realized that he was watching this situation from not far away. Following Jinmu's words, he grabbed those rings with a trembling hand, and when he applied a strong force, those rings shattered into pieces. Now there were empty holes in the sword. Ma Genjeom saw that and smiled contemptuously. "What will change just by changing the sword?" Bai Xiao swung the sword lightly a few times to get a feel for it and answered his words. "Let's see, you'll know when you experience it yourself." His sword strikes seemed light and gentle, but they were actually very sharp. While warming up, Bai Xiao felt the wind passing through the holes in the sword, making a sound like the wind whistling. At this moment he made up his mind and threw a powerful strike forward, and Ma Genjeom quickly blocked it reflexively. The two of them immediately started slashing at each other fiercely. Bai Xiao, with his agility and strong power, slashed Ma Genjeom once and he couldn't block it. Ma Genjeom immediately received a long and deep wound on his shoulder. Ma Genjeom couldn't help but be surprised to see the wound on his shoulder. He looked at the imposing Bai Xiao and thought to himself, "I didn't think his martial arts level would surpass mine, but why on earth am I being pushed back?" Ma Genjeom was constantly puzzled, and it was proportional to the fact that he had no choice but to be passive in this fight. The wind whistled in succession along the holes of the sword. He suddenly realized at this time. Ma Genjeom glanced over and used his head. Currently he also noticed that the key was the sound. Seeing with the eyes, hearing with the ears, and feeling with the skin. Those are the most important senses for a martial artist, and losing just one of these 3 senses becomes a fatal weakness. Ma Genjeom glared and stared at the sword, horrified inwardly. "But now the whistling sound from that sword is degrading my hearing." Ma Genjeom shouted loudly in anger. "Do you think you can defeat me with such a petty trick, you foolish martial arts world guys?" As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Bai Xiao relentlessly. At this time he endured and looked for an opportunity to counterattack. Ma Genjeom frowned slightly, gritted his teeth and worried inwardly. This matter didn't need to take this long in the first place. If I delay any longer I will leave traces. His eyes moved restlessly and calculated. This fight was supposed to end with a fight between the Baizhang clan and the Paoryokdong. Not like me and that guy fighting continuously like this. I need to get my hands on the Muyel quickly and retreat. As soon as he thought of it, Ma Genjeom turned around and urgently ordered, "Everyone, focus your attacks on the Baizhang clan leader. We must get our hands on the Muyel first. Suddenly, a cold wind brushed past his body strongly. Ma Genjiam turned his head slightly and looked with a puzzled heart. Was it always this quiet around here? Instead of Ma Genjiam's subordinates, a figure leisurely appeared in the fog. Jinmu raised the corner of his mouth. Found you. The guys in front of Jinmu had all collapsed, which surprised Ma Genjiam. Since when did that guy get close? Since when? Of course, since you were fighting with Bai Xiao. Ma Genjiam was flustered. Shouldn't those guys be fighting with the Power Yokdong by now? Could it be that the Power Yokdong has already been defeated? He clenched his sword in anger. I haven't even gotten my hands on the Muyel yet. Jinmu cracked his knuckles and threatened. I'll tell you in advance, it's better to give up the idea of facing me. If you obediently put down your sword, I'll be gentle with you. Ma Genjiam gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, he delivered a lightning-fast strike with anger. How dare you interfere with my business? He observed Ma Genjiam's sword path and evaluated. He uses his swordsmanship without any preparatory movements. No wonder I felt a strange throbbing when I ran into that guy, Jinmu concluded. I'm sure of it. Ma Genjiam and that old man are on the same side. He dodged his attack, which made Ma Genjiam even angrier. He slashed at Jinmu's hand, but he blocked Ma Genjiam's blade. Jinmu smiled contemptuously. You fool, he expertly taunted. Wouldn't it have been easier to fight Bai Xiao? Jinmu countered him. He clenched his fist and hit Ma Genjiam hard in the stomach, and he was sent flying into the sky. Jinmu smiled with satisfaction and jumped up from the ground. He got close to Genjiam and struck his body in succession. He reached out and grabbed Ma Genjiam's head and slammed his head hard on the ground. The surrounding ground shattered from the impact. Genjiam stammered, How do you know the Inchless realm? How can you perform it so proficiently? He gave a long, sympathetic look. This guy and that guy, their reactions are all the same, so it's really boring. I learned from a grateful old man that should explain it, he shouted loudly in disbelief. Lies, Lord Daring would never pass on the Inchless realm to you Central Plains guys. How could he, the one who hates martial artists more than anyone else? Jinmu stomped on Ma Genjiam's face hard. That old man's name is Daring. I haven't even interrogated you yet, and you're telling me in such detail. Thank you very much. He turned back and ordered. Bai Xiao, tie that guy up and lock him in the prison and find out all the information you can. He immediately complied, and Jinmu continued. And that young lady with the bad temper over there, he asked frankly. It seems these damn guys dig the Baizhang clan, aiming for something. Do you know what it is? Baekyo Ryan was slightly offended upon hearing Jinmu's words. She handed him the dagger. This is the sacred object passed down to the successive leaders of the Baizhang clan. That guy earlier called this sword Muyel. Seeing him struggle to draw the sword, Yoran explained, You can't draw it from the scabbard. I have tried to inject my true chi and I have called blacksmiths to check it. This silver ornamental sword is just an accessory, Jinmu thought. A sword that can't be drawn, is that why it's called Muyel? It's because it has no hole to be taken out. Since this is the thing those guys are after, I need to take a closer look. He asked for her opinion. This sword, may I keep it? The Grand Elder objected upon hearing that. What? But that is the sacred object passed down to the successive leaders of the Baizhang clan. She immediately cut him off. Baekyo Ryan called the Grand Elder. She slowly explained, What represents the Baizhang clan is not an object like the silver ornamental sword, but the people who live here and protect the Baizhang clan. They are the ones who represent this place. The people around were all moved by Yo Ryan's words. She glanced at him. Our family's benefactor has proposed, so how can we refuse? Baekyo Ryan bowed her head. I will entrust that object to our benefactor. That sword is just an accessory in our hands, Jinmu replied. All right, then I will make good use of it. He suddenly said, By the way, seeing Bai Xiao over there overreacting like that. Jinmu gave his opinion. Can't you do something about that damn guy in the back? Upon hearing that, she immediately turned around and gave him a warning. At this time he looked at the sword and thought, The old man from the Muol pavilion and those masked guys are after this. Jinmu laughed inwardly. I wonder what is hidden inside this pretty thing in this field. Those guys are the best. I should go and meet the Dark Emperor of the Sichuan Tang clan. Everyone was eating at the mansion and Baekyo Ryan picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. She was slightly surprised by the taste. Bai Xiao saw that and asked, How does it taste? Yo Ryan praised it with admiration. Jinmu also added a word. I told you that guy grills meat very well. He looked at her for a moment and said, Yo Ryan, Bai Xiao said seriously. I plan to hit the road again once the Baizhang clan regains its prestige. She was very surprised by his decision. Brother, what do you mean? Now that you're back, brother, you should become the head of the family. Bai Xiao refused. No, the master of the Baizhang clan is you, Yo Ryan. He gave his reason. You are the one who has protected the Baizhang clan for the past 10 years. Therefore you will be the master of this place from now on, Bai Xiao explained. Besides, I have learned the internal energy of the evil faction, so I am no longer suitable for the position of the Baizhang clan leader. He seriously urged. Instead, there is something you must engrave deep in your bones. Whatever happens, the master of the family must always see correctly and act correctly. Just because the outside is black, you should not assume that the inside is also black, and there is no need to be prejudiced just because they are from the evil faction, Bai Xiao said. Sometimes those from the evil faction can be more upright than the orthodox faction. Hearing his words, Jinmu was inwardly impressed. I wonder what he's talking about, but it's definitely a commendable thought. He stared intently at Bai Xiao. He felt the gaze and turned to Jinmu. He said comfortably, Even just looking at our benefactor, I'm not sure if he's from the evil faction or not. he retorted, dissatisfied with Bai Xiao's words. No, your gaze clearly shows that you are convinced I am from the evil faction. He persuaded Baekyo Ryan by listing the things Jinmu had helped with. When he helped the Baizhang clan, he never once acted wrongly. He never drew his sword until they struck first. Do you understand, Yo Ryan? You should not judge their true nature just because they are from the evil faction. He opened his mouth upon hearing that. I am a Taoist of Wudang. Bai Xiao also played along with him. Only then did he realize that something was strange and turned around with wide eyes, and she also froze. Jinmu picked up a piece of meat. Didn't I tell you, I am Jinmu, a first-generation disciple of Wudang? Bai Xiao shouted loudly in disbelief, and both of them doubted him. A disciple of Wudang? Then why are you eating meat? You drink alcohol, your way of speaking and your attitude are all incredibly rough. When the two of them didn't believe his words, Jinmu became very angry. I know it's hard for you to believe, but that look in your eyes is pissing me off. Should I just gouge out your damn eyeballs? He stuttered, saying that this was too ridiculous. He slammed the table in anger. What's so ridiculous? Didn't you just say that one shouldn't judge others by their appearance? Bai Xiao was at a loss for words. Baekyo Ran let out a sigh of relief. Still, the benefactor who helped our family is a Taoist of Wudang, so I feel much more at ease. Jinmu felt a little hurt. Relieved, you say? It sounds like you would have felt uneasy even after receiving my help if I were from the evil faction. She was startled and hurriedly explained. No, benefactor, how could I do such a thing? Yorayan quickly explained. Please forgive me. I suddenly thought of those Paoryokdong bastards and made a slip of the tongue. Jinmu advised, you have held the interests of this Guilin for a long time. Concede to some extent. Those guys need to see some benefit too for them to stop clashing with you. She immediately objected. That's not possible. If our clan gives territory to the Paoryokdong, the people of this Guilin will suffer. He asked back, unable to understand. Baekyo Ryan gave a reason. They will commit all sorts of evil deeds and take the people's money. Jinmu rested his chin on his hand. If the evil faction takes money, it's taking the people's money, he asked back. Then what do you call it when you take money from the people? Doesn't the Baizhang clan also receive money from the people? Don't the merchant guilds also give you money for your backing? She stood up and refuted. That's different. Taking money? They're just giving us money as a sign of their sincerity in wanting to help the Baizhang clan. Whenever the people were in trouble, we used that money to help them. All of that was for free. Jinmu disagreed. He stated his opinion. The justification is different, but in the end, isn't it still taking money? You say you receive support funds, but isn't that ultimately a tax in the first place? The grain and money are all earned by the people themselves through their labor, not yours. Jinmu said. To the people, you and the Paoryokdong are the same. Both are just martial artists, he criticized. The evil faction fights to plunder and the orthodox faction fights to protect. Isn't that prejudice itself? But in reality, both fight for profit, Jinmu explained. It's because the clan becomes stronger by expanding its territory. Only then did Yorayan realize. Our ways of life are different, but in the end all martial artists are the same. She clenched her fist tightly. Baekyo Ryan stood up and said, everything our benefactor has said is right. We will proceed with negotiations with the Paoryokdong. But Bai Xiao broke the mood. But we must receive an apology from them. How dare he send a marriage proposal and harass Yo Ryan? How can an old man harass a young lady? Jinmu sighed. If you finished eating, give me a report. What happened with the interrogation of that Moganjiam guy? He urged. If he doesn't open his mouth, call in the interrogation experts to handle it, got it? He was inwardly dissatisfied. A disciple of Wudang, you say, an orthodox faction, you say, Bai Xiao reported. First, he doesn't seem to know much about the silver ornamental sword. Before he completely lost consciousness, he just muttered the word Chingchung. At these words, Jinmu was puzzled. He sneered. If I go there and search myself, something will turn up. That Moganjiam guy? Suddenly, the Grand Elder appeared from somewhere and interrupted the conversation. He reported, as per our benefactor's request, I have called the disciples of the Beggars Sect. Jinmu smiled. It's best to leave that guy to the experts. He bowed and introduced himself. I'm Yi Bokdong, the branch master of Guilin. He took a coin out of his pocket. I'm busy, so take a look at this first. He examined it and was suspicious. Bokdong shouted in astonishment. Isn't this the warrior's plaque of the Beggars Sect's hero, Elder Mapeng? Jinmu put the coin back in his pocket. Tell Elder Yang So-pung that I am looking for him and to come to this Baizhang clan. He was immediately puzzled. But for what reason are you looking for the hero of the Beggars Sect? Bai Xiao looked surprised. This person is a disciple of Wudang, he introduced himself. I am Jinmu, the sword of Wudang. If you just tell him that, Elder Yang will understand right away. Yi Bokdong shouted in surprise, and he was puzzled. Why, what's so surprising? Hearing Jinmu's words, everyone's jaw dropped. Of course they were surprised. This crazy bastard. He immediately changed his expression. I have received instructions from my superiors to provide unconditional support if I meet the sword of Wudang. It is truly an honor to be able to help you, sir. He waved his hand and hurried him. Bokdong, you may leave. Yes, I understand. I will proceed immediately. Bai Xiao suddenly praised Jinmu. You are not just a disciple of Wudang, but the sword of Wudang. Benefactor, you are truly a great person. Hearing that gave him goosebumps all over his body. He walked along and asked, "Are you leaving now?" Jinmu said his farewells. "Yes, I've stayed long enough. Take care," Bai Xiao suddenly called out to him, and he immediately turned his head and asked what was wrong. All three of them bowed their heads in unison to thank Jinmu, which made him feel uncomfortable. "It's because of that Qianmu League bastard," he suddenly said something negative. "Thinking of the grace you have shown the Baijiang clan and the people who have lost their lives because of me all this time, I have decided to take my own life." Jinmu shouted upon hearing that, and immediately ran over and slapped Bai Xiao on the head. Jinmu warned, "Can't you see your sister standing behind you? If you want to live, watch your mouth," he continued to scold him. "And does your sin disappear if you die? That's running away. What did you do so well that you're trying to die?" He was moved by Jinmu's words. "Live," he advised. "Living and doing many good and righteous things is the way to atone to the dead. Live with that in mind, and remember the dead and apologize to them for the rest of your life." Jinmu placed his hand on Bai Xiao's chest. "Even if you die now, those people won't come back to life." He was moved. "Even though he knows I'm a sinner, the benefactor keeps telling me to live." He didn't forget to thank him on the outside. Jinmu took a step. "Then I'll really be going now," Bai Xiao shouted loudly. "Thank you, benefactor. If you ever need the help of the Baijiang clan, please contact us anytime." He laughed lightly. "Really, do you think I'd suck the blood of weaklings like you?" Jinmu turned his head and said, "And keep it a secret that you gave this sword to me. Got it?" He quickly agreed to his suggestion. Bai Xiao said his final farewell. "Please take care of yourself." A pigeon flew over a rushing waterfall. It flew towards the forest ahead. The pigeon flew past a place where houses were lined up, and it flew to the Murim alliance, and just as Yang Sopeng was reading the words written on the letter, a voice suddenly rang out. "Elder, did you call for me?" He immediately told him to come in. Yang Sopeng said, "I heard that you not only passed the Yulmu division but also became the commander of the first unit. Congratulations." Chung Chong immediately expressed his gratitude upon hearing that. He said with a smile, "A mission has come up. Immediately lead all the members of the first unit and move with me to the Baijiang clan in Guilin, Guangxi province." Yang Sopeng said, "It was a direct request from your martial uncle, Taoist Jinmu." He was very surprised to hear that. Chung Chong blushed and looked incredulous, suddenly becoming excited. "Then are you saying that my martial uncle is there now?" He seemed helpless looking at Jinmu's huge fan. Chung Chong smiled inwardly. "It took me a month and a half to get into the Yulmu division after countless tests. I was so anxious during that time because I couldn't hear any news about my martial uncle. I can finally see my martial uncle." He bowed his head and said he would prepare to leave quickly. Chung Chang's face brightened. "Thank you so much, Elder." He was bewildered. "It's a mission, so what's there to be so thankful for?" Sopeng was very surprised, but this kid can smile so brightly. Since he came here, this is the first time I've seen him smile so joyfully. He couldn't help but be impressed. Not only does he have outstanding skills, but his character is also exceptional. He is an indispensable talent in this Yangbang Hall. If I had to pick one genius among the Yangbang Hall martial artists, it would definitely be Chung Chong. And there is also Chung Wu of the first unit of the Yulmu division. His head is a bit dull, but he has outstanding skills and high martial arts to make up for it, surprising the high-ranking officials every time. In addition, there are Zhuge San and Haion Son of the Wudang Sect, who belong to the second unit of the Yulmu division. They are all highly regarded for their very outstanding skills. These promising talents for the future of Yangbang Hall are essential for confronting the palace, and they will show their talents in the upcoming Gabmu division selection. Yang Sopeng rested his chin on his hand. Two of them are already disciples of Wudang. That conceited brat taught them quite well. In the vicinity of Lishan Sichuan, Jinmu wiped his mouth with his hand. He asked himself, "Did I add too much pepper?" Jinmu looked at the noodle bowl and evaluated. "It's delicious, but..." He felt very listless. But after eating only the meat grilled by Bai Xiao for a while, all other foods taste bland. Jinmu regretted. "If I had known this would happen, I should have just brought that guy along to grill meat." Suddenly, someone from somewhere threw a bowl on the floor, making a loud noise. The clerk explained, "Sir, I have brought the food so you must pay." But the ruffian was still stubborn. "No, we don't have any money, so how can you expect us to pay?" that guy said arrogantly. "The food is terrible, and if you ask for money on top of that, we might just wreck this place." The owner was very flustered. "You finished every last bite and still say the food is bad," the two guys pushed arrogantly. "Damn it, we ate all this tasteless food for you, and you're not even grateful. I guess we'll have to teach this guy a lesson instead of the shop." Seeing that the situation was not good, Shadow slowly approached. Jinmu watched the situation. There are guys like this everywhere. It would be perfect if a righteous martial artist appeared now and saved that owner. Just as he was about to reach for the liquor bottle, someone snatched it away. The girl chugged the liquor bottle in her hand. She sighed and then hit the ruffians with the empty liquor bottle, and Jinmu was bewildered by the scene in front of him. The girl cursed while everyone was dumbfounded. "Where do you think you are, daring to brandish a sword? Can't you even distinguish where to put your hands and where not to?" she threatened. "Do you want to die at my hands?" Jinmu was puzzled. "What's with this crazy girl? Who is she?" The girl's subordinates were murmuring. "Commander, you were here," she grumbled. "You guys are too slow," he observed for a moment. "The green martial arts uniform and the pattern embroidered on it. They are from the Sichuan Tang clan. the tenacious bastards who have never once given up control of Sichuan to others. Hidden weapon techniques, poison techniques, and what's most frightening is their ferocious and tenacious nature. As soon as they confirm who the enemy is, they attack tenaciously until one of them is dead. So it's best not to get involved with them. Jinmu took refuge on the second floor. Besides, even bandits don't mess with the Tang clan. Those two guys are really pitiful. The girl dusted off her hands. I was just getting pissed off hearing that strange guys are running rampant in Sichuan lately. To think that even such insignificant guys are causing a commotion at an inn. Where do you think Sichuan is? The girl said angrily. You can't survive in this world by just putting up with things anyway. The two ruffians trembled. I heard there's a beautiful woman with a bad temper in the Tang clan. That guy pointed his finger. Could you be? The ruffian asked. Cold-hearted, poisonous maiden Tang Se-ryong, she sneered. Yes, that's me. As you know, anything that gets on my nerves in this land of Sichuan gets smashed without question, right? Se-ryong shouted. If you understand, put away your swords and get lost, otherwise I'll blow off all your useless heads. Jinmu secretly evaluated. Seeing that her nickname has the character poison in it, she must not be an ordinary crazy girl, he thought to himself as he climbed to the window. I should go quickly. For some reason I have a bad feeling, so it's best not to get involved with that girl. Tang Se-ryong sighed. She suddenly turned her head behind her. Se-ryong pointed. Didn't you see the guy who was sitting here just now? I have to give him back his money for the liquor, the subordinate immediately replied. No one has been sitting there for a while now. She was immediately suspicious. What? There was definitely someone there. It was a man with a rather handsome face, he hurriedly explained. When we arrived there was really no one there, Commander. Tang Se-ryong stiffened. The person sitting right behind me disappeared and we didn't even sense it. That means his skill is higher than ours. She recalled a memory. I heard that recently a suspicious person appeared in Sichuan who killed 2 Tang clan martial artists and fled after being questioned about his identity. Se-ryong guessed. Then could it be? She smiled. That guy just now is very likely to be him. Tang Se-ryong shouted. Everyone listen up. He's about 6 feet tall. His hair is tied up casually, and he was holding a sword in his hand, she ordered triumphantly. Find him immediately. Her subordinates were bewildered, and one of them said, Commander, there are hundreds of men with such a description. Could you please describe him in more detail? Tang Se-ryong replied. So you can't find him? Are you saying my judgment is poor? They had no choice but to follow her orders. Tang Se-ryong was triumphant. How dare you avoid me? That guy definitely ran away because he has something to hide. You're dead if you get caught by me. Meanwhile, Jinmu was reluctantly walking down that road. What a crazy girl. Just a glance is enough to tell that her personality is not ordinary, he continued. Anyway, I'll have to stop by the Tang clan once. I just need to meet Dang Wi so I won't have to get involved with that crazy girl. Dark Emperor Dang Wi. Among the Orthodox faction, he is the person Jinmu likes the most. Now that he's older, I wonder if his dirty temper has gotten any better. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and thought to himself, Wait, I'm not Hyuk Ryan Mugang right now. Will the leader of the Tang clan meet me? Jinmu was confident. Would he refuse to meet the sword of Wudang? I am the face of Wudang. A moment later, the gatekeeper said. Go back. He was so dumbfounded that he couldn't believe his ears, he continued. You cannot enter. A Taoist of Wudang who doesn't even wear a robe. Jinmu got angry. What, can't you see this Tai Chi symbol? And so what if I don't wear a robe? Is there a law that says Taoists can't dress freely? The gatekeeper looked at him with contempt. Then please wait, I will go inside and report. He trembled with anger and stared at the number tag. All right, I didn't come here to fight. I'll wait. When he hears that the sword of Wudang is waiting outside, he'll come running with his feet on fire. He sat down on a nearby chair. He'll definitely come rushing out to greet me. I'm the sword of Wudang. He'll hurry. As the night deepened, Jinmu did not see that gatekeeper, and he let out a curse, exhausted and angry. Suddenly that guy walked out casually, and Jinmu thought happily, he's finally here, the gatekeeper said. The entry time is over. At these words he shouted, that guy said as he closed the gate. Then please leave. Ignoring his desperate cries, Jinmu stood motionless watching the closing gate. He wailed, and inside that gatekeeper was laughing loudly and talking. Sword of Wudang, my ass, just a con man. A bowl of gukbap really hits the spot. The guy next to him laughed along and said, would famous people really come in this way? There's a separate secret entrance for them. They left, singing, without knowing anything. How dare he pretend to be the sword of Wudang? That's amazing. The remaining guy tempted him to go for a drink. Jinmu stood alone outside the gate. He hung his head low. 3 hours. I've been here for 3 hours. Jinmu looked at the city wall and thought, should I just brave down this damn wall and call Dang Wi out? He clenched his fists. No, as a disciple of Wudang I cannot be hostile to the Tang clan, a member of the Murim alliance. Besides, with Dang Wi's skills I'd get my ass kicked. Jinmu wailed, I'm so pissed off. Just then he heard someone calling from behind him. Tang Se-ryong pointed at Jinmu and asked, why are you here? He saw her and remembered the crazy girl he met in the morning. Tang Se-ryong ran over. I've been looking for you all day. I really didn't expect you to be here. Jinmu thought to himself. Damn it, I didn't want to run into that woman. He suddenly had an idea. Right, the silver ornamental sword doesn't have feet. I'll leave the Tang clan aside for now and go to Qingcheng first. Jinmu immediately hurried away, and Tang Se-ryong was surprised. She turned around and asked, are you ignoring me now? I'm asking you a question. Tang Se-ryong ordered, what are you guys doing? Hurry and stop that suspicious guy. "Don't let him get away." Her subordinates immediately surrounded him. She was triumphant. "We've been looking for you all day, how can we let you go so easily?" Jinmu was already angry from the earlier incident, and meeting Tang Se-ryong made him even more furious. Jinmu glanced at her. "When I tried to enter, you made me wait until I was exhausted, and when I tried to leave, you blocked my way. This day is really driving me crazy." Tang Se-ryong still had that triumphant expression on her face and said, "This is the Tang clan. Everyone must follow the laws of the Tang clan. State your name obediently." Her subordinate placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry, but we have no choice." He cut him off and shouted to move aside. That guy continued, "Please come with us obediently." Jinmu said, "I believe I told you to move aside." At that moment his tired eyes gradually began to shine. Jinmu broke the subordinate's arm. Tang Se-ryong was surprised to see it, and the subordinate collapsed to the ground. She quickly ran over. "You bastard, do you know where you are to act so recklessly?" he retorted sarcastically. "Of course I know, it's the Tang clan where the guys who piss me off are," Tang Se-ryong asked. "So," Jinmu continued, "you are the ones who blocked my path and you are the ones who drew your swords first. I'm furious right now, so get lost before things get worse," he said grimly. She was surprised and thought, "That guy is the first person to show up at the Tang clan with this kind of attitude. That expression, neither intimidated nor afraid, seems to be telling me to bring it on if I dare." Jinmu still stared straight at her without any emotional expression. Tang Se-ryong said, slightly afraid, "Interesting, seize him." As soon as the words were finished, the disciples of the Tang clan rushed to catch him. As soon as one of them approached, he was kicked from under the chin and sent flying far away. He was tightly surrounded by the group. Jinmu just swung his arm and hit hard once, and the Tang clan disciples were knocked away. She was horrified on one side and thought to herself, to knock down martial artists who handle gangi with a single blow. Jinmu said something with a grim face and soon got angry and stomped the ground hard, causing it to crack, and shouted loudly, "Didn't I tell you to get lost?" All the Tang clan disciples fell down from that one stomp of Jinmu's foot. A few who held on also staggered. Tang Se-ryong was protected by a disciple, and after the vibration passed, the Tang clan group was all on the ground. Tang Se-ryong supported a Tang clan disciple and thought to herself, "Although we didn't use hidden weapons or poison, he can subdue all of the Tang clan's skilled martial artists by himself. He looks to be about my age." Thinking so, she looked at him and said, "Amazing. Were you that strong?" Jinmu crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "Now I feel a little better. I didn't do anything. The victim is me." He sighed inwardly. "I want to create trouble, so let's forgive them." Jinmu turned his head and said, "That's enough. What can I say to a girl like you? I'm leaving." Hearing that, she stood up with a grim face and said, "Where are you going? If you subdued my subordinates, shouldn't you have a go with me, the commander, as well?" Jinmu turned his head and frowned. "I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman." Tang Se-ryong took a stance upon hearing that. "Good, that's what makes it fun." She rushed forward with a confident expression, performing a move. "You'd better not go easy on me." The scene changed to a luxurious room. A man opened his mouth as he lifted the lid of a teacup. "Who is making hidden weapons?" the man said sternly. "I'm sure I told you not to experiment with gunpowder at night." He was none other than the leader of the Sichuan Tang clan, Dark Emperor Dang Wi. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant came running in a hurry. The servant urgently reported, "Master, a fight has broken out at the main gate outside the fortress." Dang Wi frowned. "Is it those strange guys who have been loitering around Sichuan lately?" The servant panted and replied, "Seeing that he came alone, it doesn't seem to be them, but the young lady is also there." Dang Wi looked horrified. He smashed the teacup and shouted, "Which bastard dares?" Dang Wi's face darkened. "The main gate outside the fortress, I'll go myself." The scene changed to the outside of the fortress. At this time, Jinmu and Tang Se-ryong were still fighting. Her face was covered in bruises, but she still charged at Jinmu. He simply sidestepped to dodge her move. Then Jinmu raised his knee and mercilessly struck Tang Se-ryong's face. He then quickly moved behind her. Tang Se-ryong had a nosebleed and groaned in pain. "Damn it, it hurts like hell," Jinmu thought with a slightly surprised expression. "Now I know why that crazy girl's nickname has the character poison in it." Even a man with considerable martial skill would have collapsed from such an attack, but she endured it. He looked at her as she wiped the blood and said, "Stop now. If we fight any more, you'll die," she retorted fiercely. "Don't make me laugh." "What did you say? Keep coming. This is getting fun." Tang Se-ryong smiled triumphantly. "And I know you can't kill me. It seems you have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Tang clan," her triumphant voice echoed. "If you were an enemy, you wouldn't have stood so proudly in front of the Tang clan's main gate, and you wouldn't have gone so easy on me." Jinmu was surprised by her words. "Damn it, she's a quick-witted girl," Tang Se-ryong continued. "Let me tell you, this is the first time I've ever fought like this. Everyone was always afraid I'd get hurt, so they just went easy on me and dodged." He was inwardly horrified. "Went easy and just dodged against a girl at the gangi realm like you? Why are those Tang clan bastards so damn weak?" Jinmu turned his head away in anger. "Anyway, I don't want to fight anymore. Becoming enemies with the Tang clan over a pointless fight will just be a hassle for me." "You crazy bastard, you're saying that after beating me to this state?" Tang Se-ryong shouted angrily. She immediately became serious. "In any case, the match isn't over yet, so we can't end it like this." A sudden shout was heard, startling Jinmu. On top of the fortress wall stood Dang Wi with a dark expression. Jinmu recognized Dang Wi and was surprised. Just then, Jinmu heard Tang Se Ryong call out to her father and froze with wide eyes. What? No way. Dang Wi spoke again. How dare you strike my precious treasured daughter in front of the Tang clan's outer fortress main gate? Dang Wi's dignified face was now tinged with anger. Who in the world are you? Jinmu broke into a cold sweat and thought, the father of this crazy girl. Jinmu looked up and thought to himself, could Dang Wi be? He looked at Tang Se Ryong in horror. The father of this crazy girl? Dang Wi immediately leaped down. He and his subordinates jumped down and Dang Wi landed lightly in front of Jinmu. He saw the wounded state of his men and spoke, tell me what has been happening here. Dang Wi glared at Jinmu and said grimly, why is the young lady being struck by a stranger? Jinmu was wary of him. This incredible pressure. Dark Emperor, you are still as strong as ever. He cupped his fist. Jinmu spoke frankly. Greetings to the lord of the Tang clan. I came because I had a favor to ask, but the gate was not opened for me, so I was just about to leave. Dang Wi asked, about to leave, you say? Then how am I to understand this situation? Tang Se Ryong, who was behind him, said. That was because Jinmu replied in displeasure. They picked a fight first, so I merely responded. He asked her if what he said was true. Tang Se Ryong hesitated and said, well, he looked so suspicious I couldn't help it. Dang Wi turned back to him. Do you know that the person you just hit is my one and only daughter? Jinmu was flustered. That girl is really his daughter, that damn bastard, still full of vigor even in his old age, he answered frankly. Just because she is the Dark Emperor's daughter doesn't excuse her crime of harassing others. Dang Wi laughed loudly, his internal energy flaring. Dang Wi gave Jinmu a menacing look. Do you dare to lecture me in this land of Sichuan? He surrounded Jinmu with his internal energy. Jinmu trembled and thought to himself, right, there's no way this foul-tempered bastard would let it slide after his daughter got beaten up like this. He looked at his opponent, breaking into a cold sweat. My mood isn't so great right now either. Jinmu immediately released his own internal energy. Dang Wi was surprised, and Jinmu swayed powerlessly against Dang Wi's force. Damn it, as I thought, I'm still no match for Dang Wi. Jinmu gradually stepped back. His internal energy is too immense. In that case I have no choice but to disperse it. He immediately spread his internal energy. This greatly surprised Dang Wi. Dang Wi looked at him intently and thought to himself, this clear immortal energy, it's the immortal energy of a Taoist sect. He asked with interest, which sect are you a disciple of? His voice rang out clearly. To be able to disperse my internal energy with such profound immortal energy means you are no ordinary fellow. Jinmu cupped his fist and said clearly, I am Jinmu of Wudang. The people began to murmur. Jinmu, a disciple of Wudang, could it be? Dang Wi was surprised. Are you saying you are the current sword of Wudang, Jinmu? Tang Se Ryong was stunned. No wonder you were so incredibly strong. To think you were the sword of Wudang. You're much more handsome than the rumors say, Dang Wi said. In that case this matter is, at his words she flinched and glanced away. Dang Wi broke into a cold sweat. Are you saying my daughter picked a fight with the sword of Wudang? Tang Se Ryong flinched and looked elsewhere. Jinmu crossed his arms. That woman picked a fight with a kind and saintly person like me. Dang Wi immediately turned and ordered. First, you all take Se Ryong to her room. They immediately followed the order and grabbed the shouting Tang Se Ryong by both arms. Dang Wi smiled broadly and patted his shoulder. It seems we have been very rude to the sword of Wudang. Why didn't you say so from the beginning? He replied resentfully. Did you not hear me? I waited in front of the outer fortress gate for 3 shichen. He was puzzled. What are you talking about? I heard no such thing. They looked at the gatekeeper who had been on duty in the morning. Dang Wi sighed. It seems there was a misunderstanding. I am truly sorry. Se Ryong was also just being overly cautious, so please understand. There have been strange fellows lurking around Sichuan lately, he lamented. It's because she's the daughter I raised like a precious treasure. That lass always causes trouble. But Dang Wi broke into a cold sweat. I also didn't know she would be so rude to the sword of Wudang, so please understand. Jinmu also replied immediately. I am also sorry for being too harsh on Lady Tang. Dang Wi immediately glared at him. It was harsh to hit that small pretty face so mercilessly. Jinmu quickly looked elsewhere to avoid Dang Wi's gaze, and Dang Wi continued. But it's fine, that girl is naturally tough-boned, she'll be fine again by tomorrow morning. Jinmu thought in disbelief. After getting beaten like that, there's no way she'll be fine right away. Dang Wi immediately invited him inside. Come, let's go inside now. How could I simply send a guest from Wudang away? Let's talk about whatever it is tomorrow, and for today, please rest in the guest quarters. Suddenly, Dang Wi stopped walking and seemed about to say something. He turned and smiled. It seems Se Ryong has taken quite a liking to you. I think she'll come find you early tomorrow morning and bother you. Hearing that, Jinmu was puzzled. Dang Wi turned and laughed loudly. It's nothing, you'll know when you experience it. Hearing that, Jinmu was bewildered. He thought to himself, what nonsense is that bastard talking about? Early the next morning, after a tiring night, he was sleeping soundly on a soft bed when suddenly a hand touched Jinmu's cheek, waking him up. Jinmu opened his eyes, and the familiar sight felt somewhat scratchy. As he woke up, the smiling face of Tang Se Ryong became clearer. At this, Jinmu froze. Damn it, what is this? Jinmu stared blankly at the person in front of him, not understanding what was happening. This woman, am I dreaming? Tang Se-ryong shouted loudly, pulling him back to reality. Jinmu was startled and moved back, and Tang Se-ryong scolded him like a little wife. What kind of martial artist is so lazy? She asked, puzzled. How can you be so strong when you sleep like a corpse during morning training hours? Jinmu retorted that she was the stranger one. He shouted, what are you doing sneaking into someone else's bedroom so early in the morning? Tang Se-ryong laughed without a hint of shame. You weren't waking up, so I came to wake you. Jinmu noticed something strange about her face. Where did all the wounds on your face go? Tang Se-ryong showed off her strength. My recovery ability has always been much faster than others. A wound like that is nothing to me. Jinmu stiffened on the spot, continuing to deny their kinship. Dang I definitely gave birth to a monster. Tang Se-ryong again hurried to ask if Jinmu was indeed the sword of Wudang. Why did you come to the Tang clan? I couldn't even sleep because I was so curious. But what bothered Jinmu was that she was speaking informally to him. Jinmu didn't answer her question and took something out of his pocket. Have you seen this before? He asked, holding the dagger in front of Tang Se-ryong's eyes. Jinmu waited, thinking she would recognize what was in his hand, but contrary to his thoughts, Tang Se-ryong showed a shy attitude. Sword of Wudang, we just met, but you're being so forward. She picked up the dagger, seemingly having misunderstood something. You're handsome and skilled in martial arts, but can a Wudang Taoist marry? Jinmu froze like a stone, not understanding why she was acting this way. When he didn't answer, Tang Se-ryong became even more convinced that it was a token of affection exchanged before dating. At this point, Jinmu could only lament to the heavens, not knowing how this woman had been educated in the Tang clan. He angrily snatched the dagger back. Stop talking nonsense. If you haven't seen it, just say so quickly and tell me where in the Tang clan they research things like this. Tang Se-ryong still naively asked if there was some secret to the dagger. Jinmu got even angrier. I came to the Tang clan to ask because I don't know. Tang Se-ryong laughed awkwardly to hide her embarrassment. I thought it was a love token or something. Surprisingly, she was even a little excited. Jinmu had nothing more to say to her. Tang Se-ryong became a little more serious. If you want to ask about that silver ornamental sword, you have to go to Manbyongdang. To give a brief introduction to Manbyongdang, it is a place where the secrets of the Tang clan are hidden, where various hidden weapons and armaments are researched and produced. But if so, Jinmu would not be able to set foot in there. What would be the point then? Besides, what if the Tang clan deciphered the secret hidden in the silver ornamental sword and claimed it for themselves? As if understanding his concern, Tang Se-ryong told him to rest assured. She proudly introduced herself. I am the treasure of the Tang clan, Tang Se-ryong. Since I was rude to you yesterday, I will accompany you there. Jinmu didn't understand why she called herself a treasure, but he didn't forget to thank the beautiful woman. But his worries didn't stop there. It was because this girl didn't seem trustworthy at all. The two of them headed to Manbyongdang together. Naturally, Tang Se-ryong kept talking his ear off, asking about this and that. She even bluntly asked him if he had ever killed anyone. Jinmu was so annoyed that he shouted loudly, "Shut up and focus on the road." Tang Se-ryong sulked and grumbled, and he also shouted at her not to ask useless questions. Jinmu covered his face as if lamenting his fate. Only Changchang was normal. I miss Changchang. Before he could reminisce for more than 3 seconds, Tang Se-ryong announced their arrival. Seeing the house before him, which couldn't possibly be more dilapidated, he was lost in thought. Tang Se-ryong explained, "It looks like that because it gets blown up often. Explosions happen quite frequently since we test hidden weapons and gunpowder here." The master of Manbyongdang, Dang Qianji, ran out happily to greet them. "Young lady, what brings you here? You usually say hidden weapons don't suit your personality, and hardly ever come." Tang Se-ryong raised her hand and introduced the man who was greeting him. "I brought him because he has something to ask." Dang Qianji already knew his identity. Jinmu didn't waste any time and took out the dagger. "I came to find out what secret this item holds." Dang Qianji also recognized what it was. He kindly invited him inside. "Although you cannot enter the treasury of Manbyongdang, this hall has enough space to receive the young lady's guest." Inside, everyone was meticulously studying the silver ornamental sword. Dang Qianji examined every little part of the dagger. Jinmu watched the series of actions before him and was impressed. They are indeed experts. Tang Se-ryong, who was next to him, was very proud. Dang Qianji exclaimed loudly. "Truly fascinating. How could they have engraved such a pattern? The holes drilled into the scabbard are especially unique." Hearing that, Jinmu was also very surprised by his discovery. He looked at the pattern and explained, "These holes are very small, but their sizes and depths are all different. It seems there is no hidden mechanism here. It has the shape of a silver ornamental sword, but it cannot be drawn from the scabbard." The two people next to him listened intently to his words. He suddenly laughed loudly and scratched his head. "I don't know either." Hearing that, Jinmu was a little disappointed that even an expert didn't know. Tang Se-ryong, who was next to him, guessed, "If the size and depth of the holes are different, could it be a key?" Jinmu immediately looked at her and retorted, "Do you think that makes sense? Where would you find a key this big?" Dang Qianji thought it was quite a reasonable statement, if the holes in this scabbard were installed to match a spring-like locking mechanism, but Jinmu still didn't really believe it. Lest he not believe it, Dang Qianji pointed to a drawing. Look, it's similar to the principle of a lock. Usually the inside of a lock is empty, and when you insert the key, the lock opens, doesn't it? If we assume this dagger is the key, there might be a device inside that lock that matches the holes on the scabbard. Jinmu also gradually accepted this hypothesis. If I insert this dagger into a lock like a key, the holes on the scabbard would disappear. This fits perfectly with the name Muyel no holes. Tang Se-ryung also played a big part in this discovery, so she looked very conceited. She kept showing off to make Jinmu thank her, but he just thought disdainfully, even a blind squirrel finds a nut once in a while. Dang Qianji said frankly, but this is the first time we've seen this item, so it's only a guess that this dagger could be a key. Jinmu quickly thanked him, saying it was a great help. He thought for a moment. Seeing that there are people after this dagger, it's highly likely to be a key that opens something really important. That assassin back then definitely said Muyel had to be taken to Qingcheng. His joy was short-lived as Tang Se-ryung bothered him from behind. What are you going to do now? Jinmu turned around and replied happily. What do you mean I have to hit the road? My business in the Tang clan is finished now, so I must immediately go to Qingcheng, find the Yanggi divine art, and claim the treasure. But how could Jinmu say such a thing to Tang Se-ryung, so she followed him around wanting to know where he was going. The Samyang Hall of the Sichuan Tang clan, Dang Wi was still reprimanding the Tang clan members for not having found the people who harmed them. The elder could only bow his head in apology. Hearing that, Dang Wi was furious and shouted loudly, "This entire Sichuan is my territory. Are you telling me you can't investigate because it's outside my territory?" The elder bowed even lower and stammered in his reply, "But my lord, if we investigate over a wide area and happen to clash with the Qingcheng sect," without letting him say much, Dang Wi shouted, "Tang clan martial artists have lost their lives at the hands of unknown assailants, and you're telling me the Sichuan Tang clan should cower before them, afraid of clashing with other sects? To not have gathered any information about them for a whole month, this is truly a disgrace." Dang Wi waved his hand and ordered, "All of you, go out yourselves, capture those bastards and bring them before me in a short time. If you fail," his eyes turned cold, "I will never forgive you." The elders went out with sad expressions. Someone reported to Dang Wi, "Great lord, the young lady and the sword of Wudang are requesting an audience." Following that, Tang Se-ryung was seen chattering continuously to Jinmu on this side. Dang Wi quickly let the two in and asked about the situation. Tang Se-ryung looked at Dang Wi playfully. "Father, what were you getting angry at the elders for? You look so serious." Hearing that, Jinmu realized that she spoke informally not only to him but to everyone. Tang Se-ryung continued to ask for the reason. "Are you that angry because of the suspicious guys that have been appearing lately?" Dang Wi didn't want his daughter to keep talking since Jinmu was present. He turned to him awkwardly. "I suppose the sword of Wudang heard everything. What am I to do getting angry like this in front of a guest?" Jinmu didn't seem to care much about this issue. He lifted his teacup and calmly praised Dang Wi's character. "In my view, there are rats bothering the Tang clan, but the elders are being lazy and not trying to catch them, so it seems you gave them a well-deserved scolding." Dang Wi quite liked this analogy, but he was curious why he thought so. Jinmu also explained, "Originally, rats are powerless animals, but if you leave them alone because they are a nuisance, they will nibble away at your food supplies and breed, and their numbers will increase in an instant. Therefore I believe that no matter how trivial and troublesome they seem, you should never leave them alone." Dang Wi also agreed with him. "To our Tang clan, those guys are just trivial rats, but if we don't deal with them just because those trivial rats are hiding in the territory of another sect, those who have wronged this Tang clan will see it as a lifeline and act the same way in the future. That is a very simple principle. But only those who are above others can have such deep thoughts." After this incident, the way Dang Wi looked at Jinmu changed. "That brat, he's truly interesting. How did Wudang raise someone like him?" At this moment he voiced his thoughts. "You don't seem like a Taoist." Jinmu found it a bit funny since he was a first-generation disciple of Wudang. Dang Wi spoke as if to invite him. "How about staying in the Tang clan for a while and playing a game of catching rats? I will reward you generously." Jinmu took a sip of tea and refused. "As a Taoist I cannot be bought with money, and the Taoist sect strictly forbid taking lives." Suddenly he got angry at being compared to a cat. "I have no intention of becoming a cat raised in someone else's house." Only then did Dang Wi burst out laughing. "I have been too rude." Jinmu was just joking. "You were just complimenting me, weren't you? The Tang clan was probably trying to borrow a cat from another house to catch its own rats, right?" Dang Wi smiled with satisfaction. "That brat's way of speaking is very natural, yet it protects our Tang clan's pride. I truly like him." The only person who didn't understand anything here was Tang Se-ryung. She stood there blankly, not understanding what the talk of rats and cats was about. Dang Wi suddenly remembered and asked, "Have you stopped by Manbyongdang?" Has your problem been solved with the help of our Tang clan? Jinmu was very grateful and said that he had rested well and came to say his farewells before hitting the road. Dang Wi was also quite surprised to hear that he was leaving so soon. Why not stay longer and have a drink with me? Jinmu was also very pleased with this enthusiasm but said, I must continue my pilgrimage, so I will just accept your kind offer in spirit. Tang Se-ryong's face lit up, wanting to follow him. Upon hearing that, Jinmu's heart seemed to sink, but Tang Se-ryong paid no heed and repeated her request. When she confirmed it once more, the atmosphere dropped to hell. Not only for Jinmu but for Dang Wi as well. Dang Wi vehemently opposed her request. Tang Se-ryong insisted on having her way, and Jinmu was furious with a dark face. Did you even ask me? Tang Se-ryong tried to persuade him, saying that although she was not as good as Taoist Jinmu, her father knew her skills well. Don't worry, Dang Wi wasn't worried about his daughter but about Jinmu, who had been looking sullen in the corner for a while. On second thought, this was the first time this young girl had shown so much interest in a man. Regarding this matter, perhaps only Tang Se-ryong was looking forward to it with joy. Jinmu also felt that she was very troublesome. Dang Wi had to come to terms with it himself. Anyway, a Wudang Taoist cannot marry unless he is expelled from the sect. I guess I have no choice but to wait until she tires herself out. As Tang Se-ryong held her father's arm and acted cute, he had no choice but to send a message to Jinmu. I'm sorry, this girl is very stubborn and obstinate. She will go with you no matter what. Jinmu only dared to think, how on earth did you, Dark Emperor, raise your child? Dang Wi suggested to him. Pretend to stay in the Tang clan until tomorrow, then leave secretly early in the morning. Jinmu was truly angry, but he hadn't realized she would be that persistent. But he also had no choice but to compromise with the above opinion. Early the next morning, light and careful footsteps were heard. Jinmu looked back and forth. Good, that girl is not here, he thought excitedly. I woke up a little earlier yesterday in case she came running early in the morning, and it was a really wise decision. Jinmu quickly ran out. Let's go now. Farewell, annoying Tang Se-ryong. An eagle was watching Jinmu's actions. A scream-like shout rang out. She's gone? The person reporting held Tang Se-ryong's farewell letter and sobbed. Dang Wi just let out a long sigh. Moreover, the young lady has taken the Cheonjamboit Padokju, Pokuchian Simsa, Jeomjeoyuhan, and Yilmoangso hidden weapons, and even took the Yulyujam sword. Dang Wi had nothing more to say to this girl. She took all the precious treasures of the Tang clan, he quickly gave instructions. She probably hasn't gone far, so you all follow her secretly. Se-ryong's martial arts are quite excellent, so be sure to maintain a distance of at least 50 jang. The man quickly accepted the order. Dang Wi could only feel sorry for the suffering Jinmu would have to endure because of his daughter's stubbornness. What should I do? I spoiled her too much because she is the only daughter of the Tang clan, so she has become ill-mannered. It's my fault. At an inn in a village near Qingcheng Mountain, Jinmu was taking a refreshing bath in a clean and cool room. He also felt a little more at ease. There's no need to rush, so I'll go up Qingcheng Mountain tomorrow morning, and today I'll rest well. Jinmu thought as he put on his robe. If I'm going to the 5 great sword sects, I need to show a neat appearance befitting a Taoist, so I should wear Wudang's Taoist robe. He hummed cheerfully and ordered food. I'm going to eat my fill today, wine, meat, dumplings, and wontons. But before he could finish ordering, a plate of food was placed in front of him. When he looked up, he saw Tang Se-ryong carrying food with an eagle. At this crazy sight, his smile completely vanished. Tang Se-ryong shamelessly sat opposite him. This is on me, so please eat. Taoist, let's have a meal together. Jinmu trembled and was at a loss for words. Why are you here? Tang Se-ryong once again introduced herself confidently. I am Tang Se-ryong. Did you think I wouldn't be able to find you? I have my ways. Jinmu couldn't say anything. Tang Se-ryong cheerfully urged. The food is getting cold, please eat quickly. Taoist, let's toast to our pilgrimage. Jinmu trembled. You're crazy, he shouted in despair. This must be a dream. A carriage was rolling along on Qingcheng Mountain. Someone reported to Sangmu that the food had arrived and he had already seen it. He politely greeted the man in front of him. You've worked hard coming all this way. The goods are unusually plentiful today. That man also happily pointed to Akryu. Thanks to this new friend, the work has become much easier. By the way, why did you order so much food? The man was a first-generation disciple of the Qingcheng sect. Sangmu smiled faintly. It's time to make an offering at the ancestral shrine. He had lost track of time. Then I will ask the master of Yunggawang Hall to guide this friend. Sangmu also happily arranged a place for Akryu to rest in the shade and kindly accompanied him. Guiding the way as the two were walking behind a wall, Akryu stared intently at the man in front of him and said in a sarcastic voice, Anyone would think you are a first-generation disciple who truly knows the laws of Qingcheng. It's been a long time, Gui Young. Sanjiamu's steps stopped for a moment. He turned his head and looked at Akryu, sneering. It has been a long time, Akryu. The two stood facing each other. I received notice that Lord Darang and Chungrungdae will be coming here. He frowned and said, I also received news that the 2nd Division of the Blue Wolf Brigade, which you lead, clashed with the Tang clan. They say a Blue Wolf martial artist attacked a Tang clan martial artist. Dang Wi has already sent men to investigate, so the Qingcheng sect is on high alert. Akryu was quite surprised to hear that. Sangmu added, 3 first-generation disciples and 22nd-generation disciples have descended the mountain. Isn't this all because you provoked the Tang clan? He said coldly. If you don't want to harm the third palace lord, be more discreet in your actions. Yang Sepeng is hell-bent on killing us, so it's not good to be seen by them. Sangmu patted Akryu's shoulder and warned, neither the third palace lord nor Lord Daring would want that. Hearing that, Akryu's anger flared. Is that bastard acting high and mighty because he's directly under the third palace lord? How dare he touch Lord Daring, the leader of the Blue Wolf Brigade? Though he thought this, he said aloud, we'll handle our own business, so just do your job, he taunted Sangmu. I hear your side has lost contact with the one who went to find Muyel. How are you handling things? Sangmu retorted hotly. We'll find him ourselves, you don't need to worry. With the great event just around the corner, there's no good in us clashing now, Akryu sneered. A great event? You don't mean you found the second half of that item, do you? Sangmu spoke secretly. As expected, the item was in the ancestral shrine of Qingcheng. In a few days, on the day of the memorial service, I'll rearrange the schedule so the rites are held at night, and I'll take the item during that gap. He looked Akryu straight in the eye. As soon as I have it in my hands, I'll leave this disgusting Qingcheng. So I'll leave all the cleanup to you, Akryu agreed. Once you have the item, Lord Daring will also join and cooperate. Someone ran up urgently, looking for Sangmu. He turned back with a false smile. For what reason does the sect leader summon me? The young man reported. He said a very important guest has arrived and has summoned everyone and the elders to the guest hall. I hear the guest is the current sword of Wudang on pilgrimage. Jinmu walked with a confident stride. Murmurs could be heard from both sides. That's the sword of Wudang, he's so handsome. But isn't he too young? He tried to look cool, but he must have been embarrassed by such comments. They continued to whisper even in front of Sangmu. I hear Elder Mupeng went to Wudang himself. A woman with a gentle smile came out to greet him. Sword of Wudang, please come in. I am Zixuan, the master of Xian Pavilion. Jinmu politely cupped his fist and bowed. Jinmu of Wudang greets Martial Aunt Zixuan, he thought to himself. She is the master of a pavilion, and in terms of seniority she is of the same generation as Master Miangjin, so it is appropriate to call her Martial Aunt. Zixuan was quite surprised by the title Martial Aunt. The representative martial artist of Wudang is calling me, someone who isn't even part of the Wudang Sect, Martial Aunt. She smiled brightly and praised his politeness. Of course that too was part of his plan. Zixuan led him inside and told him to sit and wait. Qingcheng, the first destination among the 5 great sword sects. Jinmu was puzzled to see the room filled with people. A first-generation disciples' pilgrimage isn't a rare event, but they summoned all the elders and disciples for such a grand welcome. They must be trying to show off the power of Qingcheng. The sect leader Ziwan solemnly ordered him to enter. Jinmu grasped the situation and quickly knelt. I'll play along with you bastards for the latter half of the Yangyi divine art. Let's see this act through to the end. He bowed and introduced himself. Jinmu, a first-generation disciple of Wudang, greets the sect leader, the elders of Qingcheng, and all the senior Taoists. Those seated in the chairs also looked at Jinmu with interest. He introduces himself as a first-generation disciple instead of the sword of Wudang. I thought he would hold his head high arrogantly. Others were also very pleased with Jinmu's behavior. The muscles on Ziwan's face began to relax. But Wudang sent a letter asking me to understand your stubborn nature. Jinmu, who was below, cursed the Wudang sect leader in his mind. Ziwan laughed loudly. You are so polite and upright, I don't know why the letter said so. The elders below happily agreed with him. The disciples of Qingcheng must learn from the sword of Wudang, however. Some doubted his attitude. Zixuan also said very happily, it seems the martial uncles are very satisfied with Taoist Jinmu. And everything he did was within his calculations. An elder with a displeased expression opened his mouth. Is it true that you came here with a woman from the Tang clan? Jinmu did not avoid it and immediately admitted it. I came with Tang Se Ryong. He had quite a hard time ditching her and leaving her outside alone. Suddenly Ziwan's attitude changed. You came with a woman from the Tang clan? Seeing his and the others' attitudes, tens of thousands of questions popped into Jinmu's head. He felt the atmosphere change again. Could it be because the Tang clan trespassed on Qingcheng's territory? All eyes were on Jinmu. Z1 stepped forward to calm the situation. Everyone, do not bother our esteemed guest, it's just that we recently had a small clash with the Tang clan. Only then did Jinmu understand and resolve to be careful with his words. Z1 changed the subject. How long do you plan to stay here? He answered frankly. I probably won't be able to stay long. Hearing that, Z1 guessed his itinerary. If you came to Qingcheng first, your next destination must be Kunlun, so you can't stay here long. Are you planning to leave right after the test? Jinmu readily agreed. It is a test according to tradition, and also an old custom. To be recognized by the 5 great sword sects, one must show the character befitting a first-generation disciple. Therefore, a first-generation disciple must have their character as a Taoist evaluated through a Zen dialogue with the sect elders, and at the same time prove their strength as a martial artist through a simple sparring match. Of course, it's not a problem if one doesn't pass the test, but if one passes, I can leave my name in each sect. This was what Miangjin had drilled into Jinmu's ears countless times. Z1 also roughly understood. Then what realm has the sword of Wudang reached? I need to know your skill level to prepare the test. Jinmu knew everyone's intentions, but there was no need to reveal everything himself. He satisfied everyone's curiosity. This disciple can now freely wield his chi as he wills. Hearing that, Z1 was startled. Everyone was shocked. Does that mean you have reached the realm of Yiki? How can a martial artist in his early 20s break through to Yiki? Everyone expressed their admiration. The rumor that the Sword of Wudang is a genius is indeed true. This is truly a great fortune for Wudang. Why else would he have earned the title of Sword of Wudang? Z1 repeatedly praised his talent. You've come a long way, so let's start the test tomorrow. Rest well today. Jinmu was very grateful to him. He made a request, but before I rest, may I visit the ancestral shrine of Qingcheng to pay my respects to the ancestors? It was indeed a wise suggestion, and everyone looked upon him favorably. Instead of rushing to rest, he wants to visit the ancestral shrine to pay his respects. How can he be so polite? His ability to read the situation saved his life. Why do these Taoist bastards love honoring their ancestors so much? They're nothing but dust and bones, and even their souls have probably vanished. What's so great about those devils that they honor them? Naturally, Z1 readily agreed. He quickly gave an order. Sangmu, the Sword of Wudang, wishes to visit the ancestral shrine to pay his respects. Go and help the Taoist prepare the memorial service. He quickly followed the order. Z1 ordered again. While staying in Qingcheng, the Sword of Wudang is free from the rules here and can move about freely. And if you show this jade plaque, you can freely enter any place in Qingcheng except for the secret areas. Please have a comfortable time here. Jinmu happily took the jade plaque and examined it. It seemed Zixuan was calling him from behind. I'm saying this out of concern, but while you are in Qingcheng, it would be best not to mention your close relationship with the Tang clan. Only then did Jinmu understand about the rats Dang Wi had mentioned. He frowned and thought, but if you want to enter someone else's territory, isn't it natural to ask for the owner's permission? That bastard Dang Wi is crazy, to send people to search someone else's land without permission. His face turned ashen, but he couldn't say anything to Zixuan's words of concern. Jinmu continued to relent. From the daughter to the father, the Tang clan only causes trouble for others. The scenery of Qingcheng was picturesque, and it began to rain in some places. One person walked in front and one behind in the rain. Sangmu happily pointed inside and introduced, Taoist Jinmu, this is it. Please come inside. The interior was very neat and clean, with many red paper lanterns hanging on both sides. The interior was very spacious, mostly filled with the ancestral tablets of the deceased. Jinmu couldn't help but be surprised by the sheer number of tablets. Sangmu was pleased by his visit to the ancestral shrine. I believe the founding masters will also be very happy. He also began to examine the details around him. So many tablets, yet not a speck of dust. It means the disciples scrubbed this place to death every day. Vicious Taoist bastards, he cursed inwardly. Sangmu introduced them himself. The tablets on the wall are of the Taoists who contributed to spreading the fame of Qingcheng. He pointed to the center of the hall. And these are the tablets of the successive founding masters and elders of Qingcheng. Jinmu just chuckled, unable to bring himself to ask if he had to bow to every tablet here. He lamented inwardly, why did I get myself into this? I was just trying to lighten the mood and I ended up doing this crazy thing. He began to bow to each tablet one by one. He bowed and cursed inwardly. What's with all these achievements? He continued to bow to the next tablet and thought again. And why is the history so long? Anyone would think the founding masters of Qingcheng established the entire martial world. These damn bastards. Fatigue and anger were evident on Jinmu's face. He seemed to have discovered something. When he came to his senses, it was a hole. He looked around, but there was nothing like it. He began to stare intently at the hole. It's too unnatural for a piece of wood to have fallen off on its own, for a part of the wood grain on the floor to fall off by itself. This hole is too artificial. And for it to be a mistake, its shape is too ingenious. Jinmu couldn't understand. And its location is right below the tablet, as if it were intentional. Whose tablet is this? Are the long inscriptions next to it this person's achievements? The 26th sect leader, Fengtian Wanliangzi. He began to read the last line again. Does that mean this person was the sect leader about 100 years ago? He had a sudden realization. 100 years ago was when Master Qingwu divided the latter half of Taiji into 4 parts and sealed them in 4 places besides Wudang. Jinmu's eyes blazed. It was right at the time when the latter half of the Yangyi divine art was divided into 4. Sangmu, seeing his strange behavior, kept calling out to him. But he was still lost in thought and did not answer his question. He asked suspiciously, is there something wrong with the last words left by the founding masters? Only then did Jinmu slowly stand up. He chuckled and deflected his question. Sangmu said no more and quickly sent Jinmu out. He saw Jinmu off outside. The time for the memorial service has passed, so I must close the doors of the ancestral shrine. Hearing that, Jinmu had no choice but to comply. Sangmu hurriedly closed the doors. He turned back toward Jinmu with a false smile. May the infinite heavenly Lord grant you a pleasant stay in Qingcheng. As he quickly left, Jinmu was also quite puzzled. Afterwards, Jinmu smiled again. But that hole under the tablet of the sect leader from 100 years ago, it doesn't seem like an ordinary thing. He hummed the inscription written on the tablet, not knowing that Sangmu was watching him from a high place. He stood there thinking about Jinmu's actions. Could it be that the sword of Wudang, that bastard, has figured out the meaning of those characters? But how would Wudang know that a part of the Yanggi divine art is now in the ancestral shrine? His eyes flashed. We haven't obtained Muyel yet, so I can't let another bastard figure out the identity of that hole. Sangmu instantly disappeared from the cliff, preparing a plan even if the opponent was the sword of Wudang. A cry that seemed to tear the sky rang out. Tang Se Ryong, smiling brightly like a flower in the room, greeted Jinmu. Jinmu got angry. Why are you in my room? Do you think this is a place you can come to whenever you want? She shamelessly did not deny it, and even laughed very happily. I got permission from the sect leader. Hearing that, he was surprised and asked back. I heard the relationship between the two sides is not good because of the rats that have appeared in Qingcheng recently. Tang Se Ryong explained seriously. While you went to pay respects at the ancestral shrine, the first-generation disciples came to see me. They said you might get into trouble because of the Tang clan, she boasted happily and proudly. Hearing that, I immediately contacted my father and told him to rest assured and withdraw the Tang clan troops since I am in Qingcheng. The #1 contributor to this matter was the eagle she always carried with her. Jinmu's eyes widened as he heard this. A serious matter that could have turned into a pride fight between two sects was resolved so easily with a single word from his daughter. She pointed to the object in her hand. I told my father that if he didn't withdraw the troops, I would set fire to Qingcheng, so he probably withdrew all the forces. Hearing that, he could only feel helpless on behalf of Dang Wi. He muttered under his breath. What sin did I commit in my past life to meet a woman like this in this life? Then again, I did commit a lot of sins in my past life. Tang Se Ryong's eyes widened, wondering what he was saying. As if to celebrate, she suggested they go eat meat. Jinmu's mind was filled with thoughts of refusal, but if they didn't eat together, she might really set fire to Qingcheng. Outside, the rain still showed no sign of stopping. A golden-brown hot duck was beautifully served. Tang Se Ryong, while chewing her food, watched Jinmu, who wasn't picking up his chopsticks. He replied, You eat alone. I have a lot to think about and don't feel like eating. Tang Se Ryong got angry and pointed to her mouth. I'm a vegetarian. Can't you see I'm eating medicinal herbs? Only then did Jinmu look at the things on the table. She eats medicinal herbs like rice. That must be why her recovery speed is so fast. Tang Se Ryong, with a ginseng root in her mouth, asked about his well-being. Did someone bully you? I'll teach them a lesson. Just tell me, he recited the sentence again. A lush forest catches fire and the trees turn to nothingness as if feet are running under a hat. The martial arts of the Central Plains are gradually declining, which is truly regrettable. What does this sentence mean? Tang Se Ryong asked blankly. Why do feet run under a hat? Jinmu continued to tell her to just leave it. It seemed he had misspoken. She still wanted to know where that phrase was written. Jinmu answered without being bothered, in the ancestral shrine of the Qingcheng sect. Tang Se Ryong knew this was very important and drew the characters on the desk. A lush forest catches fire. Suddenly, she discovered something. Isn't this a character riddle? When Jinmu didn't understand, she had to explain a little. A character riddle is a type of code used to obscure the original meaning by breaking down or reinterpreting the components of a character. For example, the character when to ask consists of a ko mouth in front of a men gate. It could therefore be interpreted as a beggar begging at a gate. As for the phrase a lush forest lin catches fire, this riddle refers to the character wu nothingness. If the trees, the two mu radicals, are removed from lin forest and fire huo is added, it forms wu. Another example is the phrase as if feet are running under a hat. This riddle points to the character shui hole. If feet are placed under a hat, the top radical, it forms shui, meaning a hole. Only then did Jinmu understand the meaning of Muyel. Back then, that bastard Makin Jiam said Muyel had to be taken to Qingcheng. Under the tablet of the 100-year-old sect leader Wanliangza, a hole was revealed precisely when the Yanggi divine art was divided, and his last words hinted at Muyel. In that case, Muyel might not be the key to opening the secret vault of Qingcheng, but the key to where the Yanggi divine art is hidden. He slammed the desk with a bang. He ran up, called Tang Se Ryong's name loudly, and hugged her. She seemed a little shy at this sudden action. Now that she seemed useful, he didn't forget to tease her. You really are a cow. You caught a mouse while stepping backward. She froze at being called a cow. Did my words help you? Jinmu admitted loudly. Immensely. All the clues fit perfectly. I never thought this would be resolved so easily. The heavens are helping me. Jinmu quickly ran outside. There's something I need to check right now. I'll go first. Tang Se Ryong sensed something and kept asking. What is it? Let's go together. Jinmu's step suddenly stopped and the opening door also stopped. Suddenly, Jinmu became serious. Tang Se Ryong, step back now, the girl behind him asked blankly. Why, what's wrong? Right where the two were standing, a huge explosion occurred, blowing the door away. The explosion was so large that it shattered the desks and chairs inside. Jinmu quickly raised his sword to block. Jinmu said seriously, I was so preoccupied with the Yanggi divine art that I didn't even notice this inn was surrounded. He slowly walked outside and faced a group of men in black. Who are you? Ak Ryu on the other side saw him and sneered as if he had expected it. It seems they have no intention of answering. Tang Se-ryong stepped out with him. Seeing you so tense, those guys must be quite strong, huh? They don't seem like an ordinary group of assassins. Jinmu had only told her to step back because he was worrying she would be in danger, but she didn't seem to like it much. Tang Se-ryong was already in a ready stance. If those guys are that dangerous, you just focus on dealing with them. I can take care of myself, so you won't be able to fight properly while trying to protect someone, right? And I don't want to be protected by others all the time either. Jinmu looked at her with a very different gaze and smiled. Seeing your strong pride, you are indeed Dangwai's daughter. I'll broaden my vision, so I expect you to dodge on your own. The first basic principle of battle is to occupy a position that is advantageous to oneself. The two had already entered their respective fighting stances, and with just a few basic attacks, the inn was instantly shattered. Akryu also smiled with the corner of his mouth raised. To demolish the entire inn, it seems we came to the right place. That brat is the sword of Wudang. The more he spoke, the more cunning his smile became, and he gave a low command to his subordinate. Kill them. The white smoke was thick and nothing could be seen. A short while later, Tang Se-ryong soared high into the sky in front of the assassins. Everyone just stared blankly at the sky, doing nothing. Tang Se-ryong did a magnificent spin in the air and then quickly rushed down Tang Clan's secret arts, needle technique, yellow needle, poison rain needles. As she rained down needles, they vomited blood. Only then did they realize in a panic. Damn it, hidden weapons, Akryu ordered, somewhat flustered. As soon as that wench hits the ground, kill her. After taking care of quite a few of them, she quickly landed on the ground, but before the surprise could wear off, something more terrifying awaited. Streaks of blue light continuously appeared, cutting them down one after another. Sword strikes erupted one after another, felling numerous assassins, and many fell under that blade. His 2 feet were soaked in mud and blood. The raindrops were now drops of blood, but the more terrifying sight was Jinmu standing silently with a blood-stained sword. Without a hint of fatigue, he praised Tang Se-ryong. You're pretty good, aren't you? She proudly introduced herself once again. I am Tang Se-ryong. This much is nothing to me. Jinmu encouraged her to continue. He looked at the remaining guys and praised them slightly. You guys, you blocked that attack just now. If you valued your lives, you shouldn't have attacked in the first place. I don't know what kind of bastards you are, but you made a mistake today. He pointed his sword at them. Jinmu threatened. I will cut off all your heads. He created a powerful blue sword chi with his sword. It quickly circled towards the assassins and he created an explosion large enough to split the ground with the force of his sword. Akryu was somewhat confused looking at the situation before him. Guiyang, you damn bastard. You clearly said the sword of Wudang was at the Iki realm, but that Wudang Taoist is now slaughtering the Blue Wolf Brigade with sword force. On the other side, Jinmu was displaying a very beautiful sword form, and his smile was full of confidence. He also vaguely understood. Doesn't that mean that bastard's skill is now on par with our master, Lord Daring? If we fight head-on, we have no chance of winning. I have no choice but to take that woman hostage and tie him down. And Akryu looked towards Tang Se-ryong. He quickly rushed over. Before he could even act, hidden weapons attacked him from multiple directions. Tang Se-ryong also turned upon hearing the sound. She saw the group flying down. Why are you here? One of the Tang clan disciples quickly reported. Forgive us, young lady. We were secretly following you under the orders of the great lord. She was also quite surprised. The man added and explained. As soon as we heard that the Tang clan martial artist near Qingcheng Mountain had withdrawn, we saw the inn where the young lady was staying explode. For such a thing to happen here right after the Tang clan martial artists withdrew, we judged that this might be the work of the ones the great lord was tracking and rushed here. He shouted loudly. Young lady, who are these people? Are they the ones? Tang Se-ryong also answered frankly. I don't know either. They suddenly attacked while we were eating. Akryu looked around and it was quite disadvantageous for him. And he saw his subordinates all lying on the ground. He turned to flee. The Tang clan people who had raised their swords suddenly lowered them, looking as puzzled as Akryu. Jinmu stood behind him with a cold face and terrifying eyes. Suddenly he choked him. Jinmu opened his mouth coldly. Now you are the only one left. His hand squeezed Akryu's neck even tighter. He struck him down with a powerful punch. The people here were at a loss for words at Jinmu's series of actions. The current sword of Wudang is truly terrifying. A series of powerful punches rained down on Akryu. Tang Se-ryong, watching the scene, had to keep confirming. Were we beaten that brutally before? I should be more careful in the future. No, I should be much more careful. The man just shook his head. From the looks of it, he went very easy on you. Akryu was punched in the face several times and fell to the ground. Jinmu asked worriedly. I got too angry and my hand was a bit heavy, wasn't it? He's not dead, is he? The Tang clan people quickly paid their respects and looked worried. Greetings to the sword of Wudang. Only then did he ask if they had been following him since he descended the mountain. They were also surprised that he already knew. Jinmu explained gently. Every time you closed the distance, I could feel it. I thought you were with these guys and was going to take care of all of you. After it was over, I realized you were from the Tang clan. Fortunately, he was smiling brightly. The Tang clan members sighed in relief, relieved to be part of the Tang clan. Jinmu looked at Akryu, who had collapsed on the ground, and thought, I need to ask who these guys are, but what am I supposed to do now that he's in this state after I barely kept him alive? The Tang clan members quickly stepped forward. We fired a signal flare to request reinforcements on our way here. They should arrive soon. As if on cue, another group approached, and Jinmu was surprised to see them. It wasn't just Tang clan martial artists but also the Taoists of Qingcheng. Jinmu couldn't understand it at all. They wouldn't just stand by if they knew their territory was in such a mess. Zixuan said in a displeased voice, "What a truly gruesome sight. Taoist Jinmu, can you explain this situation?" Zixuan stood before him and said sternly, "I saw the signal flare explode over here and came to see what was happening." "What a truly gruesome sight," he asked in an angry voice. "Taoist Jinmu, can you explain this situation?" Jinmu calmly explained, "I came out for a bit of fresh air with the young lady of the Tang clan and these people attacked us without warning. They didn't even reveal their identities and attacked immediately, so I don't know who they are either." Hearing this, Zixuan looked very displeased. "Even so, with such a terrible bloody battle having taken place on the lands of Mount Qingcheng, I cannot simply overlook this matter in which you are involved. Taoist Jinmu," he turned his head to the other side. "Moreover, why are the Tang clan martial artists who should have withdrawn here with you? Did you lead them here?" Jinmu answered, slightly annoyed. "No, if I had, how would these people have known to come here?" Jinmu thought to himself. "I'm the one who was attacked by men in masks wandering Mount Qingcheng, and I'm the one who took care of them. But now they're very displeased that the Tang clan has trespassed on their territory. Are they really going to start a war over their petty pride? This is why they're the so-called righteous sects." Just then, Tang Se Ryong stepped forward and called out to Taoist Zixuan. She respectfully cupped her fist. "No matter how dangerous the situation was just now, the martial artists of my clan caused a disturbance without permission. This young lady offers her apologies on their behalf," she continued, bowing her head. "The Tang clan martial artists happened to discover this incident while descending the mountain and came out of concern for my safety. I am fine now, so you may withdraw your troops." Seeing her apologize, Jinmu praised her inwardly. "I thought she was a crazy wench, but she's quite useful." Thanks to Tang Se Ryong, the atmosphere softened considerably. Zixuan cleared his throat and said, "Since the young lady of the Tang clan has apologized." Just then, Jinmu looked at both sides and thought to himself, "The Tang clan martial artists are still displeased and neither side wants to bow their heads. Both sides are martial artists from major sects in Sichuan, famous for their stubbornness. What a bunch of annoying bastards. It's a real pain trying to appease this one and soothe that one." Jinmu quietly called Zixuan martial uncle. He whispered, "Although this is Qingcheng's territory, this matter also concerns all of Sichuan. It was wrong for the Tang clan to enter without permission, but the assassins have a grudge against the Tang clan, so it will be difficult for them to back down easily. If you only insist on pride here, what difference is there between the Tang clan and Qingcheng? How about showing the magnanimity of the Taoist sect? What do you think? In any case, the Tang clan are the experts when it comes to investigating these people." Zixuan was not pleased. "You have a point, but this is a problem that occurred in Qingcheng," Jinmu persuaded him. "You can participate in their investigation process in Qingcheng. If you praise the Tang clan's outstanding abilities in this investigation and simultaneously supervise the process, you can maintain your pride and save Qingcheng's face." Hearing that, he began to calculate in his head. Receive an investigation report from the prideful Tang clan? Not bad. Besides, the phrase showing the magnanimity of the Taoist sect sounds good. Zixuan praised him. "As expected of the Sword of Wudang, you see the bigger picture." Jinmu smiled with his eyes. "You flatter me. I was only thinking for the sake of Qingcheng." Jinmu saw him call him Sword of Wudang and thought that things had gone well. Zixuan thought for a moment and then said to the Tang clan martial artists, "First of all, I would like to thank the Tang clan for coming to eradicate the lawless individuals who are disturbing Qingcheng." The Tang clan elder also looked apologetic. "We also apologize for returning without permission," Zixuan said with a gentle attitude. "Perhaps these people are related to those that the Tang clan has been unable to catch for a long time. Although suppressing them is a piece of cake for Qingcheng, our Taoist sect lacks investigative skills. Therefore I would like to entrust the investigation of this case to the Tang clan. What do you think, elder? If you are willing to help, I will ask the sect leader to grant you permission to move freely within Mount Qingcheng until this matter is resolved." The Tang clan elder was surprised. "Permission from Qingcheng? Does that mean we can investigate every nook and cranny without worrying about clashes?" Zixuan said with a smile. "However, since this incident occurred in Qingcheng, we cannot turn a blind eye. Therefore, the Tang clan must allow Qingcheng to participate in the investigation process." The Tang clan elder immediately agreed. "In that case, could the Qingcheng side send a letter to the Ma sect?" Zixuan readily agreed. The Tang clan elder was overjoyed inwardly. "Good. Now we can investigate in Qingcheng territory without worrying about clashes. The great lord will be very pleased." He cupped his fist and thanked Qingcheng for their help. Seeing the two of them smile, Jinmu finally let out a sigh of relief. "Anyway, it's resolved well. The relationship between the two sides has also improved. Then I'll leave this place to the Tang clan." With that thought, he approached Zixuan and asked cheerfully, "Martial uncle, may we go up to the mountain gate now?" He replied as if he had just remembered. "All right, let's go together. I also need to report this matter to the sect leader." Jinmu was satisfied and smiled a chilling smile. "The mountain gate is in sight. Now I just need to go get the Youngi divine art that's in the ancestral shrine." Upon arriving at the mountain gate, Ziwon laughed heartily and praised him. "Taoist Jinmu, you caught the ones that the Tang clan couldn't catch for so long?" As Jinmu obediently bowed his head, he was very pleased inwardly. He calls the Qingcheng elders martial uncle, confirming his ties with us. And since he walks the same Taoist path as Qingcheng, what Jinmu caught is the same as what Qingcheng caught. Then Qingcheng can proudly stand tall before the Tang clan. The more Ziwan thought about it, the more excited he became. Zixuan, you also made a good judgment. Zixuan hurriedly said, actually all of this was the idea of the Sword of Wudang. Not only is the Taoist upright, but his thoughts are also very profound. Ziwan nodded in satisfaction. Is that so? Our Qingcheng has been helped by the Taoist. Jinmu scratched his head and said modestly, no, sect leader. Qingcheng and Wudang are brothers from the same family. How could I turn a blind eye? He thought it was time to get to the point and made a suggestion. Sect leader, may I ask a favor of this disciple? Ziwan said magnanimously. Don't hesitate, speak. What request could there be that I cannot hear? Jinmu once again said he wanted to go to the ancestral shrine in Xian Pavilion, and Ziwan looked puzzled. He hurriedly explained, to be honest, this disciple is used to training in ancestral shrines. Jinmu thought he had to make an excuse first. Ziwan seemed to understand. You mean you want to meditate in the ancestral shrine? Jinmu was worried he would think it was a ridiculous story, but he was supportive instead. I understand what's so difficult about that. You may go. Ziwan was slightly suspicious inwardly, but he soon thought that he must have a secret that others didn't understand. Hearing that, Jinmu added, then while I'm meditating, may I be alone? Naturally, he received permission. Ziwan immediately ordered Zixuan to ensure that no Qingcheng disciples disturbed Taoist Jinmu while he was meditating. The plan is going smoothly for now. Jinmu was delighted inwardly. Now I just need to insert Muyel into that hole, and the second half of the Yangyi divine art will be in my hands. Songmu was surprised when they arrived. What are you all doing here? Zixuan brought Jinmu over and explained. The Sword of Wudang wishes to meditate in the ancestral shrine. Hurry and give me the key. He was surprised inwardly. Why is the Sword of Wudang still alive? Couldn't the Blue Wolf Brigade and Ak Ryu handle a single Sword of Wudang at the Yiki realm? It must be because the Tang clan interfered. Because of their damn signal flare, even the Qingcheng Taoists descended the mountain. That's why that bastard survived. He clenched his fists, worried inwardly. This won't do. Things are going wrong because of that one bastard. If Lord Daring comes, I will be held responsible. To save my own life, I must prevent that bastard from figuring out the secret of the ancestral shrine. Thus, Songmu tried to negotiate with Zixuan again. Pavilion Master of Xian Pavilion, entering the ancestral shrine at this hour is against the rules of our sect, even if it is the Sword of Wudang. Zixuan cut him off. I know, but this matter was permitted by the sect leader. Songmu, in despair, tried to stop him helplessly. At this point, Zixuan could no longer tolerate it. He frowned and said, a first-generation disciple of the martial arts hall dares to discuss rules in front of the sect leader's command. Hurry up and give me the key. Songmu trembled and had no choice but to hand over the key. Zixuan took the key and handed it to Jinmu. He couldn't give up and tried to go inside with them, but Zixuan was so angry that he turned around and shouted. The sect leader ordered us not to disturb the Sword of Wudang's meditation. So why are you being so bothersome? Then he turned to him kindly. I'm sorry to have delayed your business, please go inside. Seeing the scene before him, Songmu trembled with anger but could do nothing. Jinmu successfully entered the ancestral shrine alone, and once he was alone he revealed a cunning expression. He first looked around to confirm the exact location. Finding the spot he was looking for, Jinmu was satisfied that everything was as it was. He carefully moved the desk that was on top of it to the side. As soon as he moved the desk, the hole was revealed. Jinmu excitedly took out Muyel from his bosom. How long I have waited for this moment. It came to me like destiny disguised as a coincidence under the name Muyel. He sat down and slowly brought Muyel closer. Now the first piece of the second half of the Yangyi divine art will be in my hands. Indeed, Muyel fit perfectly into the hole. He paused for a moment as it went in so smoothly. A wooden shelf slowly rose from under the floor. Jinmu was surprised to see the box inside and carefully reached out to take it out. He opened the lid nervously and indeed there was a piece of paper inside. Jinmu looked at the paper with joy and thought, so this is a part of the latter half of the Yangyi divine art. Does such a thing as a fateful encounter really exist in the world? I discovered the secret, found the key and finally got my hands on it. He nervously unfolded the paper to see what was written inside, but there were only a few characters written on the paper. Jinmu was a little disappointed. Is this all there is? The content is only one page. He struggled to understand the paper. Endlessness means taiji. When yang moves greatly, yin must be still. What does this mean? Is this really all there is? Then he suddenly remembered. The latter half of the Yangyi divine art was divided into 4 pieces and sealed in 4 places, so it's natural that I don't understand it now. When I find all 4 places and get the remaining pieces, the meaning will gradually become clear, and I will be able to master the complete Yangyi divine art. The first piece, you are mine. I will memorize it all first and then burn it after I've memorized it. Jinmu gripped the paper tightly and laughed loudly. What's the point of leaving this in the world? This is mine. No one else should ever know about it. But if I burn it with samadhi true fire, the people outside will notice. Jinmu contemplated how to burn it. Outside the ancestral shrine it had already grown dark and Songmu was anxiously waiting for him to come out. The door creaked open. Zixuan said in surprise, "Oh, have you finished your meditation already?" Jinmu laughed awkwardly and came out, covering his face. "Yes, it truly is a place filled with the energy of Taoists. Thanks to that, I quickly gained enlightenment." Jinmu bowed his head in gratitude to Zixuan, who laughed loudly. "I'm glad you gained some enlightenment. Will you return to your room and rest now?" Jinmu replied politely. "Yes, when the day breaks I must receive proof as a pilgrim Taoist from the Qingcheng elders." Songmu watched them and slowly headed to his bedroom. As soon as he left, Songmu rushed into the ancestral shrine. As soon as he entered, he ran to the secret place. I couldn't stop him because Elder Zixuan was by his side. Songmu hoped it was fine, seeing the hole was as it was, but he was uneasy inside. On the floor were scattered pieces of old crumbled paper. He suddenly felt anxiety and fear. That damn sword of Wudang bastard, he found it. It was raining heavily outside, and Songmu hurriedly put on his Taoist robe and ran out. "I have to tell Ryu about this situation. Things have gone seriously wrong, so we need to discuss it again. If it gets out that the latter half of the Yanggi divine art, which the third palace lord values more than anything, has been stolen, I will never be safe." He ran to a shabby house in the woods. Songmu panted as he opened the door and called out loudly for Ryu, but he was suddenly horrified. Seeing the group before him, he trembled in fear and stammered, "How is your excellency here?" Sitting there was not Ryu but Daring and his numerous subordinates. Songmu hurriedly knelt and stammered, bowing to Daring. Daring slowly approached and said, "Guiyang, Ryu is dead. So are the 20 subordinates who followed him." He felt extreme fear at the news of Ryu's death. Daring's voice continued to echo. "Sokyung, who went to find Muyel, has also been captured, and Yang Sopeng is there as well." Then Daring stomped on Sanjiemi's head with his foot. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's not your fault that Sokyung failed his mission. But why did you let Ryu die?" Ryu's death led to the Tang clan and Qingcheng joining forces, and the mission failed. This is the same as us being exposed. He pressed down on Sanjiemi's head and shouted, "What kind of plan did you come up with for the situation to get this bad?" Songmu, pinned underneath, trembled in fear and only begged for his life. Daring said coldly, "Unfortunately, I have never tasted failure, nor have I ever forgiven anyone. Don't make excuses and tell me the truth. What happened?" Songmu sobbed. He took a deep breath and said, "Lord Daring, it seems that the part of the Yanggi divine art that was in Qingcheng has been stolen." As soon as he heard that, Daring's face instantly hardened. He angrily grabbed Songmu by the hair and growled, "What did you say? Did my ears deceive me?" Songmu trembled in fear and said urgently, "A Wudang disciple in his early 20s came to Qingcheng on a pilgrimage and discovered the latter half of the Yanggi divine art. So I tried to eliminate him with Ryu, but the plan failed due to the interference of the Tang clan and Qingcheng. In that gap, that bastard disappeared with the item." Daring frowned with worry. "That is something the third palace lord has been searching for a long time and has only just now located. And you're telling me it was stolen?" He was still suspicious and asked again, "Are you sure? Did you see him take it with your own eyes?" Songmu could only swear, "Please leave that matter to me. The Tang clan and Qingcheng have already started chasing us with fire in their eyes. Even Yang Sopeng has left the Baijia stronghold and come to Sichuan," Daring asked. "But what can a guy like you do?" He waved his hand and threw Songmu to the ground, ordering, "Shut up and go back to Qingcheng. Report to me as soon as that Wudang disciple leaves Qingcheng. If he really took it, I will kill him to get it back." Avoiding the eyes of Qingcheng and the Tang clan, "Songmu, you'd better pray that I can retrieve that piece of the Yanggi divine art, otherwise your entire family will disappear from this world." A few days later, the test in Qingcheng ended in an instant. During the QA session about the Tao, he just laughed and they mistook it for a smile of enlightenment. Because he said he was at the Yiki realm, they had Jinmu spar with an elder. But he had to be polite, so he ended it in a draw. In any case, the elders were amazed that a young first-generation disciple had reached a level equal to a Qingcheng elder. The elders couldn't hide their surprise. And finally, the day to leave Qingcheng came. Z1 praised him. "As expected of the Sword of Wudang, you have reached the Yiki realm, yet you fought an elder to a draw despite your lack of experience. The future of Wudang could not be brighter." Jinmu pretended to be humble. "No, it is all thanks to the care of my grandmasters." Z1 praised him inwardly. To have such outstanding martial arts at such a young age, it would be natural for him to be arrogant, yet he is so humble and polite, he said. "Seeing you makes me feel sorry for Wudang. I should propose an exchange with sect leader Myunghyun soon." Z1 did not spare his praise. To have raised such an outstanding disciple, Wudang is truly the beacon of the Taoist sects. Jinmu was displeased. "This madman, as far as I know, you guys haven't had any exchanges with Wudang for nearly 10 years. When Wudang was embroiled in the rumor of destroying the Tao and chasing heresy, you guys didn't lift a finger to help. That's no different from severing ties. Now that you think you can benefit from it, you're scheming to re-establish the relationship, you old men." Z1 smiled broadly and commanded, "Then we will see you off to the mountain gate. Songmu, come here." Songmu forced a smile and obeyed the command. When Z1 was surprised to see his bruised face, he made an excuse that he had missed his step and fallen. After that, Z1 ordered Songmu to see Taoist Jinmu off. He looked at Jinmu with a distorted smile. "Taoist Jinmu, shall we go?" Jinmu replied politely, but he seemed to have noticed something strange. What a bizarre smile. 3 days later, in the Sinyang Hall of the Sichuan Tang clan, the sound of a desk being overturned was heard. Dang Wi angrily asked, "Who sent this letter?" the subordinate replied respectfully. "It is Yang So-pung of the Beggar's Sect." He crumpled the paper in his hand in anger. "If it's Yang So-pung, the contents of the letter can't be false. Unrighteous people have appeared in Sichuan and they might be targeting the sword of Wudang Jinmu. So by order of the Murim alliance, the Tang clan, Qingcheng and Ma are to do their utmost to protect him." He sneered and thought, "The Murim alliance's order? You think I care? To me, they are just partners in cooperation, not objects of loyalty. But the problem is that my daughter is with the sword of Wudang. If the Murim alliance mobilizes the three great sects to protect him, the enemy must be no ordinary foe. If something happens to that brat, Se Ryong will be in danger." Dang Wi shouted in anger. "Immediately issue an emergency summons to all elite martial artists, issue an emergency alert throughout Sichuan, and mobilize all communication systems to find Se Ryong's whereabouts. Pursue her as soon as her whereabouts are confirmed." Then he ordered the sect master's guards, "I will also go out myself, so prepare." Early morning in Qingcheng, numerous disciples were rushing to the main hall. In a quiet place nearby, only the sound of a broom sweeping fallen leaves could be heard. A disciple ran up panting and called for Martial Uncle Sangmu. He reported urgently, "I heard that great hero Mupeng sent a letter to the sect leader." He was surprised to hear that and thought to himself, "He should be at Baijia stronghold, so why did he send a letter to Qingcheng?" The disciple continued, "It seems that unrighteous people are targeting Taoist Jinmu. I heard that half of the elders have already led the disciples to pursue them." Sangmu was anxious. "How did they know we were targeting the sword of Wudang? Did the captured Sok Young confess everything?" He gripped the broom handle tightly. "That can't be. The warriors of our palace have undergone harsh training to withstand any torture." "Then what is the reason?" that disciple urged him again. "The Murim alliance sent the letter directly. I heard they also sent it to the Tang clan and Ma. The situation is very urgent, so we should also prepare quickly and gather at the training ground." He hurriedly agreed, his mind racing. "Everything is going seriously wrong. No matter how strong Lord Daring and the Blue Wolf Brigade are, they are no match for the power of the three great sects of Sichuan. It's been 3 days since the sword of Wudang left Qingcheng, and Lord Daring has also set out to target him. I must quickly inform Lord Daring of this news. If we clash with those three sects, the identity of our palace might be exposed." Meanwhile, Jinmu and Tang Se Ryong were riding through a forest on horseback. She grumbled, "Please, let's take a break." Tang Se Ryong, who was following behind, shouted angrily, "Do you know how many days we've been doing this? 3 days, 3 days. Did you bury a pot of honey in Kunlun? Why are you riding like your life depends on it?" Jinmu shot back without missing a beat, "Be quiet, I want to save even more time." "Did I ask you to follow me?" He was annoyed inwardly. "There's a reason I'm in such a hurry. That Makin Jiam who was after Muyel that day, and those guys who attacked me when I went to Qingcheng with Muyel. All of this means that there are others besides me who are after the Yangyi divine art. How on earth did they know about the Yangyi divine art, which isn't even recorded in books? What if they simultaneously target the remaining pieces in the other 3 Taoist sects?" The more he thought, the more he drove his horse like a madman. "I can never let them take it, so I have to get to Kunlun quickly and get my hands on it before they do." The two were unaware that their movements had already entered Daring's surveillance network. Daring laughed loudly. "So that Wudang disciple from that day was this guy? I knew he was no ordinary person, but I didn't expect him to have grown so much in such a short time." Daring gestured to his subordinate and gave an order to the 1st Division. "Surround this entire area." "Bidding isn't so bad. Wudang disciple, I think it's time to remind you of what happened at Muol Pavilion." Tang Se Ryong couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted, "Honestly, I'm exhausted. I told you to take a break, can't you hear me?" Suddenly, she saw that he had stopped his horse. "Did you finally come to your senses? Should we stop by a nearby village and rest?" But Jinmu didn't answer and just raised his hand to signal her to be quiet. He sensed that something was following them. "The number of soldiers is too large. It can't be Tang Se Ryong's escort brats. There are at least 20 of them. If they were masters, there's no way I wouldn't have felt this strange energy and killing intent." Jinmu whispered, "There are people around, they could be enemies, so be careful." She was still bewildered. A man in black put a horn to his lips and blew it. The sound of the horn echoed, shaking the entire gloomy forest. As soon as they heard the sound, the two dismounted from their horses and took a defensive stance. Daring was watching all their movements from a high cliff. He smiled cunningly and ran down the steep mountainside. Jinmu, with his keen senses, also sensed that someone was approaching very close, and when he saw him he couldn't hide his surprise. A shadow was shooting down from the cliff like an arrow. It was him. That old man from Muol Pavilion, Daring. Jinmu told Tang Se Ryong to get out of the way and prepared to charge. The two rushed towards each other at a terrifying speed and neither gave way. A murderous aura raged like a storm instead of a friendly greeting. Jinmu unleashed a sharp sword strike. Daring, though old, dodged nimbly. He taunted, "Your back is open, Wudang disciple." Jinmu turned in anger and slashed at him, but Daring didn't stop and continued to charge down. Jinmu was bewildered. "He's just passing me by, don't tell me he's after that wench." Tang Se Ryong stubbornly stood her ground without moving. Jinmu shouted in anger, "This is driving me crazy. I told her to get out of the way," but instead of being scared she provoked him. Who do you think you are, telling me to move? The Dharma tool in Tang Se-ryong's hand held immense power. Under her control, the Dharma tool's chain instantly wrapped around Daring's body. Jinmu was surprised, and Tang Se-ryong naively thought she had caught him. But Daring was not such a simple opponent. The old man smiled wickedly, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. At first glance it seemed his whole body was bound, but in reality he had gotten very close to her and begun to circulate his ki. Jinmu rushed over in concern, but it was too late. The power emanating from the old man was terrifyingly immense, and the entire area collapsed, sending up a thick cloud of dirt and rock dust. Everything before them happened in an instant, and an explosion that shook the heavens and earth rang out. Jinmu's face turned pale with worry, all color drained from it. When Tang Se-ryong, having sustained a serious injury, collapsed to the ground unconscious, he quickly rushed to her side. Then he immediately stood in front of her to protect her. He called out to Tang Se-ryong worriedly, "Get a hold of yourself." Daring unleashed his ki and smiled sinisterly at him. As Tang Se-ryong struggled to get up, Jinmu became even more anxious. "Hey, are you okay?" Seeing her stir, Daring asked in surprise, "Is that girl still alive?" She staggered to her feet, revealing the golden clothes she wore underneath, and said in a trembling voice, "That really hurt. If it weren't for this I would have died." Jinmu was surprised and thought to himself, "That's a heavenly silkworm treasure robe. She carries something that precious on her. Just how many things did she bring with her when she left the Tang clan?" On the other side, Daring was laughing loudly. "Amazing. To think that girl was wearing a heavenly silkworm treasure robe." Jinmu mocked the old man, who was different from the young lady of a wealthy family, and sent her a message through his spiritual power. "Can you hold on?" she replied weakly. "Don't talk to me. It feels like my insides are about to be torn apart. I'm barely holding on." With the enemy surrounding them on all sides and her injured, he feared he couldn't handle the old man. The thought made him even more worried. "Do you have enough strength left to escape?" Tang Se-ryong had almost no strength left. "Maybe if I can get on a horse," she asserted confidently. "I have something that can stop the guys chasing us," Jinmu thought to himself. Seeing her so determined, she must have something useful on par with the heavenly silkworm treasure robe. Then he instructed her, "I'll give you a signal when the time is right, so be ready. You must ride north on your horse." The old man, Daring, stood leisurely and spoke to him. "Seeing you circulate your ki like that, you must be quite confident. Are you wearing a heavenly silkworm treasure robe like that girl?" To keep the old man from guessing, he answered ambiguously, "Maybe." Hearing that, Daring looked troubled. "Then it will be quite difficult to kill you in one blow," the old man threatened him while circulating his ki. "Then I'll have no choice but to cut off your head, but before that there's one thing I need to confirm." Daring's eyes became frighteningly empty as he asked, "You got your hands on a part of the Yanggi divine art, didn't you?" Jinmu didn't answer hastily and thought carefully. So the old man was after the Yanggi divine art too. He looks like he already knows everything, so there's no need to lie at this point. The important thing now is to get out of here somehow. Then he said sarcastically, "Would you believe me if I said no?" The old man was naturally displeased. Daring threatened, "Hand it over right now and I'll spare your life." But Jinmu was not a man to be easily intimidated. He smiled bitterly. "What a shame. I can't give it to you even if I wanted to." He stuck out his tongue and taunted the old man. "It's in my stomach." As soon as he heard that, the old man's anger flared to the top of his head. Jinmu continued to bluff. "I memorized it all and then swallowed it. I can't give it to you now even if I wanted to, since it's probably turned to shit. Maybe it's on the road we just passed." Upon hearing this, the old man stopped arguing and immediately circulated his ki, threatening, "In that case I will capture you and torture it out of you. If you still won't talk, I'll just have to split your head open and see for myself." Jinmu, not at all afraid, prepared to attack. "Go ahead and try." A resolute sword strike shot forward and he launched a relentless assault without pause. Daring, enraged, cursed, "You cowardly bastard." The old man immediately circulated his ki to counter Jinmu's attack, but his technique was quickly broken by Jinmu. Enraged, Daring loudly commanded, "What are you all doing? Pursue them immediately." The group chased after them, but they couldn't catch up to the two on horseback. Tang Se-ryong then took out her secret weapon. After confirming the right distance, she shot out thousands of needles. "You bastards go to hell. One shot of torrential rain of 1,000 needles will be enough to pin them down." The subordinates were hit by the needles raining down on them and couldn't pursue any further, writhing in pain. Daring's movement technique was extraordinary. Catching one of the flying needles, the old man, filled with rage, crumpled it into a piece of scrap metal. Looking at his fallen subordinates, the old man vowed, "If I can't retrieve that part of the Yanggi divine art, I will definitely return with the heads of those two." Suddenly it began to rain, pouring so heavily that it was impossible to see ahead. The rain made it difficult to escape, but the sound of the rain masked their breathing and washed away their footprints, making it the perfect condition to hide. The two safely took shelter in a cave. Jinmu asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Tang Se-ryong said with difficulty, "What do you mean all right? I'm dying of pain." As she tried to untie the top of her clothes, Jinmu was surprised to see her taking off her outer garment. "Hey, what are you doing right now?" Soon after, she even threw off the heavy heavenly silkworm treasure robe. Jinmu's face turned slightly red, but he looked at the treasure with curiosity. Outside, the rain was still pouring down, and Tang Se-ryong, wearing only a thin layer of clothing, had a palm-sized area of her skin stained red with blood from her wound. Jinmu was shocked by the sight. "That's a lot of bruised blood. With an injury like that she should have lost consciousness. He looked at her, puzzled. How were you able to escape in that condition? She still replied arrogantly. Is there anything I can't do? I am Tang Se Ryong, he thought to himself, the cold-hearted poisonous maiden. I don't know who gave her that nickname, but it really suits her. What a stubborn woman. Jinmu approached her and told her to take her hand off the wound. As soon as Tang Se Ryong saw him, she hastily covered her body and shouted, Why are you coming closer? Don't tell me you. Right now she was like a beast about to turn wild, threatening him with her fur on end despite being seriously injured. You're not going to do that to me, are you? He shot back with a cold face. Cut the nonsense and move your hand. If you dawdle, you'll be in big trouble. When Jinmu lightly touched the wound, he felt a burning heat. Her ribs were broken and there was a risk they could pierce her lungs. He looked at her and nagged. If it weren't for the heavenly silkworm treasure robe, you would have been dead long ago. You really bought your luck with money. Tang Se Ryong still replied arrogantly. I'll take that as a compliment to my skills. Then he treated her wound and relieved the bruised blood. She asked again meaningfully, But how are you going to relieve the bruised blood? Jinmu blew up in anger and scolded her. I told you not to get any funny ideas, just sit up straight and circulate your ki. His two hands were gently placed on the wound. Jinmu began to circulate his ki. The light from his ki spread wide, reaching the cave entrance. The rain continued to pour from the sky. Tang Se Ryong was being treated by Jinmu. She coughed up a clot of blood. Seeing that, he seemed satisfied. Good, the bruised blood is out. Now all you need to do is calm the internal injuries with ki circulation. The problem is the broken ribs. There's no other way in your current state, so you can't move recklessly. If the broken bone pierces your internal organs or lungs, it'll be a big problem. Jinmu quickly picked up her cloak from the floor. He covered Tang Se Ryong's body with the cloak and instructed, As soon as you regain consciousness, you must call for reinforcements. Remember that. She still stared at him stubbornly. What are you talking about? I can still keep fighting. My body feels much better. Jinmu silently pressed her acupoint, causing her to lose consciousness, and then lit a small campfire. He laid Tang Se Ryong by the fire to warm her up. A fire was very dangerous for those in hiding. The heat and light could easily be spotted by the enemy, but if he didn't light a fire to warm her up, Tang Se Ryong's condition would worsen. Jinmu lowered his head and thought, I guess I have no choice but to be the bait. Looking at her lying still by force, he deliberately said, I'm only helping you because you're still useful to me. I'll continue to use you in the future, so keep that in mind. Don't get any useless ideas, he quietly and meticulously planned. Since what those guys are after is the taiji of the Yanggi divine art, there's no need to put that girl in danger. Jinmu said to her in a small voice, Thank you for everything, Tang Se Ryong. Outside it was still pouring rain. Under the heavy downpour, Jinmu walked and grumbled about the weather being too cold. He stopped for a moment to think, I just need to draw their attention so they don't notice the fire. If I face that many of them alone, my internal energy will run out quickly. So first, I'll lure the enemy elsewhere and wait for reinforcements. Tang Se Ryong has a crazy personality, but she's smart, so when she wakes up, she'll definitely call for support. With that thought, Jinmu shouted loudly, All right, where are you all? You must be combing through this forest like cats looking for mice. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound and Jinmu immediately ran towards it. There was indeed a person, but he seemed to be on our side. The man called out to him urgently, King Ming no, Taoist Jinmu, it is I. He stopped and looked at the person in front of him. It was a Tang clan member. He almost cut him down. He looked at him with puzzlement. What are you doing here? He reported. We are searching for the young lady throughout Sichuan. Jinmu was inwardly pleased to hear that, knowing he could call for reinforcements a little sooner. The Tang clan martial artist asked with concern, Are you alone, Taoist? Then where is the young lady? He turned his eyes towards the mountain and said, She's sleeping in a crevice over there. Her ribs are broken, so it's hard for her to move. He couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. Broken ribs? Just who are those guys? Jinmu muttered. The enemy's force consists of over 100 elite soldiers and their leader has reached the Gangi realm. I'm not confident I can win alone. He asked how long it would take for reinforcements to arrive, and he replied that it would take about a day to a day and a half. He calculated in his head that it would take at most 2 days, then ordered him to request reinforcements and went to lure the enemy himself. The Tang clan martial artist worried, Are you going to be the bait? Jinmu didn't want to say more and hurriedly left. Before leaving, he urged, Be wary of them and go to Tang Se Ryong immediately. He chose a spot quite far from the crevice and as soon as he landed, swung his sword a few times to cut down several trees to provoke them. As expected, the enemy spotted him and quickly gave chase. The Tang clan martial artist witnessed the scene and was deeply moved. To sacrifice oneself to save another, that person is a true Taoist. Taoist Jinmu, I will never forget the grace you have shown the young lady today. Then he hurriedly made his way through the forest to a nearby crevice. Jinmu ran through the rain, chased by the men in black. A night passed. If he could hold out for just one more day, the reinforcements would arrive. When they caught up and blocked his path, he spat out a curse in annoyance, but it didn't stop him. With a few swings of his sword, Jinmu cut them all down. He looked at them annoyed. You vicious bastards, why are you so persistent? Shouldn't you be a little lazy? As the group in front fell, another group quickly approached. Dozens of blades attacked simultaneously, but he dodged nimbly. Seeing him just escape the encirclement, they immediately chased after him and blocked his way. Jinmu, running, cursed in frustration. "You think you can stop me? Anyone who blocks me is a dead man." That damned old man, to have trained his subordinates to this extent means he has no intention of showing himself easily. Right now he's hunting a tiger. Only after the hunters have driven the tiger to exhaustion and cornered it will he appear like a professional hunter. If he shows himself from the beginning, the hunter could be hurt by the injured tiger. What a cunning and calculating old man. He must be closing the encirclement and following me right now, looking for a chance to kill me in one blow. The torrential rain showed signs of stopping, and the horizon slowly brightened. The ground was soaked with a mixture of rainwater and blood. Jinmu gasped for breath and cursed the damn bastards. "I've been cutting them down all night, but there's no end to these damn bastards. I thought I could last for another half a day. Before him were as many men in black as a Yuan army." But he still gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, fine, come at me. You think I'll go down easily?" They charged in turns, and none fell under his blade with all their limbs intact. Jinmu shouted in annoyance, "Don't hesitate. All of you come at once." Perhaps because he hadn't slept, he was much more exhausted. He gasped for breath and lamented inwardly, "They charge like that even when death is so obvious. They're cold-blooded bastards who don't care about the lives of their comrades. Even the demon lords of the Sun-Moon demonic cult would have more loyalty than them." But then they stopped. They parted to the sides, making a path in the middle, and Daring walked through it. Jinmu was extremely tired, but his gaze was still firm. The old man smiled calmly, not flustered at all. "Were you waiting for me? You seem to have hidden the Tang clan girl well. Am I wrong?" He lifted his chin and cursed. "I sent her home, you stinking old man." As soon as he heard that, the old man guessed that he had called for reinforcements. Jinmu didn't hide it and instead provoked him. He cursed the damn old man inwardly. "Their forces are too strong, so my escape ended sooner than expected, and my internal energy has hit rock bottom. I don't know how long I can last. I have no choice but to rely on the Tang clan's reinforcements now, but it's all for naught if they arrive after I'm dead. Don't tell me that Dang Wi guy is going to pretend he doesn't know me after finding his precious daughter?" Just then, Daring commanded, "The army will retreat 300 zhang. Report if the Tang clan's reinforcements appear. That guy's claws aren't sharp yet, but a tiger is still a tiger. He's a calculating bastard, so we must give him a grand reception." As he finished speaking, his subordinates retreated. The old man turned to Jinmu and said, "I have no precedent for forgiving someone, but this time I will give you one chance. Hand over the Taiji part you took from Chingcheng right now. Then I will spare your life." Jinmu sneered and cursed him as a madman. He taunted arrogantly, "Seeing you ask twice, that must be a pretty important item. In that case, I'm even less inclined to give it to you. And has your head gone senile from old age?" He cursed and circulated his ki to prepare an attack. "I told you it turned to shit a long time ago, you old man." Daring frowned and said with emphasis on each word, "I personally gave you a chance. What a shame, you foolish bastard." The old man circulated his ki and unleashed a technique towards him. At the same time, Jinmu dodged and charged as fast as lightning. Jinmu was tired, but his sword path was still precise. But compared to the old man's nimble movement technique, he still couldn't reach him. The two clashed strongly and both were pushed back. He looked at the old man and calculated inwardly. "This is a master I would have difficulty facing even at my peak. Perhaps because I'm in the body of an inexperienced Wudang disciple. The difference in internal energy is now clear. I haven't even recovered half of my internal energy yet." At this rate, Daring, having already noticed, laughed loudly. "You learned the Muchen realm so quickly, truly amazing. How did you learn it?" He frowned at the old man. "Because I'm a genius, you damn bastard." The old man didn't argue back and instead circulated his ki more strongly, laughing and taunting him. "A genius? Fine. Then try to block this attack." A bad feeling came over him. Jinmu continuously cursed inwardly. Before him, a ki attack that was estimated to have tremendous destructive power was unfolding. He was furious. "If it's that powerful, you should at least give a warning before using it. How can you just fire it off like that?" Daring used all his strength to circulate his energy and unleash the Thunder Spirit Ki Thunderclap technique to end Jinmu's life. The entire forest, which had been quiet just seconds before, was instantly shaken by the aftermath of the Thunder Spirit Ki Thunderclap, and the ground split wide open. The old man muttered, "I got too excited and used too much power." Then Daring slowly turned to leave but stopped because of a flashing light in the dust. A sword flew towards him like lightning, but he quickly blocked it. It was Jinmu's sword. He appeared from behind Daring and launched a surprise attack, but the old man's movement technique was so fast that he noticed it and blocked it. Both slid back from the strong force. Jinmu didn't stop and immediately unleashed another technique, and the sword grazed the old man's forehead. The sword returned to his regretful hand. "Damn it, so close, that was a good one." Daring touched his forehead to check the wound. Blood was seeping out. He laughed frighteningly. "You dare make me bleed?" Seeing that, Jinmu felt a little energized and said sarcastically, "Is this the first time the old man has seen blood? How about it stings a little?" Daring pretended to praise him. "To survive my thunderclap, you are truly amazing. That last strategy was pretty good too. Did you split your true ki in two? But do you think you can beat me with such a paltry trick?" Jinmu shouted in anger. "Shut up and come at me. This time I'll rip your old bones to pieces." He leapt up near the old man. Daring circulated his ki again. "Fine, if that's what you want, I'll grant you death." He nimbly dodged the old man's attack in midair. Jinmu swung his sword down. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he soared into the air again with the force of his leap. Daring also rushed towards Jinmu and attacked continuously. The old man's attacks were very fast, strong and precise. He was hit by a strong palm strike to the chest. Jinmu was shocked by the considerable force, but something seemed to come to mind. He spat out a mouthful of blood from the blow to his chest. Jinmu deliberately spat the blood in the old man's eyes, and then he seemed satisfied. "You seem to really like seeing blood." He immediately swung forward strongly, and both of them jumped to the ground. The old man looked at him and frowned. "What are you going to do with that look in your eyes when you're about to die? Are you confident you can beat me, or is it just a bluff?" Jinmu gasped for breath but still spoke strongly. "What are you talking about, you old man? The fight is far from over." He was putting on a brave face, but in reality he knew his own condition well. "Actually, I don't even have the strength to stand up now. If that bastard attacks, I'll be torn to shreds. I barely survived thanks to the longevity grass, so why did I act like a hero and become a hunted prey like this?" On the other side, the old man was crazily circulating his ki. "I want to beat you to death, but it's all the same in the end. In that case, I'll make you disappear from this world without leaving a single bone behind." At that moment, Jinmu's energy was depleted, and he had no choice but to resign himself to this youngster's life. His fate was truly tragic. Suddenly, a strange weapon appeared, creating a shield that protected him from the terrible force. Jinmu was even more shocked to find that the person who came to save him was Tang Se Ryong. He couldn't understand and asked her, "Tang Se Ryong, why are you here?" Recalling the situation just before, he guessed inwardly, "The one who blocked that terrible thunder key must be the Tang clan's treasure, the Silver Stream Sword." Jinmu asked her, "Where are the reinforcements?" The reply came, "They haven't arrived yet. I rushed here as soon as I woke up." Hearing that, he became worried. "I risked my life to save you, and now you come here without reinforcements. Get out of the way. If you keep this up, you'll die too," she warned loudly. "How presumptuous! How dare you tell the daughter of the hidden emperor, the lord of the Tang clan, to run away? Our Tang clan never retreats in front of the enemy, even if we have to advance over the blood and corpses of our enemies." Knowing her stubborn personality, Jinmu was still uncomfortable. "If I had known that girl would walk into this on her own, I would have just run away from the beginning." Tang Se Ryong was no match for the old man. She said firmly, "How could I just watch you die alone and lonely? Hold on, this time I'll protect you." As she finished speaking, Jinmu was momentarily stunned. Daring threatened loudly, "To come and save that guy all by yourself, are you not afraid?" The old man sneered at them both as madmen. "Oh dear," Tang Se Ryong frowned and shot back. "What are you laughing at? That short smelly old man? You don't have a single friend who would risk their life to save you. Come at me. I'll pull out all your yellow teeth." He sat behind her and thought to himself, "She doesn't even know what kind of monster that old man is. She was in a near-death state after just one hit. This is just a meaningless resistance. Does she think people will be moved by this?" Daring's side was still calm. "You lowly thing, you're wearing a heavenly silkworm treasure robe, aren't you? You don't even know you survived a near-death experience thanks to it, and you came crawling back on your own. It seems I'll have to turn you into a rag first." Jinmu worried inwardly. "That guy is right. Tang Se Ryong has survived so far by luck. That girl is no match for that guy. She knows her skills are far lacking, yet she's jumping into a fight with no chance of winning, trusting in the Tang clan's treasures. Risking one's life recklessly is the most foolish thing in the world, doesn't she know that? How foolish. Come to think of it, that Qian Yu Miang was like that too. He knew the enemy was stronger, but he stepped forward to block them to save me. Originally, Qian Yu Miang was the only one who did such a foolish thing." Jinmu looked up at her. He felt anger. "A snot-nosed girl dares to protect me? I am Hyokurian Mugong of the world, the heavenly lord of the heavenly demon divine cult, and one of the peerless masters of the Central Plains and the strongest sword of Wudang. Yet the youngest daughter of the Tang clan wants to protect me. My pride will never allow such a thing to happen." There was only one chance. Jinmu made a throwing knife from the chipped piece of his sword. He held the newly made weapon in his hand and vowed, "There won't be a second time. I have to aim for the gap when that guy attacks Tang Se Ryong and lets his guard down." Tang Se Ryong was still growling with anger. "Come here, you old bastard. I'll block you as many times as it takes." Hearing that, the old man became even more enraged and circulated his ki strongly, threatening loudly again. "You have a very foul mouth. I'll kill you both." That was the moment. Jinmu threw the throwing knife at the old man. The old man's attack was as strong as a crazily raging whirlwind. He saw the flying knife. Daring crazily knocked it away. A young brat using such a cowardly trick. But what the old man didn't expect was that another throwing knife was lodged straight in his chest. Daring couldn't understand. "I definitely blocked it." He looked back at the two who were coughing violently, having collapsed on the ground from their injuries. It was Wudang's closed eyes' turn. It was a technique that deceived the opponent with a feint and attacked the enemy with a blow outside their field of vision. At this time, Jinmu was struggling to support Tang Se Ryong, who had lost consciousness in a pool of blood. He said, his words broken, "Only the upright Taoists of Wudang don't use such tricks. Wudang has a sinister secret technique or two as well." The old man struggled to pull out the throwing knife, spewing endless curses. "You dirty bastard, you keep using all sorts of sinister tricks. You don't even have the strength to move, and you dare use a hidden weapon on me?" Daring went berserk, and wanted to kill Jinmu even more. Suddenly the ground around them shook violently, and even the birds fled in a frightened flock. A rumbling sound was heard getting closer and closer from afar, and the old man became anxious with a bad premonition. One of the old man's subordinates rushed over to report that the Tang clan as well as the Qing-A and Ma sects had joined forces and were heading their way. Hearing this, Darang, who wanted to tear the two to shreds, ordered his men to buy more time. A subordinate hastily added, "But we don't have enough troops left to buy any more time. A monster is leading them. He has annihilated all of the Chungrangdi forces." Hearing that, the old man was greatly surprised. "What are you talking about? How many troops did we have and they were all annihilated? Who in the world is he?" Jinmu said. "Who do you think I told you? That girl is the daughter of the Tang clan's leader. Her father adores her. You're a dead man now. You've woken up a monster." After speaking, he was so exhausted that he collapsed. Darang stood blankly and said, "Then the monster leading them couldn't be." Before the old man could finish his sentence, a fierce gale raged. Its speed was so fast that no power could block it. Trees fell wherever it passed. Darang stared blankly at the scene before him. A black shadow with long hair slowly descended to the ground. It was Dang Wi. The old man trembled in fear as he watched the approaching Dang Wi. He slowly walked towards the two collapsed figures. Blood flowed wherever his wicked footsteps landed. Before his eyes was his beloved daughter. Tang Se Ryong lay unconscious in Jinmu's arms. Dang Wi, heartbroken, called his daughter's name. His hurried steps gradually began to falter. He remembered his wife who had died when his daughter was just a newborn. Amidst the heart-wrenching pain, the image of his energetic and lovely daughter from her childhood suddenly came to mind. Dang Wi stopped right next to where Tang Se Ryong lay. He said, submerged in sorrow, "Why are you lying here in such a miserable state?" His trembling hand reached out towards his daughter. Then he suddenly stopped and clenched his fist. Dang Wi ground his teeth as he looked at the unconscious Jinmu. "This damn bastard, you don't even have the strength to protect my one daughter." He regretted it. "When she said she was leaving on a pilgrimage, I should have stopped her more forcefully." A subordinate hastily advised, "Lord Darang, now is the time. Aim for the moment he lets his guard down." The old man calculated inwardly. "It's only a matter of time before the martial artists of Qingcheng, Ma and the Tang clan storm this place. Since the situation has become so critical, I can't just sit here and wait to be defeated." As soon as Darang gave the order to attack, his subordinates charged all at once. To Dang Wi, this situation wasn't even worth a glance. They were all like insects, and a single swing of his hand could produce immense killing power. Dang Wi didn't even need to move. They all collapsed to the ground. He seemed to have noticed something. Dang Wi slowly approached and interrogated him. "Are you the one who put my daughter in this state?" Seeing him approach, Darang worried inwardly. The Hidden Emperor, a peerless master, a man who can shoot thousands of hidden weapons in any direction he wishes. A truly terrifying man. I've used up too much of my internal energy because of that young brat. In my current state, I won't be able to escape from Dang Wi. Third Palace Lord, I suppose I was too arrogant. Because of me, even the Chungrangdi you cherished has been annihilated. The old man squeezed out his last remaining strength and began to circulate his ki. "I, Darang, will surely take the palace's secrets to my grave. Therefore I entrust the great Palace Lord, the future of the palace and the palace's grand plan to the Third Palace Lord. My internal power is growing stronger even at this very moment. Hidden Emperor, not even you will be able to stop me." Seeing the old man's current state, Dang Wi had an ominous premonition. Darang shouted loudly, "Your names will be engraved on my tomb." At that moment, Dang Wi realized the old man was trying to take him down with him. The old man's power exploded, unleashing terrifying destructive force. He quickly stood in front of his daughter to protect her. Dang Wi's power was far greater than the old man's. The two rushed at each other and fought fiercely. Darang attacked with all his might to survive. The force was so great that even Dang Wi found it difficult to block. At first glance it was an evenly matched fight, and it was difficult to determine a winner right away. Then as it reached its climax, an explosion that shook the heavens and the earth rang out. The entire forest was greatly affected by the vibration. The light was so intense it was as if it intended to burn everything down and start anew. Even the towering mountain ranges were pushed back and collapsed, and the peaks crumbled one after another. The fight was not over yet. The two forces seemed evenly matched, unable to settle the score. Suddenly, leaves and stones were swept up and slowly fell according to inertia. Darang saw Dang Wi standing faintly on the opposite side and smiled sinisterly. Dang Wi stood silently, a dangerous glint in his eyes. The old man's expression suddenly turned to one of astonishment. Darang barely managed to ask, "What was that final technique?" he said coldly. "The Tang clan's strongest hidden weapon technique, 1-point blood." The old man's voice grew weaker. "Amazing, truly the Hidden Emperor." Blood spurted out like rain and the old man sank painfully to his knees. He thought to himself, did he possess power that matched mine, especially that last technique he used? What kind of man is he to have such terrifying power? Dang Wi slowly sat down and stroked his daughter's hair. Suddenly he sensed that something was changing in the once quiet martial world. He predicted that the days ahead would be very tumultuous. 2 days later at the Tang clan's inn, Xiao Zhang came in from outside and reported, "It seems Taoist Jinmu hasn't woken up yet. The Hidden Emperor has forbidden anyone from entering the rear courtyard." Hearing that, Bo Hyun asked in surprise, The hidden emperor was injured too. Do you have any idea who the enemies are? Seo Zhang slowly sat down in a chair and sighed. That's the thing, we can't find out because the Tang clan is holding all the prisoners captive. The Ma sect elder also said they were no ordinary figures. He assessed that they possess outstanding power on par with any sect. Especially looking at the traces left by the one who fought the hidden emperor, he said it was something only a master of the 7 stars of the martial world level could do. So the sword of Wudang must also be considered formidable. After all, he survived a fight with someone who could injure the hidden emperor. Meanwhile, Seo Zhang was thinking something else. He definitely said he was at the Uiji realm, but maybe he has reached the Gangi realm, not Uiji. Wudang has truly raised an outstanding disciple. Just then, the sound of someone approaching came from outside the door. The person who entered opened his mouth as soon as he came in. It seems all the martial artists have left and only the elders remain. It turned out to be Yang Sopeng, Chung Sang and Chung Yu. He wore a regretful expression. Truly, I rushed here without rest, but I was too late. Just then, Chung Sang and Chung Yu loudly told the people blocking the door to step aside. A subordinate said grimly, "Please step back. The clan lord has ordered that no one is to be let in." Chung Sang was so anxious that he said loudly, "The elders said our master is in a critical condition, so why can't we go in to see him?" Seeing his appearance, Yang Sopeng was a little surprised. Usually he was very calm and collected, and Chung Yu was also very gentle and simple-hearted. He told the two to step back. When the two turned fiercely to argue, he scolded them. "This is Sichuan and the Tang clan's inn. The Tang clan naturally has its own rules. Do you think they would harm Taoist Jinmu?" Just then a person came out from inside. It was Dang Tie Jin. Seeing him, he bowed politely. "Dang Tie Jin of the Poison Blood Pavilion, I greet Elder Mupenge." Yang Sopeng replied courteously. "Myriad Poison Hand, it's been a while." He then invited Dang Tie Jin inside, but his 2 disciples could not enter with them at the moment. Dang Tie Jin explained, "The clan lord has only permitted Elder Mupenge to enter. The Wudang disciples, please wait outside." At those words, the 2 paused for a moment. As expected, the 2 disciples got angry again. "What is this? When on earth can we see our master?" Meanwhile, inside, Yang Sopeng was being guided. As the door opened slightly, he could see Dang Wi sitting inside. He took off his hat and greeted him. "It's been a long time, clan lord." Dang Wi did not look back and remained silent. Yang Sopeng continued, "I am very sorry about what happened to the young lady. But thanks to that, we were able to catch the remnants of the enemies we've been chasing for a long time. It can be called a great contribution. From now on, the Murim Alliance will take responsibility. So please hand over the prisoners to me." Dang Wi expressed his displeasure. "What contribution? You want me to hand over the prisoners?" "That's right, my daughter was injured and you're telling me to hand over the main culprits," Yang Sopeng emphasized. "This is a grave matter for the Murim Alliance." At this point, Dang Wi was truly angry. "So what? Do you think I'll meekly hand them over just because you mentioned that name? What nonsense. You people couldn't do anything until my daughter ended up like this. Do you think I can trust you who were just chasing after their tails?" Hearing that, he shouted in anger. "Dang Wi, watch your mouth," Dang Wi retorted without backing down. "Shut up, Yang Sopeng. If my daughter wakes up and her condition has worsened even slightly because of you, I'll turn you into a porcupine right now." He fell silent and continued to curse inwardly. "This foul man, I was trying to be polite since he made a contribution to this matter, but that crazy temper of his is the same as when he was young. That's why he doesn't interact with other sects. The Tang clan never stays still in the face of a family grudge or death. The ones called Gung have provoked the Tang clan and they even touched Dang Wi's daughter. So from now on, they will have to face the most cruel and persistent enemy in the martial world," Yang Sopeng explained calmly. "Dang Wi, think carefully. The opponent is a huge organization. Although the Tang clan is strong, it may be difficult to face them. You also know that we must join forces now, don't you?" He leaked a bit more information. "The name of the man who fought you is Daring. He commands a warrior unit called Chungrung and belongs to a secret organization called Gung. You know well how strong he is since you experienced it firsthand. Gung is an organization that leads men like him. We need more information about them. If you wish, we will cooperate with the Tang clan in all matters. I'm not telling you to follow my command. It's enough if you just maintain a certain line." Dang Wi immediately agreed. "Then let's cooperate," he thought to himself. "In the Central Plains there is no organization that can match the Beggars Sect and the Haromun of the heretical Heavenly Demon cult when it comes to intelligence. I must admit their abilities are quite outstanding." Dang Wi agreed to cooperate, but he did not agree about the prisoners. He said if necessary they could participate and confirm together. Yang Sopeng said delightedly, "Let's do that, but please keep one thing in mind. The Tang clan will conduct the investigation, but do not act rashly. When necessary, we will act together and all strategies must follow the Grand Commander." Hearing that, Dang Wi frowned. "How is that any different from telling me to wait for your permission?" Yang Sopeng chuckled and advised him to think of it positively. Dang Wi replied coldly, "Fine. I will ally with you for a while. As soon as my daughter's condition improves, I will act immediately." He looked at his daughter lying in bed and asked in a small voice, "Is the young lady badly hurt?" Dang Wi lost his composure and snapped, asking so thoughtlessly. You don't seem worried at all. Her ribs were broken and it was very dangerous. Fortunately, they didn't pierce her lungs, and I'm worried about the wound on her arm, but she will recover soon. Yang So-pung took the opportunity to ask, then how is Taoist Jin Mu? As soon as he heard the name, Dang Wi became angry. That damn bastard, if it weren't for him, Young A wouldn't have been targeted by them. I heard from Young A's subordinate that he saved her by becoming bait himself. Besides, it was Young A who insisted on following him from the beginning. He turned to Yang So-pung and said, our Tang clan never forgets a grudge, but we also never forget a debt of gratitude. I fed him something good for his body, so he will probably wake up on his own. If he can absorb it, that's his good fortune. At this time, Jin Mu was in a separate room treating his wounds, but he felt uncomfortable due to the qi in his surroundings. Something was entering his body and flowing along his blood vessels. He felt as if he had fallen into a dream, and its winding shape resembled a snake. These guys are really strange. What on earth are they eating so greedily? When Jin Mu looked closely, wait, isn't that the 6 Yang true qi I worked so hard to obtain? The snakes were still diligently searching for food. Jin Mu shouted in anger, how dare you recklessly eat my precious true qi? I went through so much trouble to gather that much qi. Then he circulated his qi and confronted them. Jin Mu had just been injured and his stamina had not recovered, so he decided to burn them all so no one could eat his true qi. The snakes that were hit let out sharp screams. They quickly moved to various parts of his body. Jin Mu became more and more confused. The ones that got hit are scattering. Is it a spiritual creature? What kind of madman put this in my body? I can't chase them through all my veins, so I'll leave the small ones and just catch the biggest one. Suddenly the surroundings became empty, and a large snake appeared before his eyes. Jin Mu's lips curled up into a smile. So it's you, the one who ate the most of my true qi. Now I'll burn you. A wicked bastard like you deserves to taste pain. At that moment people had arrived outside his room. Chung Sang wondered, is our master really in here? Dang Wi nodded his head. He is, but he hasn't woken up yet. Yang So-pung quickly approached, gently opened the door and called for Taoist Jin Mu. Suddenly an incredibly strong force of qi burst out from the crack in the door. He was horrified. My goodness, what is this heat? Yang So-pung peered inside through the slightly open door. He was horrified by the sight inside. Jin Mu was concentrating on cultivating his qi with a giant snake behind his back. He said in surprise, a red snake? Could it be the red snake transfusion? Dang Wi quickly approached and closed the door. If outside air comes in, his condition will not be good. Yang So-pung still hadn't come to his senses. Did I just witness that scene? I thought it was just a made-up story, but to think it actually happened. Dang Wi frowned and said, he seems to have absorbed it very well. He's a commendable fellow. Yang So-pung wondered what he had fed him. When Dang Wi replied that it was the 3 Yang life-preserving pill, Yang So-pung was even more surprised. You fed him one of the Tang clan's 5 great treasures. To someone who is not a family member, you fed him a pill that can grant decades of internal energy in one go. Dang Wi turned and explained, that man saved my daughter and the Tang clan cannot forsake that debt. And if you eat the 3 Yang life-preserving pill and can't absorb it, it's no different from a poisonous boil pill. The fact that he absorbed it is thanks to his own excellence. Yang So-pung inwardly cursed him as a madman. If the 3 Yang life-preserving pill is the same as a poisonous boil pill, then is the clear heart pill that the beggar's sect disciples so desire just a regular calming pill? Dang Wi walked away and exclaimed, that damn bastard, he got lucky. His body absorbed even that power while my daughter barely treated her internal injuries. Yang So-pung watched him disappear and cursed again. That guy, seeing his scowling face, he must have been quite grateful. That's why he fed him something so precious. When Chung Yu wondered what the two had talked about, Yang So-pung said it was a fortunate encounter. Your master has met a fortunate encounter that you 2 disciples could not obtain. He became stronger thanks to saving the Tang clan's daughter. Yang So-pung calculated that Jin Mu's recovery would take more time, and asked the 2 to take good care of him. The next day the sun rose and the birds had just woken up and were sitting on the branches. Below them Tang clan members were packing their belongings to leave. Loud footsteps were heard from within the residence. It was Tang Se-ryong. She had recovered. She saw the 2 disciples sitting and guarding and asked, how badly was he hurt that he's still lying inside? The 2 whispered to each other, confirming that this person was the young lady Tang Se-ryong. Both of them seethed with the same thought. While we were rolling around in the Dragon and Phoenix assembly, this woman took the spot next to our master. Tang Se-ryong ran over excitedly. Are you the disciples of the Sword of Wudang? Move aside a bit, I want to see him. Chung Yu snapped at her loudly. Our master is unwell. What are you trying to do, young lady? Even if you are the young lady of the Tang clan, please refrain from visiting the sick. Just as he was about to say something cool, she pinched his cheek. Tang Se-ryong boasted, you're chubby and naive, but you have quite a temper, don't you? You guys really don't know anything about me. Your master risked his life to save me, and the 2 of us spent a night in that crevice, so what should you call me? Chung Sang coldly cut her off. A new subordinate, Tang Se-ryong, slapped her chest and said loudly, honestly, you should call me Sasukmo. I told you your master risked his life to save me. The 2 didn't back down and retorted, nonsense, do you think our master didn't save us, young lady? We are the ones who protected our master's side at Wudang. The sound of their bickering continued. The 2 disciples believed their master had not broken the rule of not associating with women, and she spoke vaguely, telling them to ask Jinmu when he woke up. Lying in the room, he was so unbearably annoyed that he cursed. Damn it, it's so noisy. His arm was lifted into the air. I'm still alive, and Dang Wi took care of Daring. He felt his body was light, perhaps because of the snake dream, and was dazed. Tang Se-ryung's clear voice broke his thoughts. So the sword of Wudang and I spent a night together. Jinmu opened the door and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Absolutely ridiculous." Then he stood there, stunned and blank. Looking at the three of them, he couldn't understand. Why are these guys who should be studying at the Murim Alliance by now here? As soon as Jinmu came out, those two guys rushed over. "Master, that's not true, right?" The two shook him and pressed for an answer. "Please say something. Don't tell me you really broke the rule about not associating with women. Even if you do crazy things, Master, you wouldn't do something like that, would you?" Jinmu got annoyed. "Stop shaking me. My head is ringing." But the two kids were still whining. "What about the time we suffered together? What about your position now, Master? Master, please explain." He had really run out of patience and grabbed the two by their hair and pushed them away. "I told you not to shake me." As soon as Yang Sepeng saw him, he smiled brightly and greeted him. "You're awake, Taoist Jinmu. We meet again." Jinmu actually didn't want to meet him. He continued to chatter. "You woke up just in time. I was thinking of leaving Chung Sang and Chung Yu by your side," he sighed. "I just woke up and don't know anything. First, could you explain the current situation?" Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. "Let me go, I'm absolutely not going." They looked out and saw Dang Wi coldly ordering his daughter to be put into a carriage. Tang Se-ryung kept struggling and cursing like a tied-up kitten. "I told you to let me go. I've memorized your faces. I won't let you off." Just then, she saw Jinmu hiding. Tang Se-ryung began to act. "Save me quickly. We went through life and death together. All you have to do is say one word to my dad that you want me to go with you." But at this moment, Jinmu smiled brightly and waved goodbye. He just hoped she would get lost quickly. Tang Se-ryung stared at him blankly, and Dang Wi ordered the servants to depart quickly. She was still screaming, and when being gentle didn't work, she switched to threats. "Well done, just you wait, I'll definitely come find you again. Be prepared." Jinmu bowed his waist to thank Dang Wi for the grace of saving his life. He also replied courteously, "Your grace has been repaid." While he couldn't understand what grace he was talking about, Dang Wi and his subordinates quickly got on the carriage and left. The horses neighed long, preparing to depart. Dang Wi hastily stuck his head out and urged Yang Sepeng, "If you use informal language again when you send a letter next time, you're dead." Yang Sepeng put his hands on his waist and cursed at the departing carriage. "This rude bastard." Then he turned back to Jinmu and said, "Right, Taoist Jinmu, you must be curious about what happened while you were unconscious, right? Come in, I'll explain." Jinmu, like the others, was very surprised to hear about the 3-yang life-preserving pill. He felt his whole body brimming with energy when he just woke up, and the true ki in his lower dantian had noticeably increased. Jinmu laughed inwardly. "Dang Wi, you're a really good guy, to do such a commendable thing while I was sleeping. When I unify the orthodox and heretical factions, I'll be sure to give you a share," Yang Sepeng continued. "By the way, I heard that those guys were after you because of the Muyul. Can you tell me what you know about why they were after the Muyul?" Hearing that, he suddenly remembered. "Those guys were after the Muyul because of the Yanggi divine art, but I can't tell this old man. I don't want to hand it over to Daring or Yang Sepeng." Then Jinmu placed an item on the table and said, "I just happened to be holding on to this after seeing they were looking for it, but I don't know what secrets lie behind it. It seemed like it would be very dangerous if it fell into their hands, so I was keeping it for a while. Now I will return it to you, Senior." Yang Sepeng was excited to hear that. "Is that all right?" Jinmu smiled brightly and agreed. He thought to himself, "I've memorized all the contents anyway, so it doesn't matter if that old man finds out the secret of the Muyul." Yang Sepeng hastily thanked him. "Thank you. Thanks to you, our investigation will likely make much more progress." He asked with curiosity, "Where will you be going now?" He quickly put the item in his pocket and said, "We will hurry to the Tang clan." Dang Wi said he would interrogate the prisoners. "We need to go there and find out information about their comrades. It would be a great help if you could accompany us." Hearing that, Chung Sang and Chung Yu hoped he would agree, but Jinmu refused. "I want to continue my pilgrimage," he calculated inwardly. "Going to Kunlun is more important now than investigating Gung. Those guys might still be looking for the other pieces of the Yanggi divine art." Yang Sepeng was a little disappointed. "That's a real shame, but it can't be helped. The Murim Alliance and its direct sects would act personally, so he decided to leave the pursuit to them." He hurriedly said goodbye to everyone. "We must hurry to the Tang clan now, so we must part here. You've worked hard, Taoist Jinmu." The two disciples called for their master at this point, and he couldn't understand. "Why aren't you going? What are you doing there? Hurry up and go." At this time, the two asked, "Is it true that you spent a night with the Tang clan woman?" Jinmu immediately got annoyed. "Are you suspecting that Tang Se-ryung and I are in that kind of relationship?" The brats were still stubborn. "We know, but the young lady said so herself." He got angry and grabbed the two disciples by their heads and scolded them. "You guys who said you'd follow me with one heart, you believe her words and suspect me." Inwardly, he was furiously angry at that girl, Tang Se-ryung. Jinmu scolded in a stern voice, "How can a Wudang disciple fall for a woman? Nothing of the sort happened, so don't worry and leave with peace of mind." Chung Yang asked again, Actually, Chung Yu and I discussed it, and we were wondering if we could follow you, master, he said annoyedly. What are you going to do following me, he continued. We've seen you go through dangerous things all this time, and if you spend a night with a woman without us knowing, he couldn't finish his sentence before he was hit by his master. Then the two immediately became quiet. Jinmu asked, I heard you guys are still in the middle of the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly exam, and only 8 people are selected for the first martial class, right? He commanded firmly. You must enter the first martial class fair and square, only then will you be qualified to follow me. With your current skills, you'll only be a burden to me. You said with a tearful face, but if we part now, I don't know when we'll see you again. Seeing his disciple's reluctance, Jinmu smiled sinisterly. Is that so? We've met after a long time. Shall we do some training? I need to evaluate your skills. Yes, how much could you have learned at the Dragon and Phoenix Assembly? Wouldn't you improve much faster by training with me? The two blurted out in a hurry. No, Sasuke, we have to take the exam. Elder Yang So-pung will also need us. Jinmu smiled with satisfaction and urged his 2 disciples. You both must enter the first martial class. You are both representatives of Chung Hyo no of Wudang, the 2 answered vigorously. But Jinmu didn't forget a threat. If you don't get in, I'll break both your bones, got it? After his instructions, he pushed his disciples away, but Jinmu still teased them in a mischievous tone. Now get going, you damn brats. Sasuke is going to Kunlun, in the middle of a garden full of flowers of all colors. The beautiful woman was admiring the beauty of the flowers. With a hand as delicate as a corn silk tassel, she gently plucked a small pretty flower. As Zhang Lijun brought it to the tip of her nose and sniffed the fragrance, she suddenly heard someone call her. Great demonic lord, what brings you here today? I thought you'd be busy training the young palace lord. She turned and opened her mouth. Third palace lord? Zhang Lijun answered lightly. What are you saying? The young palace lord is growing up very well on his own. She suddenly wore a dangerous expression and called him. By the way, third palace lord, what happened in Sichuan is disappointing. Shangguan Ping thought uncomfortably to himself. How ridiculous, not even the great palace lord dares to interfere in my affairs, yet you are like a 1,000-year-old 9-tailed fox. Then he cautiously reminded her. I think the great demoness is interfering too much. Zhang Lijun looked surprised. Is that so? But this is not just my thought. He was startled by the token she showed him. Is that the will of the great palace lord? Zhang Lijun spoke enchantingly. I have come to deliver the great palace lord's command. The third palace lord shall receive it with reverence. He hurriedly knelt on the ground. I, third palace lord Shangguan Ping, will receive the great palace lord's command, she said slowly. You have caused great losses to the palace by trying to seize a useless martial arts manual for personal gain. Because of this, the palace has lost outstanding masters like Daring, Ojakson, and the Chungrangdi. Shangguan Ping lay prostrate on the ground, but he was discontented in his heart. Useless, it is the Yanggi divine art. According to my treatment, the Yanggi divine art possesses truly immense power. It is a very dangerous thing that must never fall into the hands of others, Zhang Lijun continued. Moreover, you have shown weakness to the Murim alliance group that has been tracking the palace for a long time. Third Palace Lord Shangguan Ping is to cease all ongoing activities and immediately return to the palace. Hearing this, Shangguan Ping lost his composure. What, return to the palace? If I return, all the efforts of the Third Palace to overthrow the Murim alliance will be in vain. She threatened like a vengeful spirit. Originally, your crime warrants death by beheading, but I will acknowledge your hard work thus far, therefore follow the order given. Do you dare to disobey? Shangguan Ping worried inwardly. So that's why you brought all the people from the inner palace. If I disobey, I will be killed by those bastards. He couldn't help but bow his head and obey the command. Seeing his obedience, Zhang Lijun smiled wickedly. Her voice returned to its usual tone. Third Palace Lord, this is the only command I have to deliver. You may rise now. And one more thing, the great Palace Lord has ordered the Third Palace to withdraw all the spies planted in the Murim alliance. From now on, the Third Palace Lord will stay in the inner palace and become a strong supporter of the young Palace Lord. Shangguan Ping was displeased inwardly. They're completely cutting off my hands and feet. Decades of effort have all been taken away by that wench because of one mistake. He frowned and asked, then what will happen to the Yanggi divine art? Zhang Lijun showed an expression of incomprehension. I don't know why you're so obsessed with that manual. I heard that it becomes useless if even one of the 4 pieces is lost, isn't that right? I'm not interested. The Murim alliance will soon find out the location of the palace, isn't that more important? I will take care of that matter. The Third Palace Lord only needs to focus on assisting the young Palace Lord. He was silent for a moment, then said slowly, as if in regret, I understand. A month after the Sichuan incident, the Murim alliance obtained shocking information by interrogating the Chungrung warriors captured by the Tang clan. They were people of the Third Palace, and there were not 1 but 3. The Chungrangdi was just one of the warrior units under the Third Palace. Each unit was led by a person with martial arts skills comparable to the 7 stars of the martial world, and it was an organization far more powerful than the Murim alliance. Based on the collected information, the Murim alliance, the Zug family, and the Tang clan launched a surprise attack on the Third Palace located in Yichang, Hubei province. However, a mysterious explosion in the Third Palace claimed the lives of 57 people. The sound of a bugle horn blared urgently, waking people up. A group of people stood solemnly, Mourning the deaths of the unfortunate, Yang So-pung and another person stood on top of a building. He said regretfully, "We were one step too late. The third palace was as desolate as if it had been uninhabited for a long time. Damn it, I should have noticed when they got their hands on gunpowder deals." Yang So-pung was furious. The clue about the palace that we worked so hard to find has disappeared along with the warriors who were sacrificed in the explosion. Zhu Jiliang, who was standing next to him, said slowly, "But we still have the information we got from interrogating the Chungrangdi." He ordered the Grand Strategist to summon the commanders of the Murim Alliance's direct warrior units, and those in charge of liaising with other sects to inform them of the investigation results. Through this incident, the palace has clearly shown its hostility towards the Murim Alliance. Therefore, I declare the palace a common enemy of the Orthodox faction. Zhu Xie immediately received the order and quickly informed all the direct sects of this news. He urged Yang So-pung, "From now on you will be busy. Focus on selecting talented individuals for the first martial class and providing systematic training. They will be the core to confront the palace." Zhu Jiliang suddenly asked as if he remembered something, "By the way, where is the hidden emperor? Has he returned?" Yang So-pung replied, "He left, saying he would investigate on his own." Then Zhu Jiliang said firmly, "The Tang clan will continue to interrogate the prisoners, so there will surely be more clues. I will definitely make them pay for this." He suddenly asked as if he remembered something, "Has the sword of Wudang arrived in Kunlun?" Yang So-pung thought for a moment and said, "He is traveling leisurely, so he should arrive soon." He seemed satisfied. "He is truly a talent who has been a great help to us. I am very curious about the path of martial arts he is walking." Meanwhile, Jinmu was leisurely riding a horse through a forest and sneezed. He looked at his clothes and thought it was fortunate. "It's so cold, it's a good thing Dang Wi prepared these warm clothes for me." The scenery around him made him turn his head and look around without realizing it. Before him were majestically overlapping mountain peaks and mountaintops covered in clouds. Suddenly, Jinmu complained, "The greedy Taoists of Wudang and Qingcheng have taken all the most beautiful mountains. I should stop by that village to wash up and rest before going to Kunlun." At the Shishen Fortress Inn, a waiter greeted a guest cheerfully. "Sir, please come in." Jinmu took money out of his pocket and requested. "Give me a quiet room where I won't be disturbed," the boy said quickly. "Yes, I will show you to a separate room with a garden. The walls are high so you can't be seen from the outside." Seeing his full money pouch, the boy's eyes sparkled and he said cheerfully, "Do you need hot water? I'll take care of the dry grass for your horse." Jinmu generously gave him another coin and the boy quickly carried the luggage and ran ahead. He praised him inwardly. "This kid knows how to get money out of guests." Suddenly, the boy looked around and called him with a mysterious expression. He suggested in a small voice, "If you want, I can call someone for you." Jinmu grumbled, "Fire, of course I need it, you foolish kid, it's so cold." Suddenly, the boy's face turned red and he smiled playfully. "Not fire." Jinmu's face turned black with anger. How dare this kid say such a thing? He punched the kid on the head and swore, "You damn brat." After getting a lump on his head, the boy couldn't help but apologize. "Young master, you are tall and handsome like a noble, and the guests who come here usually ask for that." Jinmu didn't care and urged him to prepare hot water quickly. At this time he was alone in the room and the space was quiet. "It's so idle that it feels unfamiliar," he thought to himself. "I'm resting for the first time in a while. I really only do bad things when I'm idle." Jinmu suddenly felt uncomfortable. So young and full of vigor, but with this damn status. Then he hurriedly got up and went to release his overflowing energy. Jinmu stood in front of the window and slapped his cheeks hard to come to his senses. "I have to go there again. I must not be tainted by the secular world. What if I can't get the peace, boundless life Buddha? What kind of nonsense is this? Anyone would think I'm a real Taoist. I lived as the heretical Heavenly Lord for 80 years, but the 2 years I lived as a Wudang disciple had a greater impact on me. I find myself thinking without realizing it, and I'm surprised by my own childish words and actions. It's probably because the memories of that guy Jinmu are deeply ingrained in my mind." He clutched his head and swore in anger, "You damn brat, I made you from a common novice into the sword of Wudang, and even cured your master's illness, and you still won't let me go?" Fortunately, that guy was lucky and had the ability to condense his internal energy into sword ki and use it. He is still far from the level of Zhu Jiliang's sword control with ki, but reaching this level in just 2 years is truly a miracle. I obtained Wudang's Taiching Divine Pill and the Tang Clan's 3 Yang life-preserving pill. Pills I never even saw in my past life. He smiled brightly with a very satisfied expression. "I hope my luck continues in Kunlun." Just then, the waiter stuck his head out and called, "Sir, the hot water is ready." He was startled to see a shining sword in the boy's hand. The boy shouted loudly, "Help!" Jinmu was bewildered. He kowtowed, "I really didn't know you were a martial arts master." Seeing the boy kneeling politely, he thought to himself, "Since I'm dressed fancily and not holding a sword, he thought I was a rich young master. To the common people, warriors are a source of fear. This is also a battleground between the demonic cult and Kunlun. That kid must have seen many terrible sights. The reason that kid skillfully observes and panders to guests is not just for money, but also for his life." Jinmu approached, patted his shoulder and comforted him. I know how you feel, now it's okay, I'm going to take a bath, eat and drink, can you bring me some? The boy was surprised, raised his head and forced a smile, promising not to harm anyone. He hurriedly forgot the tears on his cheeks, thanked him and hurried to prepare. At the Shishen Fortress Inn, deep in the night, Jinmu was leisurely sipping from a wine cup. One sip and he was instantly refreshed. A cup of wine and a warm meal when tired is the best medicine for a good night's sleep. Jinmu happily picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. When I go to Kunlun, those Taoist bastards won't let me eat meat, so I have to eat a lot now. Suddenly, a loud noise and a slight vibration rang out. The piece of meat he hadn't managed to eat fell on the table. Jinmu gripped his chopsticks tightly and became angry. He swore in annoyance. These damn brats, they can't even be quiet during mealtime. Jinmu quickly ran out the door and swore loudly. Fighting noisily at this hour, it's really killing the mood. Not far from where he was looking, a fight seemed to be breaking out. Jinmu frowned. It's a battleground, but to fight so noisily in the middle of the night, they really don't think about others. He decided to go and see who dared to disturb his sweet sleep. Sure enough, a rather large fight was breaking out ahead. The two seemed to be dueling very fiercely. One was a demonic practitioner, and Yunam was getting annoyed fighting this foolish brat. He threw a powerful punch, but the opponent quickly dodged. He praised the opponent's agility. The demonic practitioner was holding a woman in his arms. He said, "I just need to catch this wench and it's over." Outside the encirclement, Yunam noticed that he was using the yin supplementing yang technique. He loudly ordered him to be killed and the Kunlun group immediately attacked him. The demonic practitioner seemed quite strong. He faced many people's swords with his bare hands and then threw a punch, sending all the swords in their hands flying. Taking this opportunity, he attacked the nearest Kunlun disciple. When Yunam rushed in, he was immediately hit by Yunam's fist. The technique he had just used was the floating flower cutting sky hand. The demonic practitioner was suppressed and could not attack. At this time, Yunam ordered his disciples to cut him down. The sharp blades in their hands attacked him all at once. From the rooftop, Jinmu saw the demonic practitioner being mercilessly cut down, stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. He could even feel a mortal ki from the fistmaster and the sword cultivator. The demonic practitioner had already fallen, and the four were standing around him discussing something. Jinmu thought to himself that they were Kunlun Sect people, especially the strongest one, Yunam. Jinmu looked at the fat guy lying on the ground and thought to himself, "Is that guy from the demonic cult to dare to do such a dirty thing like yin supplementing yang here? He's really stupid." He turned and left. "Although they woke me up, what can I do?" Unfortunately, Yunam had already noticed him. Just as he was about to leave leisurely, thinking he didn't need to get involved with Kunlun, Yunam was right behind him. Yunam was furious. Again, demonic cult. Only then did Jinmu turn in surprise, hurriedly dodging Yunam's fatal attack and explaining, "No, wait a minute." Jinmu fumbled for the Tai Chi token in his breast pocket. Only then did he remember that he had left it outside when he was bathing. Yunam was still rushing at him, attacking him one after another. He hurriedly dodged and exclaimed inwardly, "His momentum is really incredible. He must be at least at the Yi-Ki realm." Jinmu dodged in a flurry and tried to explain, "Wait, listen to me." He was very hesitant. Could that guy be an elder of Kunlun? But he's too young. He rushed in and attacked, shouting, "Demonic path." Jinmu hurriedly blocked his hand and swore loudly, "You damn brat, where do I look like a demonic practitioner?" He blocked the attack with one move. Yunam suddenly stopped. He felt a mortal ki from the person in front of him. Yunam asked bluntly, "Who are you?" He couldn't understand. "His tone is strange and he dares to speak informally to me." Jinmu pointed at his chest and retorted bluntly, "Wudang Taoist Jinmu." He put his hands together in front of his chest, processed the information, and Yunam smiled brightly as if he understood. He said something incomprehensible again. "Shishen Fortress, is that you?" He thought to himself, "You mean me, Jinmu? That's the name of the inn, isn't it?" Suddenly, a loud noise was heard from a distance. Yunam left in a hurry, but still said goodbye bluntly and turned away. "I'm busy, so I'm leaving. Shishen Fortress Jinmu, goodbye." Hearing his words, he was about to go crazy with anger. This brat, what nonsense is he talking about? Speak properly. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was no one around, and Jinmu hesitated whether he should go to Kunlun or not. He calculated in bewilderment. He's about my age and his martial arts are quite high, but his way of speaking is so strange. Why is there such a weird guy? Or are all the people in Kunlun poisoned by something? Jinmu suddenly became a little anxious. How did he know I was at Shishen Fortress? The next morning, the waiter's cheerful voice rang out, "Your meal is ready." Today his complexion was dark and unpleasant, so he couldn't speak to him anymore. The waiter glanced at him while wiping the table, and as soon as Jinmu called him, he answered excitedly. He lowered his voice and asked, "I think there was some noise somewhere last night. Do you know anything?" The waiter immediately explained, "Ah, that's common here. This is the most populated city in this area, so those crazy demonic cult bastards often come and cause trouble. So there are fights with Kunlun almost every day. The current patrol team is led by Taoist Master Yunam. His way of speaking is a bit strange, but he's a good person." When Jinmu wondered how he knew about the Kunlun patrol, he explained that it was because this was Kunlun's territory. Everyone receives help, so if anything happens, they all inform them. So he knew that the fight with the demonic cult yesterday was because of the people's report, and that Yunam knew he was here. The The waiter clarified, I'm sorry, at first I thought you were a demonic cult member. Hearing that, he got angry and shouted, You damn brat, where do I look like a demonic practitioner? Jinmu showed him his Taoist robes and wooden Tai Chi token. The waiter was flustered and muttered, Wudang's Taoist master, he said unpleasantly. You don't have to look so suspicious. He hurriedly made excuses. No, it's not that. I didn't know you were a Taoist, sir. He continued to search for something in his clothes, then he held out 2 coins and said, I was rude yesterday, please take this money back. Seeing the scene in front of him, he frowned silently, and the waiter held 2 coins with a sad expression and held them out in front of him. Suddenly, Jinmu walked away and said, It's okay, you can have it. Then he led his horse out, handed the money pouch to the waiter and urged him, And take good care of my horse. I'll be back later, this is money for you. The waiter was surprised, holding the large money pouch. So much? Jinmu walked away and said goodbye. It's admirable that you work so hard at a young age. I'm also starting to resemble that Jinmu guy's generous personality. The waiter looked at him and smiled with joy. He followed him and said, Thank you, my lord. No, Taoist master, I'll take good care of the horse. After passing through the rugged mountain path, the horse could go no further. He smiled slightly, leaned against a rock as if tired, and admired the scenery. The demonic cult and Kunlun have been fighting for so long, yet Kunlun has never been defeated. It must be because you have to climb all the way up here. A gate was faintly visible in front of him. Jinmu was delighted. I can finally see the mountain gate, he said to himself. I am a Taoist. A good and kind Taoist. Wait for me, Yonggi divine art. Seen up close, the mountain gate was much larger and more magnificent. While he was looking up in awe at the grandeur of this place, someone blocked his path and asked who he was. Jinmu held out his Tai Chi token and introduced himself. I am a Wudang disciple, Jinmu. The Kunlun disciple saw it and smiled. You are the sword of Wudang. We received a message in advance and were waiting for you. Please come in. Just as he was about to enter, a rather loud noise was heard from behind. Another group of Kunlun disciples was returning looking exhausted. A person next to him greeted them. Hello, Sasek Yunam. As soon as he heard that, he turned in surprise. Yunam, could it be? Yunam is that strange guy from yesterday. Yunam also recognized him. You are the Taoist from Wudang. You were at Shishan Fortress, right? I was rude last night. I went to Shishan Fortress to apologize, but unfortunately you had already left. But to meet you here, it's really unexpected. Even after hearing his words, Jinmu still had many questions. A Kunlun disciple explained, Sasek, this person is not an ordinary Taoist, but the sword of Wudang who is on a pilgrimage. Hearing that, Yunam became excited and gripped his hand tightly. You are the sword of Wudang? He spoke with an excitement that was hard to understand, and Jinmu was flustered. A person next to him said, Don't be surprised. Our Sasek talks nonsense when he gets excited and speaks quickly. He smiled wryly and showed a look of understanding, reminding himself to keep his distance from this strange person. Then the Kunlun disciple opened his mouth. Please come in, you have to go see the sect leader and the elders. Jinmu thought to himself, Kunlun's sect leader is a guy named Fengwan, one of the 7 stars of the martial world. Called the Immortal of Kunlun, he is an ideal figure of the orthodox faction with outstanding martial arts character and righteousness. As he entered the mountain gate, he kept thinking to himself, even a guy like me who wandered the martial world can't help but respect him. How is he doing now? I haven't seen him in a long time. As soon as he entered the main hall, his voice echoed, As the rumors say, you are young sword of Wudang. Yunhai said calmly, Come in, I am Kunlun's sect leader Yunhai. He knelt and bowed his head respectfully. Jinmu of Wudang, I greet the Kunlun sect leader and elders. As soon as he saw him, Jinmu wondered inwardly, It's not Fengwan. When did the Kunlun sect leader change? He looked around but couldn't find him. Could he be dead? But I've never heard any news of his death. Yunhai opened his mouth. That's enough. How long do you plan to stay here? I heard you stayed in Qingcheng for 3 days, but Jinmu hadn't decided yet. He replied politely. Is that so? Then rest for today. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. He looked up at him and asked, Yes, then where is Grandmaster Fengwan now? As soon as he heard that, Yunhai was slightly surprised and said in a sad voice, Sasek is ill. Hearing that, he thought to himself, He's ill, so that's why. Considering Fengwan's age, it made sense. I was also sick in my later years. No matter how outstanding a martial arts master is, they cannot live forever and can only maintain their youth a little longer with internal energy. But at some point, when the internal energy weakens, we have to face the old age we tried so hard to postpone, he thought to himself. Ascending to nirvana, becoming an immortal, it's all lies. Then he showed a sympathetic expression. Then I won't be able to see him. It's a real shame. Suddenly, Yunam stuck his head out. No, you can see him. Jinmu was annoyed. Yunhai looked at him and said quietly, By the way, I heard you met Yunam on the way. Perhaps your admiration for Sasek Fengwan has created a bond. So you met Yunam as soon as you set foot in Kunlun. Yunam is Sasek Fengwan's disciple. Before he fell ill, Sasek passed the sect leader position to me and took Yunam as his direct disciple. And let me tell you, it is sage Yunam who will test your Mingwu. Hearing this, he sighed. He's just an excitable kid who talks nonsense. Why should I bother with you? Jinmu pretended to be cheerful and said, Sect leader, I have one request. May I first go to the ancestral hall to pay my respects to the various ancestors? He had already made his calculations inwardly. I found a piece of the Yanggi divine art in Qingcheng's ancestral hall, so there must be something in Kunlun's ancestral hall too. Yunhai was surprised. Kunlun does not have an ancestral hall. He smiled on the outside but was furious on the inside. No ancestral hall. Yunam's bright smile made Jinmu even more annoyed. You are truly a model Wudang disciple. Always maintaining etiquette, it is commendable. But Kunlun does not have a shrine or an ancestral hall, so we don't bother with such things. The elders in the hall seemed to have the same thought, laughing and talking boisterously. Even Yunhai stroked his beard and smiled faintly. And Jinmu swore unpleasantly inwardly. These damn brats, the dead, should be honored for their contributions and their memorial tablets enshrined, and you call yourselves Taoists? He forced a smile and let it pass, then sighed deeply. Jinmu was even more confused. Damn it, then where should I look for the Yanggi divine art piece? Finally, it was time to say goodbye. Taoist Master Jinmu, it is an honor to have you at Tianlong Pavilion. Yunam comforted him. You seem to be very surprised to learn that Kunlun does not have an ancestral hall. He stood beside him with a grim face. He calmly explained. The Kunlun sect has been at war for a long time. Some were abducted by the demonic cult, and some died in the wilderness and their bodies could not be found. For those without bodies we cannot erect memorial tablets, so we just record their names in the Taoist register and pray for them. That sorrow is engraved in our hearts. He seemed to have lost patience with Yunam's model answer. Yunam suddenly said passionately, We will defeat the demonic cult and build an ancestral hall. We will erect memorial tablets to honor their contributions. We will definitely do it. Jinmu ignored his rambling and decided to go see Fengwan first. Suddenly, Kunlun disciples rushed out. Sasak Yunam, you're here. Seeing them coming in a hurry, he immediately thought, he must be in so much pain that they're making such a fuss. At the end of the corridor, the sound of a door being broken down was loud and wooden splinters flew out. Fengwan shouted in anger, Let me go, you damn brats. Two disciples held him back with all their might, but he was still struggling and making a commotion. Jinmu was truly surprised by the scene. Fengwan, what is he saying right now? Yunnan rushed over to calm him down. Master, get a hold of yourself, that was over 10 years ago. The war is already over. He suddenly stopped and asked blankly, What over 10 years? Fengwan stared blankly at the disciples standing around him, then clutched his head and whispered, I'm sorry again, I must really be close to death. Yunam quickly took his hand and comforted him. It's all right, Master, don't say such things. Seeing the affectionate scene between the two, Jinmu suddenly wondered how Master Myeongjin was doing now. He quickly said, Master, have you heard of the Sword of Wudang? Fengwan narrowed his eyes and smiled, Of course. I heard a rare talent has appeared in Wudang, Yunam also said in an excited voice. Yes, he's currently on a pilgrimage and has stopped by Kunlun. Jinmu immediately cupped his hands and respectfully greeted his grandmaster. However, as soon as he saw him, Fengwan's complexion darkened and he began to stutter. Why are you? He rebuked in anger. You destroyed Wudang and now you've come to Kunlun? Hyokurion Mugong. Jinmu suddenly felt uneasy. What? How does he know me? Could it be that his internal energy has increased and he's seen through me with his spiritual eye? Fengwan shouted. Let me go. Do you think I'll let you attack Kunlun? Then he rushed at Jinmu like a madman. Jinmu quickly jumped up to avoid him. What on earth is going on, however? Fengwan continued to attack, preventing him from escaping. The sect leader immediately commanded, Protect Taoist Master Jinmu and deploy the Taihyo dragon slaying formation. As soon as the words were spoken, the Kunlun disciples quickly channeled their ki and formed the formation. The elders also joined forces to perform the Taoist technique. The temporary formation subdued him, stopping him instantly. Yunhai looked at him with an apologetic expression and said, I'm sorry, Taoist Master Jinmu. In fact, Grandmaster Fengwan sometimes suffers from memory loss. Hearing this news, Jinmu was truly surprised. He laughed to himself. I thought he had opened his spiritual eye, but it was just nonsense. Yunam looked at his master with worried eyes. Every time his master had a fit, the sect leader and all the Kunlun disciples had to step in to stop him. Jinmu was a little worried inwardly. Even if he's not in his right mind, he's still one of the 7 stars of the martial world. If I get attacked by him, I'll probably... Suddenly, Jinmu thought it was a good thing and smiled sinisterly. That way it would be easier to find the Yanggi divine art. The setting sun cast a sad light on the roof tiles of the Kunlunshan mountain gate. Only then did Fengwan vaguely regain his senses. Yunam and Jinmu were nursing him by his side, and Yunam asked worriedly, Master, are you awake? As soon as he got up, he looked at Jinmu with apologetic, sparkling eyes. I'm sorry, my illness almost put you in danger. Jinmu muttered to himself. What illness? I almost died, Yunam scolded. That's too much. How could you mistake him for one of those evil and hideous demonic cult members? Fengwan continued. That's right, I know the news that Hyokurion Mugong is dead, but I still... The conversation between the two disciples seemed like they were cursing Jinmu to his face, and he cursed inwardly with anger. Fengwan sighed. I'm sorry, Taoist Master Jinmu. I had too much resentment in my heart. In the past, Kunlun and Wudang were close friends. I never thought Hyokurion Mugong would take advantage of the battle between the orthodox and demonic factions to attack Wudang. When I heard that the 8 palaces of Wudang were burned, I was heartbroken. His voice suddenly trembled. Even if the Sword Saint had stopped me, I should have gone to Wudang to help. Not helping them then has become a lifelong regret. Every time I have a fit, I remember that. Jinmu sat beside him listening, snorted, and thought to himself. It's all just excuses, but it's okay. He looked at Fengwan and proposed. I have a request. As a disciple of Wudang, I want to learn more about Kunlun. Kunlun's martial arts, its history, and even the spirit of the Taoist sect. Would you allow me? Hearing this, Fengwan couldn't help but be pleased. What a scholarly young man, how could I refuse? I will tell the sect leader to let you roam freely in Kunlun, so rest assured. Jinmu calculated inwardly. If there's no ancestral hall, I'll have to search all 8 pavilions of Kunlun. I will search every single Taoist temple, large and small, including the Tianlong pavilion, to find it. Fangwan excitedly entrusted Yunam with the task. You shall take Taoist Master Jinmu around to see the sights and walk with him to observe, listen and learn. Feeling that things were going wrong, Jinmu quickly asked, "Wait a minute, you mean I have to go with Taoist Master Yunam?" The 2 disciples were equally excited and thought it would be more fun that way. Jinmu forced a smile, but he was not happy inside. Damn it, another annoying guy has latched onto me. 10 days later, on a sunny morning in Kunlun, Fangwan was asking Yunam about Jinmu's recent activities. Yunam reported, "He's in the history hall, devouring books as if he's literally eating them, then suddenly getting angry and crying. He keeps acting in incomprehensible ways." Yunam smiled brightly. He must be deeply moved by Kunlun's history. Hearing this, Fangwan was very satisfied. What a scholarly young man. Good. Take Taoist Master Jinmu to Hansel Valley tonight. We've been too neglectful of our guest from Wudang. We must treat him properly now. Fangwan thought that Taoists should not only know how to cultivate but also how to rest. Yunam understood and immediately agreed. He hurried to find Jinmu, and Fangwan smiled kindly as he recalled old memories. At that time, Fangwan was in a great hurry to go to Wudang. When Zhu Jiliang stopped him, he became angry. "Wudang, a friend of Kunlun, is in crisis. How can I just stand by and watch?" Zhu Jiliang looked at him earnestly. "Fangwan, you are the pillar of Kunlun. If you leave, who will protect Kunlun? You know it too. No one can take your place. Please stay in Kunlun." After the battle between the orthodox and demonic factions ended, Fangwan passed on the sect leader position and focused on nurturing his successors. He hoped that even if he left, they could protect Kunlun and the Central Plains. And when the time came, Fangwan planned to leave Kunlun and help Wudang recover. Fangwan never thought this terrible illness would stand in the way of that plan, but soon he heard that a new wind was blowing in Wudang. Wudang stood on its own, and now the sword of Wudang is on a pilgrimage and has come to Kunlun. This news was a joyful one that lifted a burden from Fangwan's heart. With such an outstanding talent in Wudang, it's only a matter of time before they regain their fame. I'm so happy. I must eat and drink to my heart's content today. As night deepened, darkness fell over the snow-capped mountain peaks. Yunam proudly introduced, "This is Hansel Valley." Jinmu cursed inwardly with dissatisfaction. "I'm busy looking for the Yanggi divine art. Why did you call me here?" Suddenly, a fragrance carried on the wind caught Jinmu's attention. Down below they were grilling meat. Jinmu was extremely surprised. "Are those Taoists really grilling meat in Kunlun, the sacred land of the Taoist sect?" The smell of cooking meat hit his nose, and Yunam exclaimed, "It smells so fragrant." Jinmu watched, his mouth watering. He thought with wide eyes, "Are these guys really crazy to dare to do this so openly?" He saw several wine bottles placed in front of him. Jinmu quickly covered his mouth. Yunam also remembered. Doesn't Wudang forbid drinking? Hearing that, Jinmu wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground out of embarrassment. What does Wudang forbid? A Taoist should abstain from both alcohol and meat. What if someone else sees? Fangwan saw him and was delighted. Taoist Master Jinmu has arrived. The meat is just ready. Jinmu looked at these people and was very bewildered. Are these guys crazy? What is this all about? Seeing their natural behavior, it was clear this was not the first time. Moreover, looking at Fangwan made it even more unbelievable. That guy is an elder of Kunlun. Fangwan continued to urge, "Taoist Master Jinmu, why aren't you eating?" After urging for a while, he was surprised himself. "Right, I forgot. Wudang has the 10 precepts which forbid alcohol and meat, don't they? I've really made a mistake. I've done it again. I'll take it away immediately." He finished speaking and was about to leave when Jinmu caught him. "It's all right." Jinmu was already drooling. "Wudang abolished the law forbidding meat a long time ago. We also have a glass of wine occasionally, so it's fine." He vowed to himself, "I haven't been able to eat meat or drink since I came to Kunlun. I can't miss this opportunity." Only then did Fangwan feel relieved and poured the wine. "Then that's a relief. Wudang is good, but its rules are so troublesome. How can a practitioner only know asceticism? The Tao is right in our lives, so we must also know how to enjoy the abundance of wealth and eat and drink to our fill." He finished speaking and immediately took a sip of wine. Jinmu was stunned watching him drink so refreshingly. He was bewildered. "Aren't all Taoist sects forbidden from drinking and eating meat?" Fangwan saw him and laughed with amusement. As expected, Wudang disciples follow the rules well. Each sect has different regulations. Huashan disciples are even allowed to marry. Jinmu was completely turned to stone at this point. He seemed to have realized the truth of life. Jinmu finally realized, "I've been tricked." Jinmu clutched his head and swore, "Those damn Wudang bastards." He thought of some traditions and the 10 precepts and became furious. It was all a lie. He looked at the people happily chewing meat in front of him and thought, "Eating meat as a child prevents you from accumulating immortal ki. Nonsense. Look at them. They're overflowing with immortal ki." Jinmu completely broke down after realizing this truth. He remembered the days when his master scolded him for eating meat. As his soul was about to leave his body, Yunam pulled his hand. "Taoist Master Jinmu, please eat. The wine is good and the meat is delicious. It's a fantastic combination." At this time, Jinmu held an arrow of resentment in his heart and decided, "Fine, let's eat. I'll eat the share of all the poor Wudang disciples." The wine bottles that were full earlier were now lying empty. Fangwan was still urging him with all his might. Taoist Master Jinmu, there's still plenty of wine, so drink as much as you like. But Jinmu refused. That's enough, I've had enough. He raised his head and looked at a house on the mountaintop and asked, does Kunlun have a separate business? Fangwon didn't understand. Why do you ask? Jinmu voiced his question. The mountain gate is grand and magnificent, and building it on such a high mountain peak must have cost a lot of money. Fangwon understood and explained, that's a subsidy. Qinghai is a barren land with no source of income, but it's a battleground with the demonic cult, so it always needs a lot of money. We have to recruit disciples, provide them with clothing, weapons, and food, and also make spiritual pills to help them strengthen their internal energy. He spoke for a long time in an excited voice. Without money, how could we attract disciples to such a remote, dangerous place, where they even risk their lives? Jinmu heard his words and thought it made sense. You're right, it's not easy to train a warrior. Then he got angry again. Wudang is just clinging to its noble tradition of the 10 precepts, and this is the result. I'm so envious. Who takes such good care of Kunlun? Before he could open his mouth, Yunam spilled the beans. The Righteous Martial Alliance provides about 20,000 taels of silver every year. The mention of the Righteous Martial Alliance deflated Jinmu's spirits. Yunam enthusiastically added, besides, we get spoils of war from our battles with the demonic cult, and we also receive donations from merchant groups, so our finances are always ample. That's why we can share some with the people who provide us with information. The more Jinmu listened, the more stunned he became. He fumed inwardly. That kid did it not because of Kunlun's goodwill, but because of money. Is this the difference between the rich and the poor? Yunam's mouth wouldn't shut. Thanks to that, everyone who enters Kunlun can live a prosperous life. So many people want to become Taoists of Kunlun every year. Jinmu was about to faint from listening. I'm so jealous. Please stop talking. After telling 9 out of 10 pieces of news, he finally shut up and asked if Wudang didn't receive subsidies. I've been bragging unnecessarily. I'm sorry. But Jinmu's ears were about to burst. I just wish he would be quiet. Jinmu recalled the old days when he had to sew up his torn clothes. The sword was rusty. People used to say that what those stabbed by a Wudang sword feared most was tetanus. Thinking about these things made him feel miserable. Come to think of it, Wudang must have been so poor that they created the 10 precepts. They had no other choice. Jinmu suppressed his anger and took a sip of wine. What does Kunlun know, you rich Taoist bastards? You've never experienced hardship. He slammed his wine cup down in anger, making Fangwon flinch. Fangwon broke into a sweat and warned Yunam, stop talking. Wudang was once the wealthiest sect in the Central Plains. Looking at Taoist Master Jinmu reminds me of Grandmaster Cheng Yu. Jinmu was angry, but he paid attention when he heard that. Fangwon continued, I heard Cheng Yu awakened to Gang at a young age. Wudang was really strong back then. Jinmu was startled. He remembered that Cheng Yu was the one who divided the Yanggi divine art into 4 parts. He snapped to attention and asked Fangwon, do you know Grandmaster Cheng Yu? Fangwon was also surprised. You know him too. That's strange. I heard that few people in Wudang know about him. Our Grandmaster heard from the previous sect leader. The strongest master Wudang has ever produced. The cause of his death is unclear, but after he died, the latter half of the Yanggi divine art was divided into 4 parts. Fangwon still spoke without restraint. Our Kunlun also has 1 part. Let's see, what was that incantation? Jinmu became even more excited. That old man knows the incantation? That's amazing. Does Grandmaster Fangwon also know the incantation? I don't remember well. Maybe he kept talking vaguely, making Jinmu anxious. But Fangwon changed the subject again. Anyway, if Grandmaster Cheng Yu were alive, Wudang wouldn't have been so easily defeated by the heretical Heavenly Lord. Jinmu was about to go crazy. Please, I know that too. Tell me more about the incantation. Fangwon just kept talking nonsense. That damn Hyokreon Mugong, if he were alive I would have torn him to pieces. Jinmu was about to vomit blood. Get to the point. As he took a sip of wine, Fangwon asked, does the wine taste good? Jinmu didn't dare say it was bad. Suddenly his attitude changed and he became frightening. Of course, you destroyed Wudang, so your wish has been granted. How could the wine not taste good? Jinmu froze at those words. Fangwon exuded killing intent and called out Hyokreon Mugang's name. Jinmu started to sweat. Why is this guy acting like this again? Fangwon's eyes were fixed on him. How dare you come to Kunlun and cause trouble? Yunam was about to warn Jinmu to get away. Fangwon rushed at him fiercely. I will never forgive you, but Jinmu still stood there, stunned. He closed his eyes, resigned, and screamed inwardly. Damn it, at such an important moment. An explosion occurred in the middle of the night, but Jinmu still couldn't understand why this guy was acting this way. The next morning, Fangwon was crying bitterly. Taoist Master Jinmu, I'm so sorry. Jinmu asked in bewilderment, why do you keep mistaking me for that evil Hyokreon Mugong? Fangwon held his hand apologetically. Jinmu thought to himself, if the sect leader and the elders had come a little later I would have been dead by now. He comforted Fangwon, it's all right, Grandmaster. I know it's because of your illness. At the same time, Jinmu told himself, you don't have to feel so guilty. Now that I know you know the latter half of the incantation, I know what I have to do. Fangwon continued to blame himself. Jinmu decided, from now on my target is Fangwon. I will definitely make you say the incantation yourself. Then he looked outside and fell into deep thought. Whenever we talk about Wudang, Grandmaster Fangwon has a fit and attacks me to get the incantation. I'll have to defeat him. After being attacked by Grandmaster Fangwon twice, I've realized one thing. He only uses Kunlun's signature martial art, the Cloud Dragon 8 forms. His realm is much higher than mine. I can't keep relying on the sect leader and the elders. I have to surpass him myself, but how? A voice suddenly caught his attention. Focus on your training. Don't lose your mind. He looked outside and saw that it was Yunam. Seeing him, Jinmu remembered, there's a person who uses the Cloud Dragon 8 forms right in front of me. Fengwan and Yunhai were watching from above. Yunhai smiled warmly and praised. The two of them have been sparring for 10 days, Fengwan agreed. They are really diligent. It must have been over 100 rounds. Although Yunam had never won once, he was already exhausted. Fengwan also praised him. But he can last longer than before, so isn't that progress? It's a rare opportunity to spar with a master of a different martial art. The person sparring with him now was Jinmu. Yunam rushed in once more. He charged straight at Jinmu. Jinmu observed him and thought, now every movement of the Cloud Dragon 8 forms is clearly visible. Yunam flew over Jinmu's head. He threw a powerful punch. Jinmu looked at him and analyzed. The young dragon is writhing in front of me. I don't need to look at the manual anymore. Through sparring with Yunam, I've discovered that all the attacks of the Cloud Dragon 8 forms originate from the power of the chest, so if I attack the chest and break the flow of that power I can overcome it. As he thought, Jinmu struck Yunam's chest with one hand. His hand accurately hit Yunam's left chest and Yunam fell down once again. He looked at the hand Jinmu held out and exclaimed, that was amazing. He gently took Jinmu's hand. Although he was beaten to a pulp, Yunam still tried to gather his ki and fight again. But Jinmu refused. No, the sparring is over, he thought to himself. Now that I've broken all the forms of the Cloud Dragon 8 forms, you are no longer useful to me. Yunam still wanted to fight. Why? I'm not satisfied yet. But Jinmu didn't care and looked towards where Fengwan and Yunhai were. Now I need to create the right situation to be alone with Grandmaster Fengwan. He followed Fengwan closely, thinking, a situation where I won't be disturbed by the Kunlun disciples. But Yunam stuck to him every day asking for a spar. While Jinmu was thinking of a plan, Yunam wouldn't shut up beside him. He was at a loss as to what to do. He's sick, so he hardly ever leaves the Tianlong pavilion, and his disciples are always by his side. That Yunam guy is like a machine. I want to punch him. He sighed helplessly. This is really difficult. I'd rather the demonic cult attacked and distracted Kunlun. The next morning, Jinmu came out yawning. He looked around searching. Why isn't Yunam here today? He comes to ask for a spar every morning. Did he give up? He was even more puzzled. It's time for morning training. Why is the atmosphere so strange? No one is training. A disciple saw him and called out, Taoist Master Jinmu, are you awake? He approached and asked, what happened? Why is the atmosphere so tense? The disciple replied, the demonic cult has attacked Yangfeng. An elder from the patrol team has been injured. Jinmu was startled by the words, demonic cult. Joy bloomed in Jinmu's heart like flowers in a forest. This is great news, but he tried to hide his joy on the outside. Those demonic cult bastards finally made a move, but I shouldn't be too happy. It's a war, so many people will get hurt. He suppressed his laughter and asked the disciple, has Taoist Master Yunam also gone down the mountain? The disciple replied, Granduncle Yunam led the disciples of the Tianlong Pavilion down the mountain early. It seems the demonic cult has prepared very thoroughly. I heard Kadangtian is personally participating in the battle. Jinmu fell into thought. Kadangtian, I remember. The Sun Moon demonic cult is a centralized organization led by the cult leader, and under the cult leader are the 12 heavenly caverns. The cult leader had them rule over the demonic cult-occupied territories in Xinjiang. Each heavenly cavern has a power comparable to a major sect of the Orthodox faction. To move such a large force, the cult leader's order is necessary. Jinmu thought deeply. Could it be that the cult leader is planning a full-scale attack? But something is strange. If it were the cult leader I know, he would lead the attack himself if he wanted a full-scale assault. After thinking back and forth, he just let it go. Forget it. Maybe he changed his mind now that he's old. Anyway, this is an opportunity for me. He happily anticipated going down the mountain, but then he heard. I heard Shishin Fortress was completely destroyed. Jinmu's hand froze. The others were talking among themselves. Not just Shishin Fortress, the entire area has become a sea of blood. Those damn demonic cult bastards. What have the common people ever done wrong? Hearing that, Jinmu realized, Shishin Fortress is the inn where I stayed. He continued to listen to their words. I heard that everyone, adults and children alike, was killed beyond recognition. It's truly tragic. Only then did Jinmu become horrified. He worried. Is that little kid okay? Jinmu thought of the little boy from that time. Then he shook off the worry. He'll be fine. Kunlun will handle it well. The Righteous Martial Alliance gave them a lot of money. Jinmu convinced himself that it was none of his business, but his footsteps stopped. Jinmu felt a strangeness in his heart. Why do I feel so heavy-hearted? Is this Jinmu guy too sentimental? Or have I lived as a Taoist for too long and developed compassion? What is this uneasy feeling? Then another thought came to Jinmu. Ah, the horse. I left the precious horse that Dang Wi gave me with that kid. I even gave him a lot of money. He scratched his head and moved on. Yes, I'm worried about that horse. If that kid dies, the horse and that money will disappear with him. Then I'll suffer a great loss. Thinking it was a reasonable reason, he decided. I'll just go and see, just see. Jinmu immediately jumped down from there. The incantation in my head won't disappear either. I'll check if the horse is okay and come right back. He hypnotized himself as he ran. I'm really just worried about that horse. A dark area, a desolate landscape with no leaves. A loud shout echoed. How long has the cult leader been in seclusion? It's been 2 years since we heard the news that Hyokurion Mugong is dead, and there have been no reports since. A group of people came running in a great hurry, all with the same question: why did you suddenly come out of seclusion? The door slowly opened, and the Sun Moon demonic cult leader, Bailey Doshin, sat majestically on the highest chair. Hundreds of subordinates bowed their heads in unison to pay their respects to the cult leader. His gaze was cold and sharp. Then he looked to one side and asked, "Why is the Elder Lord not here?" The young cult leader, Xiahou Shang, was startled at this moment and hurriedly replied, "The Elder Lord has not been well recently and could not attend the meeting." Bailey Doshin heard this and sneered, "If he's not well, he can't attend." The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. He commanded Ma Nang again, "Did you say the Elder Lord's health is too weak to attend the meeting? Go and bring me his head." They immediately froze in terror at Bailey Doshin's command. He said with a frightening face, "The useless must die. How can a man who is too sick to walk be an elder?" The subordinate by his side silently obeyed, and the others just trembled before Bailey Doshin's command. Xiahou Shang swallowed nervously and rushed forward, risking his life. He hurriedly kowtowed and knelt. "Actually, I ordered him to rest." Bailey Doshin heard his words, flicked his finger and thought it strange. His voice was like steel, without sympathy. "I never allowed such a thing. I only told you to listen in my place. I never told you to decide in my place or allow the Elder Lord to rest. Am I perhaps misremembering a simple word?" Just those words were enough to scare Xiahou Shang bloodless. He pleaded, "No, cult leader, I'm sorry, please forgive me." Before Xiahou Shang could finish his words, a stream of qi came towards him. Bailey Doshin looked at the tortured Xiahou Shang in front of him and warned the others, "If anyone is sick or is about to be sick, speak now. I will relieve you of your pain." Seeing that they dared not raise their heads, he was satisfied. "No one, then good." Then he remembered something. "I heard that Li Gangbai of Kadongtian went to Qinghai. You answer me, is this your doing?" Xiahou Shang immediately denied it. "No, cult leader. You've misunderstood. The reason I hastily convened the meeting was precisely because of this matter. How dare that bastard Li Gangbai mobilize troops without my permission?" Bailey Doshin asked. "You must know the reason why Li Gangbai did it, right? Tell me." Xiahou Shang reported what he had heard. Guiazi is a famous blacksmith and a master of metallurgy, capable of breathing souls into weapons and creating divine armaments with just a few talismans. Guiazi, coveted by all, disappeared 20 years ago. But recently rumors have surfaced of his appearance in Qinghai, so Li Gangbai is surely trying to bring him to the demonic cult. As he spoke, he trembled as he looked at Bailey Doshin. Bailey Doshin heard this and became even angrier. "Are you saying that Guiazi's fame is greater than mine?" Xiahou Shang hastily denied it. "How could that be, cult leader?" Bailey Doshin paid him no mind and questioned his crime. "You have failed to fulfill your responsibilities as the young cult leader. Because of your decision, the Elder Lord lost his life and you allowed Li Gangbai to act recklessly. My Bailey Doshin's demonic cult has never been like this," he commanded his subordinate. "Confine the young cult leader and let no one approach him until this matter is resolved. Give him no food or water." He added that all the heavenly cavern lords, except for Li Gangbai, were to be immediately summoned to the headquarters, and all the record books of the 12 heavenly caverns' activities for the past 2 years were to be brought. Bailey Doshin was enraged. "Since Li Gangbai has attacked Qinghai, Kunlun will not stand idly by. I do not want those Taoist bastards to invade my attack zone." He pointed to Luji Modong. "I will give you 100 bloody pursuing ghost. Go and capture Li Gangbai. However, you must not clash with Kunlun. If Li Gangbai is killed by Kunlun, bring back his body, and if you find him first, bring him back alive." Bailey Doshin thought, and the corners of his mouth turned up in anticipation. "I must cut open that bastard's belly with my own hands to see if his guts have spilled out." The scene shifts to outside the headquarters. A man laughed loudly with joy. "Luji Modong and the bloody pursuing ghost have left the headquarters." He clapped his hands and said, "Good, I've caught a big fish with a small bait." It seems even Luji Modong couldn't resist the name Guiazi. Han Lim, standing next to him, also congratulated him. When the second palace lord asked what Li Gangbai was doing, he reported, "I spread false rumors about Guiazi and that bastard took the bait himself. Kunlun's pursuit team has also set out. They won't be able to let Guiazi fall into the hands of the demonic cult." The second palace lord became even more triumphant. "Foolish bastards, they don't even know they're walking into a trap themselves. Inform Luji Modong and Kunlun of Li Gangbai's whereabouts." Han Lim was puzzled upon hearing the order. The second palace lord continued, "If Guiazi is captured, the secret will be revealed, so we must make Kunlun and Li Gangbai confront each other. With the power of Li Gangbai and the 7th heavenly cavern, Kunlun will surely be annihilated. And if the true dragon, Fengwan, becomes enraged and kills Li Gangbai and Luji Modong, Bailey Doshin will step in himself, and the righteous martial alliance will not just stand by with their arms crossed." The mere thought of this excited him so much that he laughed loudly. The second palace lord was delighted. "I will turn this into a major war. Perhaps this will be the beginning of the next war between the orthodox and demonic factions." At that time, Jinmu arrived in Qinghai. In front of him were corpses strewn about with blood spattered everywhere. He couldn't help but curse at the sight. "These bastards." Jinmu approached a disciple and asked, Among those bodies is there the corpse of a child about 12 years old? The person replied in dismay. Don't even talk about it, another disciple next to him added. All the bodies are mutilated and cannot be identified, besides there are too many children. Cruel, beast-like bastards. Jinmu looked at the scene before him and thought to himself, in the world of the martial arts where good and evil coexist, murder is common, but killing innocent people, especially children who are the buds of the future, is unacceptable. Jinmu was stunned. The money I gave for travel expenses has now become funeral money. Suddenly, a person came running in a hurry and called out to him. Jinmu recognized him as a disciple of the Tianlong Pavilion. He asked, sweating profusely, "Why are you here?" Jinmu explained, "I came to check on the situation." "I heard you went down the mountain with Taoist Master Yunam," he said, panting. "Master has gone northeast to pursue the demonic cult, and I was writing a letter to the Righteous Martial Alliance to request support." Jinmu was puzzled upon hearing that. The disciple explained, "This attack by the demonic cult is unusual. Li Gangbai of the 7th Heavenly Cavern is chasing Guyazi, and if Guyazi falls into the hands of the demonic cult, it will be very dangerous. So Master went first to save him." Jinmu was surprised by the name Guyazi. The person continued, "Other forces of the demonic cult may also attack Qinghai, so we need the support of the Righteous Martial Alliance." There was no time to lose. Jinmu asked as he ran, "You said Taoist Master Yunam went northeast." The disciple didn't know what he was going to do, but he confirmed it. Jinmu thought of Guyazi at this time. "I know him. He's the one who made weapons for our heretical heavenly faction," he suspected. "The demonic cult bastards are chasing Guyazi?" Then he thought it was ridiculous. "That can't be. Guyazi died 20 years ago," he asked himself. "Of course, only a few people know this fact, so it's not impossible. Is Guyazi's fame that great, but the opponent is Bailey Doshin's demonic cult, my mortal enemy, and a bastard who always thinks he's the best?" Jinmu thought as he went deeper into the forest. "There's no way that bastard would do something so reckless as to attack Kunlun for a mere blacksmith." Jinmu could now guess. "Someone is surely impersonating Guyazi." He began to summon his sword. "I don't know who it is, but I have to go and make the person who killed my horse pay the price." Burning with anger, Jinmu set out to find the fake Guyazi. The sun was slowly setting deep in the forest. It had been 3 days since the people of Kunlun had entered this forest. A disciple exclaimed excitedly, "We succeeded, Master. We found him before the demonic cult." Guyazi was sitting next to the speaking disciple, his face pale and stiff, looking scared. Another disciple asked for Yunam's opinion. "What should we do now?" Master Yunam also guessed. "Li Gangbai is also looking for Guyazi, so he must be somewhere around here." Worry was written on his face. "Those bastards are destroying all of Qinghai. We must stop them." But he was more worried about the people in front of him. "But we've been fighting for 3 days straight without rest or proper food, and everyone is exhausted." He assessed the current situation. "Besides, with our current strength, we can't face Li Gangbai of the demonic cult head-on. That's really impossible." The disciple called him again. Yunam instructed, "I've requested support, so now take him to a safe place. After ensuring his safety, let's chase Li Gangbai." Yunam looked at Guyazi in front of him and thought to himself, "If Guyazi falls into the hands of the demonic cult, they will be able to mass-produce weapons and treasures. That will be even more dangerous in the long run. For the peace of the Central Plains, we must protect him," he instructed his disciples. "Let's go back south." Yunam gritted his teeth in frustration. "Although the people will suffer because of the demonic cult, we don't have the strength to protect everyone. It's truly heartbreaking, but we have no choice but to retreat." Yunam and the Kunlun disciples began to hurry back. He checked everyone's condition as he ran. Yunam ran forward with all his might. Suddenly, something appeared in front of them. A group of demonic cult members appeared out of nowhere. Yunam was horrified to see the enemy, and shouted for everyone to hide behind the rocks and form a defensive formation. The disciples formed a formation as ordered, but another group of demonic cult members appeared behind them. One of the leaders said, "The Kunlun brats dare to chase us all the way here." Yunam gasped for breath and cursed inwardly at the current situation. "Damn it, we're surrounded. Fortunately, I don't see Li Gangbai. The difference in strength is too great. We can only focus on defense and minimize the damage. If I can just break through, we can retreat." As soon as he thought this, he ordered everyone to hold their positions. Yunam recklessly leapt up above their heads, resolutely striking them down one by one. Seeing him fight alone, everyone hastily stopped him. "Master, don't waste any more of your internal energy." The leader from before was about to rush in, but he was sent to the other world by Yunam's light blow. Although he was exhausted, he was determined. "This is not the time to save my strength. I must protect Guyazi from the demonic cult." He attacked, exuding killing intent. "Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I must kill all of them." The demonic cult members were also surprised to see him like that. The other disciples of Kunlun did not stand idly by and fought with all their might. At first there was a big difference in the number of people on both sides, but now it seemed that the Kunlun side had more. Yunam breathed a sigh of relief. "The number of enemies has decreased and the encirclement has loosened. If I kill a few more," however, a wave of killing intent from somewhere made everyone stagger. A saber with a red killing intent was drawn. The Kunlun people were also afraid and couldn't move. Yunam sensed something. This dense demonic energy, you've appeared, residual soul demonic saber, Li Gangbai. The old man raised his saber and began to ask. I heard that the Kunlun brats were blocking the way, so it was you. He laughed eerily and warned, if you want to live, hand over Guyazi. Yunam naturally did not accept the nonsense. Li Gangbai, are you trying to start a war? But the old man sneered. A war, how ridiculous. Since when have the demonic cult and Kunlun not fought? He pointed his saber at where Yunam was. If you don't move, I'll kill you all, Li Gangbai provoked. Decide, will you hand over Guyazi or will you die? The Kunlun disciples were overwhelmed by his presence, becoming dazed and dropping the weapons in their hands. Everyone worriedly asked Yunam. He's a demonic Taoist who has reached the gang realm, one of the top 20 masters. Can we defeat him? Yunam prepared for battle and thought to himself. If I don't stop him, we will all die. I have to fight. I'm the only one here who can stand against him. But suddenly the disciples stepped forward and blocked him. They said, Master, leave him to us and retreat. We will stop him. They were determined. Master, you are the future of Kunlun. You are the one who will inherit the title of true dragon, so you cannot die here. To us, protecting Master is more important than Guyazi. Yunam was surprised to hear their words. The disciples did not waver at all. A gentleman's revenge is not too late. Even after 10 years, we will die here. Master, please avenge us. Don't worry about us. It is the greatest honor for a Kunlun man to die on the battlefield against the demonic cult. Yunam was moved at this time. That's right, what was I hesitating about? The junior is right. So what if we lose? The Kunlun people are the ones who protect the Central Plains against the demonic cult. That is the honor and will of Kunlun. The disciples were surprised to see him run out. Yunam shouted loudly with determination. From now on, the disciples of the Tianlong Pavilion will fight against the demonic path, and the rest will protect Guyazi until the reinforcements arrive. Winning or losing is not important, he finished speaking and raised his scarred hands, shouting with spirit, just protect him with the determination to die. The Kunlun people were once again empowered by his appearance, and their morale rose. Li Gangbai sneered at this united scene. How touching. It seems you've made up your minds. He rushed in like a madman. Then I'll kill you all one by one as you wish. The two sides rushed at each other without backing down. Yunam spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Li Gangbai standing among the exhausted and fallen Kunlun disciples. Li Gangbai was also exhausted from fighting so many people alone, he praised. Not bad. A brat who hasn't even reached the gang realm has such power. Yunam was stunned and frustrated. Is this it? The cavern lord of the 7th heavenly cavern. He's too strong. He looked at his wounds and thought to himself, but I lasted quite a long time. If I hadn't sparred with Taoist Master Jinmu, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Yunam recalled that time. Taoist Master Jinmu, if he were here, he would surely be able to defeat Li Gangbai, but he soon thought he was ridiculous. This is Kunlun's business. To think of someone else, I still have a long way to go. The saber full of killing intent came with a voice. Kunlun brat, although you are an enemy, I must admit that you are very strong enough that I want to kill you. I must eliminate future troubles. The old man laughed frighteningly. I will pay you my respects. I will finish you with my strongest move. Yunam did not flinch at all as he faced him. Li Gangbai unleashed his move without delay, but suddenly something appeared behind him. A powerful ray of light pierced through one by one and went straight for Li Gangbai. He reacted in time and blocked it with his sword after the attack. Li Gangbai realized. Gangchi, he had a surprised look. Li Gangbai predicted that it was the true dragon Fengwan. Yunam also looked up in surprise. Another whirlwind blew away the demonic cult bastards and everyone became vigilant. The sound of footsteps was heard and Jinmu slowly appeared and cursed. These damn bastards blocking my way is really annoying. Finally Jinmu arrived in a grand manner. Yunam didn't expect him to come. Jinmu stood right in front of Li Gangbai without any fear and spewed curses. The demonic cult is finished now. A cavern lord is bullying children. He glared at Li Gangbai. What are you doing? Move aside quickly. Li Gangbai, who had been arrogant until a moment ago, was angry and swung his sword to cut him, but he disappeared in an instant. While he was panicking, Jinmu had already appeared behind him. Li Gangbai was kicked by him as soon as he turned around. He was caught off guard and thrown far away. When he came to his senses, he was surprised. How can he generate such power without a ready stance? Who is that guy? Jinmu paid no attention to him and approached Yunam. There was joy in his face seeing him, but Jinmu said, "Is this all you've got?" Yunam didn't understand what he meant. Jinmu brought his face close to Yunam's and asked, "Are you fighting to the death for a mere Guyazi?" Jinmu felt a surge of anger at the thought of the foolish guy in front of him. At this moment Jinmu brought his face very close to Yunam's. He asked bluntly, "Did you fight to the death to this extent just to get Banyusik?" Jinmu cursed Yunam out of anger. "You foolish bastard." Upon hearing that, he was almost confused and shouted, "Just to get? What do you mean by that?" At that moment, Gangbak staggered to his feet and said in a low voice, "You have quite some guts. Daring to come alone to save the Taoists of Kunlun." Jinmu looked at Gangbak with a contemptuous gaze and sneered. "Nonsense. Who's saving who? Me," Jinmu said in a sarcastic tone. "Why should I save those guys who ignore the life and death of the powerless common people, and risk their lives for a mere Banyusik?" Every word he said seemed to pierce Yunam's heart. What guardian of the Central Plains? What Taoist sect? It's all nonsense. Jinmu criticized them directly. In fact, you are just a group of martial artists loyal to your own interests, but you are very good at distinguishing between good and evil, aren't you? Yunam was almost speechless at his sharp words. He stared blankly at Jinmu. This remark was an insult not only to Kunlun but to the entire orthodox martial arts world. Yunam's gaze began to waver. He didn't know if he could refute his words, because they had persistently pursued Banyusek, afraid that he would join another faction. They had gone to great lengths to find him, but in the end they couldn't even protect him. Yunam felt that he was powerless. If he hadn't stepped in, he would have already lost his life. At this moment, Yunam painfully admitted that their actions were no different from those of the demonic cult. He was not worthy of being the guardian of the Central Plains, the future of Kunlun. Just then, Jinmu's gaze inadvertently turned to one side. He approached Guyazi. Jinmu muttered softly, "But is it really Banyusek? It's completely Banyusek." The old man cowered before his intimidating presence. "Thanks to the young hero's help, I almost—" Suddenly, Jinmu said in a cold voice, "It's Banyusek, all right." He moved closer to Guyazi. His eyes shone like amber. Jinmu interrogated in a stern voice, "But who are you?" Soon after, he fired off a series of questions. "Who are you to impersonate Banyusek? What is your motive for staging such an elaborate play?" Just then, a Taoist came running in a hurry. "Taoist Master Jinmu, how could you say such a thing to Guyazi?" He immediately shot him a glare. "If you don't know, shut up, you foolish Taoist bastard." Jinmu's voice suddenly became low. "Listen carefully. Originally, I just wanted to come to Qinghai and teach a lesson to the demonic cult bastards who caused a commotion. But you caught my eye." Every word he said seemed to pierce the old man's heart deeply. Jinmu continued, "I know that Banyusek died a long time ago, so I became curious as to which bastard was wearing his skin and acting so arrogantly." Hearing this, Yunam couldn't hide his surprise. "Banyusek is dead?" Jinmu's hand moved lightly in the air. He uttered cold words. "Then I suddenly thought, the demonic cult bastards deserve to die, but isn't the cause of all this the ones who impersonated Banyusek?" Jinmu gently brushed his hand over Guyazi's body. He wrote down each letter. "If it weren't for them, the demonic cult wouldn't have done such a thing." At this moment, Jinmu gently touched the old man's neck and said in a threatening voice, "I don't know who those damn bastards are, but first I have to catch them and give them a good interrogation." He moved closer and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "That's what I thought." Right after that, Jinmu brutally grabbed the man's neck. He furrowed his brows slightly in dissatisfaction. "Your expression doesn't change at all. Your disguise is quite elaborate, but isn't your skin too thick?" At this moment, Jinmu resolutely tore off the man's fake skin. He stared intently at the epidermis. It really was Banyusek. A dead person can't come back to life. How precious the grass of immortality is. Witnessing that horrific scene, Gangbak couldn't stop sweating. Unbelievable. He hastily ordered his subordinates. "Damn it, it was all for nothing. Retreat quickly." Just then, Jinmu's cold voice suddenly sounded. "What are you doing?" Gangbak turned around warily. "Thanks to you, I know that guy is a fake Guyazi, so I'll spare your lives. We will retreat." A slight smile appeared on Jinmu's lips. "You damn bastard, that's hilarious." "Who's sparing whose life?" Right after that, Jinmu threw the leather at his face. He shouted in a powerful voice, "Who do you think you are to come and go as you please?" At this moment, Jinmu bent down and picked up a sword. He said in a low voice, "That child had a bright future. He was quite smart and might have become the owner of a successful inn later on." Jinmu started to approach Gangbak. Another child suddenly lost his father, and some parents were crying, holding their children's bodies in their arms. "Their lives will be very difficult from now on," he continued to press them. "Kunlun is the same, and so are you. Have you ever thought about the people who died for no reason? This had nothing to do with the issue of good and evil in the first place. They were not martial artists." Hearing this, Gangbak was almost confused. He hastily asked, "Jinmu, are you really going to avenge those commoners?" At this moment, he glared at Gangbak. "Even if they are ordinary people, there must be a reason for their death. Do you understand? If they were not martial artists who lived by the sword and blade." Jinmu approached step by step, his voice monotonous as if delivering a verdict. "And do you think the lives of those who killed innocent people are worth that much?" He suddenly pointed the tip of his sword at him. "I just came to collect the price of the horse, including the price of the hay." At this moment, Gangbak trembled with anger and shouted like a madman, "Do you know what you are doing right now? I am one of the cavern lords of the 12 heavenly caverns of the demonic cult." Despite this, Jinmu replied indifferently, "So, has there ever been a day without a fight between the martial alliance and the demonic cult?" Fear seemed to consume Gangbak's heart, and he began to tremble. "Who the hell are you?" At that moment, he suddenly rushed towards Gangbak. Jinmu swung his sword resolutely and shouted at the same time, "I am the owner of that horse." With just one sword strike, the entire space seemed to be shaken, and the marks of the sword strike crossed the trees. Gangbak's subordinates were also frozen in place. Right after that, everything began to collapse. At this time, he was already vomiting blood, his face contorted in pain. Jinmu laughed triumphantly. "That was a blood-sweating horse, so it was quite expensive," he added. "It's a horse that doesn't get tired even after running 1,000 li a day. A precious horse that should be waiting for me at the Xuanbao fortress eating delicious hay." Jinmu looked at Gangbak with a sharp gaze. "Was killed by you, so..." Hearing this, his whole body trembled. Just then he shouted, "I can't let you die easily." A desolate landscape unfolded, a ruined land with almost all the trees destroyed. At the same time, Jinmu frantically struck down with his hand. Yunam on the opposite side could only swallow his dry saliva in terror. He bent down to check on Gangbak. What's wrong, are you unconscious already? I was just about to have some fun, Jinmu threatened resolutely. Next time I'll break your spine. Suddenly he turned around abruptly. Yunam rushed over hastily. Taoist Master Jinmu, are you alright? A question crossed Jinmu's mind. The new enemy. At this moment Gongsun Sheng suddenly appeared. He said in a cold voice, to dare to reduce Li Gangbai to this state, you are quite something. Gongsun Sheng looked at him seriously. But this is as far as you go. Seeing the old man, Jinmu sneered. Another one. Gongsun Sheng revealed his name. I am Gongsun Sheng. Who are you? As he knew he was the one with 6 fingers, one of the top 10 masters of the demonic cult. At the same time Yunam exclaimed in surprise. Gongsun Sheng, isn't that Luji Modong of the demonic cult? At this moment Jinmu replied in a contemptuous tone, what are you going to do with knowing who I am? The old man glared at him. You're quite interesting. If it weren't for the cult leader's orders I would have torn that arrogant mouth of yours. Jinmu suddenly became curious about Bailey Doshin. Gongsun Sheng seriously proposed that he would spare Jinmu's life if he released Gangbak, but Jinmu refused, asserting that he had to take his life. If he interfered he was prepared to kill him too. The old man Gongsun Sheng looked straight into Jinmu's eyes. Will you not regret it? Because of you, those Kunlun people will die and it could lead to a war between the orthodox and demonic factions. He paused for a moment and said in a contemptuous voice, I didn't expect you to say such a thing. Isn't your goal to dominate the Central Plains with the demonic path? Gongsun Sheng nodded without hesitation. That's right. Jinmu immediately unleashed his demonic arts. His eyes darkened like an abyss. It doesn't matter. Whether all those guys die or a war between the orthodox and demonic factions breaks out, all I have to do is what I came for. At those words the old man fell silent for a moment. Is that so? Just as the two were about to fight, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop! At that moment the Grand Master of Kunlun appeared instantly. Yunhai hastily intervened. Taoist Master Jinmu, stop. From now on Kunlun will handle this. Yet when Jinmu showed no signs of calming down, Yunhai soothed him. I understand your hatred for the demonic cult, but if you step in now it will lead to serious consequences, Yunhai continued with eyes full of goodwill. I know you're furious about the deaths of innocent people, but if you intervene now it will cause a huge disturbance, Yunam, who was behind, added. I earnestly implore you, the Grand Master is right. Taoist Master Jinmu, please stop. As the atmosphere gradually calmed down, Yunam didn't forget to express his gratitude. Watching you avenge the people has taught me a lot, but Jinmu hadn't done it to be praised. As Yunhai had said, Jinmu had just fought a battle and his internal energy was depleted. A moment later he turned to Gongsun Sheng to question his crime. Luji Modong, for the heinous crimes you've committed in Qinghai, we cannot just let this go. Even so, the old man wore an arrogant expression. Are you looking for a fight? Unfortunately, I was only ordered to capture Li Ganbai alive. Gongsun Sheng wanted to kill everyone here, but he had to retreat because the cult leader was waiting. Yunhai asked curiously about Guyazi, thinking he was the target. But Gongsun Sheng replied that the cult leader had no interest in Guyazi and had not ordered his capture. Hearing this, Jinmu burst into laughter. My guess was right. Still the same Bailey Doshin. He spat out words of contempt. Guyazi my foot. And he didn't even know it was a fake. Right after that, Jinmu threw the human skin mask in front of Gongsun Sheng's eyes. The old man stuttered in astonishment. This is a human skin mask. Jinmu immediately shouted. You've been deceived. At this time Jinmu calmly explained. Someone threw out bait to make the demonic cult and the righteous martial alliance fight, and Li Gangbai took that bait. Gongsun Sheng's gaze remained on the human skin mask. He slowly opened his mouth. So that's what it was. Gongsun Sheng's gaze turned to Jinmu. I see you are very strong. Would you tell me your name? Jinmu did not hide it and casually introduced himself as Jinmu of Wudang. Gongsun Sheng, still keeping his eyes on him, nodded lightly. Jinmu, I will remember that name well. He didn't look back, leaving his voice in the air. Then I'll be going. We shall meet again on the battlefield. Next time I'll take your life. Yunhai nodded his head. The same goes for me. Over on this side, Jinmu impatiently shouted. Stop bluffing and get back. As soon as Gongsun Sheng left, the trees swayed in response. Yunhai turned to Yunam. Everyone has worked hard. We have once again defeated the demonic cult and protected the Central Plains. Yunam shook his head and denied it. It's all thanks to Taoist Master Jinmu. Yunam turned his gaze towards Jinmu with deep gratitude. If it weren't for him we would already be dead, and we wouldn't have known that Guyazi was a fake. Yunhai immediately signaled to the Kunlun Taoists, who promptly clasped their hands and bowed their heads. Thank you, Taoist Master Jinmu. He bent his waist with an emotional expression. Kunlun will never forget this favor. Thank you for Wudang's life-saving grace. Jinmu's lips curled up slightly. You have to be precise, not Wudang's grace but Taoist Master Jinmu's grace. Layers of rocks were piled up on a cliff shrouded in thick fog. The war was over, but the pain still remained. Houses could be rebuilt and blood could be wiped away, but the terrible memories would never fade. They would be deeply embedded in the heart like an invisible thorn, forever present. Time might blur the memories, but the survivors of the tragedy would have to live with those terrible memories. Perhaps they would carry them for the rest of their lives. The members of the orthodox factions who founded and raised their sects cherished each other like family and mourned and rejoiced together at the death of a fellow member. But the members of the unorthodox factions who gathered for status and fame were different. Every day was a war and a fight, so they had no time to grieve or mourn the death of a comrade. They had lived that way and had become accustomed to it. The person standing next to Jinmu today might die tomorrow. How could one bear all that sorrow? How could one avenge every death? That's why he didn't interact with anyone. Many followed Jinmu, but none had his heart. Those who were loyal to him were only a few with long-standing ties, like the Heavenly Martial Alliance or one or two others. Jinmu didn't ask for more, he only thought of his own life and interests. If he didn't, the images of the countless people who had lost their lives would be deeply etched in his heart, causing him that much pain. If even the martial artists who fought for their own interests were like this, how would it be for the innocent common people? So after becoming the lord of the heretical heavenly faction, Jinmu ordered that no one, not even if they were annoying, should be killed if they were not a martial artist. In particular, anyone who killed women and children under any circumstances had to be severely punished. Other than that, he didn't care what they did. That's just what the unorthodox factions were like. But Jinmu had been entangled in too many things until now. Not blood-related, not a long-time acquaintance, yet he was so saddened by the death of that child. Then how would Jinmu feel if his close ones died? That's why Jinmu hated getting attached to people. The owner of this body was a really annoying guy. Yunhai came to Jinmu and said he would return to the mountain first. He nodded his head and said he would stay a little longer before returning. Jinmu's mind was full of thoughts of investigating the fake Banyusik and treating his wounds. A moment later his hand gently tilted the wine bottle. Jinmu just wanted to console Dang's soul and then leave. Just then he couldn't help but lament to the sky. How can it be so pitiful? Just then a flickering shadow appeared, startling Jinmu. He stared ahead in bewilderment. What is that? Why is that dead kid here? Jinmu hurriedly rubbed his eyes with his hands. He stared blankly ahead. There's no one there. Did I see something? Suddenly a thought crossed Jinmu's mind. No, could it be that I just saw a ghost? He tried his best to calm himself down. Immeasurable heavenly lord, what ghost? I must have been seeing things. I'm not a fortune teller, Jinmu muttered in wonder. I've heard that Taoists use magic to repel evil spirits, but I haven't learned any magic. Could it be that my internal energy has become so strong that I can even see ghosts? He annoyingly denied the possibility of ghosts in the world. Nevertheless, Jinmu felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly turned around. No, I must be tired. I should hurry back to Kunlun. Suddenly, Dang appeared and shouted loudly at the same time, Taoist master. Seeing the kid, Jinmu flinched and stopped. He immediately backed away. Damn it, it's a ghost, Dang continued to call out to Jinmu. Taoist master. Hearing that, he suddenly became confused. Jinmu tried his best to look closely at the kid's appearance. He raised his hand and pinched Dang's cheek. You're still warm? Jinmu chattered nonstop. You were alive? The kid nodded his head shyly. Yes, as you can see. Hearing Dang's answer, he became dazed. At this time, Jinmu asked in a suspicious voice, How? You escaped death? Dang nodded his head and replied quietly. The kid had taken his horse to the stables because it was sick. Just then, the demonic cult attacked the Xuanbao fortress. Dang's face darkened. The kid muttered softly, I survived by a hair's breadth. Dang's voice gradually choked up. But the people I worked with right after that. The kid turned around and looked at Jinmu. Anyway, I had to return the horse to you, so I came to Kunlun. On the way, I was helped by a young lady. In his eyes, Dang was a chivalrous child. He had just witnessed a scene of death. Jinmu patted the kid's head. All right, so where's my horse? Dang blurted out. That young lady is leading your horse. The kid turned around in excitement. Over there. Just then, the sound of horse hooves clattered. Seryong was seen leading the horse. She looked around. At this moment, Seryong unconsciously paused. This way. He was already dumbfounded. Don't tell me the young lady who helped you is... Dang nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, isn't she beautiful? Jinmu's eyes darkened. It was clear that the Tang clan's guards were going to imprison her, so how could Tang's Seryong come all the way here? Turning to Seryong's side, she could hardly believe her eyes. Seryong suddenly shouted loudly at him. She angrily ran over and questioned Jinmu for abandoning her when she asked for help. After her father captured her, Seryong said she was locked in her room for several days. Daeung suspected that the two knew each other, and Jinmu knelt down and spat out bitterly. Damn it. At this moment he looked at her in a panic. How did you get out of the house? Then Seryong raised the corners of her mouth and smiled triumphantly. I used poison to escape, of course. Jinmu shouted in a loud voice. You used poison on the Tang clan's warriors? She replied nonchalantly. They'll probably suffer a bit. Hearing that, he became slightly helpless. You really are an unreasonable psycho, but thank you for helping the kid. Seryong tilted her head and smiled playfully. You mean Daeung? She said nonchalantly. I was on my way to Qinghai to find someone when I saw this kid leading a Tang clan's blood-sweating horse, so I asked where he got this horse. Seryong smiled lightly and turned her gaze to the kid. He said some Taoist master had entrusted him with the horse on his way to Kunlun, so I guessed it was you and followed. Right after that, she changed her tone of voice. But this kid is also quite tight-lipped and very smart. Jinmu looked confused. So, Seryong smiled without hesitation and replied, Of course I have to snatch up talent. I've decided to take Daeung's family to Sichuan. I'll entrust one of the inns to his family, she suddenly muttered. I'm supposed to meet someone from the escort agency here. Why aren't they here yet? Just then, the kid suddenly ran up to him. Taoist master, I've been a great burden to you. It's all thanks to meeting you. Thank you. This was probably the first time Jinmu had received a sincere thank you from someone. He said in a gentle voice, Live well in Sichuan with your family. A moment later, Jinmu turned to Seryong. "Hey, why aren't you leaving?" She pretended to be innocent. "Where to?" he replied in a blunt tone. "You should go to your home." "Where are you going, you psycho?" Then Seryong burst into laughter and gave a challenging look. "I came all the way here from my house. Why would I go back? I came to follow you." His whole body trembled. "You really are like a tick," Jinmu shouted angrily. "I don't need you, so get lost." The scene changes to a legendary place in Kunlun, and a magnificent hall stands out. Inside the hall, a group of people were nervously discussing an unknown force that was deliberately trying to start a war between the demonic cult and the righteous martial alliance. Everyone was worried in the face of a terrifying conspiracy with an unknown purpose. At this moment, Yunhai was silent for a moment. It must be a force that benefits from the war between the righteous martial alliance and the demonic cult. In the past, that force was clearly the heretical heavenly faction, but it could also be a new enemy of the righteous martial alliance. He turned his gaze towards Yunam. "But that guy who impersonated Guyazi hasn't confessed anything yet. First, contact the righteous martial alliance." Yunam immediately bowed his head to receive the order. Yunam raised his head. "Grandmaster, I have something to say," Yunhai said in a solemn voice. "Speak." After a moment of hesitation, he suggested, "We can ask for the Tang clan's young lady's help. You came with Taoist Master Jinmu. The Tang clan is very good at this." Hearing that, he nodded lightly. "That's true," but Yunhai looked troubled. "But she is a guest and also the young lady of the Tang clan, so it's not comfortable to ask for a favor." The people in the hall worried that Seryong had grown up sheltered and would not know the ways of the world, so it would be difficult for her to participate in a dangerous interrogation. Hearing that, Yunam was flustered and explained, "But she doesn't seem like that." The group stared at him with a bewildered look. Seryong suddenly shouted loudly, "Next!" Just then, all the disciples of Kunlun looked terrified. She shouted loudly, "Next, next, is there anyone else to spar with?" The group hesitated and retreated. "Young lady, we have urgent business." Right after that, they shouted at the same time, "We'll be on our way." In the eyes of the group, Seryong was a monster. Her realm and stamina were truly terrifying. Just then, Jinmu looked down from above and shouted helplessly, "Stop it! Stop bothering the disciples and practice alone." She turned around and shrugged her shoulders. "That would be boring. Where is Yunam? His realm is similar to mine, so it's fun to spar." Jinmu glanced at Seryong. "He went to attend a meeting about the demonic cult, so don't disturb him." She sighed in dissatisfaction. "Damn demonic cult bastards. If they want to fight, why don't they go fight somewhere else? Why harm innocent people?" A moment later, Seryong cursed angrily. "They really shouldn't exist in the Central Plains." Hearing this, he became even more helpless. "If Bailey Doshin hears that, you will surely die." Suddenly, she turned around and teased Jinmu. "By the way, are you jealous that I keep looking for Taoist Master Yunam?" he shouted in anger. Seryong threatened to kill Qingyu and Qingkang for spreading false rumors that she was his wife. Jinmu fumed that the rumor had spread because of her. Seryong said nonchalantly, "A Taoist from Huashan can get married." He retorted angrily that Wudang would never allow it. She couldn't help but continue teasing him. "Don't worry, with a beauty like me who has both looks and talent willing to marry you. Do you think the elders of the sect would object?" He looked at Seryong angrily. "Are you sick? Megalomania." Jinmu sighed in annoyance. "Although you are very annoying, thanks to you, my troubles have eased a bit from the gloomy atmosphere after the battle." Kunlun regained its vitality. Moreover, Kunlun regarded him as a benefactor, so it was indeed a golden opportunity to obtain the latter part of the incantation from Patriarch Fengwan. But the problem was how Jinmu would get away from Seryong. Just then, Yunam slowly approached. "Young lady of the Tang clan, are you not tired?" She looked at him with excitement. "Taoist Master Yunam." Seryong approached Yunam with excitement. "Let's have a match this morning." He hastily waved his hands. "I would like to, but I have something important to do today, and have a favor to ask." His voice suddenly became serious. "That guy who impersonated Guyazi still hasn't opened his mouth. I'd like to ask for the Tang clan's young lady's help." She nodded without hesitation. "Is that so? No problem. I was bored anyway." Jinmu thought this was a good opportunity. Yunam from below suddenly called out his name loudly. "Taoist Master Jinmu." He hesitated and bowed his head. "I will be accompanying the Tang clan's young lady for a while. Please understand." As soon as he heard that, he became displeased. "What's to understand? What do I have to understand?" Yunhai's lips curled up slightly. "Taoist Master Jinmu is something else." He immediately turned his head to the other side and at the same time covered his mouth with his hand. "He's getting shy." Witnessing Yunam's unusual expression, he was furious. Immediately, Jinmu jumped down below. "All right, anyway, I'm away from you, so that's good." He poked his head through the window. Patriarch Fengwan was slightly surprised. "Taoist Master Jinmu, what's the matter?" He saw the old man and smiled. "I have something to tell you. Do you have time?" Fengwan was surprised by Jinmu's proposal. Although Jinmu had found a way to break the Cloud Dragon Grand Battering style, thanks to Taoist Master Yunam, Patriarch Fengwan's realm was much higher than Yunam's, so he had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. So to win, he had to create a favorable situation for himself. A place that was hidden, not easily discovered, and far enough away that no one from Kunlun would notice. He looked around excitedly. "Qingliang Forest, I used to train there when I was young." Jinmu's eyes shone coldly. "The place is set. Now I need to weaken Patriarch Fengwan. I need to weaken him enough so that I can subdue him even if he has a fit and attacks me. A moment later, the old man turned to look at him with a suspicious expression. By the way, why did you bring me here? Do you want to have a match? Jinmu immediately denied it and continued. I want to see your Cloud Dragon Grand Battering Style. Hearing that, Feng Wan was flustered and explained. The Cloud Dragon Grand Battering Style, Yunam has already. Jinmu quickly cut him off. He stared intently at the old man with a very serious expression. I want to see the Cloud Dragon that you made yourself. Feng Wan almost lost his mind at Jinmu's proposal. Although they were from the same Taoist school, Wudang and Kunlun walked different paths. Sparring was fine, but showing one's martial arts to an outsider was a taboo. Especially for masters who had achieved their own enlightenment, their martial arts contained the true meaning of martial arts. By watching their martial arts, one could also realize that true meaning. Feng Wan could only give a wry smile. So you brought me to this remote place to avoid the eyes of others. Jinmu did not seem to deny it. The corners of the old man's mouth turned up slightly as if he understood the meaning. There is a saying in Buddhism, to obtain is to have it originally, to lose is to have nothing originally. If Jinmu could realize something from Feng Wan's martial arts, it was because he had the original talent. And if not, that was also fine. Everything depended on Jinmu. But after that, he got into a ready stance. That's right. If the Wudang sword can be further developed by seeing my martial arts, that would also be an honor for me. I will show you my Cloud Dragon. Seeing that, he hastily shouted and stopped him. No, wait a minute, Patriarch. I think you misunderstood my meaning, Jinmu continued, emphasizing each word. I have already grasped the basic movements of the Cloud Dragon Grand Battering Style, so I don't want to see the forms or the application methods. I don't want to realize the true meaning of martial arts either. Feng Wan stared at him with a dazed look. Then what do you want? At this time, Jinmu replied concisely. I want to know its power, he said in a low voice. I want to know the power of the Cloud Dragon Grand Battering Style when it is executed by a master who has reached the peak realm like you. Hearing Jinmu's frank confession, Feng Wan was stunned. He still smiled triumphantly and stared intently at the old man. Jinmu stated his intentions directly. With your internal energy, please destroy the surrounding trees and mountain rocks with all your might. Feng Wan was slightly taken aback. Use all my internal energy, he thought for a moment and nodded lightly. I don't understand, but I'll do it, since I promised. Feng Wan didn't forget to wave his hand. Step back. You might get hurt by my aura. He unleashed his internal energy and the momentum violently shook the forest. Right after that, Feng Wan took a step back with one foot. He performed the divine dragon dance, becoming a dragon and swirling, his momentum sweeping across the heavens and the earth. As the dragon roams freely burst forth, a green dragon writhed between the heavens. Jinmu watched it all and couldn't help but admire it. Yes, that's it, the true Cloud Dragon Grand Battering Style. He stared intently at every step Feng Wan took. Even though he's sick, he's still one of the 7 stars of the righteous martial alliance. He deserves to be called a true dragon. At that moment, Jinmu laughed heartily. Well done, Feng Wan, you are indeed my good disciple. Keep going. Until your internal energy is exhausted, don't stop. Just then, the old man turned towards him. Feng Wan had a triumphant expression. Look closely. Wudang soared that moving face. He smiled lightly. If you can realize something, if you can be of help to Wudang, I will use all my strength. A moment later, the space fell into a state of severe destruction. Feng Wan lightly wiped his sweat and smiled. This is the first time I've used so much internal energy. Jinmu approached him with excitement. My horizons have been broadened. Patriarch, thank you so much. Hearing that, Feng Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is that so? I'm so glad. I'm very happy. Although the Qingliang forest has been completely destroyed. Suddenly, Feng Wan sat down on the ground. He looked exhausted. Anyway, please wait a moment. I need to recover my internal energy. Seeing that, he almost screamed. Jinmu constantly monologued inwardly. The speed of a Gangchi master like Patriarch Feng Wan recovering his internal energy is incredibly fast. Just a little bit of qi circulation and his internal energy will be fully restored, he unconsciously shouted. Patriarch, Jinmu said in a desperate voice. I want to hear the story of Patriarch Qingyu. The old man flinched for a moment. Qingyu? He hastily nodded his head. At this time, Feng Wan closed his eyes tightly. Then please wait a moment. I need to rest. Hearing that, Jinmu shouted like a madman. No, I want to hear it right now. It has to be now. He wanted to hear it before the old man's internal energy recovered. Feng Wan looked at him with a suspicious look. Taoist Master Jinmu, what's with you today? Feng Wan didn't understand why he had suddenly brought him to the Qingliang forest. And that determined and resolute gaze, Feng Wan looked exhausted. A moment later, he staggered to his feet. At the same time, he said in a low voice, I don't know why, but I can't ignore your enthusiasm to know the history of Wudang. Do you want to hear it that much? He nodded his head with excitement. Yes, Patriarch. Feng Wan approached and met Jinmu's eyes. You said you wanted to know about Qingyu. All right, I'll tell you, he muttered softly. The history of Wudang. Right after that, Feng Wan let out an ear-piercing scream. And how you destroyed it. Jinmu pressed his lips together with a helpless expression. Dementia as expected, but now he was just an exhausted old man. Suddenly, Feng Wan ran around here and there. He stared at the old man in bewilderment. No way, his internal energy should be all gone at this moment. Jinmu was startled. That white, smoke-like celestial energy, could it be true essence? the chi of true essence was the source of life. Using one's life force was the same as throwing one's life away. Moreover, Feng Wan was nearly 80 years old. His life was like a lamp running out of oil. If he continued to use the chi of true essence, that lamp would extinguish at any moment. His mind reeled. I can't believe he's even using his true essence. This is unexpected. At this rate, Patriarch Feng Wan will be in danger. If Feng Wan, one of the 7 stars of the righteous martial alliance and a hero of the orthodox factions, were to die here, it would be to Jinmu's advantage. At that moment the old man crazily attacked his surroundings. Hirelion Mugong is dead. Right after that, Feng Wan resolutely struck the ground. Jinmu calculated inwardly. If I get chased out by Kunlun and kicked out of Wudang, I'll never be able to obtain the 2 forms mind art. It was at that moment Feng Wan suddenly changed direction. He charged at Jinmu in a rage. Jinmu couldn't understand why Feng Wan was so desperate to save Wudang. Was the regret of not being able to help that great? A question suddenly sprouted in his mind. To think he'd go so far as to use his true essence to take revenge for a sect that wasn't even his own. Right after that, Jinmu let out a booming shout. "All right, damn it, bring it on." Hearing those words, the old man attacked him without hesitation. Fortunately, Jinmu managed to dodge the attack, but the force of the Azure Dragon sent his entire body flying. Jinmu gritted his teeth. The next move is the Divine Dragon's Tail Whip. At the same time, Feng Wan madly rushed towards him. Jinmu's body was mercilessly thrown about, and he gritted his teeth in anger. This is my chance. The 3 manifestations of the Cloud Dragon focused on change rather than concentration of power. This was the very weakness of the Cloud Dragon grand battering style. If Jinmu couldn't find and eliminate the strongest one, both he and Feng Wan would die. At that moment the old man split into 3 clones. Feng Wan seemed to have lost control. He roared and rushed at Jinmu. At this, Jinmu hurriedly swung his hand to counter. The 2 charged at each other like that. Neither gave way and they stuck closely together without separating. At the same time, Jinmu gritted his teeth so hard they could have bled. Despite this, Feng Wan seemed to have no intention of stopping and continued to attack. Seizing the opportunity, Jinmu pushed Feng Wan away with all his might. His entire body flew forward. At this, Jinmu hurriedly gave chase. He resolutely aimed a kick at Feng Wan. Just as the old man's body seemed to be in freefall towards the ground, he suddenly regained his strength. He turned his body to attack Jinmu. Jinmu realized that the flow of power had not yet been broken. Jinmu could only sigh. It's over. As the flow of power was severed, Jinmu was startled with a look of horror. Power exploded, and with a sky-shaking roar, light illuminated the entire forest, and Jinmu was also caught in the aftermath. As the after-effects of the power subsided, he couldn't open his eyes for a long time. Only after all the dust had settled did Jinmu wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and scan his surroundings. Soon he witnessed a severely injured Feng Wan not far away. The old man was covered in wounds and coughed up a mouthful of dark red blood. Even when his life hung by a thread, the words Feng Wan uttered were an apology to Jinmu. After that, he fell from the air right before Jinmu's eyes. Jinmu stared intently at Feng Wan for a long time. His eyes were filled with regret and guilt. He hurriedly ran over, checked the old man's injuries and repeatedly called out Patriarch. Jinmu noticed that Feng Wan's pulse was very weak. On the brink of life and death, the old man called Jinmu's name in a trembling voice. Jinmu quickly helped Feng Wan sit up and said in a firm voice, "Circulate your chi. I will help stabilize your internal energy." Jinmu's own internal energy was nearly depleted, but he had no time to consider such things. With the strong conviction that he absolutely could not let Patriarch Feng Wan die, Jinmu infused his internal energy without the slightest hesitation to stabilize his wounds. His internal energy flowed into Feng Wan's body like a cool stream of water, preventing the injuries from worsening. For Jinmu to infuse internal energy into Feng Wan was like worsening his own injuries, and he even coughed up blood. As the old man's injuries stabilized, Feng Wan spat out black blood. All the poison blood had been expelled. Only then could Jinmu relax. He was now completely exhausted. After that, under Feng Wan's astonished gaze, he lost consciousness and collapsed weakly to the ground. The old man, extremely worried, cried out Jinmu's name, hoping he would wake up. When he woke from a deep sleep and opened his eyes, he saw an unfamiliar ceiling. Not only that, but Jinmu also smelled the faint scent of incense pervading the room he was lying in. As he was blankly wondering if he was dead or alive, someone entered from outside the door. Jinmu heard the blurry figure of Yunam and the voice of Tang Seryong asking about his condition. Jinmu felt that voice was quite familiar. The first question he asked after waking up was, "Where is Patriarch Feng Wan?" Tang Seryong said wearily, "Don't worry, he's drinking with the Grand Master." Only after knowing that Feng Wan was safe did Jinmu feel relieved. Yunam was staring at him intently. His eyes were full of seriousness. Awkward. Seeing that, Jinmu didn't move and said nothing. He didn't have the courage to face Yunam and turned his head inwards. "Since I'm the one who put Patriarch Feng Wan in this state, it's only natural for him to look at me like that." Suddenly, Yunam broke the silence and spoke. "I heard everything from my master." Jinmu muttered inwardly, "Looks like I'm going to be kicked out of Kunlun," but Yunam's next words surprised him. "He said that you were the one who saved him." Yunam gripped his hand tightly. His face was filled with emotion. He said that when you two went to Qingliang Forest to train, my master had an attack, and you, Taoist Master Jinmu, stopped him. Hearing that, he felt a pang of conscience. That was because of my plan. Yunnan was so moved he shed tears. He said he even used his chi of true essence, and yet you still risked your life to save him. You are truly a benefactor of Kunlun. And my benefactor as well, thank you so much. At the shower of thanks, a giant question mark appeared in Jinmu's mind. He asked inwardly, could it be that Feng Wan has lost his memory? It seems my plan succeeded. Jinmu consoled himself. I feel very guilty, but on the other hand I'm relieved, Tang Seryong said annoyedly. If you're awake, hurry up and get dressed, everyone's waiting. Because of you I haven't had a single drop of alcohol for 2 days, Jinmu said weakly, nagging me the moment I wake up. Yunam smiled and chided. Don't say that. He told him that Tang Seryong had stayed by his side and nursed him for the 2 days he was in a coma, and Jinmu was surprised. Yunam said in a moved voice, the young lady wiped you down with a wet towel to bring your fever down. I have a newfound respect for Miss Tang. He kept praising Tang Seryong as a good person, but Jinmu, while thinking she must have some ulterior motive, still felt grateful. Still, I'm grateful anyway, Yunam said cheerfully. Then let's go outside. We've prepared Kunlun clothes for you, Taoist Master. I hope you like them. After that, he considerately went outside to wait. Jinmu thought to himself, I saved Feng Wan, but I still haven't gotten the incantation. He knew well that if Patriarch Feng Wan died, everything would be over. In any case, since he was alive, he could just wait for another chance. Feng Wan greeted him brightly. Taoist Master Jinmu, you're awake. He politely bowed his head in greeting. Feng Wan asked worriedly, how is your body? Jinmu observed his expression and quietly replied that he was fine. Lifting his head to look at him, Jinmu's eyes were filled with surprise. Feng Wan's face was still benevolent. He said gently, do you know how worried I was? He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Jinmu, and Jinmu could only remain silent, thinking that because he had used too much chi of true essence. He looked decades older. At that thought, Jinmu's fists clenched unconsciously. He blamed himself. It's all because of me, Yunhai spoke up. Thanks to Taoist Master Jinmu, my martial uncle's life was saved. Kunlun expresses its gratitude for this deep favor. Feeling guilty, he thought to himself. I'm the one who should be grateful. I should be the one thanking them for saving Patriarch Feng Wan's life. While Jinmu was lost in thought, Feng Wan seemed to be thinking something as he watched him for a long time. Suddenly he spoke. Grandmaster, may I speak with Jinmu alone for a moment? Yunhai immediately agreed. I will go prepare a banquet. Please, you two, take your time and talk. Finishing his words, he immediately left. Only Jinmu and Feng Wan remained. The old man seriously called his name. After that, Feng Wan voiced his thoughts. Your reaction when you heard Qingyu's story at Hansel Valley, and the fact that you took me to Qingliang Forest to ask about it again. It was truly strange, he said calmly. Knowing full well that I would have a fit if it concerned Wudang, why did you do such a thing? I have given it much thought. Jinmu just quietly thought to himself, so you remembered. He was moved that Feng Wan knew everything yet didn't tell Kunlun. Suddenly his dignified and calm voice rang out. The 5 elements generate and overcome one another. Heaven is yang and earth is yin. Jinmu looked up in surprise. He heard Feng Wan calmly reciting the incantation again. Heaven is in the Beihui point, so it is hot. Earth is in the Weiyin point, so it is cold. High and low are merely distinctions. The mind merges with yin and yang and returns to taiji. This is the incantation. Of the 2 forms mind art. Feng Wan still asked benevolently, is this not it, the thing you wanted to know from me? Jinmu, filled with self-reproach, still kept his mouth shut. Patriarch Feng Wan knew that I used his illness to try and get the incantation and that he almost lost his life because of my carelessness. He was deeply moved. And yet you forgive me and don't rebuke me. Feng Wan said, lost in deep thought. I don't know how the latter part of the incantation was split and ended up in Kunlun. He extended a hand toward Jinmu and said, for the sword of Wudang to come here and meet me, this too must be fate. Feng Wan said magnanimously, the incantation originally belongs to Wudang, so I think it's only right to return it to you. Jinmu bowed his head seriously and apologized, but Feng Wan just waved his hand and said, what is there to apologize for? Although using the chi of true essence was very dangerous, thanks to it, my illness has improved and I no longer have fits. I can now talk about Wudang with a peaceful mind. Only after hearing that did Jinmu let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself what a relief it was. Jinmu had obtained the incantation of the 2 forms mind art. He didn't understand its meaning yet, but he engraved it in his mind. Just obtaining it was good enough. So Jinmu bowed his head to Feng Wan in thanks, feeling that he was a respectable person. Suddenly, the old man asked again, are you planning on leaving Kunlun? Jinmu, caught off guard, nodded his head. Feng Wan suddenly gave a meaningful and cunning smile. In that case, Taoist Master Jinmu, I have a request for you. Hearing that, he thought this was a chance to lessen his guilt and readily said, Patriarch, please speak. Feng Wan's expression suddenly became very cunning. Take Yunam with you on your wandering journey. Jinmu agreed hastily without even hearing properly, but when he came to his senses he realized he had fallen into Feng Wan's trap. The old man put on a pitiful expression. I want that child to experience the vast Jianghu with you. Jinmu sighed inwardly. Looks like I've been saddled with another troublemaker. Feng Wan came closer and asked pressingly, can't you do it? Jinmu politely refused. The old man sighed and said, then it can't be helped, how could I force you? He let out a sigh of relief and said, thank you for understanding. Suddenly, Feng Wan went into the room and said, then I guess I'll have to write a letter to Wudang. While Jinmu was wondering, he ground the ink, picked up a brush and began to write. Feng Wan read as he wrote. The sword of Wudang came to Kunlun to find the incantation. I took him to Qingliang Forest. Thank you for saving my life. Immediately Jinmu rushed in and shouted for him to wait a moment. The old man was still smiling as brightly as a flower. It's all right. Everyone will understand. After all, what's the big deal for a top master of Kunlun and one of the 7 stars of the righteous martial alliance like me? Jinmu was filled with regret. This guy isn't trying to understand me, he's blackmailing me. Feng Wan gently asked again if he would take Yunam. Having no choice, he reluctantly agreed, cursing inwardly. Old or young, these Taoist bastards are all detestable. The people of the sect repeatedly instructed Yunam. You must take extra clothes and cooking tools for hunting. He was carrying a mountain of luggage on his shoulders, which looked more like he was going camping than on a wandering journey. The sect elders all saw him off with teary eyes. Be careful on the road. We don't know when we'll meet again. Jinmu sneered inwardly. It's not like he's going off to die, Yunam said excitedly. Taoist Master Jinmu, let's go. He frowned and asked, are you planning to take all that? He replied firmly. Isn't there a saying, be prepared and you'll have no regrets? You never know what might happen in the Jianghu. While all the sect members watched in bewilderment, Jinmu kicked away that mountain of luggage. He cursed inwardly. We could live well enough by robbing places we go. Why bring so much? He reminded him of common sense. A traveler's luggage should be as light as possible. This much is enough. Since Patriarch Feng Wan said nothing, the other elders and even the Grand Master kept their mouths shut and remained silent. Suddenly Feng Wan said very seriously, but you must do that one thing. Jinmu heard him but didn't understand what he meant. He only heard the old man say it was to chase away evil spirits on the road. After that, the sect elders joined hands. They formed a formation and surrounded Jinmu's party of 3. He thought wearily, this stance could it be? Just as Jinmu thought, they performed a Taoist ritual formation, chanting, be as swift as the statutes and ordinances. Now only one thought remained in his head. I hate these Taoist bastards. The latter part of the 2 forms mind art, the Taiji volume whose whereabouts Jinmu did not know. It was real, and he had luckily obtained the Taiji essentials. Was it a coincidence or fate that he obtained the core of Taoist arts from Qingcheng in Kunlun? The 2 forms mind art was smoothly coming into Jinmu's hands. They say man's plans cannot overcome the will of heaven. As he was reincarnated and did his best, even heaven helped him. As they walked, Jinmu thought to himself, I ended up bringing Yunam unexpectedly, but this could be an opportunity. He assessed Yunam. Unlike Qingkang and Qingyu, who are still novices, Yunam is the hope of Kunlun and a master who has reached the state of intent chi. His growth potential and speed are unparalleled. Jinmu was lost in his own schemes. Because of what just happened, he worships me. He's no different from Tang Seryong in that he has utility value, he thought to himself. When I become the hegemon of the world, I will need a loyal subordinate to manage the righteous martial alliance for me. Jinmu decided to make Yunam his subordinate. Meanwhile, Yunam asked, puzzled, why are you staring at me like that? Jinmu began to feign concern. Taoist Master Yunam, is this your first time out in the Jianghu? He admitted shyly. This is the first time I've been this far from Kunlun, Tang Seryong said annoyedly. Where are we sleeping tonight? I want to stay at an inn, Jinmu sneered. What do you want me to do about it? Who told you to follow me? Yunam quickly tried to smooth things over. Taoist Master Jinmu, you must have gone on wandering journeys like this many times, right? He replied happily that he had wandered a lot when he was in Wudang. Yunam's eyes were immediately filled with worship, as expected of someone with high martial arts and rich experience. Outwardly, Jinmu acted nonchalant, but inwardly he was blooming with joy. To know how to flatter at such a young age, he'll do great things later. Yunam said worriedly. I forgot to bring a blanket. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep well. It's been a long time since I've camped out. Jinmu, applying a double standard, said, next time we see an inn, we'll stay there. Tang Seryong, seeing him discriminate against her, became furious. She shouted, why don't you do that for me? Jinmu and Yunam both fell silent as if by agreement. As it grew dark, the 3 decided to spend the night in the forest and stopped to build a fire. Yunam praised him repeatedly. For Taoist Master Jinmu to go and get meat for us to eat himself, he is truly a considerate person. Tang Seryong also chimed in. That guy is the type to subtly take care of others. Yunam asked her curiously, Miss Tang, what kind of fate led you to be with Taoist Master Jinmu? Tang Seryong answered cheerfully, I owe him my life. It's similar to your story. Yunam asked excitedly, then Miss Tang, do you admire him because of this debt of gratitude? Unexpectedly, she asked back, puzzled, what does admiration have to do with it? Tang Seryong quietly explained to Yunam, gratitude and admiration are 2 completely different emotions, she said in a light voice. I owe that guy one life, so whenever he needs it, I can give this life at any time. This is also the Tang clan's way of repaying a debt. Yunam called her name softly as if to console her. He thought to himself, I had a feeling when this young lady was interrogating the prisoner. Indeed a person of the Tang clan. Yunam asked again, is this perhaps the reason you followed him? Tang Seryong spoke again. A woman born in the Tang clan is forced to marry without a choice. Sometimes we are wed to someone within the clan, and sometimes we marry into a prestigious family for political purposes. I know very well that this will happen to me soon. In a sad voice she continued, I have no choice to refuse, rather I must follow. That's the family law. Yunam secretly sympathized. I've also heard that the daughters of Zhanghu families mostly share this fate. An arranged marriage, it's a pity, but there's nothing I can do. Tang Seryong continued to recall. But then I met Taoist Master Jinmu, and at that time I decided to follow that guy no matter what. It was simply because he was the only one who treated me so frankly. Tang Seryong began to complain. That guy doesn't care about anyone. If you curse at him, he curses right back. If you hit him, he hits back without mercy. He's so self-willed, it's incredibly cool. I wanted to be like that too, so I just followed him blindly. Yunam chimed in. Fortunately, Taoist Master Jinmu always keeps you by his side. Hearing that, Tang Seryong exploded. By his side, that guy is always trying to push me away. I tried acting weak and he didn't even bat an eye, she said cheerfully, but I actually like that. It fits his personality perfectly. He's handsome too. I bet a lot of women have fallen for him, but it's better that he's not interested. Yunam smiled and said, his personality is… Before he could finish his sentence, Jinmu appeared behind them like a ghost. What about me, he said, puzzled. What were you two talking about? Hurry up and eat. Seryong cheered. What did you bring? Jinmu coldly told her to move aside so he could grill it. And Tang Seryong tried to get some. He told her it wasn't her share and that he had brought it for Yunam. Jinmu carefully reminded him, when you wake up you need to change your clothes, don't forget. Yunam was puzzled, asking why since the clothes were still new. Jinmu explained that it was to avoid unnecessary trouble. We are out of Kunlun's territory, so it's not good to reveal your identity as a Taoist, Yunam said with a look of worship. You truly think far ahead. Tang Seryong also asked if she needed to change. Jinmu waved his hand. You don't need to, young lady. After all, only the Tang clan wears green robes, he thought to himself. Who in this area doesn't know about the Tang clan's viciousness? I don't want to get involved with you people yet. He urged, hurry up and eat. We need to rest to set off tomorrow. Tang Seryong was only interested in sleeping at an inn. Yunam felt truly lucky to be accompanying these two on this wandering journey. He vowed to himself, I don't know what we'll encounter on this journey, but I'll experience it slowly. He was greatly looking forward to it. 5 days later, the three were still on the road. Tang Seryong got angry. I can't take it anymore. How can there not be a single village or inn for 5 whole days? Yunam was just as exhausted. Jinmu said wearily, the area we passed through was rugged terrain. What do you want me to do? Who told you to leave home? Tang Seryong wailed. I want to take a bath. I miss spicy food with lots of seasoning and a soft bed. Jinmu immediately shouted, shut up. Suddenly the eyes of all three lit up. It was because they smelled delicious food. The three cheered excitedly upon seeing a village right at the foot of the mountain. Yunam and Tang Seryong pleaded coquettishly, there's an inn too, we can finally sleep in a soft bed. When the three arrived at the inn, they froze upon seeing the no vacancy sign hanging in front of the main entrance. Tang Seryong couldn't believe her eyes. What is this? Jinmu said calmly. Looks like all the rooms are taken, let's go somewhere else. She immediately flared up. Go where? I've been sleeping on the dusty ground for days. The food lacked salt. I'm staying here tonight even if I die. As soon as Tang Seryong pushed the door open, a waiter hurried to inform her that all the rooms were full. As she swaggered in, kicking the door open, the tavern fell deathly silent. Tang Seryong looked around the inn, then suddenly pointed to an empty table and asked, there's still a table over there. The owner hurriedly said, that table has already been reserved. Tang Seryong pleaded earnestly. We'll just stay until the person who reserved it arrives and then move. I'll even pay more, please. Despite that, the owner refused. Suddenly, a few rough-looking men approached and shouted at Tang Seryong, hey wench, what do you think you're doing? The demonic flame troop questioned her. That's our boss's table. Tang Seryong's eyes sparkled as she pleaded. Are you the ones who made the reservation? Could you perhaps sell the table to us for a while? My legs hurt so much, please. Even Jinmu was at a loss for words. It was because he knew she had been riding a horse the whole time. The gaze of the man who seemed to be the leader was fixed on Tang Seryong's beautiful face. He suddenly said in a sneering voice, seeing as you're hanging around with those weak-looking scholars, you must not be much yourself. Come on over and pour us some drinks. No sooner had these words been spoken than 3 cold, killing intents were directed straight at him. A Ronin from the demonic flame troop grabbed Tang Seryong's arm tightly. I was just getting bored. Someone like you, I'll let you sit at the same table. The demonic flame troop began to harass her. You've got a pretty face. Everything came into the sight of Chiaksang. The guys from the demonic flame troop continued to harass her. Hanging around guys like that, you probably don't know the taste of a real man, do you? I'm not a fan of girls who are too meek. That's how you're cute, Yunam shouted in anger. These bastards are insolent. The moment he was about to charge, a hand stopped him. Yunam didn't understand why Jinmu was stopping him, but Jinmu signaled for him to just watch quietly. Yunam immediately abandoned his thought of rushing in and started to watch from the side, while the guys from the demonic flame troop were still clutching their stomachs laughing. Tang Seryong got into an attack stance. With a single punch from her, the guy in the very center had all his teeth broken, and his entire body flew into the air and hit a beam. The remaining 2 men's jaws dropped when they saw Tang Seryong's terrifying strength. Jinmu also smiled in satisfaction, and Yunam gained 1 more person to worship. Chiaksang and his men were wide-eyed with surprise at this scene, and Chiaksang's eyes in particular were filled with awe and admiration. Tang Seryong alone had rendered one of the Ronin from the demonic flame troop incapable of fighting. She muttered under her breath, I was holding back a lot. Right after that, she suddenly exploded, veins popping on her neck as she shouted, "How dare you tell me to pour drinks?" Tang Seryong continued to attack. She wasn't afraid even though her opponents were armed. She immediately jumped onto another guy's sword and left 3 deep nail marks in the middle of his face. Tang Seryong snarled as she scratched and hit. "When it comes to being fierce, I'm the best in the world." In just a few seconds, all the guys from the demonic flame troop were on the ground, having lost their ability to fight, and the inn fell deathly silent. Tang Seryong said arrogantly, "Are these crazy bastards tired of living, daring to mess with me?" Jinmu laughed along. "See, I told you there was no need to worry about her, Yunim." She turned to the innkeeper and asked, "The people who made the reservation are all down, so we have a table now, right? How could the owner dare to refuse?" He nodded his head frantically. Tang Seryong ordered excitedly, "Bring all the alcohol and delicious food." Fragrant dishes were quickly served on the table. Before long, the night grew deep and the 3 of them cleaned out all the food that was served. Yunam praised, "Miss Tang, you are amazing. Thanks to you, we can stay at an inn tonight." Tang Seryong replied nonchalantly as if it were nothing. Suddenly, a figure approached the 3's table. He said very humbly, "Excuse me." The 3 wondered what was going on. In his hand was a small earring which he held out in front of the 3. Tang Seryong realized it was her earring. She didn't even know when she had dropped it. Chiaksang asked warmly, "Seeing how the young lady took down those men, you all don't seem like ordinary people. If you don't mind my asking, may I ask for your honorable names?" Yunam was about to innocently reveal his sect's name, but Jinmu pinched him hard to shut him up. "What's there to be interested in travelers like us?" He knew well that it was not good to carelessly reveal one's identity while wandering the martial world, Chiaksang said in surprise. "But seeing that heroine's skills earlier, she can't possibly be unknown. If you have no other business here, it would be best for you to leave this place early," he explained. "The men you dealt with are no ordinary folk. They belong to the demonic flame troop, a notorious group of ronin in this area." Jinmu thought to himself, notorious? Looking at their skills, they're just small fry. Still, he asked, "How many are in the demonic flame troop?" Chiaksang said there were 10 in total, and Tang Seryong burst out laughing. "I guess there are only 7 of them left now," Jinmu sneered inwardly. "Calling themselves a troop with just a few men and even a demonic flame, these guys are quite ridiculous." Chiaksang hurriedly reminded them, "Unlike these guys, the rest of them are all powerful, far superior. They kill people as easily as they eat, so even the government office doesn't mess with them carelessly." Jinmu suddenly asked, "The government office is concerned about them?" Chiaksang warned that they were very dangerous, but Jinmu's next question left him speechless. "Then their bounties must be quite high," Jinmu said nonchalantly. "If even the innkeeper can't touch them, there must be a big bounty on those who capture them." Chiaksang was surprised to hear that. "So you are Jianghu hunters. No wonder your martial arts are so great." He waved his hand and turned away. "If you are people of the Jianghu, I have nothing more to say, but still, be careful. Many Jianghu masters have died at their hands." Jinmu suddenly showed interest and asked, "What's your name?" Chiaksang did not hide his name. He introduced himself as the leader of a small group of ronin. Yunam asked Jinmu curiously, "What is a hunter?" Jinmu explained patiently. "It's short for bounty hunter. It refers to those who make a living by catching wanted criminals with bounties on them. If you kill people, you're an assassin. If you fight for money, you're a mercenary. If you kill for money, you're a hunter. He came to warn us earlier, but he misunderstood us as hunters and left without saying more. Catching the demonic flame troop is a hunter's job." Yunam continued to praise him. "Taoist master, you know these things so well," Tang Seryong said excitedly. "I don't know why, but that person seems very kind," Jinmu said, lost in deep thought. "That's what's strange. Ordinary ronin are used to these things and don't have time to care about others." Chiaksang doesn't mean to accumulate life. It's a fitting name for a ronin who lives risking his life. For ronin, it's normal not to have a guarantee that they can be together tomorrow, even if they fought together through life and death today. So it's also very common to become brothers with the same goal and then part ways. Jinmu was inwardly impressed, and yet they care for each other like that, and even advise people they've just met like us to leave. He must be a special ronin. The night grew deep and the lanterns of the inn were still glowing faintly. The demonic flame troop flocked to the front of the inn door. The leader asked, "Is this the inn with the crazy wench who beat up my men?" A subordinate confirmed that it was. Chiaksang and his comrades were startled when they heard this voice. The leader of the demonic flame troop roared, "The wench who beat my subordinate, get your ass out here right now." Everyone in the inn trembled with fear, but only Yunam and Jinmu were calmly drinking. Yunam said, "It seems they've arrived. Miss Tang is taking a bath, so shall I give them a piece of my mind?" Jinmu slammed his cup down hard and said, "Piece of your mind, my ass. This kind of work is my specialty." He saw the owner cowering on the floor, trembling, approached him and asked. Then he calmly made a request, "Hurry and call the government troops. Tell them we've caught the demonic flame troop, so bring the bounty money." Finally, Jinmu added one more thing. "Tell them to bring a hefty sum." Then Jinmu went outside, leaving the owner bewildered. His solitary exit caught the attention of Chiaksang and his group of ronin. As Jinmu went outside, he carefully closed the door so that the people inside the inn wouldn't see the bloody scene. The people inside the inn were aghast at the sounds coming from outside. The leader asked, "You're not that woman, get lost, don't bother me." After that, the sounds of a fierce fight and screams echoed. The people in the inn couldn't see the situation, but just the sounds made their faces turn pale. Chiaksang worriedly urged Yunam, shouldn't you go out and see? But he just ate and drank calmly, and the painful screams continued to echo. Chiaksang was flustered. Can't you hear your companion's desperate screams? There are 7 of them. Yunam listened quietly, then smiled brightly. It seems to be over. Chiaksang hurriedly tried to persuade him. No matter how much of a Ronin he is, how can he face them? Then he saw the owner's shocked face. Jinmu's voice came from outside. Chiaksang and the owner were stunned by this unbelievable sight. Jinmu walked in without a scratch, and the 7 members of the demonic flame troop were lying on the ground. Jinmu was a little dissatisfied. I told you to inform the authorities. Why are you still standing there wasting time? A terrifying guess popped into Chiaksang's mind, and he immediately ran outside to confirm. Seeing Jinmu take on 7 men by himself, Chiaksang and the owner were so shocked that their legs gave out and they sat down. He trembled in disbelief and said, he took down the demonic flame troop by himself. Only then did Tang Seryong slowly come downstairs. She wondered what had happened and said in a slightly annoyed voice, why is it so noisy while I'm taking a bath? Yunam said excitedly. We just reformed some bad guys, Jinmu said as he calculated. We made a pretty good haul. Chiaksang was in disbelief, thinking, he calls wiping out the demonic flame troop a good haul? He and his group of Ronin carefully asked, who on earth are you? Jinmu said as if savoring the taste. You're Chiaksang, right? Come over here and have a drink with us. His words were nice, but his expression gave others the chills. To worry about me, you're so kind. I'm truly grateful. Chiaksang's group of Ronin all trembled in fear. If we make a slip of the tongue to these ruthless people, we're done for. It's really scary, Jinmu asked curiously. You've been a Ronin for 10 years? Jinmu was very surprised that no one had died with this combination. Chiaksang humbly said that he was just lucky, but one of the group praised him highly. Our captain is very good at grasping the situation on the battlefield. He is an undefeated military strategist. Jinmu was intrigued by the title, undefeated military strategist. One of the group boasted that their captain was not originally a wanderer. He was a scholar who had studied hard to enter the Hanlin Academy in the past but failed the civil service examination. Jinmu was once again surprised by the fact that it was the place where the emperor's decrees were drafted. It was a place where only the best talents in the Central Plains had the opportunity to enter. Merely attempting to enter it was a great achievement. Even members of the prestigious Zug family rarely pass the Hanlin Academy examination. Then he really is a talented person. Chiaksang recalled that through his experience of failing the civil service examination 3 times, he realized that his talent lay not in scholarship but in military strategy. He was more interested in tactics and strategy than in the 4 books and 5 classics. After that, Chiaksang continued his story. I wandered the battlefields for 10 years and was kicked out for defying my superior. Jinmu was suddenly surprised and said, 10 years of study, 10 years as a general, 10 years as a Ronin, that's 30 years in total. Then your age is, Chiaksang said something that surprised them even more. I am 50 years old this year. Yunam and Tang Seryong repeatedly asked, you only look like you're 30. How can you be so young? Do you have any secrets? Curious about Chiaksang's talent, they asked, why don't you join a sect? It would be more stable. He then replied that he could only display his abilities to the fullest on the battlefield. Chiaksang knew better than anyone that he was not suited for an ordinary life. Jinmu assessed inwardly. What a strange person, a military strategist who can only shine on the battlefield. Chiaksang happily said that his group was on their way to Gansu to recruit people. In Gansu there are the Beggars Sect and the Heavenly Bear House of the unorthodox faction. If the 5 great families are the pillars of the righteous martial alliance, then the Heavenly Bear House is one of the main sects of the unorthodox faction. A long-established sect that has ruled Gansu since before the unorthodox faction was founded. Moreover, the master of the Heavenly Bear House is one of the 5 hegemonic kings of the unorthodox faction, the moon-gazing ape marquis whose martial arts are by no means inferior to the 7 stars of the righteous martial alliance. Jinmu recalled, he was a bit stubborn but he was very loyal to me. I wonder how he and the Heavenly Martial Alliance are doing now. Outwardly, he asked, you're going to Gansu to recruit people? Chiaksang's next words stunned Jinmu. I heard that the Heavenly Bear House is preparing for a big war. Jinmu couldn't believe the news that the Heavenly Bear House was preparing for war. He asked, lost in deep thought, don't tell me there's a conflict with the Beggars Sect. Chiaksang denied it. I heard it's a civil war within the unorthodox faction. Upon hearing that, Jinmu's face immediately darkened and his eyes became as cold as blades. The only thought in his mind now was, a civil war in the unorthodox faction? Chiaksang continued. I heard that the unorthodox faction sent troops to attack the Heavenly Bear House. Hearing this, Jinmu couldn't hold back and slammed the table. Confused, he thought to himself, the unorthodox faction is attacking the Heavenly Bear House. This is like the righteous martial alliance attacking one of the 9 great sects. Jinmu was furious. It's only been 2 years since I died, not 10. The righteous martial alliance is growing stronger with the dragon Phoenix Radiance. Bailey Daotian is still alive and there's even the first palace. Yet a civil war breaks out in the unorthodox faction. Yuk Wolchong, that damned disciple, I prepared everything for him. Jinmu's hands unconsciously clenched in anger. He gritted his teeth. How dare they attack the Heavenly Bear House? He struggled to suppress his anger. He asked again, did you say the Heavenly Bear House? Jinmu's face was as cold as ice and his voice was filled with anger. "Let's go to the Heavenly Bear House together," he resolved inwardly. "I must go there and see for myself what on earth is happening in the unorthodox faction and what those damn bastards are doing." South of Mount Tianzhong Shan in Henan Hainan, with Wudang and the Zug family to the west and the Namding family to the east, it could be called the sphere of influence of the orthodox martial arts world. In this place where no evil force dared to run rampant, the root of the unorthodox faction, the heaven of the unorthodox faction Xie Paidian, was established. Yu Kuolchong had once asked the Heavenly Lord Tianzu, "There are many safer places, so why did you choose Mount Tianzhong? Is there some secret or vital energy here?" The Heavenly Lord replied, "Mount Tianzhong means the center of the vast sky, isn't it cool?" Jinmu recalled his past life. The heaven of the unorthodox faction had endured countless bloody life and death struggles, finally establishing itself and standing strong for 40 years. For those 40 years in his past life as the head of the unorthodox faction, he had commanded the prestige of ruling the martial arts world. In the room there was a box filled with gold and treasures. The Heavenly Lord of the unorthodox faction, Yu Kuolchong, picked up the gold and looked at it with admiration. "I had only heard rumors before, but I never thought I would meet Lord Song in person today. I am truly delighted, but I don't know if I can accept these things," the head of the Shaanxi Merchant Guild, Song Sabong, replied. "This gold and treasure is merely a token of my sincerity to the Heavenly Lord. Please accept it without reservation. Thanks to the Heavenly Lord's backing, we were able to do business and take root here in Henan." Yu Kuolchong continued, "The finances of the heaven of the unorthodox faction are very tight right now, but fortunately, with Lord Song's help. Lord Song is truly a benefactor sent by heaven to help the heaven of the unorthodox faction." Song Sabong smiled and said, "There's no need for the Heavenly Lord to be so grateful. By the way, how is the situation these days? I heard that many sects have left the heaven of the unorthodox faction." At this question, Yu Kuolchong gritted his teeth in anger. "To put it bluntly, it's all because of that damn late Heavenly Lord. He took his secrets with him even in death, so I can't open the secret treasury. Because of that, the finances of the heaven of the unorthodox faction became insufficient, and there was no way to expand our power. But fortunately, with Lord Song's help, I have nothing to worry about now." Song Sabong asked worriedly, "But I don't see Alliance Leader Tien today." Yu Kuolchong asked back, "Are you talking about the Heavenly Martial Alliance? I sent him into exile to a very difficult place. He opposed everything I tried to do. Everything was ruined because of that bastard. All my plans were ruined because of that bastard. The matter of Lord Song asking me to find 100 children around the age of 15, what other force besides our unorthodox faction can help Lord Song?" Song Sabong nodded. "But why did the Alliance Leader oppose the favor I asked of you?" Yu Kuolchong slammed the table in anger and shouted, "It's because that bastard is too stubborn. His principle is that we shouldn't harm civilians. That stubbornness has become an obstacle to our unorthodox faction's activities. Every time I tried to do something, that old man stepped up and stopped me. He always interfered with me, preventing me from doing anything as I pleased. To be honest, aren't we the unorthodox faction? If we are the unorthodox faction, why can't we do evil things?" Song Sabong continued. "What's wrong with finding 100 children for you? I heard that the Alliance Leader was always loyal to the deceased Heavenly Lord." After hearing this, it seems that those words are true. It's been 2 years since his master died, and he still holds such loyalty. "Why?" Yu Kuolchong waved his hand and sighed. "That's why I have something to say. If that old man continues like that, where will the current heaven of the unorthodox faction go? So I sent him with an army to suppress the army in Gansu. It's a place that's easy to go to but difficult to return from, so it would be fine if that old man stayed there forever." Song Sabong was puzzled. "But I heard that he still followed the orders given by the Heavenly Lord." Yu Kuolchong shook his head. "There's a lot you don't know." Facing his expression, Song Sabong flinched without realizing it. "I also heard that the previous Heavenly Lord was very ill before he passed away, and that he went around looking for medicine for the deceased Heavenly Lord. Is that correct?" Yu Kuolchong confirmed that was correct. He went looking for the herb of eternal life for the deceased Heavenly Lord. Is there really an herb of eternal life in this world? If there was, how could I have sat in this position of the Heavenly Lord? A while later, as dusk fell, their meeting ended. Yu Kuolchong came out to see the other person off. "You've barely sat down and you're already leaving? I was going to host a banquet for you. Next time, please stay a little longer. I will definitely host a grand banquet for you." Song Sabong bowed to express his thanks and left with his subordinate. As he came out of the forest, he asked the subordinate behind him, "Yu Wang, what do you think of Yu Kuolchong, the Heavenly Lord of the unorthodox faction?" The person behind him replied, "How could a humble person like me dare to evaluate such a person?" Song Sabong reassured him, "Don't worry, it's just you and me here, so speak your mind." Hearing that, Yu Wang spoke frankly. "That man is indeed peerless in martial arts, but the problem is that he grew up in the shade of a large tree and is only enjoying the achievements left by the late unorthodox Heavenly Lord. He obtained everything without going through any difficulties. Furthermore, Yu Kuolchong has lived under the name of the young Heavenly Lord for too long, so he doesn't see many things in depth. His current vision is very narrow. With a narrow and biased view, he only sees immediate benefits and insists on doing things his way. He does not appoint those he dislikes regardless of their merits or skills. He only employs those who flatter him. He won't be able to manage the entire unorthodox faction alliance. Thus, it is inevitable that the unorthodox faction alliance will be torn apart by internal divisions under his leadership. Song Sabong heard this and smiled with interest. That's right, after Hylian Mugong died, the unorthodox faction alliance is no longer one of the three major evil forces in the Central Plains. Now they are like fish on a chopping board, ripe for slaughter. Soon they will collapse. Currently, the Heavenly Martial Alliance is also away on a mission elsewhere. So now is a good opportunity for us to act. The group knelt down in unison and shouted, "We will follow the orders of the Palace Master." Besides his identity as a merchant, he had another identity. Song Yubong, the Palace Master of the First Palace. He instructed them, "Tell the leader of the Dark Shadow Squad to proceed with the planned scheme." The Dark Shadow Squad was a powerful organization of the First Palace, created for the purpose of eliminating hostile forces. Currently they were targeting the unorthodox faction alliance. By eliminating and replacing the key figures of the unorthodox faction alliance, they would occupy important positions within it. The scheme involved gradually planting his own confidence in the unorthodox faction forces to change the power from within the unorthodox faction alliance. The name of that plan was the Overturning Heaven scheme, meaning to overturn the sky of the unorthodox faction. A martial artist was cursing that the righteous unorthodox war had happened because of Hylian Mugong. When Hylian Mugong attacked Wudang, several of my confidants, members of the Dark Shadow Squad who had infiltrated the unorthodox faction alliance and were following him, died in that meaningless battle. On the surface, Wudang suffered quite a lot of damage in that battle, but in fact our first palace was similarly affected. The core members of the Dark Shadow Squad that I planted in the unorthodox faction alliance died in large numbers in that war. Because of that, my plan was almost completely ruined. That damn Hylian Mugong, if you hadn't started a war with Wudang and caused so many of my Dark Shadow Squad subordinates to die, the unorthodox faction alliance would have been mine long ago. Ju Jian, take the children the unorthodox faction alliance found to the Great Palace. Yuang, how are things on the demonic cult side? It seems the second palace master also had some plan, didn't he? Yuang explained. Everything has failed. Even the bait we created was caught by Kunlun. Song Yubong was lost in deep thought. How tiring, Yuang continued. But Palace Master, the movements of the inner palace which has infiltrated the martial arts alliance are unusual. Hearing that, he couldn't help but let out an "oh." Besides the inner palace's conspiracy to take over the third palace, are there any other strange actions? Yuan continued. The inner palace is getting involved in the money houses. They are taking over the money houses one by one. Hearing that, he stroked his beard and laughed. It seems they want to control the places where currency is exchanged. If Zhang Lijun can get her hands on the martial arts alliance's money houses and the forces that trade with other guilds, it's no different from holding the very lifeline of the martial arts alliance. Any sect or force needs money to operate. If the money disappears, those forces will fall into chaos. How formidable. I thought she was just a wife tied down to the great palace, unable to do anything. But I have to see her in a new light after this. It seems it's time for us to show some of our skills too. In 2 years at most, the unorthodox faction alliance will fall into our hands. When my plan is complete, an unprecedented righteous unorthodox war will occur after that. All the forces in the Jianghu will soon fall into my hands. I'm really looking forward to it. The group arrived at the Heavenly Bear House in Gansu. A large-scale examination was being held there. Chiaksang and his colleagues were surprised. So many Ronin have come to register. I haven't heard of such a large scale these days. They were admiring the large number of people, but Jinmu was still quietly lost in thought. Yunam and Tang Seryong whispered to each other. What's wrong with Taoist Master Jinmu? He hasn't said a word. How should I know? Yunam instigated her. Why don't you ask him, Miss Tang? She shot back angrily. Are you telling me to go die now? Before entering, they had to register. Chiaksang introduced himself and said he would participate as a Ronin team. The person taking records frowned. I've never heard of such a name. Chiaksang scratched his head awkwardly. I'm not that famous. His group of Ronin chattered loudly. We'll be assigned to the vanguard again this time, right? With our skills, we're in for a tough time again. Yunam didn't understand. What did being assigned to the vanguard mean? Chiaksang replied with a smile. You wouldn't know since you are a lord, he explained. Unknown Ronin like us have our skills tested before being deployed to the battlefield. Even if they are members of the unorthodox faction, they won't send you into battle if you lack skill, Yunam said excitedly. So even in war, they thoroughly avoid meaningless deaths. I hear you are always assigned to the vanguard. Isn't that the most important position? He praised excitedly. You are truly amazing, sir. Calling yourself unknown was just you being humble. He didn't pay any mind to Chiaksang's awkward laugh. Jinmu was helpless. How could those bastards from the unorthodox faction possibly care about Ronin? He cursed inwardly. They just don't want to waste money hiring useless and incompetent Ronin. Worry? What worry? They're just picking people to die in their place. The meaning of the front line is also different for the righteous and unorthodox factions. The righteous faction believes that all fights are to protect something. So they place their most elite troops on the front line, masters become the vanguard leaders, but for the unorthodox faction a fight is meant to be won, therefore the vanguard is merely a shield to exhaust the enemy's strength. Jinmu couldn't help but admire Chiaksang. Most would have died, yet he had survived for the past 10 years. And that was even while fighting on the front lines from the very beginning. He rated Chiaksang highly. Perhaps his ability as a military strategist is even greater than I thought. Yunam approached and asked him in a low voice, Taoist Master Jinmu, I have a question. This is a civil war within the heaven of the unorthodox faction, isn't it? We're not even from the martial arts alliance, so why are we participating? Tang Seryong perked up her ears to listen. It was only natural to have doubts traveling with Ronin like these. Jinmu gave 2 reasons. The first was to broaden their horizons by directly seeing the martial arts and combat styles of the heaven of the unorthodox faction. Yunam retorted, If they're famous, don't they have portraits with brief descriptions? Jinmu spoke as if it were profound. You know nothing. It is said that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. It's better to experience it once yourself than to just hear about it. Second, aren't you curious why we're traveling with a group of Ronin? Not even the Martial Arts Alliance knows our 3 faces, Yunam blurted out innocently. But Taoist Master, aren't you the sword of Wudang? Jinmu quickly covered his mouth and explained. People don't believe things unless they see them with their own eyes. Only by seeing me in person will they rate me highly. Those who have only heard rumors won't even pay attention. They'll say it's an exaggeration. Not even the Martial Arts Alliance knows our names and faces well, so how could the heaven of the unorthodox faction possibly recognize us? Jinmu summed it up. It's darkest under the lamp. That is the second reason, Yunam realized with surprise. You mean they won't pay us any mind if we're just nameless Ronin? You intend to observe them from the closest possible distance? He immediately believed it innocently. No wonder you were silent for so long. You were devising such a plan. Jinmu breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully persuaded Yunam. He didn't forget to remind Yunam that he had to hide his skills. In truth, Jinmu had another thought in his mind. My main purpose is to find out why the bastards from the heaven of the unorthodox faction are fighting, and which damn bastard is attacking the heavenly bear house, who are like family. The more I think about it, the more pissed I get. If that damn disciple of mine is the problem, then he's the problem. But what about the other elders? What the hell are they doing? If the leadership makes a stupid decision, the elders below should know to oppose it. And the Heavenly Martial Alliance, where the hell is that bastard and what is he doing? If he knew they were going to attack the heavenly bear house, he should have been the first to stop it. Just you wait, you damn bastards. First I'll figure out the cause. Once I get my hands on the Yang Yi divine arts, I'll hunt you down and beat you unrecognizable. Jinmu knew well. Just standing in the vanguard wasn't enough to figure all this out. The examiner suddenly shouted loudly, Chiaksang team forward. Just as he was about to step forward, Jinmu stopped him. He signaled for Chiaksang to leave it to him. Chiaksang stood dumbfounded for a moment, then hurriedly said, This isn't a one-person test, the examiner asked puzzled. It says Chiaksang team here, so why are you alone? This is a test to evaluate Ronin on a team basis, not an individual match. Hurry up and bring your comrades. Jinmu crossed his arms and said nonchalantly. Just proceed. The examiner shouted in anger. You little punk, do you know who I am to be speaking to me so informally? Jinmu said casually. You spoke informally to me, so I'm speaking informally to you. Just hurry up and do the evaluation. I'm enough on my own. The examiner was furious, thinking to himself. To come for a skill evaluation means your name is so pathetic that even the registration office doesn't recognize it. He explained the rules. This is a test to see how long your team can last. You just have to endure the joint attack of 5 examiners for a quarter of an hour. Jinmu was surprised to hear it was a whole quarter hour. And the examiner sneered inwardly. Scared now? So arrogant, he commanded. Take that insolent bastard's head off. The examiners laughed loudly. We were bored of going easy on the participants, so this is perfect. Jinmu was just annoyed. These guys are the examiners. Just from this, it's obvious what the skill level of the guys who'll be in the vanguard will be. The moment they face the warriors of the heaven of the unorthodox faction, they'll be annihilated. While thinking this, he said out loud, Can I attack first? The examiners heard this and continued to mock him. But not letting them laugh for long, Jinmu charged in and landed a sky-shattering punch on each of the 2 guys in front. He then took down 2 examiners in a row with a single blow each. The surroundings fell deathly silent at the sight of this, yet Jinmu just nonchalantly dusted off his hands. He said sarcastically, What are you going to do if you can't even last a quarter of an hour? The guy who had been so boastful earlier now trembled and said, I couldn't even see him move. Jinmu, growing impatient, urged him, I'm asking if it's over. Where do I go now? The guy, trembling, guided him to go to the outer hall. As soon as the words were out, he gestured to his group. He said to go to the outer hall, so let's go quickly. The examiners were so shocked that their mouths hung open for a long time. The leader of the examiners said hurriedly, I must report this to the hallmaster. You take over here. Everyone settled down in the outer hall. A colleague of Chiaksang asked him with a puzzled look, Why is someone with such outstanding martial arts traveling with insignificant Ronin like us? He replied in a small voice that he didn't know either. Chiaksang's eyes were filled with gratitude, but even more so with worry and apology. he thought to himself as he looked at Jinmu. He looks so scary I can't ask him anything. Just then, a group of people approached from a distance toward where the party was resting. The man in the lead raised his voice and said, "Listen everyone." This remark caught Jinmu's attention. He just gave a casual glance. The man in the lead introduced himself. "I am Dam Sangmuk, the hall master of the Heavenly Bear House's outer hall." The old man suddenly raised his voice and asked, "Who here is the leader of the Cheoksang team?" At Dam Sangmuk's question, Cheoksang stepped forward and introduced himself, but he didn't forget to explain that he was merely leading the team. But before Cheoksang could finish speaking, the guy from the evaluation team hurriedly reported, "Hallmaster, it's him." Following the direction his subordinate pointed, Dam Sangmuk frowned in displeasure. "It's just a young punk like that," the examiner clarified. "He may be young, but his skills are truly terrifying." Hearing that, he furrowed his brow and fell into thought. He took down 4 warriors of the outer hall in the blink of an eye. Still, he's too young. Thinking this, he spat out, "Even if that punk has held a sword since he was 10, it's only been a decade at most. It seems this nameless Ronin is just getting in the way of our work. Tomorrow when the Iron Sword troop arrives we'll be too busy to breathe." Hearing that, the subordinate said with conviction, "No sir, I saw it with my own eyes." Still, he didn't believe it. "Enough?" Dam Sangmuk asked probingly, but his tone was one that did not permit refusal. "You just finished your evaluation, so there is one thing we must confirm," the old man promised. "If you pass this test I will send you to the inner hall." Cheoksang was so surprised by those words that his jaw dropped. He thought to himself, "The outer hall is just a gathering of those who wield swords, but the inner hall is for elite warriors, where only the famous can be selected to enter." Cheoksang gulped and muttered, "The difference in pay especially is huge." Jinmu asked again, "What did you say?" Dam Sangmuk shouted again. "For guys like us who live by the blade and sword. What need is there for honorifics? Our lives could end at any moment. If you worry about every little thing like that, you won't die a natural death." Dam Sangmuk had to swallow his indignation. "We're short on warriors right now, and the quality of these Ronin is poor." The old man thought to himself, "Skilled Ronin wouldn't have even registered in the first place. They must know that the Heavenly Bear House's opponent this time is the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction. Even if it is the Heavenly Bear House, what bastard would want to go up against the 4 stars of the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction?" Dam Sangmuk had instructed his subordinate to report if he saw any skilled Ronin. The old man glanced over the entire group and evaluated them inwardly. "These guys are just kids not even worth looking at. Their skills are at best the lowest grade." Dam Sangmuk couldn't feel any presence from them. He thought it must have been a fluke and spoke bluntly, "I'll forgive you this once." "Don't forget that a loose tongue is a dangerous thing," Jinmu retorted. "I'll manage my own life, just continue what you were saying." Cheoksang hurriedly tried to stop him. "Our opponent is the hall master of the Heavenly Bear House. He's a master that everyone in Gansu knows." Jinmu ignored Cheoksang's advice and pressed Dam Sangmuk. "You just said that if I pass the test you'll send me to the inner hall, right?" The old man gritted his teeth and said, "You're still talking like that? I'm pretty sure I said I'd forgive you once." Dam Sangmuk, enraged, unleashed his full power and the people around him found it hard to endure. Only Jinmu was unperturbed. He can't even keep his cool. For someone like that to be the hall master of the outer hall, the Heavenly Bear House has become too weak. But Jinmu also thought this was a good opportunity. "If I get into the inner hall I can freely move around all parts of the Heavenly Bear House, so I'll be able to find out the inside story quickly." Jinmu knew well. Going from the outer hall to the inner hall without hiding my identity is quite difficult, but an opportunity has just rolled in on its own. Thinking this, he began to provoke him. "Come on, come here, don't hold back." Dam Sangmuk, his face blue with rage, screamed and cursed. "You damn bastard." Then without a moment's hesitation he shot towards Jinmu like an arrow. He used his full strength, not holding back at all. Cheoksang was so worried he couldn't bear to watch, but Tang Saryong reminded him to keep his eyes wide open. When he didn't understand what she meant, her explanation followed. "It's not often you get to see a duel between masters. Seeing it in person will surely be helpful." Hearing that, Cheoksang reluctantly, tremblingly, slowly opened his eyes. He saw that Dam Sangmuk had already charged right up to Jinmu's nose. His leisurely and calm back contrasted with the old man's ferocious face. Jinmu simply lifted his leg lightly and completely blocked Dam Sangmuk's attack stance. The old man's fierce power was instantly dissipated. Seeing his attack easily blocked, Dam Sangmuk's face was filled with the flames of anger. He cursed, "Damn it," and continued to attack. Every attack was fast and precise, but Jinmu dodged them with great ease. He leaned back to dodge, sneering inwardly. Dam Sangmuk's skills are too pathetic. But Jinmu was in the guise of a Ronin, and he needed to search every corner of the inner hall so he couldn't draw too much attention. Just then, the old man leapt into the air and brought his palm down on his head. Jinmu moved back with the momentum, pretending to stumble back a few steps carelessly. Thanks to this, Dam Sangmuk's attack landed squarely on his face. Jinmu had meticulously calculated to take a moderate blow. The old man, unaware of his calculation, laughed triumphantly. Thinking he had finally landed a hit, Jinmu's acting was very realistic. He pretended to fall forward and as if by chance threw a kick at Dam Sangmuk. He smiled with a provocative lift of his lips towards the old man. As expected, a fist came flying through the air with Dam Sangmuk's shout of "Damn it!" Jinmu didn't resist, relaxing his body and letting the fist smash into his face. He counted again in his mind. He was hit hard enough to spit blood, but Jinmu still calculated calmly. I need to control my strength still, this hurts quite a bit. As soon as he finished his thought, he shot his knee up from midair and smashed it into the old man's chin. With Dam Sangmuk also injured, his subordinates grew restless. Jinmu, still maintaining his composure, landed a short distance away in midair. Dam Sangmuk's staggering body couldn't hold up and fell to the ground, and his subordinates rushed over worriedly, asking if he was all right. But the old man was still stubborn, even raising his voice to warn his subordinates not to approach. Dam Sangmuk looked at Jinmu and said, "You're quite something for a young Ronin." "Truly surprising," the old man asked curiously. "It doesn't seem like you've trained your internal energy, so how did you withstand my fist?" Jinmu nonchalantly made up a lie. "What's there to be surprised about? You just have to train in the iron shirt like your life depends on it." Dam Sangmuk believed him completely. "No wonder I couldn't feel any internal energy from you, so you were a master of external arts," the old man said in admiration. "Incredible. What's your name?" Jinmu calculated inwardly to use a fake name. He quickly came up with the alias Mujin and said he was a Ronin from Hubei. Hearing this alias, Yunam and Tang Seryong covered their mouths and snickered. Dam Sangmuk kept his word. "Listen everyone. Let Mujin of Hubei into the inner hall." But Jinmu's "wait a moment" stopped the old man. He blinked his eyes and asked with a feigned innocence, "Don't you know I'm the youngest punk in the Cheoksang team? The really young one is?" Tang Seryong growled in anger. Jinmu reasoned, "I'm the weakest, so does it make sense for me to enter the inner hall alone? You should let all of us in." Of course, Dam Sangmuk didn't agree. He didn't like anyone on the team. There was a hidden threat in the way Jinmu looked at the old man. "You're not keeping your promise. If you don't believe me, let's check again." Dam Sangmuk flinched. He already thought he had lost face in front of his subordinates by being hit by Jinmu's attack. At this thought, he finally gave in and decided to let the entire Cheoksang team into the inner hall. Dam Sangmuk quickly instructed his subordinate to guide the group to the inner hall. The Ronin of Cheoksang's group all held large money pouches in their hands preciously. Everyone had a look of disbelief. It was because the generous treatment far surpassed that of the outer hall. Yunam also guessed that they would receive the other half after the war was over. An old man from Cheoksang's team explained excitedly, "We'll get the rest when the war is over, and we'll get more rewards depending on our merits." Cheoksang, holding the money pouch, was silent for a long time, then finally mustered the courage to speak to Jinmu. Cheoksang confessed his anxiety. "I'm so worried I can't do anything. Why are you being so good to us, great hero? I am truly grateful for your kindness, but there's no way we can repay you. But I don't know if we can make it through the battles of the inner hall where masters run rampant with our skills. If you would allow it, sir, we will return to the outer hall right now." Jinmu turned his head as if nothing had happened. He said reassuringly, "Don't worry too much. There might not be any battles, and even if there are, we won't die." But Jinmu thought to himself, "I don't know which bastard from the heaven of the unorthodox faction will come, but if it's the ape marquis I know." Thinking this far, he opened his mouth. "As for your favor, consider it already fully repaid." He was even more confused upon hearing that. "Repaid?" Jinmu asked back. "Have you forgotten? You warned us at the inn." As he said this, he momentarily forgot. What was that incident again? He saw the look and spat out in disbelief. "Are you talking about the demonic flame troop?" Jinmu nodded as if his memory had been jolted. Right, it was those guys," he advised. "Think simply, thanks to your small help we earned 10 times that. Anyway, we've been assigned rooms and the war is still a long way off. Resting comfortably is the most important thing." As he spoke, he put a piece of rice cake into Cheoksang's mouth. Seeing Jinmu about to go somewhere, Tang Seryong became curious. "Where are you going?" He answered her question perfunctorily. "I have something to take care of." She immediately tried to follow him nimbly but was rejected flatly. "Don't follow me, it's annoying. You stay here and drink with the maids." Jinmu said so and left, not caring about Tang Seryong's enraged face. Cheoksang had been standing there since earlier, still lost in thought. On the front lines you can survive by carefully observing the situation and finding an opening. But the inner hall is different. If we run away, we'll be hunted to the ends of the earth by the Heavenly Bear House. To be strong enough to defeat the outer hall master of the Heavenly Bear House, I can't even guess his skill." Thinking this far, he gripped the pouch in his hand tightly. Cheoksang finally decided to trust Jinmu. The dark night slowly fell, and faint lanterns were lit. Jinmu wandered around evaluating his surroundings. Nothing has changed. He passed by a room with its lights on. The Heavenly Bear House. This place held many memories. That room was his uncle the Ape Marquis's room in the past. Jinmu remembered coming here often as a child. The Ape Marquis was a friend of the same age as the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. We went through a lot together, and he was the one who supported me the most. When I founded the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction, he was very stubborn and often opposed me, and it took a lot of effort to persuade him. But he was the closest person to me in the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction, after the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Come to think of it, I didn't get to see him before I died. At that time my illness was severe, and after I said I would hand everything over to Yuk Wolchong, the Marquis left the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction. As he was lost in thought, a loud voice was suddenly heard. "Stop, who goes there?" Jinmu introduced himself calmly. "I am Mujin. A Ronin participating in the upcoming battle, the two guards immediately recognized him as the one who had defeated the outer hall master. Jinmu didn't expect the rumor to spread so quickly, but they still warned him, "In any case, you can't come here. This is the Great Hall Pavilion where the leaders of the sect are having a meeting. Return to your quarters." Hearing that, he pretended to obediently retreat. As Jinmu turned and walked away, he was triumphant inside. "A meeting is in session, then I can get more information about this battle. I now know the way to the Great Hall Pavilion of the Heavenly Bear House. The only person who could recognize me is the Ape Marquis, so I just have to avoid his eyes and sneak inside." The night sky grew darker and more somber on the other side. The guards on patrol were yawning constantly, bored. They soon passed by. As soon as they left, Jinmu revealed himself and slipped over the roof and inside. He vowed inwardly, "Wait for me, Marquis, I'm coming to see you now." Inside a certain room a voice then echoed, "Housemaster, what do you mean?" The Heavenly Bear Housemaster, one of the 5 hegemonic kings of the unorthodox faction, the Ape Marquis, sat in a chair and said with an icy expression, "It is exactly as you have heard." The elders below were aghast. "This cannot be. Housemaster, please retract your decision. Housemaster, please reconsider." The Marquis remained firm. "Everyone, sit. My decision will not change." Upon hearing that, everyone's face became extremely tense, but they fell silent in unison. Just then another person pushed open the door from outside and rushed in, calling out, "Father!" The Marquis stood up in anger and shouted, "I forbade you from participating in this meeting. What is the meaning of this?" The young man knelt down and cried out, "Have you really decided to go to the battlefield alone? Father, please reconsider. We cannot follow this." The Marquis shouted again, "Shut your mouth and get out now." The young man continued to shout without fear. "The Heavenly Bear House is different from other unorthodox faction sects. We have a long history and tradition, and we have ruled Gansu for many years. The elders and disciples of the Heavenly Bear House have never once doubted your decisions, even when you founded the unorthodox faction with the hegemon of the unorthodox faction. The Heavenly Bear House has always stood at the forefront, sparing no blood or bone. After the hegemon passed away, what has Yuk Wolchong done? Who among the elders who spoke the truth is still alive now? Yuk Wolchong has endangered the heaven of the unorthodox faction by placing fools in important positions. And even when you were so disappointed that you decided to leave the heaven of the unorthodox faction, we always supported you quietly. But this decision we cannot agree with." The Ape Marquis couldn't say a word as he listened to his son, who grew more resentful as he spoke. "The Heavenly Bear House will fight against the heaven of the unorthodox faction with you. Even if we die, we will die with you on the battlefield. We are not so weak that we need to live under your protection." Only then did the Ape Marquis stand up abruptly and shout, "How could I not know your hearts?" But the old man hesitated, turning his head, unable to finish his sentence. "It is because our opponent this time is the Heavenly Martial Alliance. He is leading the entire Iron Sword troop here." Jinmu, who was hiding and listening from above, heard everything. He was shocked and couldn't understand. Why is that idiot's name suddenly coming up? Jinmu had never expected that the one leading the army of the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction to attack the Heavenly Bear House was none other than the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. The Ape Marquis and his son argued fiercely. "He and his entire Iron Sword troop are coming here. You know very well what kind of man he is." The old man's son, of course, knew well. He was once a man he had admired. But it's different now. That man can no longer distinguish between right and wrong. He is trapped in the belief that loyalty is only about protecting the name of the heaven of the unorthodox faction. I see it now. That's not simplicity, it's utter foolishness. Even if you sacrifice your life to ally with the current heaven of the unorthodox faction, we will not bow our heads to someone like Yuk Wolchong. But if you continue to decide so, please take our heads first. At their continued pleas, the Ape Marquis was silent for a long time. I intended to end this with my own hands. No matter how foolish the Heavenly Martial Alliance is, he has seen what Yuk Wolchong has done. I thought that if I turned my back on the heaven of the unorthodox faction, he would join me in setting it right. But it seems I was wrong. My comrade in arms and closest friend is now coming to destroy the Heavenly Bear House and kill me. The Heavenly Bear House will surely fall. Besides the Heavenly Martial Alliance, the Iron Sword Troop is made up of war maniacs personally raised by my disciple, Hyokurion Mugong. They will never lose, so I decided to face them alone. However, seeing the united hearts and willingness to sacrifice of those kneeling below, the Ape Marquis couldn't hold back his tears. Outside it was now the dead of night, with no sign of anyone. Jinmu ran like a madman, as if trying to shake off his thoughts of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. He had never dreamed that the one coming to kill the Ape Marquis would be the leader of the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Jinmu inwardly cursed himself for leaving the heaven of the unorthodox faction to those fools. As the door burst open, the three were glad to see him return. But they soon noticed Jinmu's unusual demeanor. They couldn't understand what had happened to make his face so gaunt. Jinmu just kept his mouth shut and said nothing. He turned and left as if nothing had happened. The door closed in a gloomy and somber atmosphere. Yunem, having seen the series of actions, commented, "Taoist Master Jinmu is like the great ocean. Sometimes he is endlessly calm, as if he would embrace everything in the world, and other times he is fierce and terrifying like a raging storm. I can't fathom his thoughts at all, Yunam said worriedly. It would be better if he didn't try to handle it all alone and just confided in us whatever it is. Tang Seryang had noticed his face had been tense ever since the inn. The quiet night sky was as desolate as the hearts of those in the room. Jinmu now seemed to be blaming himself. He agonized over what to do. I still remember the insolent attitude of those bastards who chanted sutras in unison, wishing for my swift death. They even promised each other they would do well. Though the elders at that time were vile, they were all outstanding talents. But that damn bastard chased them all out and filled their places with useless ones. Yet when the Heavenly Bear House opposed that, instead of appeasing them, he's sending the Heavenly Martial Alliance to eliminate them? You crazy bastard, Yuk Wolchong, are you in your right mind? I can't let the Heavenly Martial Alliance kill the Ape Marquis. All the martial arts used by the Heavenly Martial Alliance were taught by me, so I can defeat him with my eyes closed. But the problem is the Iron Sword Troop. I hear their entire force is coming here. With my current strength, I won't even be able to get close to the Heavenly Martial Alliance. The more Jinmu thought, the more his head ached, unable to figure out what to do. He stayed cooped up in his room until dawn, but even after staying up all night he couldn't find a solution. On a plain outside Lanzhou, a group of people rode on horseback kicking up dust. The horses galloped at full speed and they all had their faces tightly wrapped, heading straight for the huge castle before them. Mo Wanliu opened his mouth. I can see the vanguard of the Heavenly Bear House, Troopmaster. The Heavenly Martial Alliance assessed from his horse. The Ape Marquis has prepared quite thoroughly. His eyes narrowed with some meaning. The Heavenly Martial Alliance thought of the Ape Marquis in his heart. An old friend is waiting in the middle of that. The man I must kill today, his image came to mind. It's not that I don't understand why you turned your back on the heaven of the unorthodox faction, but I must protect the heaven of the unorthodox faction, which the Lord devoted his entire life to building by any means necessary. And that is the last legacy he left behind. Even though I don't like the new master, once an order is given, I will follow it unconditionally. Breaking from his thoughts, the Heavenly Martial Alliance commanded loudly. Blow away the vanguard of the Heavenly Bear House. I will show them clearly what the price is for turning their backs on the heaven of the unorthodox faction and plotting treason. As soon as the army received the order, they immediately rode their horses and attacked. Jinmu's party was already waiting on high ground. Jinmu furrowed his brows and thought, since things have come to this, the only way is to infiltrate the Iron Sword Troop and aim for the Heavenly Martial Alliance. If I subdue that damn bastard and persuade the Iron Sword Troop to retreat. While he was deep in thought, Chiaksang, who was standing beside him, looked down. He analyzed closely. The first unit is in a wedge formation, the second unit is in a crane wing formation, and the third unit is in a four-sided pressure formation. Jinmu was surprised by Chiaksang's words and watched silently as he spoke without hesitation. It seems they intend to break through and annihilate them at the same time. The number of Ronin in the vanguard is only about 300, so they won't last long. The vanguard can hold out for half a shichen at most. A distance from the vanguard to our second line is about 100 zhang. If the Ronin troops are clustered like that, I'm worried they'll be annihilated before they can even attack. It would have been better if they had used a different tactic. Jinmu gradually began to understand. Is he analyzing the enemy formation before his eyes and coming up with a countermeasure? He then recalled the words of the Ronin in Chiaksang's group. They kept praising their captain's talent. Now Jinmu understood what a fearsome strategist Chiaksang was. Jinmu asked excitedly, "What did you just say?" Chiaksang explained awkwardly. "It's an old habit of ours. Before engaging with the enemy, we must always examine the situation carefully to grasp the state of the battle." Jinmu hurriedly got to the point. Enough, enough. I don't need to hear such useless talk. Didn't you just say there was another countermeasure? Tell me in detail what that plan is, Chiaksang said cautiously. In my foolish opinion, the Heavenly Bear House is currently making a mistake in how they are responding to the enemy. The Heavenly Bear House is trying to use the vanguard as a shield to slow the enemy's advance, then mobilize the main army to attack the left and right wings. But that will not be effective. The battlefield now is an open plain. Not only can we not use ambushes or surprise attacks, but the enemy has over 300 men. Looking closely, the enemy is clearly superior in terms of manpower. The Iron Sword Troop is divided into 3 units, and each unit has about 100 men and moves independently. The first unit breaks through in a wedge formation, the second unit annihilates with a crane wing formation, and the third unit applies pressure with a four-sided formation. Jinmu suddenly realized. This is the very formation-breaking method I created and passed down to the Iron Sword Troop. But this man saw through it in an instant and thought of a countermeasure. Chiaksang began to propose a plan. If it were me, I would do this. Order the entire army to form a horizontal line right now. The moment the first unit begins its breakthrough, immediately open a path and let them in. The formation breakers will only charge forward, so let them enter deep and then immediately block their path. Cut them off from the following second crane wing unit. At that time, use the main force of the Heavenly Bear House to concentrate an attack on the isolated formation breaking unit and defeat it, and the enemy's losses will be about 30%. At the same time, have all the surviving Ronin retreat immediately. After annihilating the formation breaking unit, the main force of the Heavenly Bear House will then face the Crane Wing formation. As for the last unit of the Iron Sword Troop, send an elite special unit composed only of masters to tie them down to the end, and they will never reach here. Of course, what I just said is also just an ideal plan. If the difference in military strength is too great from the beginning, this plan is impossible. Jinmu listened with his mouth agape. In that case, before the entire army collapses, the Heavenly Bear House's main army has only about half a Shichen left before they have to engage the Iron Sword Troop directly. The tactic just now is truly the best way to thoroughly defeat the Iron Sword Troop. To think such a precious gem was hidden among the Ronin. At that moment, the vanguard of the Iron Sword Troop had already begun to charge towards the entire Heavenly Bear House army. So if they applied Chioxing's plan right now, there was still hope. He excitedly grabbed Chioxing's hand. "Chioxing, you must help me." Before he could even collect his thoughts, Jinmu asked Tang Seryong, "You have poison and hidden weapons, right?" When she said yes, he immediately ordered, "Use all the poison and hidden weapons you have to stop the advance of the Iron Sword Troop by any means necessary. Even for a single moment is fine. You too, Yunam." The two were puzzled by his words, but Jinmu didn't have much time to explain. "You just need to tie them down for a moment. Just a very short moment is enough. Pour out all the poison, throw all the hidden weapons. Once you've used them all, retreat to the main army immediately." His eyes were full of desperation towards the two of them. Tang Seryong and Yunam were also surprised by this expression on Jinmu's face. However, Tang Seryong hesitated and opened her mouth. "I really don't know why you're suddenly acting like this, but don't worry. Since you asked me personally, I'll definitely do it. As long as I can be of help to you, Taoist Master, I will do my best." Jinmu smiled in relief upon hearing their promise. Then without delay he grabbed Chioxing and ran. Jinmu nonchalantly slung Chioxing over his shoulder and he was flustered. The two of them ran through the crowd. Others saw this scene and couldn't understand why he was running into the enemy camp. Yunam and Tang Seryong ignored that guy's grumbling and went about their business. That guy saw the two of them running and became furious. "You crazy bastards, that's the entire army over there. It's a very dangerous place. Going in there is like going to your death, isn't it?" Everyone was at a loss in this bizarre situation. Ahead were enemies ready for battle. Jinmu still didn't care and ran like mad to not delay even for a second. The guys who saw him pass by blocked him. Jinmu ran with worry. "They're chasing closer and closer, but I can't stop. I have to get to the Marquis as quickly as possible. In this situation, the only one who can stop the Ape Marquis and the Heavenly Martial Alliance is me. Just a little further and I'll reach the center of the main army." Other guys were still trying to catch him. Suddenly, Jinmu's steps became lighter. He leaped up and flew over those people, and the guys below looked up at him in amazement. When they realized Jinmu was running towards the housemaster, they were even more flustered and chased after him. He flew surrounded by thousands of enemy soldiers. Jinmu instantly dodged the blades lightly and leapt off two swords. He flew straight towards the Ape Marquis standing right in front of him. When the two met, Jinmu called out the Marquis's name with all his might. The old man standing in front of him froze for a moment at his appearance. The previous images suddenly came to his mind. Jinmu said something to him via voice transmission. The old man stood there, rooted to the spot as if he couldn't believe his eyes. The Ape Marquis's eyes widened, trying to confirm if what he was seeing was real. His subordinates, seeing Jinmu approach, quickly drew their swords and prepared for battle, but the Ape Marquis immediately stopped them all. The old man ordered no one to stop Jinmu. The guys heard the order and, puzzled, looked back at Jinmu, who had come right up to them. The old man stammered, unable to speak properly, and finally managed to complete a sentence. "You damn bastard, how could you know about that?" Jinmu was gradually losing his patience. "I'll explain later. There's no time now, so do as I say if you don't want to see the Heavenly Bear House fall." Seeing the old man still frozen, he could only call out the Ape Marquis's name loudly. Other guys who didn't know the situation hurled insults. "You insolent bastard, do you know where you are to be so arrogant? How dare a nameless brat insult the housemaster?" The Ape Marquis immediately shouted loudly, "I believe I told you to stop." The surrounding noise seemed to become clearer in this quiet atmosphere. The Ape Marquis still hadn't come to his senses and stood without moving a muscle. Jinmu and Chioxing also maintained a certain distance. He spoke first. "First, you must trust me." The Ape Marquis was startled by those words. But the more that happened, the more anxious Jinmu became. Could it be that the front line has started to collapse? The explosion in front was probably because of Tang Seryong, but it seems she won't last long. The front line collapsed. No matter how hard Tang Seryong and Yunam tried to hold on, it was only a matter of time before the vanguard of the Iron Sword Troop broke into the main camp. Jinmu could wait no longer. "I told you there's no time, you damn bastard, listen to me." The Ape Marquis finally came to his senses and answered. "All right, I'll do as you say for now." Jinmu was only relieved after hearing that answer. The Ape Marquis immediately commanded, "Listen, everyone. This man is an outstanding strategist, so follow his instructions and move the formation to counter the Iron Sword troop. His son and a few others, knowing they had to listen to a stranger, vehemently objected. The ape Marquis retorted, "This is an order from the House Master. The Vice House Master and the elders will immediately adjust the formation according to this man's words and meet the Iron Sword troop." Jinmu quickly told Chiaksang to command the Heavenly Bear House, but he was still stunned, having not yet digested the recent words. Only after realizing did Chiaksang panic. A person who joined the war as a Ronin is now being asked to command the entire army. I can make tactics, but I've never commanded such a large force. Jinmu grabbed his shoulders and encouraged him. It's okay to be clumsy, it's okay to take some losses. Just stop the advance of the Iron Sword troop. The Marquis will listen to you, so trust me. The elite soldiers of the Heavenly Bear House are much better trained than you think. The ape Marquis standing beside him just nodded quietly. Jinmu, having assigned the task, left a final word. I'm sure you both have a mountain of questions, but let's talk later. First, we need to handle the situation at hand. We can only survive by cooperating and supporting each other. Understood? The ape Marquis always nodded quietly at his words. Jinmu saw the old man listening to him and smiled lightly. Then he turned and went to finish the remaining work. He thought to himself, this is a gamble, betting everything on Chiaksang's ability to grasp the battlefield. This move might fail, but it's better than standing by helplessly and dying for nothing. The two now began to greet each other. The ape Marquis seriously awaited Chiaksang's orders, and he too nodded and began to explain the tactics he had thought of. The first was the matter of the front line. That place was currently filled with thick dust due to the fierce battle. Tang Seryong, having held out until now, gradually became anxious. There are too many of them. No matter how much I sweep them away, there's no end in sight. Suddenly another guy rushed in and tried to ambush her. Fortunately, Yunam, who was there, immediately knocked him down. He urged anxiously, "We must retreat to the main camp now." But Tang Seryong stubbornly refused, because she had made a promise with Jinmu. Her face was fearful yet determined. "For the first time, someone truly needed me. How can I back down now?" Yunam was at a loss as to how to persuade Tang Seryong. Suddenly a strange voice was heard. One a Taoist, one from the Tang clan. An unexpected harvest. Mo Wanliu stood opposite the two and asked, "You clearly have immortal energy, so you must be a disciple of the Kongtong Sect, right? Why are the Tang clan and the Kongtong Sect helping the Heavenly Bear House? But if you surrender, I will spare your lives. I have many questions, so I will treat you as honored guests. Don't resist needlessly. From what I see, you're almost out of the hidden weapons you have." Tang Seryong stared at the old man. "I only held out for about a shichen and I'm already caught. Since it's come to this, I'd rather buy more time by giving my life here. It's what he asked of me." Yunam stepped forward at this time and blocked her. "I will open a path. Please escape." "It's okay if you're alone," Mo Wanliu sneered. Truly tear-jerkingly moving, playing love games on the battlefield. Then he loudly ordered the entire army to capture the two. Immediately, a group of soldiers swarmed from all sides. Yunam hurriedly embraced Tang Seryong to protect her. But the unexpected person was Mo Wanliu. The old man's eyes widened as he saw something approaching him. What was more surprising was that it was the figure of Jinmu rushing over in the blink of an eye. He single-handedly jumped into the midst of tens of thousands of enemy soldiers. None of them could resist for more than a few seconds after being attacked. Jinmu stood unshaken in the sandstorm, his eyes filled with killing intent directed at the three. Yunam and Tang Seryong were delighted to see him swiftly sweep away the enemies and called out, "Master Jinmu." At the sound of the two calling him, Jinmu hesitated, then suddenly cursed loudly, "You damn bastards, I told you to just throw the talismans and retreat. Who told you to be so reckless? You were almost in danger." Tang Seryong, hearing his words, hurriedly stammered an explanation. "No, we just..." Jinmu sighed and said, "What are you doing standing there? You think you're so great." He shouted loudly for the two to leave the place quickly. "Run if you don't want to die." Mo Wanliu, seeing them escape, hurriedly shouted and ordered, "Catch those guys, don't let them get away." Jinmu grabbed the shouting old man's shoulder and stopped him. He looked at the old man's face and thought to himself, "Long time no see, you damn bastard. You've aged a lot in just 2 years. I sent you to follow that foolish Heavenly Martial Alliance guy because you're a smart one." Jinmu lightly tapped his arm and called Mo Wanliu, and the old man was slightly flustered. He stared at the old man with interest and said, "Be prepared later." Mo Wanliu froze upon hearing his words. Jinmu took a step forward, leapt up and attacked. The guys he hit were sent flying far away without a chance to counterattack. They fell far away, battered and bruised. Mo Wanliu was filled with surprise and doubt seeing the scene before him. He saw the people strewn on the ground but didn't see Jinmu. He disappeared. He was tense, staring blankly at the scene before him. "But what is that?" Recalling Jinmu's attack just now, Mo Wanliu couldn't hide his shock. "That master's attack just now?" He stood there blankly. Although they were injured, no one had lost their life. The sound of horse hooves came rushing to where Mo Wanliu's group was standing. The Heavenly Martial Alliance came up, leading the way, and asked, "Wanliu, what happened?" The old man hurriedly knelt. "I will accept my punishment. Unidentified individuals suddenly broke in and our advance was blocked. Please punish me." He heard the old man's words and replied, "It's all right. First explain what happened." Mo Wanliu shouted loudly. "Just as we broke through the Heavenly Bear House's formation, unidentified masters suddenly rushed in." The old man introduced the two people he was talking about. One is a Taoist, and one is a woman from the Tang clan. The Heavenly Martial Alliance narrowed his eyes, wondering why a Taoist and the Tang clan were involved in a fight of the unorthodox faction. The person he was truly worried about was Jinmu. He was also a Taoist. Suddenly, the Heavenly Martial Alliance realized something, he exclaimed in panic. But a master at the Gangchi realm. If it's a Taoist who has reached the Gangchi realm, wouldn't that be Jinryang Bongwon? The demonic cult and Kunlun are fighting day and night without rest, so why would Bongwon appear here? Mo Wanliao answered his question. It wasn't Bongwon but a young Taoist priest. From the looks of it, he seemed to be at most around his coming-of-age ceremony. The Heavenly Martial Alliance exclaimed in panic, sweating like rain. What? How could that be? Mo Wanliao had many questions. Branch Troopmaster, have you heard any other news from the main fortress? Surely the Heavenly Bear House isn't planning to turn its back on the heaven of the unorthodox faction and surrender to the Righteous Alliance? A Taoist and the Tang clan. Otherwise, why would they help the Heavenly Bear House? The Heavenly Martial Alliance listened to the old man's words and said nothing, his thoughts unknown. He stopped and looked somewhere far away, thinking of someone. The Heavenly Martial Alliance hurriedly defended the old man. The Marquis I know would never do such a thing, although I received an order from the Heavenly Lord to subjugate the Heavenly Bear House, so it's unavoidable. My faith in him remains unchanged. He turned to his subordinates and ordered. Even if the Taoist and the Tang clan have joined the battle, that will not shake us in the slightest. Everyone, rise and attack the main camp of the Heavenly Bear House. They rode their horses and ran, and one of his subordinates called out, Branch Troopmaster, Vice Branch Master. At someone's call, the Heavenly Martial Alliance said, What is it? His subordinate worriedly stammered. Something is strange. We can't break through the path to the Heavenly Bear House's main camp at all. Hearing the guy's words, the Heavenly Martial Alliance saw the sight of people rushing towards them. He widened his eyes. This is definitely not the Heavenly Bear House's tactic. It's as if the great strategist of the Righteous Heaven Alliance, Hyopi Jin, is here. The people who were rushing towards the Heavenly Bear House suddenly stopped and rushed fiercely towards them. Chiaksang saw them and shouted, Pull back the first squad and immediately deploy the third squad to replace them. He pointed his finger at the people over there and ordered. Use the Ronin to block the enemy's vanguard and have the special unit ambush the enemy's rear guard. And first reinforce the front line with warriors at the profound Qi realm or higher. The ape Marquis stood beside him, watching the scene of death with a blank expression. Thanks to the strategy Chiaksang came up with on the spot, the Iron Sword troop could no longer approach the Heavenly Bear House's main camp. No one had expected they could withstand the Iron Sword troops' offensive. He watched the battle without blinking. Having lived his entire life in the world of the unorthodox path, he couldn't comprehend how a strategist's role could wield such great power on the battlefield. Someone hurriedly ran towards the ape Marquis and Chiaksang. The ape Marquis, seeing someone run towards him, asked puzzledly, What is it now? The person who had just run over was too exhausted to speak. The Iron Sword troop. Only after a long while did the guy spit out, The Iron Sword troop is retreating. The ape Marquis, hearing his words clearly, widened his eyes. Chiaksang beside him was also flustered and hurriedly ordered. Continue to maintain the formation and absolutely do not let your guard down until they have completely withdrawn. The ape Marquis couldn't hide his joy and called out Chiaksang's name repeatedly. All right, the old man couldn't hide his bright smile and kept repeating himself. It's all thanks to you. You've worked so hard. Chiaksang also breathed a sigh of relief. What a relief! He felt the strength drain from his body as he spoke. It seems we've managed to hold them off for now. That night, light seeped out from the barracks of the Heavenly Bear House. Inside the barracks, several people were talking amongst themselves. No one had thought they could fend off the Iron Sword troop. Yes, to deploy such tactics, truly outstanding. The ape Marquis raised his cup and stared intently at Jinmu. As if he didn't care about his surroundings at all, he still sat nonchalantly, drinking his wine. A man sitting beside Chiaksang poured him a drink and said with a smile, We will never forget Chiaksang's contribution. But what on earth was that tactic you used today? He answered. It's a strategy from the 9 Terrains chapter of Sun Tzu's Art of War, a plan to divide the enemy. The others at the table followed suit, praising him. To know Sun Tzu's Art of War and even grasp the strategies of the military, you are truly extraordinary. Another person continued. Master Chiaksang, we're counting on you for tomorrow as well. Since you've done so much today. Before he could finish his sentence, Chiaksang replied in a flustered tone, Actually, I only promised to help for today. The people looked at him with bewildered expressions and asked, Only for one day? Chiaksang looked at Jinmu as if seeking help. He thought to himself, when he was commanding the warriors during the day he had the imposing air of a battlefield general. After finishing his thought, Jinmu said to him, It's all right, just tell them the truth. At his words, Chiaksang began to explain, We can't keep using the same tactics as today. We might be able to hold out for another day or two, but as time goes on, our losses will only grow, he continued. In the worst-case scenario, the casualties tomorrow will be double today's, and the day after that, double again. If this continues, the conclusion of defeat is unavoidable. The ape Marquis asked doubtfully, Is there truly no other way? Chiaksang stammered, unable to speak. Well, to end this fight, the only way is to surrender. At his words, the people at the table were stunned, at a loss for what to do. One by one they stood up and shouted, What insolence! We would rather die than kneel before those bastards. Please think of another way. Jinmu shouted in annoyance. "Shut up and listen to the end. I save a drowning man and he asks for my belongings." The man who had just praised Chioksang couldn't hold back after hearing his words and said, "What? How can a young brat be so arrogant?" The ape marquis interrupted him. "That's enough. How can you be so servile to the one who helped us?" The old man turned back to Chioksang and asked, "Is there truly no other way besides surrendering?" Chioksang continued awkwardly. "There is, but it's a vague plan. I cannot guarantee the outcome." The old man urged him hastily. "It's fine, just tell me." At those words Chioksang opened his mouth. "It is for the housemaster to personally go out and face the leader of the Iron Sword Troop, the Heavenly Martial Alliance, in a duel." Hearing his words, one man became enraged and was about to lunge at him. "What, you son of a bitch, we were going to treat you well because you have some talent, but how dare you speak such nonsense to him?" Jinmu quickly stepped in and blocked the attack aimed at Chioksang. He spat out a curse. "What a bunch of dullards." With his counterattack, the man was sent flying helplessly. He knelt at Jinmu's feet. "Even if we are comrades of the same faction, you should not be rude to the one who helped us." Jinmu's amber eyes shot daggers at the others. He gritted his teeth and said, "You are so powerless, you can't even come up with a single plan." The man who had collapsed to the ground trembled at Jinmu's words. "And now you're trying to shift the blame onto someone else?" Ape Marquis quickly stepped in to stop him. "I will apologize on his behalf. Please sheathe your killing intent." Jinmu looked at him, turned away, and snorted coldly. The old man ordered everyone else to leave, and Chioksang was also told to leave the room. Seeing that he was being told to leave, he was at a loss and stared blankly at Jinmu. The ape marquis saw his bewilderment and said, "I have something to discuss with this person." Jinmu stared at him with what seemed like a glare. It was impossible to know what he was thinking. Now only he and the ape marquis were left in the barracks. Jinmu looked at the old man standing right in front of him. The old man spoke first, breaking the heavy silence. "Now tell me the truth." The ape marquis recalled Jinmu's desperate cry. His voice echoed in his ears like a distant word. "Even if my throat is parched with thirst, how could I forget the teaching to not drink the water of a thief?" The old man narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Jinmu before him. The ape marquis asked, filled with suspicion, "Who are you?" The old man thought to himself. He recalled the proverb, "No matter how thirsty, one does not drink from a thief's spring." Understanding it as a teaching to not yield to injustice no matter how difficult it is, the old man recalled the time he left Gansu after Yuk Wolchong was named the successor. Instead of scolding him, that person praised him and left him with those final words. That person told the old man, "Yes, that spirit is just like you. To have the bearing of a marquis from beginning to end, it truly pleases my heart." The old man thought again. Speaking of justice to a man of the unorthodox path is truly irrational, but I knew well that those words were meant as a personal admonition just for me. Hyokurion Mugong had once hinted to the ape marquis, "Even if you do not like the new master, do not forget the old aspirations with which we built the heaven of the unorthodox faction together and strive to assist him to the end." The ape marquis asked Jinmu again, "Who are you?" The old man suddenly seemed to remember something, stammering with a look of disbelief. When Jinmu quietly uttered the two words, "Gangu," the old man froze. Then he said calmly, "I am the one you are suspecting." Jinmu explained to the ape marquis, "My name in the past was Hyokurion Mugong. I was the one who laid the foundation of the heaven of the unorthodox faction at the center of the world and the sole master of the Black Dragon," he continued. "And the person who wept with you beside your father's coffin, your sworn uncle." The ape marquis recalled the scene of weeping in that person's arms. He stammered in a trembling voice, asking, "The one who was once praised as the heavenly Zhongshan Black Dragon Hanwangong," Jinmu said as if slightly troubled. "It must be hard to understand. It won't be easy to believe either. Even I myself do not yet understand everything clearly." He spoke again, calm and composed. 20 years have passed since I taught you the 3 principles of the Tao." The ape marquis still spoke with a trembling voice. "The 3 principles of the Tao," Jinmu continued. "It is the core of the swordsmanship passed down in your family. It can only be achieved by attaining the pinnacle of righteousness, so you probably haven't passed that part down to your sons yet," he continued. "Only the 2 of us know this fact clearly, so can you believe me now?" Hearing his words, the ape marquis asked again in a trembling voice, "Do you remember the first verse?" At the old man's words, Jinmu chuckled and admired his caution. He opened his mouth. "The first is hidden Qian, the second is swift Su, and the third is violent Bao." The more he heard, the redder the ape marquis's eyes became, welling up with tears. He couldn't stop sobbing and stared at him intently. He thought to himself, all of this no one could possibly know unless it was him. The ape marquis couldn't hold back his tears and covered his face. He shed tears like rain and looked at Jinmu again. He quickly ran towards him, intending to embrace him. The ape marquis ran towards him like lightning. He knelt at Jinmu's feet and repeatedly called out, "Heavenly Lord." His mind was filled with thoughts. The guilt of not being able to protect my lord until the very end. The heart-wrenching longing for the sworn uncle I have admired all these years. His gaze looked at the old man with affection. Emotions welled up in his heart like a broken dam. The two embraced each other under the moonlight, and for a long time they wept their hearts out. After a sea of tears, Jinmu and the ape marquis sat down again and continued their conversation. The old man wiped his tears and said, "I really can't believe it. There are many strange things in the martial world, but my friend from the Martial Alliance has truly accomplished a great feat," he replied. "Indeed, how would I have known it was truly the elixir of immortality?" the old man continued. "It is truly surprising that your soul has come to inhabit the body of a Wudang Sect disciple, but you must have suffered a lot, my lord. Jinmu nodded his head again and continued, I suffered a lot. Those damn old Taoists planted the green yang true qi in my body without my consent. It wasn't what I wanted. He sighed again. But since there's still Taoist power left in my body, I've gotten used to chanting Amitabha, the ape marquis asked curiously. Amitabha, that's truly strange. How did you endure among those Taoists with your temperament, heavenly lord? He answered the old man's question. At first I just wanted to beat them all up. The old man listened silently as Jinmu continued. But as I gradually got used to it, I now have quite a few good memories. The ape marquis recalled the sight of Chioksang today and asked, but that person named Chioksang is truly amazing. Did you, heavenly lord, know him and bring him here? He tried to explain to the old man. No, I didn't know things would turn out like this until I came here. He too had no idea Chioksang would be so extraordinary. Jinmu sighed. Anyway, it's a worrisome matter. How can that stubborn and foolish Heavenly Martial Alliance guy stop so easily? The ape marquis continued. We can't just blame him. The Martial Alliance still firmly believes that his actions are an expression of loyalty to the Heavenly Lord. Seeing his confident face again, the old man continued. In other words, it means that the Heavenly Lord is also at fault in this matter. At the old man's words, he flinched and replied, Then what is the reason you turned your back on the heaven of the unorthodox faction? The ape marquis hesitated and said, It's because I didn't expect Yuk Wolchong to do something so big. The old man told Jinmu about the past. After the Heavenly Lord's abdication, the finances of the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction became increasingly difficult. That's probably why his greed grew. Unlike the Heavenly Lord, Yuk Wolchong would act without a moment's hesitation if there was profit to be made. He suddenly paused, as if he had realized something. Wait, short on money? Why, I definitely hid a huge amount of wealth in the secret treasury. As he thought this far, his eyes widened, and a look of bewilderment was evident. He thought in despair, I didn't teach them how to open the secret treasury. Since it was designed by the world's greatest master craftsman, Gaia Juban, it would be impossible to force it open no matter what they do. But he knew that there was one other person besides himself who knew how to open the secret treasury. It was the Heavenly Martial Alliance. Jinmu was very curious as to why he who was loyal to Yuk Wolchong did not open the treasury even after seeing the heaven of the unorthodox faction become impoverished. He seemed to have found a clue. Is the Heavenly Martial Alliance considering all the wealth in the secret treasury as my private property? The ape marquis raised his voice, breaking his train of thought. With such endless greed, it grew, and he finally laid his hands on things that the Heavenly Lord had absolutely forbidden in the past. He demanded excessive tribute from the factions directly under the heaven of the unorthodox faction, and even collected taxes from the minor sects and ruffians on the streets. The old man trembled with anger. That's not all. He also got involved in human trafficking, assassinations, and kidnappings. The more he spoke, the angrier the old man became. The Black Serpent Sect expanded its gambling dens and vicious pawnshops to scrape together money from the people, and the Green Forest and Waterway Forts even dared to lay their hands on the government's official funds. Jinmu asked in surprise. He even brought bandits and pirates under his command? The ape marquis answered. It changed this much in just 2 years. The grand ambitions of the early days have been completely betrayed. The elders pleaded with him several times, but it was all dismissed. But now that the Heavenly Lord has returned, it is truly a great fortune for the heaven of the unorthodox faction. Please set this situation right, my lord. After listening, Jinmu suddenly shouted. No, the ape marquis was startled by his words and asked, What? The old man stood up abruptly and shouted, How can that be? At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the heaven of the unorthodox faction collapses. Even now, the minor sects are turning their backs one after another because they can't bear the excessive tribute. The old man continued to shout, If we leave it like this, won't we return to the days when we were oppressed by the forces of the righteous Martial Alliance? Jinmu said. I know everything will turn out that way, but the time is not yet right. He looked the marquis straight in the eye. I am still weak. The ape marquis paid no heed to his words. What do you mean by that? How can you not walk the path you once opened, my lord? If your internal energy is lacking, this subordinate will mobilize all manpower and resources to find spiritual herbs and elixirs to offer to the Heavenly Lord. His eyes looked down as he said nonchalantly, That would be really nice. He thought that he was not the body that trained the former Black Dragon Han Wangong, but one that was training the Taoist Green Yang True Qi. If I can't learn the Black Dragon Han Wangong based on the Yang Yi divine art, even if I use elixirs or spiritual herbs, it will only increase my Taoist power needlessly. He continued to speak. What I desire is not limited to just the heaven of the unorthodox faction, Jinmu said with a confident face. I want to stand at the very top of the entire righteous, evil, and demonic factions. Hearing his words, the ape marquis's face stiffened without even blinking. The old man approached Jinmu, who was sitting nonchalantly, and placed his hand on his forehead to check his temperature, wondering if there was a problem. Are there any side effects left from the elixir of immortality? He said bluntly in an annoyed tone. Do you want to die? Get your hand off me. The ape marquis was startled again and shouted. I don't think you're in your right mind right now. The highest position of the righteous, evil, and demonic factions, that's so absurdly ridiculous that it's nonsense. He got angry, not understanding why the old man didn't believe him. Hearing his words, the old man felt a little guilty and looked away. No, I mean, the old man looked at Jinmu's clear young face again and said with admiration. Seeing your current appearance and hearing you say that, it's hard to believe. Realizing the old man's hidden meaning, his face darkened, and he said meaningfully, Is that so? Jinmu circulated his internal energy again and said, It's been a while, you need a good scolding from me. In the old days you dared to look me straight in the eye and almost coughed up blood and were bedridden for 3 months, weren't you? The ape marquis trembled and stepped back, saying, Heavenly Lord, it seems that dealing with the Heavenly Martial Alliance is the top priority for now. His face darkened even more, and he gritted his teeth. I know, but we'll do that later. Jinmu stretched his arm to swing his fist, thinking that this too was a way to reminisce about old times. By dawn the next day the strategy was already calculated. The ape marquis's son didn't want his father to endure humiliation, so he tearfully grabbed his arm. Father, absolutely not. How can you do this? Please just kill us all instead. Jinmu saw the scene and curled his lip in contempt. He really raised his child poorly. He whines about dying at the slightest thing. What a mess. Even I've never raised a child properly. The ape marquis said to his son, Didn't I tell you? Only if I go out myself will the Heavenly Martial Alliance show himself, and if I lose my life, immediately appoint Master Chiaksang as the commander-in-chief, and entrust the command of the entire army to him. This is an order as the housemaster of the Heavenly Bear House. He couldn't accept it and clung to his father, crying, How can you do that? At that moment, a person ran up to the ape marquis and reported, Housemaster, it's the Iron Sword troop. They've formed up and are coming this way. Hearing that, the old man gestured to Jinmu beside him. He looked up at the front and thought to himself, All right, let's go. They quickly went forward to meet the Heavenly Martial Alliance. When Tang Seryong and Yunam ran up to Jinmu, he was annoyed. Why are you following again? Taoist master, why are you going with them? With this one and that one, chattering, his head ached. His gaze stopped on Tang Seryong. She secretly said via voice transmission, Do you know what kind of person the Heavenly Martial Alliance is? Even my father couldn't guarantee victory against him. He turned his gaze away, a slight smile on his lips showing his confidence. You don't need to worry about that. The ape marquis and Jinmu talked separately. The old man said to him, Heavenly Lord, are you okay? You know your own skills well, don't you? Heavenly Martial Alliance? Hearing that, he replied nonchalantly, Of course I know, that's why I brought you. The old man said again, I'm sorry, but the blow you delivered to me last night didn't really hurt much. Compared to the power you had in the past, my lord, the difference now is truly heaven and earth. In my opinion, it would be better to reveal your identity to him first. Jinmu thought for a moment and said, That would be the easiest way. Jinmu remained calm, even as he saw the charging group. You and the Heavenly Martial Alliance are not the same. He saw through the people and continued, You know how to think, but, after confirming the face of the man standing there, he continued, The Heavenly Martial Alliance does not, Jinmu said, displeased. I already anticipated that no matter what I say, it won't get through, so I'm already extremely annoyed. Why would I need to reveal my identity? He unclenched his fist, preparing for a fight to vent his frustration. His voice was very confident. He had always thought that there was no one in the world who knew the Heavenly Martial Alliance better than himself. Jinmu's amber eyes lit up his face. He wanted to punch that guy first. Jinmu and the ape marquis stood face to face with the Heavenly Martial Alliance and Mo Wanliu. Mo Wanliu broke the suffocating silence and greeted them. Greetings, Housemaster of the Heavenly Bear House. The ape marquis, seeing the other party speak first, replied, It's been a long time, Wanliu. You too, Martial Alliance. The Heavenly Martial Alliance, hearing his name called, answered. Yes, Ganggu, are you going to settle this alone? Hearing that, the ape marquis answered him. First I came to persuade you, the old man continued. Martial Alliance, it's not too late to turn back now. Don't you know that Yuk Wolchong is leading the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction down the wrong path? The more he heard, the more the Martial Alliance gritted his teeth. He frowned and said, Call him Heavenly Lord. He is the successor of our Lord, the old man hurriedly explained to him. I'm not saying I don't understand your loyalty, but his cruel actions are destroying the heaven of the unorthodox faction that our Lord built. We followed the will of our Lord, not his successor. How can you not know that? The Martial Alliance asked angrily. So you turned your back on him? Ganggu didn't understand the meaning of turning his back. Seeing his lack of understanding, the Heavenly Martial Alliance turned his gaze behind the old man and said, The one following behind you. His face turned dark with anger, and he gritted his teeth and added, The woman with the surname Tang who appeared in yesterday's battle, and that Taoist with immortal energy. Ganggu, are you really planning to surrender to the righteous Martial Alliance? As soon as his words ended, Jinmu and Ganggu were at a loss for words, their faces stiffening. The Martial Alliance put his hand on his forehead as if tired and said, When Wanliu said that, I declared it couldn't be true. Because I still believed in you. The ape marquis stood blankly, not understanding what the old man wanted to say. Seeing that, he got even angrier and rebuked. Now I can't believe you at all. He pointed straight at Jinmu's face in rebuke. Just by looking at the immortal energy emanating from that brat, I can tell. When the Heavenly Lord ordered the subjugation of the Heavenly Bear House, I had my doubts, but now everything is clear, he shouted. You have sided with the righteous Martial Alliance, Yuan Gongho. Ganggu and Jinmu stood blankly, listening to the words pouring out of the Martial Alliance. He glanced at the old man and thought to himself, What did I say? I told you persuasion would be useless. Now do as I say." He held his head again and said, "There was indeed a reason for him to become the successor. The Heavenly Lord knew everything in advance." The old man still tried to deny everything. The Martial Alliance wouldn't listen to explanations and stubbornly shouted, "Don't say anything more. I will just follow orders. That is my loyalty to our Lord who is watching us from heaven." Seeing his foolishness, Gangu sighed as if tired. "Damn it, you really are." The Heavenly Martial Alliance pointed at Gangu again and said, "If you two are going to settle this, don't drag it out any longer and start now." The old man said in despair, "I guess there's no other way, but your opponent is not me." The old man introduced Jinmu, saying that he would fight on his behalf. The Heavenly Martial Alliance's eyes widened in astonishment and shock. He couldn't hold back and shouted, "Aren't you ashamed, entrusting the future of the Heavenly Bear House to that wet behind-the-ears young Taoist?" Gangu explained to him, "I didn't want to do this either, but I had no other choice. Let me give you a piece of advice as an old friend." The old man stepped back and continued, "Listen carefully, and it would be better to be cautious rather than underestimate him. I fear that old Bati of yours will see blood for the first time in many years." Feeling that he had been insulted, the Martial Alliance shouted, "Shut up, you son of a bitch, how dare you insult me?" His anger flared up as he said, "The man who was the center of the heaven of the unorthodox faction not only betrayed his loyalty to our Lord, but also sided with the righteous Martial Alliance. And you're entrusting your future to a young Taoist? Do you think I'll surrender to faithless traitors like you?" Jinmu stared at him and thought to himself, "He was the one I missed the most, but now we have to draw our swords against each other. My heart is truly not at ease." He couldn't hold back and said a word to the Martial Alliance. "First, just listen to one thing I have to say." Hearing him call him Martial Alliance, he froze. Then, hearing the words divine herb, he was even more surprised. "Do you think I gave it to you because you wanted it? That divine herb was truly miraculous," he continued. "Do you remember the day you and I first met? Back then I was a wandering Ronin and you were just a little kid." Jinmu recalled the memory of the day he first met him. That day the old man had said to him, "Even if you wander the whole world with a wine bottle on your head, you couldn't be as foolish as you." Hearing these words, the Heavenly Martial Alliance stared at him blankly. His soaring anger burned like flames as he said, "You insolent brat, how dare you say such things to me?" He rushed at him in anger, but he still calmly asked himself, "Why do I remember that at this moment?" In his memory, the Heavenly Martial Alliance was all about such things, hitting him for training, hitting him for being stupid, hitting him for eating too much. His eyes calmly looked at him and continued, "Why are all our memories of each other such trivial things?" A blow from the Martial Alliance flew towards where he was standing. A terrifying killing intent emanated from the technique called Ice Mountain suppressing Kunlun. Fighting with him, Jinmu thought, the technique is simple, but it contains a terrifying internal energy in one blow enough to crush an opponent. The Heavenly Martial Alliance indeed has the strongest aura among those I've faced since this body awakened. He looked down at his overwhelming presence and thought again. For a master who has realized the extreme of martial arts, finding a flaw or a mistake was nearly impossible. He firmly believed that there was always a natural enemy in the world. The techniques I personally engraved onto your body over 10,000 times. He confidently and easily dodged the Martial Alliance's attack. He could neutralize everything even with his eyes closed. He scanned his surroundings trying to pinpoint his location. His speed was so fast that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hit him. He watched him stubbornly swing his fists, thinking of the Heavenly Martial Alliance's chronic weakness, which no one knew, hidden by the fierce power of those fists. The more he watched, the more he thought. The relentless barrage of fist techniques puts immense pressure on the opponent, but at the same time, it causes tremendous fatigue to accumulate in the user himself. He knew that the moment this fatigue reached its peak was precisely when the limit of his breathing would come. The Martial Alliance was out of breath, but he still couldn't touch Jinmu's body. He seized the opportunity and charged at him. The Martial Alliance noticed and hurriedly raised his fist to attack him. "Damn it, too late, you bastard!" But he was faster and sent the Heavenly Martial Alliance flying far away. At Jinmu's single blow, he inwardly admired his spirit. He delivered another kick to his face. He beat him to a pulp and said provocatively, "Can't you recover anymore?" He felt his attacks continuously and accurately strike the places where his internal energy gathered. His eyes were bloodshot and red and he wanted to recover quickly. Without giving the Martial Alliance a chance to counterattack, Jinmu quickly grabbed his head and pushed it down. He glared at him with a cold voice and scolded him as a fool. His unwavering eyes said, "I told you, when recovering your internal energy, you must maintain distance from the enemy." With his head held, the Heavenly Martial Alliance recognized this familiar posture. This posture was exactly the same as what the Heavenly Lord had done to him in the old days. The Heavenly Lord always scolded him as a fool too. At that familiar gaze, the Heavenly Martial Alliance sweated profusely. Jinmu spoke again. "Just as I thought, the body remembers most accurately. In that case, I'll beat you just like back then." Seeing that cruel smile, the Martial Alliance stammered the two words, "Heavenly Lord." Still not satisfied, Jinmu swung his hands and gave the Heavenly Martial Alliance a sound beating. Though his face was being hit, a different thought arose in his mind. Where the fists landed with each blow, his emotions poured out like rain. It was a chillingly familiar pain. This pain was exactly the same as in the old days. The pain deeply engraved in his body forcibly revived buried memories filling his mind. From childhood to adulthood, the moments the Martial Alliance had spent with the Heavenly Lord flooded his mind. His body trembled, and he tightly gripped Jinmu's 2 hands. Tears poured from the Martial Alliance's eyes like rain. He wailed and continued to stammer, "Heavenly Lord." Jinmu's deep eyes looked at him and the corners of his mouth lifted. "Not yet." Still angry, he kicked him far away and said, "Not yet, you bastard." His 2 knees finally gave way and knelt on the ground. Then he covered his face with both hands so his opponent wouldn't see him crying. But in the end, the Heavenly Martial Alliance still sobbed and called for the Heavenly Lord. Jinmu just calmly said there was much to talk about. He demanded the Iron Sword troop to retreat first. He said it was inconvenient with everyone gathered here. When things were settled, they could come find him at the Heavenly Bear House. "I will wait for the Heavenly Martial Alliance there." He still looked at him with tear-filled eyes. After Jinmu left, he bowed and received the order. And so the war ended. After achieving victory, the Heavenly Bear House triumphantly returned to their old headquarters in the center of Nanzhou. But the internal tension remained like an unextinguished ember. The Heavenly Martial Alliance was leading a group of people in. Seeing their appearance, one Gonghu's son was greatly flustered. What on earth is father thinking? Why would he let them into our headquarters? And to let that young brat into a place even I, the young master, cannot enter? What is this all about? Just who is that bastard? The interior of the room slowly came into view. Inside, a person was leisurely drinking a beverage. Seeing Jinmu drinking tea coolly, the Heavenly Martial Alliance was very happy, but unexpectedly he complained that it wasn't wine and didn't suit his taste. Then he got to the main point. Jinmu asked about the operating methods of the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction. It was because he had heard they had even extended their hands to the common people, getting involved in human trafficking and plunder. Jinmu was furious and questioned him. "I'm sure I told you clearly. Do not touch anyone who is not a martial artist. I heard the entire Council of Elders was replaced too. What on earth were you doing letting things get this bad?" Seeing the Martial Alliance shift the blame to Yuk Wolchong, yet still respectfully call him the new Heavenly Lord, he became furious. Seeing him cower in fear, Jinmu shouted even louder, "You were calling him by name just fine a moment ago. Speak, where did all the ousted elders go? Where are they wandering now?" The Heavenly Martial Alliance honestly reported that they had either returned to their respective sects or had gone into hiding and vanished. He said the new members were mostly from sects that had offered immense wealth to the Heavenly Lord, or were chosen from the Green Forest, the Black Serpent Sect, the Waterway Forts, and the Golden Bird Hall. After that, he calmed himself and asked about the whereabouts of Salmukju and the master of the Hidden Guard, Myeongsessen. According to the Martial Alliance's information, Salmukju had entered closed-door cultivation. It was because Yuk Wolchong kept ordering indiscriminate killings to make money. Jinmu had guessed as much. Although he was an assassin, he would never kill a nameless person, nor would he act without a sense of justice, so how could he not be angry at being forced to do such things? The Martial Alliance continued to explain. The master of the Hidden Guard, Myeongsessen, had disappeared after the Heavenly Lord's passing due to Yuk Wolchong's excessive extortion of money. Hearing this, Jinmu couldn't bear it any longer, grabbed his head and shouted, "Yuk Wolchong, that damn bastard, how dare he cast aside such precious assets? They are people more skilled than the Beggar's Clan at handling confidential information from the Imperial Court and the martial world. What I painstakingly built for 40 years in just 2 years, Yuk Wolchong, just how crazy are you for money? What are you going to do with all that silver piled up in the secret treasury?" But at the mention of a secret treasury, one Gonghu looked surprised, seeing the Heavenly Martial Alliance avoid his gaze and continue to hesitate. Jinmu had a bad feeling. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Don't tell me you didn't tell Yuk Wolchong how to open the secret treasury. I clearly told you to tell him if something happened to me." In the end, the Heavenly Martial Alliance shamefully admitted that he had been so preoccupied with finding the Herb of Immortality that he had forgotten about it. Jinmu's furious roar echoed throughout the building. "You damn bastard," but he thought he couldn't just blame the Martial Alliance alone. In the end, he thought it was all his own fault. It was because he hadn't taught his successor how to open the secret treasury in advance. Then Jinmu thought of Baekso's current situation, and his heart ached. He blamed himself for Baekso's suffering because he had taught the Heavenly Martial Alliance internal energy. After turning a new leaf with my guidance, he said he would repay the sins he committed with his life. But in the end, he decided to keep living. To live with dignity. He is truly a commendable person. Perhaps Yuk Wolchong is the same. If I go to him now, open the secret treasury and guide him onto the right path, perhaps the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction can regain its former appearance. As soon as he thought this, he immediately denied it. No, the Beck family and the Heaven of the Unorthodox faction are different. The Heaven of the Unorthodox faction is mine. From its founding until I closed my eyes, it was always mine alone. What reason is there to show mercy to the one who destroyed it and leave that bastard on the Heavenly Lord's throne? Now that I, Jinmu, have returned, after that, He immediately called for the Heavenly Martial Alliance and one Gangu. A single bird flew skimming the surface of the water, foretelling the future. Indeed, Jinmu had decided to reclaim the heaven of the unorthodox faction. The two of them were stunned for a moment before understanding his words. Then they looked at each other at the same time, nodded, and prostrated themselves again, shouting, "Please give us any command. We will never disobey your will." Jinmu began to give his orders. "Use the Heavenly Bear House as a base and gather your forces. I cannot step forward myself right now, so the two of you must handle it. Win over the elders who were driven out by Yuk Wolchong and use them as your foundation. Once the foundation is laid, start taking control of the forces under the heaven of the unorthodox faction from the periphery. The beginning will be very difficult, but whenever you face hardship, remember the time when we first settled in Mount Qianzheng." Furthermore, Jinmu told them one more thing in advance and demanded they remember it clearly. He said his goal was a place far grander than the Central Plains, a place no one in history had ever completely conquered and ruled. Jinmu, who would become the supreme master, the ruler of the world beyond the righteous and evil factions, cannot be tied down to one place. Therefore from now on there will be someone to lead the new heaven of the unorthodox faction in my stead, he declared. Both of them stared blankly, waiting for the next shocking news. Jinmu laughed and said, "Why are you pretending when you've all experienced it before?" One Gangu quickly replied, "Are you perhaps speaking of him? But as far as I know, the two of you are not deeply acquainted, are you?" Jinmu calmly replied that he simply hadn't met the right time and lacked the opportunity. But his talent and wisdom were more than enough. If the two of you assist him, that person will surely be able to lead the heaven of the unorthodox faction splendidly. One Gangu sighed and said, "Truly you are right, my lord. You have always been like this since the old days. If you just see a talented person, you insist on putting them in that position, even if the whole world opposes it. I understand. I will follow your command."